As dusk approached, a shadowy hue gradually enveloped the town from above. Yin Xiu reclined on the lake's edge at the town's periphery, dozing while grasping his fishing rod. The dim yellow light shimmered on the lakeside, casting reflections that outlined two wooden signs standing by the water. One sign bore a neat inscription, "Dangerous waters, do not approach." The other sign, in a scrawled hand, read, "Yin Xiu is forbidden from fishing here, be gone." Yin Xiu yawned beside the two signs, his delicate features heavy with weariness. Squinting, he lifted his rod only to find the hook bare, prompting him to reel in his line and begin packing up to head home. As night descended, the town buzzed with more activity than during the day. In the square, pedestrians hurried past, fervently reciting the town's rules to one another, striving to etch them into the hearts of all. Rules of survival in the town. 1. The rules are absolute and must not be violated, though the prohibition is not included. Yin Xiu slung his fishing gear over his shoulder, adjusted the tilted sign, and turned towards home. On a winding path, two passers-by brushed past him, excitedly murmuring, "I heard there's a bus heading this way, the only way out of this wretched place." Some who have witnessed the Oldtimers escaping claimed they boarded the bus to leave. Can we truly find it? I'm a bit worried. Didn't the others in town say we cannot leave at will? It's fine, we can't exit anyway. We'll just end up back where we started. That's true. Rules of survival in the town. 2. There are no exits. Do not attempt to find a way out. Such futile endeavors will only lead to confusion. Yin Xiu glanced sideways at their receding figures, then turned away, only to lock eyes with a cat perched on the grass. It was an ordinary-looking cat, entirely black, yet possessing an unusually eerie pair of violet eyes. It sat by the roadside, unblinkingly observing Yin Xiu, as though monitoring his every move. Yin Xiu stared back, rooted to the spot. After a few seconds of mutual observation, the black cat cautiously stepped forward, prompting Yin Xiu to instinctively grasp the knife hanging at his waist. The cat recoiled, bared its teeth, and swiftly darted away. Rules of survival in the town. 3. Do not kill any conscious beings within the town, be they human, eerie creature, or even a cat. Traversing the path connecting the square to the lakeside, Yin Xiu arrived at the town's most boisterous square. This quaint little town, steeped in antiquity, was characterized by its layers of old buildings and narrow alleys, with cracked pavements and weeds sprouting between the stones, resembling a place trapped in the crevices of time. Yet at the center of the square floated a massive, incongruous projection, displaying scenes from various players navigating through different scenarios. Some of the footage was gruesome and violent, yet the onlookers below remained expressionless, having grown accustomed to such sights. A flurry of comments drifted across the screen, largely inconsequential, as the atmosphere remained predominantly tranquil. Yin Xiu cast a brief glance before indifferently averting his gaze. Come. Erase the rule, sheet take one, and keep it handy. Better safe than sorry," a passerby cheerfully chattered while thrusting a paper into the hands of another. Upon meeting Yin Xiu's eyes, the individual paused momentarily, then hurriedly sidestepped him and departed. The slender figure of Yin Xiu, burdened with fishing equipment, stood out amidst the crowd, yet most of those who passed by instinctively avoided him. Yin Xiu paid little mind to their reactions, lowering his gaze to the yellowing sheets scattered at his feet. Among the throng, others continually dispensed these papers, each inscribed with life-preserving rules, while some even shouted through loudspeakers. Please ensure that you carry at least one rule sheet on you. Remembering the rules is tantamount to safeguarding your life. Furthermore, they urged, take heed of tonight's weather. Rain is likely, and newcomers should remain calm. Just remember our rules, and all will be well. Survival Rule 4. The town is predominantly sunny, with occasional rain. During rainfall, regardless of whether it is day or night, doors may be opened freely. Yin Xiu looked up at the voice, noting the ominous clouds gathering overhead, suggesting that rain would indeed arrive after nightfall. The restless crowd became increasingly agitated. Everyone must remember Rule 5. When it rains, new faces will undoubtedly appear in town. Do not panic. Those who can enter homes are newcomers, while those who cannot should be approached with caution. They continued, as dusk approaches, remember to make your sacrifices before returning home. This must not be forgotten. Amidst the repeated exhortations from the loudspeaker, a rule sheet floated down to Yin Xiu's feet. Survival Rule 6. At twilight, one must present a token of respect at the doorstep to ensure the safety of your home during the night. Below it, a line of blue text read, "Remember to bring your respect, or I shall personally seek you out." Yin Xiu raised his eyes dismissively. The sheets were plastered all over the square, yet they conspicuously avoided the peculiar statue in the center, which seemed entirely out of place. It depicted a woman, draped in long hair and flowing garments, her form grotesquely large as she clung to a pillar. With an eerie smile, she gazed upon the townsfolk, representing the greatest threat in this realm, the Night Lady. Yin Xiu tightened the straps of his black backpack and stepped purposefully through the bustling crowd. Other players, sharing the same residence in the town, recoiled slightly upon noticing him, seeking to avoid any contact. Behind him, the loudspeaker continued its relentless proclamation. As long as everyone adheres to the rules, nothing untoward shall occur within the town. Avoid engaging with strange rumors and phenomena. Trust in your fellow players. None here wish to harm you. However, there exists a peculiar exception. One must never emulate a man named Yin Xiu, for he is undoubtedly a prime example of a cautionary tale. It is imperative that everyone, as Yin Xiu departed, the voice from the loudspeaker faded into the distance. Navigating through uneven low walls, he entered a narrow alley, with the twilight cast an even gloomier hue upon its confines. The constricted street was teeming with doors and windows, each dwelling marked with a number and inhabited by 2 or more players. The town was modest in size, and new players would frequently arrive. Typically, a player would have at least one roommate, yet Yin Xiu found himself solitary. "Hurry, it's nearly dark. We must prepare offerings for the night mistress." Someone rushed out from a house, hastily placing a piece of raw meat into an iron bowl at the front, not forgetting to bow and murmur, "Do not come seeking me tonight." Each household in the alley had an iron bowl filled with various meats, each making an effort to present what they deemed worthy. Yin Xiu glanced over, his eyes lowered in contemplation. He had made considerable efforts to fish, yet had caught nothing today. He would simply pour a cup of water, as he always did. Players along the roadside stepped aside for Yin Xiu, allowing him to traverse the narrow alley with ease until he reached his abode, a solitary unit at the end of the alley, room 401, solely his. At the entrance lay a tattered doll of a little girl in a red dress, with an oddly obedient smile, sitting right at his doorstep. Yin Xiu bent down to pick it up, opened the door, and carelessly tossed the doll into a corner amidst a heap of disordered items. He switched on the light, poured a cup of tea into the iron bowl at the entrance, and commenced locking the windows and doors. Survival Rule 7. Ensure that all doors and windows are securely closed at night. Regardless of the sounds you may hear, do not open them, nor be lured by the objects outside. If you seek a perilous shortcut to demise, this might be a suitable choice. The darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, as lights in every household outside flickered on, and those wandering outside swiftly retreated to their homes, securing their doors and windows with utmost vigilance in preparation for the night. In the dim alley, a prolonged meow resonated, and the town fell into an absolute silence. Town Rule 8. Avoid venturing outside after dark, especially following the sound of cats' cry. If you possess the confidence to outmaneuver them, feel free to test your mettle. Amidst the nocturnal ambience, a paper listing the town's rules gently drifted down from the wall, landing on the ground. On the reverse of the town's rule sheet was a page adorned with neat, elegant handwriting. This is a note for new players. Please remember, the town has only 8 rules. The text in black denotes the rules, while the text in blue is trustworthy but should not be heeded. Adhering strictly to the rules will prevent unforeseen circumstances, but should you inadvertently violate them and encounter the entities of the night, remember this next instruction. No matter where you find yourself, make every effort to reach Alley A401. It is the residence of Yin Xiu. Present your entire possessions at the doorstep, and even if he disregards you, do not hesitate to knock. Should the situation necessitate, resort to intimidation. Although it may prove futile, it remains your sole chance of survival. If he opens the door, you'll have lived. If he does not, hope will elude you, contingent upon his mood that day and the prevailing economic circumstances. Note: avoid approaching him during the day, and do not attempt to become his roommate. May every newcomer to this quaint town find safety in the night. Yin Xiu drew the curtains and curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The broadcasts in this town do not relay any information pertaining to the real world. Instead, they showcase players engaged in their respective quests, mirroring the images on the square screen. At this moment, a player diligently scribes in a classroom, while beside him stands a slender, almost grotesque figure of a teacher, gazing down upon him with an eerie smile that sends chills down one's spine. The player, under such scrutiny, trembles, daring not to lift his gaze. The classroom is suffocatingly silent. A comment floated by. This quest is exceedingly challenging thus far. No one from our town has successfully completed it, right? Indeed, the number of players perishing in quest has been rising. It seems tonight will bring new arrivals. Yet it has been ages since any newcomers graced our town. Alas, I wonder how long the newcomers will last without memorizing the rules upon entering a quest. They're unlikely to emerge. Perhaps I should follow Yin Xiu's example and reside in the town. Forsaking quests altogether, survival is paramount. What are you thinking? Remaining here for too long will inevitably lead to misfortune. Did you not hear about the person who died in their home just a few days ago? Their neck was twisted beyond recognition. I did see that. I endured 2 nights of nightmares and flinched at the slightest sound. I too have found it intolerable, yet Yin Xiu merely glanced at it and remained expressionless, as though he were devoid of emotion when confronted with death. Perhaps he is the true anomaly of this town? Speaking of which, normal players are automatically drawn into quests after a certain period, yet he has persistently stayed in the town without ever entering one. The reason remains a mystery. He has always been peculiar. The night lady seeks him out every night. Living in the same alley, I scarcely find rest. Please, let us not forget that the town's comments are shared. Yin Xiu can see them too, so tread carefully lest you provoke his ire. Suddenly, the screen was devoid of any messages. Yin Xiu rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the television. Fatigue etched upon his features. His lanky form curled up on the sofa, drifting into slumber. Shortly thereafter, another message appeared. If you're still awake, hurry to sleep, be vigilant. The night lady approaches. As the barrage of comments drifted through the air, the lights of the small town swiftly extinguished. The streets fell into an eerie silence, and a chill breeze swept through the dim alleys. Faint footsteps echoed within the narrow passageways, yet no figures materialized, only indistinct, massive shadows swayed between the cracks of the walls. The footsteps paused momentarily before each household, and with each halt, a muffled, distinct sound of chewing resonated from outside, the creaking noises sending shivers down the spine on that dark night. The sounds reverberated all the way until they halted at Yin Xiu's doorstep, where this time, no chewing noise followed. Knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed against the glass window outside Yin Xiu's room. Though the tapping was light, it caused the entire door and window to tremble. Yin Xiu, weary-eyed, lifted his eyelids and glanced towards the entrance. Rising, he approached the window and drew back the curtains. Beneath the moonlight, a pale, smiling woman's face was pressed closely against his glass, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Her disheveled hair hung down, and her face was devoid of color, yet the corners of her smile were stained with an unidentifiable red liquid. Her immense form nearly filled the narrow alley, contorted in a grotesque posture as she crawled within it. "What is this?" the night lady inquired, lifting a small iron bowl, within which a bowl of clear water swayed, 2 swollen tea leaves floating atop. "Tea," Yin Xiu replied calmly, pouring himself a cup by the window. The night lattice, smiling visage stiffened, her expression gradually contorting into a snarl, her voice deepening with a hint of venom as she inquired again, "What is this?" "It is merely tea," Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly, raising his cup towards the woman outside. "Care for a sip?" With a sharp crunch, the small iron bowl was crushed in her grip, and the night lattice pallid face pressed against the glass. Her wide eyes, laced with blood vessels, reflected Yin Xiu's impassive countenance. "I am dissatisfied with your offering. I demand a different sacrifice." Her finger slowly pointed towards Yin Xiu, her voice low and oppressive. "You shall become my offering." "Absolutely not," Yin Xiu replied resolutely, his eyelids drooping. "Could you refrain from bothering me daily? I can't sleep at night. What's wrong with eating so much meat and having a sip of tea? Why be so dramatic?" Their voices resonated clearly in the night. Nearly everyone in the alley could hear Yin Xiu's words, prompting many to huddle beneath their covers, gasping in terror. They had witnessed the night lady in a rage, severing a man's head with a single bite, and had seen houses flattened overnight, leaving only shattered remnants scattered across the ground. In the entire town, only Yin Xiu dared to speak to the Night Lady in such a manner, truly dancing on the precipice of death. The Night Lattice expression began to twist in fury, her colossal hand slamming against the glass of Yin Xiu's window, causing a crack to form with a sharp sound, sending a tremor of fear through the hearts of others nearby. "I shall devour you whole. Yin Xiu, I will surely consume you." Accompanied by her grinding teeth and furious roars, the woman's body repeatedly slammed against Yin Xiu's door and window, the piercing sounds in the night painfully grating on the ears, further alarming all with the ominous creaking of the door and window. The fragile door panel resounded with a cacophony of thuds, its screws loosened, and the glass windows trembled incessantly, marred by numerous cracks. Although the rules stipulated that a house would be safe as long as its doors and windows were tightly shut during the night, the potential for damage loomed ominously. To date, no one had dared to test whether the doors and windows could indeed be breached. "How noisy," Yin Xiu muttered as he drew the curtains, shifting a table to block the entrance, before returning to the sofa to watch television. Every single day of the year, for a span of 6 years, he had endured the disturbances caused by the Night Lady. Yin Xiu had grown accustomed to his nightly routine of watching television, interspersed with daytime fishing and dozing off. Amid the night lattice wails, faint sounds began to emerge from the darkness of the town. He has angered the Night Lady again, fully aware of her irascible temperament. Yet, the Night Lady is powerless against him. He has not violated any rules, thus she cannot enter. How long does he intend to remain here? He neither participates in the instances nor leaves. Who resides in such a place for 6 years? Other players fear us, fear the Night Lady, yet he appears utterly unafraid. And that knife he possesses. Never mind, let's check on the others. There's an unsettling dampness in the air tonight. Perhaps it is about to rain. Moments later, raindrops began to fall, their soft patter enveloping the town. A moist breeze swept through the alleys, and simultaneously, the thunderous clattering against the doors and windows abruptly ceased. Yin Xiu paused, turning his gaze toward the window. Had the Night Lady returned so early tonight? Usually, her disturbances lasted until dawn, depriving him of sleep. He rose and pulled aside the curtain, only to find that the massive figure had vanished from the shadowy alley, replaced solely by rain droplets cascading from the sky, soaking the ground and saturating the scattered rule sheets. In the distance, lights flickered amidst the rain fog, gradually accompanied by the sounds of voices. The rainy night was the only occasion when the doors could be opened, a rare moment of freedom for the town's players, allowing them to seek out new arrivals and perhaps find companionship. However, none of this concerned Yin Xiu. He swiftly drew the curtains and returned to bed. A night free from disturbances promised a restful slumber, and as he nestled into the covers, his consciousness gradually faded. Amidst the sound of rain, an unusual footstep suddenly echoed at the entrance of the alley. He jolted awake, sharpening his focus on the auditory cue. The sound of footsteps splashing through puddles approached slowly along the narrow path, deliberately weaving through the cacophony of other players' movements, drawing closer to his door with intent. No one impeded this presence, nor did anyone linger for it, as if the entire town had chosen to disregard it. The footsteps resolutely traversed the rain's melody until they halted before his door. Yin Xiu lay still in bed, gazing at his door. Beneath the battered door panel, a long shadow stood poised outside. Chapter 3. In the rainy night, the sound of knocking reverberated predictably through the tranquil small room. Yin Xiu turned to envelop himself in his blanket, choosing to disregard it and resume his slumber. After all, new players would soon be accepted by others. He had no need for a roommate. The knocking persisted, rhythmic and steady, indicating that the person outside had no intention of leaving. Yin Xiu rolled over, striving to close his eyes and sleep, yet for some inexplicable reason, the presence of voices and rain outside paled in comparison to the silhouette at the door. That person did not utter a word. They merely knocked. Yet their gaze seemed to penetrate through the door, landing squarely upon Yin Xiu. He could sense that the individual stood at the threshold, unabashedly observing him, devoid of any barrier. "Could you kindly open the door?" After a prolonged silence, a deep male voice finally spoke, its tone gentle and devoid of menace. "Go to someone else. I do not require a roommate," Yin Xiu replied, raising his voice slightly. It was not uncommon for newcomers, still unacquainted with the veteran players of the quaint town, to mistakenly arrive at his door. The man outside chuckled softly. "Others sent me to you." Yin Xiu looked up, intrigued. It was the first time a newcomer had been directed to him by others in the town. "What did you do to offend them?" he inquired. "I went to the lake and caught a fish to eat." Yin Xiu immediately sprang from his bed and hurried to the door, flinging it open. The night breeze swept in, mingled with raindrops and dampness, enveloping the dark room. Standing outside was a man drenched to the bone. His black suit was completely soaked, water dripping from his hair. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, he bore a smile, appearing both handsome and refined, radiating an air of elegance. There was an uncanny quality to him, perhaps stemming from the perfectly measured curve of his smile or the stark contrast of his presence in the darkness, which suggested an underlying eeriness. "Are there truly fish in the lake?" was the first question Yin Xiu posed upon opening the door. Indeed, the man nodded. And in that instant, as he spoke, Yin Xiu caught a glimpse of his teeth. Compared to those of an ordinary person, his appeared somewhat pointed, with traces of an indiscernible red liquid lodged between them. "There are truly fish in the lake. I have fished for 6 years without a catch," Yin Xiu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his peripheral vision scrutinizing the man. The rain fell steadily outside, making it quite natural to be wet. However, this man appeared completely drenched, as though he had stood in the rain for hours, the dampness clinging heavily to him. "The fish tastes rather good," the man remarked with a subtle smile, "though their calls can be rather shrill. So the fish in the lake can call out." Yin Xiu began to harbor doubts about whether what the man had consumed was indeed fish. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Yet he refrained from further inquiry, taking a step back to reveal the low threshold between them, coldly tilting his chin upward. "It is chilly outside. Please come in converse." The man gazed downward, fixated on the threshold, unmoving. Town rule number 5. When it rains, new faces will appear in the town. Newcomers may enter the homes, while those who cannot must exercise caution. The man's silence prompted Yin Xiu to probe further. "Aren't you coming in?" He lifted his gaze, a wider smile gracing his lips. "May I enter?" "You may." Yin Xiu nodded slightly, and the man slowly stepped over the threshold, entering Yin Xiu's abode. The moment he crossed the threshold, the room seemed to grow several degrees colder, as if a chill had suddenly enveloped it. Even Yin Xiu could not suppress a shiver. "It appears you live here alone," the man observed, surveying the room before turning back to the dazed Yin Xiu, his eyes narrowing slightly. "They said I could choose a roommate in town. May I stay with you?" Yin Xiu's gaze lingered on the threshold for a few moments before retracting it, decisively shutting the door. "I do not wish for a roommate, but there are no spare rooms in town. If no one else wants you, you will have to remain here." He rummaged through a drawer, producing a set of rules, which he handed to the man. "Have others shown you the town's rules?" The man shook his head. "Then take a look. If you remember them, you might survive a bit longer." Yin Xiu displayed little interest in this unexpected new roommate. After passing him the rules, he turned to lift the curtain and observe the outside world. Although the town's rules consisted solely of the prohibition against harming any conscious being, those who had lingered here longer understood that harm could be both active and passive. If he indirectly caused the man, who was denied shelter, to perish outside tonight by refusing him entry, he would be in violation of the rules. Other players had clearly not flatly rejected him, but had instead sent him to Yin Xiu. Even if this man were to die, it would only trouble Yin Xiu, not them. The man examined the rule sheet, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he flipped it over repeatedly for several seconds before setting it aside. Redirecting his gaze to Yin Xiu, his unchanging smile betraying a hint of curiosity. "You have yet to ask my name. I have no desire to know it," Yin Xiu replied languidly, lowering the curtain after confirming that the enigmatic night lady was indeed absent from outside. "She has visited tonight. She likely will not return." He pondered as he turned back to the bedside. "Don't you want to know?" The man remained steadfast, questioning from his place. "I do not." With a decisive click, Yin Xiu extinguished the light and returned to his bed, advising, "There are other rooms in the house. Find a place to sleep, but do not come to my bed." Indeed, there were other vacant rooms, yet Yin Xiu had always slept in the living room alone. He envisioned that this mysterious man would sensibly seek out one of the empty rooms, tidy it up, and spend his first night safely. However, after Yin Xiu turned off the light, he remained still. He stood silently in the darkness, unblinking, fixating on Yin Xiu in bed, his presence almost soundless, save for the weight of his gaze. "Do you truly not wish to know my name?" After a few moments of silence, his voice broke through once more. Only the stillness of the room responded. Yin Xiu remained unresponsive. "Why do you sleep with a knife? Are you afraid of me?" The room remained unresponsive. "Very well." The man's voice, tinged with a hint of indifference, carried a light chuckle as he turned and settled himself into a chair within the room. He neither attended to his damp clothing nor sought rest. He merely sat in silence amidst the darkness, gradually whispering to Yin Xiu, "Good night." The moment his ethereal voice resonated, Yin Xiu's alertness abruptly waned. His eyelids grew heavy, and he could no longer resist the pull of slumber until his eyes finally closed. The sound of rain in the small town became a distant murmur, and Yin Xiu found himself in a state between dreams and wakefulness, even able to hear the hurried footsteps of players returning to their homes outside. Yet, his consciousness remained ensnared. The town harbored peculiarities beyond the night lady. Yet they could not enter the dwellings, only knocking on each player's doors and windows at night, luring them outside to pursue and capture them. So, what was it that sat in his room, gazing at him? A newcomer? Clearly not. A creature of the town? Unlikely, as even the night lady could not appear in the rain. Yet here it was, having entered the house. Yin Xiu heard the sound of the figure rising from the chair, approaching the bedside through the darkness, and then crouching at the head of the bed. Even without sight, he could vividly imagine the expression on its face, surely adorned with a smile, unervingly perfect as it remained motionless, fixated on him in the shadows. The prolonged silence and the undeniable gaze instilled an unusual sense of dread within Yin Xiu. The rain had ceased at some point, and the players returned to their rooms, reclaiming the night's dominion for the creatures. Finally, the man by the bed, unable to contain himself any longer, slowly extended his hand. Suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed through the alley, splashing through puddles as they crept towards Yin Xiu's door. A massive figure loomed at the entrance, and once again, the night was pierced by the sound of knocking on the window. The night lady had returned. Chapter 4. Entering the instance, it was evident that the man by the bedside had also noticed the sound. He shifted his gaze towards the window. Knock! Knock! The sound of tapping against the window resonated once more, followed by a hauntingly deep voice from outside. Yin Xiu, open the door. Yin Xiu observed as the man beside him rose and began to move towards the entrance. "Who are you?" he inquired, standing at the threshold. "And who might you be?" The night lady responded with surprise, having never encountered another person in Yin Xiu's room. However, after a brief pause, she offered a gentle smile. "Help me open the door, and you will know who I am." The man appeared contemplative, then grasped the doorknob. "Surely, you wouldn't truly open the door?" Instinctively, Yin Xiu tightened his grip on the dagger secured at his waist, struggling against the inexplicable drowsiness that threatened to overtake him, yearning to keep his eyes open. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and a gust of night wind surged into the room, the chill awakening Yin Xiu fully. He tumbled off the bed and directed his gaze towards the entrance. The door had indeed been opened. The man, clad in a damp black suit, was smiling as he held the doorknob, glancing back at Yin Xiu with a beaming expression. "You're awake? Look outside. There's a rather large face." What lay beyond the open door was not the alley of night, but the night lady's face, filling the gap of the door. She wore a strange smile, her blinking eyes peering into the room, and a glimmer of genuine delight shone through her pale cheeks. Yin Xiu, too, tightened his grip on the dagger at his side. Indeed, a rather large face. He displayed little reaction, shifting his gaze from the night lady to the man who had opened the door. "Why would you open the door for her? Are you in league with her?" The man looked puzzled, yet his smile remained unchanged. "Is it not permissible to open it? I showed you the rules. Did you not see them?" The man nodded with a smile. "I did, but there was nothing on the paper." In that instant, Yin Xiu understood. This man could not see the rules, and he was utterly unaware that one should never open the door at night. He was not an insider sent by the night lady. "Then as your roommate, let me impart a crucial piece of information," Yin Xiu stated calmly, drawing a long, sharp meow knife from his waist. In this town, one must never open the door at night. Otherwise, the moment the words left his lips, the blade glimmered coldly as it severed a strand of hair that had invaded the room. Almost simultaneously, the Night Lady's hand shot through the doorway, aiming for the spot where Yin Xiu stood. A tremendous crash echoed throughout the room as parts scattered. The frail bed frame was effortlessly flattened by her palm, cracks spreading across the floor. The entire room was nearly toppled, a chaotic mess, while Yin Xiu pressed tightly against the wall, narrowly avoiding the blow. The Night Lady's eyes, gleaming with a sinister smile through the window, fixed upon the fortunate Yin Xiu, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. After 6 years, I can finally take a bite out of your head, Yin Xiu. Do not let me catch you. Her hair, seemingly possessing a will of its own, began to creep along the floor towards the entrance, writhing and intertwining as it rapidly enveloped the walls of the entire house. Thick strands of black cascaded from the ceiling, sweeping over the direction where Yin Xiu stood. He swung his blade, severing the encroaching tendrils, and attempted to evade to other corners of the room. Yet, no matter where he fled, he was quickly ensnared and entangled by the hair. A rare frown of displeasure appeared on Yin Xiu's otherwise delicate features. The town forbade the killing of any sentient being. This rule applied to players, implying that the Night Lady could slay him. But he could not take her life within the town's confines. So escape? The sole exit of the house had been blocked by the Night Lady, leaving him with no avenue for flight. Yin Xiu's gaze fell upon the man at the door, who wore a smile. He had lived in this town for many years without transgressing its rules, yet tonight, someone had aided him in doing so. Are you angry? The man seemed to perceive the subtle shift in Yin Xiu's emotions, and his smile broadened. Ignoring him, Yin Xiu struggled to avoid capture in the hair-filled room, constantly dodging while using his blade to sever the attacking strands. Your knife is indeed remarkable, the Night Lady remarked, her eyes fixed on the blade Yin Xiu wielded. Sharp and perilous. Where had it come from? Yin Xiu remained silent, stepping on the hair beneath him before thrusting down hard, slicing through the long strands. The severed black hair writhed on the floor, still growing and spreading, ensnaring his feet. Do you need assistance? The man's voice echoed in the room, as if he sought to make amends for provoking anger. Yin Xiu looked up to see the man casually grasping a handful of the writhing hair and stuffing it into his mouth. Deep within his mouth, lined with slightly pointed teeth, were circles of smaller teeth that chewed and crushed the hair, swallowing it with a soft gulp. Strands of hair, still writhing and struggling, clung to the corners of his smiling mouth as he slurped them in, followed by another chorus of dense chewing sounds. Both Yin Xiu and the Night Lady were momentarily taken aback. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Did you emerge from the instance? Her voice trembled with uncertainty, plunging Yin Xiu into contemplation. It was evident that even the Night Lady did not know his identity, marking him as a being from beyond the town. The man disregarded her, maintaining his ever-present smile as he focused intently on Yin Xiu, mechanically repeating, "Do you need assistance?" Yin Xiu lowered his gaze to the hair, now entwined around his calves, then looked back at the Night Lady blocking the entrance, his expression heavy with thought. Perhaps this man could eliminate the Night Lady, allowing Yin Xiu to survive without breaching the rules, but a town devoid of her would undoubtedly undergo cataclysmic changes. The rules dictated that the Night Lady must exist, yet if she were gone, what alterations might occur in the rules remained unknown. He did not desire that. He wished to continue living here. With escape impossible and murder out of the question, there remained but one choice. I do not require your assistance. Yin Xiu raised his hand, swiftly sheathing the knife into its inky scabbard. He then bent down to retrieve the little girl doll he had carelessly tossed into the corner at dusk. This was one of the prerequisites for entering the dungeon. Each day, a different item would materialize at the player's doorsteps, perhaps left by the enigmatic creatures of the town. Yet, that mattered little. As long as one actively triggered the pivotal item, all players within the room would be drawn into the dungeon. For 6 years, the peculiar beings of the town and all its players were aware that Yin Xiu had never voluntarily entered a dungeon, nor had he ever been involuntarily dragged into one. However, the intent behind his grasp on the doll in a red dress was unmistakable. Did he wish to escape into the dungeon? The laughter of Lady Night seemed to mock him. The entire town knew he merely lived among them as an ordinary player. Yin Xiu remained silent. The only way to neither breach the rules nor find a means to flee the room was to enter the dungeon. Yet who could guarantee survival within it? Amid Lady Night's astonishment and the man's smile, Yin Xiu's gaze hardened, and he suddenly tore the doll's body apart. In an instant, he and the man's figure vanished from the room, leaving only remnants scattered across the floor. After a brief silence, a new room materialized on the town's public screen, and the town's loudspeakers announced a fresh message into the night. Player from the 35th Dimension town, Yin Xiu, has entered the dungeon. This announcement was like a drop of water hitting hot oil, awakening every resident of the town. Lights flickered to life in the darkness as they hurriedly turned on their televisions, adjusting to the feed of the players currently within the dungeon. In the shroud of darkness, the information of the player entering the dungeon would be the first to appear. It boldly stated, "Congratulations, player has entered the dungeon. The monsters of the town. Player's name, Yin Xiu, gender, male residence, for 01, alley, 35th Dimension Town dungeon assets, 35. 8 dungeon progress, all cleared." As the words, "all cleared," graced the screen, every player in the town, including the creatures squatting beneath the projection in the square, was left astounded. It was not that he did not enter the dungeon voluntarily. It was that he had already cleared every dungeon. The reason he was no longer automatically drawn into the dungeons was simply that there were none left for him to conquer. A player who had completed every dungeon. How could such a player not have left the town for the past 6 years? In the darkness, the players of the town and all the creatures were bewildered. The dungeon creatures, upon receiving the player's information, erupted into wails. Who brought that man back? The one who stormed through the dungeons 6 years ago? We said not to let him in. Chapter 5. The little girl. Had he not already completed the game? Why has it been 6 years, and he is still here? Which dungeon has he entered this time? The town of monsters. Fortunately, it is not my dungeon. But what shall we do this time? He has already demolished all the previous dungeons, allowing other players from the same batch to leisurely make their way through. Surely, this time he cannot do the same. The difficulty must be increased. First, I shall request a rule change, forbidding him from harming the monsters. As for the monsters in this dungeon, they must be replaced. We shall substitute them with ones unfamiliar to Yin Xiu. It must be done. After a hushed discussion, the dungeon officially commenced. The player information displayed on the large screen gradually faded away. The darkness lifted, revealing the scene. In a town square, beneath the large projection, a multitude of shadowy figures gathered. Even the Night Empress was crouched there, her face twisted in displeasure. Inside the town's houses, countless players abandoned sleep, eagerly squatting in front of their televisions to witness the live broadcast of this dungeon. The dungeon had only just begun, and messages already flooded the entire screen. Am I seeing this correctly? Is it Yin Xiu who has entered the dungeon? It is indeed Yin Xiu. I live in the same alley as him. And given the ruckus just now, something unexpected must have occurred tonight. It feels like a dream. I can actually see what Yin Xiu looks like in the dungeon. Previously, some claimed he was quite formidable, but I thought they were merely boasting. Now that he has entered the dungeon, I am curious to see just how formidable he truly is. I too believe it is mostly exaggerated, yet it is certain that he is not normal. The other players from the town participating in this dungeon have also awakened, eager to see what this dungeon holds. I have completed this dungeon before. It is a beginner survival dungeon, not difficult at all. Yin Xiu has started from the beginner dungeon. He truly must not have entered a dungeon before. He must have missed the player information displayed earlier. Yin Xiu is a master of all dungeons. Really? Amidst the chaotic flow of information on the screen, Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Here we go again. He muttered to himself, sitting up from the bed, his face displaying fatigue. After a few moments of composure, he finally lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. This appeared to be a woman's room. He had no recollection of it, yet a briefing of the dungeon echoed in his mind. Theme of this dungeon: the monsters of the town. A happy little girl has moved in with her mother to her grandmother's monster town. The little girl's mother must leave home for 3 days. In this town filled with monsters, you must help the poor little girl, who is alone at home, successfully endure the 3 days while waiting for her mother to return. There seemed to be some dangers in her room, You must follow the instructions left by her mother to help her survive, remaining ever vigilant against the monsters lurking nearby. Once the voice concluded, Yin Xiu strained to recall anything related to this dungeon, but it had been too long. The memories in his mind were too hazy to be of any assistance. Best to venture outside and take a look. Muttering to himself, Yin Xiu rose and opened the door. The items within this room are quite unpretentious. Upon examining the household objects, one can discern that they belong solely to an adult woman and a child, aligning perfectly with the characters hinted at in the background. Given that the mother is absent, it is inevitable that a little girl resides here. Yin Xiu did not hasten his search. Instead, he meandered through the living room, taking note of two notes placed upon the table. One was inscribed in familiar, black, mechanical lettering, while the other bore handwritten script. The black, printed note contained the survival rules known to all players. Survival Rule 1. Do not allow the little girl to see the rules within the scenario. At the moment Yin Xiu absorbed this information, another door in the living room creaked open. A little girl, dressed in a red dress and clutching a rabbit doll, peeked out from the room. She gazed at Yin Xiu, her innocent, youthful face reflecting confusion. Are you the person Mommy sent to take care of me? Yin Xiu replied lazily, disregarding the girl as he continued to peruse the notes. Survival Rule 2. You cannot refuse the requests voiced by the little girl. Brother. The girl in the red dress had somehow approached Yin Xiu's side, tugging at the hem of his clothing, her face adorned with a smile. What are you reading? Is a note from Mommy? Can I see what she wrote for me? At the very moment she spoke, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. A sound so harrowing it sent chills down one's spine. Yin Xiu maintained an expressionless gaze as he locked eyes with the little girl, stealing a glance at the two notes in his hand. One contained the rules of the scenario, while the other was indeed a note from her mother, albeit laden with rules pertaining to survival in this household. The prohibition against allowing her to see the scenario's rules implied that she must not see any rules at all, including her mother's note. Yet, he was equally bound by the rule that forbade him from refusing the little girl's spoken request. It seemed that Yin Xiu had begun to comprehend the source of the agonizing screams from next door. Brother, please just let me take a look. The girl smiled with an oddly unsettling expression, her face radiating innocence as she implored Yin Xiu for the rules in his possession. Whether to give or withhold felt like a choice leading to certain death. In this moment, not only did Yin Xiu fall into silence, but the players outside the screen were equally hushed. Did you witness the scene from the neighboring room? Yes. The little girl who was denied immediately transformed into a monster and severed that person's limbs. My hands and feet are icy. How is this scenario so different from those I encountered before? Is it truly this lethal from the outset? I recall this is a beginner scenario. It shouldn't be this daunting, should it? What is happening? Is this what you call a beginner scenario? Had I entered this as a novice, I would have met the same fate as that player in the adjacent room. To be thrust into such a dilemma from the very start. The players in the other rooms have all become paralyzed. Now we await to see how Yin Xiu navigates this. I believe even he is destined to perish. All eyes converged on Yin Xiu within the scenario. He wore an impassive expression, and after several moments of silence, he reached out to stroke the little girl's hair. Though he endeavored to appear gentle, his cold visage betrayed no warmth as he calmly stated, "Do not be anxious. I will show you once I have finished reading." The young girl wore a conflicted expression on her face. After a few moments of contemplation, she reluctantly nodded. It wasn't he that she refused to see. Rather, it was more like a promise to show her later. Good girl, Yin Xiu said dismissively, offering a bit of reassurance before guiding her to the sofa to sit and play for a while. He reclined on the couch in the living room, scrutinizing the rules, while the little girl obediently sat beside him, tinkering with her dolls. The scene appeared harmonious, devoid of the earlier sense of danger. The comments from the audience expressed surprise. Is it really possible to do this? It was indeed feasible. He remained so composed. Why was he not afraid? It felt as though returning to the simulation was akin to returning home. Perhaps he was entirely unaware that this little girl was, in fact, a fearsome creature. The audience murmured in confusion, struggling to reconcile the gruesome scene in the adjacent room with this seemingly peaceful moment. After calming the girl, Yin Xiu continued to read the note. Simulation Survival Rules. 3. Assist the little girl in following her mother's instructions as per the note. 4. Do not provide the little girl with any weapons. 5. Do not open the door to anyone outside and conceal the little girl's existence. 6. Remain in your room at night. Do not venture into the living room and avoid being discovered by it. 7. If you sense something has entered your room, immediately call out loudly for your roommate and stay together until dawn. Yin Xiu tilted his head slightly. Setting aside the ambiguity of the 6th rule regarding it, the 7th rule implied the existence of a roommate, which meant he must certainly have one. The rules were absolute. Within the town's regulations, there was a requirement for a sacrifice to the night lady. Thus the town must have a night lady. Since the simulation rules stated he had a roommate, it was undeniable that he indeed had one, almost as if responding to Yin Xiu's thoughts. Another door in the living room suddenly creaked open, revealing an unexpected figure emerging from within. Chapter 6. The Monster. Good morning. Standing at the entrance was the man, exuding an air of eerie mystery. He was still clad in a damp black suit, smiling as he greeted Yin Xiu with a subtle nod. Yin Xiu was not surprised. According to the town's unwritten rules, this man was indeed his roommate. His presence in the novice dungeon clearly indicated that the newcomer was involved in this situation. Yin Xiu remained composed, but the little girl beside him immediately became anxious. Upon noticing the man, she clutched her stuffed toy tightly and shrank behind Yin Xiu, whispering nervously, "Brother, is that person someone whom Mother sent to take care of me?" Yin Xiu nodded in affirmation. The little girl furrowed her brow in distress, hesitating for a few seconds before peeking out from behind him. "All right," she said cautiously, keeping a wary eye on the man, who continued to smile back at her. After a few moments of silence, the little girl averted her gaze, tugging at Yin Xiu's shirt nervously. "Brother, have you finished reading? Can I see Mother's note now?" "Not yet," Yin Xiu replied, gently ruffling her hair. Concerned that the little girl might inadvertently catch a glimpse of the man beside them, he rose and began to pace around the room. "What are you looking at?" the man inquired with a friendly smile, addressing Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu handed him the rules of the dungeon, tentatively asking, "Can you not see these rules?" The man gazed down at the paper with a smile, shaking his head. "No, I cannot see them." Yin Xiu felt reassured. He was neither a peculiar entity of the town nor a creature of the dungeon. Yet it was indeed remarkable that he had followed them here. "By the way, do you wish to know my name now?" the man inquired with a smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yin Xiu. "If you change into dry clothes and return, I might consider asking," Yin Xiu replied, turning away in indifference. After a moment of contemplation, the man obediently turned and retreated to his own room. Once he left, the little girl, who had been tense all along, gradually relaxed, resuming her play with the stuffed toy, although her focus seemed scattered. It appeared that even the strange beings in the dungeon could be apprehensive of unknown entities. Yin Xiu pondered this as he leisurely walked around the room, beginning to examine Mother's note. Mother's note rules. "Dear, Mother has to leave home for 3 days. During this time, you must adhere to the information Mother has left you for your well-being. 1. Absolutely do not go outside. 2. Do not look in mirrors. 3. Do not open the door to anyone. Do not let them discover you. 4. You must eat every day. 5. At night, stay in your room to sleep. No matter what happens when you wake, that is normal. 6. After 3 days, retrieve the package Mother has left outside the door." The constraints of the note were fewer than Yin Xiu had anticipated. The players were required to assist the little girl in following Mother's instructions. The survival rules applied to the players, but Mother's note was intended for the little girl, not affecting the players. However, since there was a condition to aid the girl's survival, did that imply a connection to the completion criteria? Yin Xiu turned over 2 notes, discovering additional rules inscribed on the back of the survival guidelines. Dungeon completion rules. 1. Leave the monster's corpse on the town altar. 2. Ensure the little girl adheres to all of her mother's notes. Below, a line of jagged black handwriting continued. 3. Do not kill any strange creatures. This was then crossed out with a purple line. Yin Xiu stared at the crossed-out 3rd rule for an extended period, contemplating whether to consider it part of the regulations. Since it had been crossed out, it presumably meant it was no longer applicable, suggesting that killing strange creatures might be permissible. He muttered softly to himself. The little girl on the sofa stiffened, raising her head in alertness. The nearby door creaked open once more, and this time, The man emerged, no longer drenched. The moisture had vanished, yet he wore the same black suit. Yin Xiu found it hard to believe he could find another identical suit in a room filled solely with women's and children's belongings. Nor did he understand how he had managed to dry off so quickly, so he chose to overlook these questions. "What is your name?" the man asked with a smile. "Liamo." Yin Xiu nodded. "Hello, Liamo. My name is Yin Xiu. May I ask you to open your mouth?" Liamo hesitated, momentarily taken aback, before reluctantly parting his lips, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. In an instant, Yin Xiu crumpled the 2 notes and stuffed them into Liamo's mouth, kindly closing his lips afterward. A cacophony of chewing erupted from within Liamo's mouth, followed by a loud gulp as he swallowed the notes. After the notes had been ground down by the multitude of teeth within, even if the little girl attempted to pry open Liamo's mouth to search for them, she would not find the complete rules. The abruptness of Yin Xiu's action left both Liamo and the little girl stunned, as well as the players watching from a screen. A flurry of comments cascaded through the chat. "Though I know destroying the notes is the best way to prevent the little girl from discovering the rules and facing death. Why did he have to stuff them into his roommate's mouth? I have no idea. The movement was so swift I barely caught it. Has he memorized the rules? It could lead to trouble after such destruction. Remembering the rules in the dungeon is crucial for survival, but keeping the rules here is equally perilous. Not to mention the little girl has already spoken. How would he now respond to her demands?" The puzzled gazes of the crowd once again focused on Yin Xiu. Realizing the notes had been consumed, the little girl burst into tears, rushing over in a frenzy. She attempted to tug at Liamo, who had eaten the notes, but hesitated and instead clutched at Yin Xiu, crying and contorting her face into a ghastly expression. "I haven't seen them yet. Bad brother. Give me back my mother's notes." Her tears streamed down her face, and her youthful visage seemed to twist grotesquely with each drop. Her mouth gaped wider, revealing increasingly sharp teeth, and the sounds emanating from her throat transformed from cries into what resembled the growls of a monster. With tears streaming down her cheeks, the girl fiercely gripped Yin Xiu's hand with her sharp nails, demanding, "Give me back my mother's note, or I shall devour you." Devour you. In an instant, her innocent visage transformed into a monstrous figure, her shrieks piercing the air. Even through the screen, players instinctively recoiled, fearing a scene akin to that in the adjacent room. Yet, Yin Xiu remained unfazed. He fixed his gaze upon the morphing girl, seizing her pointed hand and guiding her towards the edge of the table, nonchalantly dismissing her distress. "Cease your tears. It was merely an accident on my part that caused the note to vanish. However, I recall its contents and can rewrite it for you. How's that sound?" The girl's sobs caught in her throat, confusion flickering across her distorted face. "Rewrite. Is that permissible?" The rules of the scenario had already been consumed by Liamo, and Yin Xiu's handwritten regulations clearly did not belong within this realm. Nevertheless, this did not contradict the girl's yearning to see her mother's note. Yin Xiu's chaotic maneuvers had left her uncertain whether to continue her wailing. Observing the girl's turmoil, Yin Xiu pointed towards Liamo, who was smiling and watching the unfolding drama. "If you are unwilling, perhaps you should seek the note within his belly." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonished comments flooded the screen. "Goodness, this Yin Xiu is truly ruthless. He intends to harm his roommate, doesn't he? The girl will surely resort to tearing open his friend's belly for that note. I always knew he was cold-hearted, yet I never anticipated such cruelty. No wonder others in town avoid being his roommate. Those who do meet their demise. It is best to keep a distance from him." In stark contrast to the fury echoed in the comments, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The girl's expression faltered as she turned to face Liamo. He smiled slightly, revealing teeth even more sinister than hers. Perhaps the comments were oblivious, but she could hear the deep, insatiable hunger resonating from his throat, sending shivers down her spine. The chill crept through her, and she abruptly released Yin Xiu. This handsome brother is truly malevolent, seeking the note from that man's belly. She would not fall for such a trick. Chapter 7. Rules, shall I rewrite this for you? Yin Xiu inquired, his eyes narrowed with a meaningful gaze, his tone languid, yet laced with an undertone of menace. The little girl hesitated, fidgeting with the rabbit in her arms. She glanced at Liemo and, somewhat reluctantly, nodded, mumbling, "All right." Her overly obedient demeanor before Yin Xiu left the players outside the screen momentarily stunned. Did she actually agree? Was she so easily swayed? This was still the fearsome monster they had witnessed. Some skeptics turned back to the scenes in other rooms for having breached the rules. The little girl had transformed into a savage beast, tearing at the limbs of players. The horrific imagery in other rooms depicted her mercilessly slaughtering, the bloodshed appalling and spine-chilling. Returning to Yin Xiu's room, however, the little girl sat demurely on the edge of the sofa, clutching her toy, while Yin Xiu sat beside her, pen in hand, rewriting content for her. The scene was one of serene tranquility, a harmonious existence. Even a usually fierce little girl appeared timid, her obedient demeanor now appearing endearing and pleasing. How was Yin Xiu's experience in the instance so different from everyone else's? How would I know? It feels like all the anomalies are quite docile in his presence. I refuse to believe that all the creatures can become so tame before him. There must be one that can punish him. I don't believe it either. The first time I tackled this instance, I was terrified by that little sister and stayed in the room for a whole day. Why is she so obedient now? Discontented murmurs filled the screen, yet their attention remained riveted on Yin Xiu's room. I ponder what to summarize from the content your mother left you, Yin Xiu said cautiously, knowing he would not fully replicate the note's content to avoid inadvertently establishing the rules of the instance. Thus, he succinctly summarized: 1. Absolutely do not go outside. Remaining in the room significantly reduces the likelihood of venturing out. 2. Do not look into mirrors. He glanced around the living room, noting the absence of mirrors. The little girl's room likely lacked them too. However, the bathroom must possess one. He wrote, minimize bathroom visits. 3. Do not open the door for anyone, and do not let them discover you. This could be managed by simply staying in the room. 4. Ensure to eat daily. Though it's stated to eat every day, having one meal a day sufficed, and eating less could reduce bathroom trips. 5. At night, one must remain in their room to sleep. 6. After 3 days, retrieve the package left by your mother outside the door. After carefully recalling the little girl's rules, Yin Xiu penned the following points for her. Eat one meal a day. Return to the room to sleep afterward. Minimize daytime outings and refrain from going out at night. The little girl contemplated the brief lines on the note, realizing this was meant to torment her. Her only distinction from imprisonment was the ability to emerge from her room during the day to use the restroom. No, even prisoners were provided with 3 meals a day. Brother, is this what mother asked me to do? The little girl asked. Her eyes filled with confusion as she repeatedly sought clarification from Yin Xiu. Yes, he replied calmly, capping his pen. If you complete these tasks, your mother will return in 3 days. The little girl's expression was a tempest of emotions. She felt as though she were not human, and neither was Yin Xiu. Yet, to only have 1 meal a day was tantamount to cruelty. She stammered, wanting to protest. Yin Xiu, bearing a heavy countenance, gently stroked her hair, feeling helpless. Unfortunately, your mother wishes to impose this upon you. The little girl tightened her grip on her rabbit plush, her face pale and conflicted. The note her mother left was not indicative of such treatment. She harbored grievances, yet dared not voice them. Now, hurry back to your room, Yin Xiu said, dismissing her agitated feelings as he firmly ushered her back, adding, if you feel hungry or need to use the restroom, just call for me, and I will let you out. With that, he decisively shut the door, locking her inside. Staring at the closed door, the little girl was taken aback. Locking an innocent child in a room, allowing only 1 meal a day and denying her freedom. Was she truly here to serve a sentence? She had never endured such indignities from the other players. Taking a deep breath, she clutched her rabbit tightly, her youthful face contorting into a fierce glare. If given the chance, she would surely gnaw at Yin Xiu's head. Wicked brother. But for now, the little girl absently rubbed her rabbit, sensing the intangible chill emanating from beyond the door, and instinctively withdrew her head. Revenge was a matter of patience. It was all right. All the girls in the players' rooms were part of her, and though she had suffered at Yin Xiu's hands, she could still find reprisal with others. Time to release her pin-up frustration. Shortly after Yin Xiu had returned the little girl to her room, Anguished cries began to echo from the other rooms along the corridor. A cacophony of despair. He apathetically put away his paper and pen. Having dealt with the little girl, it was time to address the next. Although Liemo, seated quietly in the corner, had remained silent during the exchange, his presence was unmistakably palpable. His gaze clung to Yin Xiu like a serpent coiling around its prey, unyielding. Now that the little girl had retreated to her room, only the two of them remained in the living area. As Yin Xiu looked up, he found Liemo sitting upright in his chair, his ever-present smile fixed upon him. The smile was too meticulously crafted, with an unwavering curve that, upon prolonged observation, could evoke a sense of the uncanny. Yin Xiu had always regarded this enigmatic man with caution and wished to keep him at arm's length. However, it proved exceedingly difficult to cast him aside, especially now that they were ensconced in this narrative, nominally as roommates. The two men stared at one another, each refraining from uttering a single word. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiu averted his gaze and broke the stillness. I understand that you cannot perceive the rules, hence your inability to navigate the instance. The man lifted his chin slightly, awaiting his next words. I shall not inquire about your every detail, nor am I particularly interested in your true nature. The current situation is that you opened the door, placing me in peril, and I inadvertently dragged you into this instance. If you wish to exit it smoothly, you must heed my counsel. His voice was soft and languid, resembling a statement rather than a negotiation. Regardless of how enigmatic and dangerous the man before him appeared, as long as he remained oblivious to the rules within this instance, he would be utterly incapable of making progress, ultimately leading to his entrapment. In this scenario, Yin Xiu retained the upper hand, wielding the power to dictate the situation. Very well, the man replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed, as if he had not truly listened. This nonchalant demeanor exuded a sense of dominance more reminiscent of an authority figure than Yin Xiu himself. Furthermore, when Yin Xiu met the man's gaze, he felt a flicker of emotion stirring deep within those pupils, an unsettling restlessness. Such an intense scrutiny made it impossible to relax. Even Yin Xiu felt the weight of it. Could you not stare at me incessantly? His annoyance only served to deepen the man's smile, perhaps indicating that such a request was not feasible. The chilling aura surrounding him was undeniable, whether through his perpetual composure, the lingering smile, or his unwavering gaze. He resembled a predator lying in wait for the opportune moment. He remained motionless, never diverting his gaze from Yin Xiu. Occasionally, when the stare lingered too long, a subtle motion in his throat accompanied by the sound of excited swallowing sent chills down Yin Xiu's spine. From the very first moment he laid eyes on him, he had been on high alert, as the man had never lowered his defenses, perpetually remaining in a predatory state, surveilling him with close proximity. The sensation was akin to walking through a forest and brushing past a bear, which, upon noticing you, gazes with gleaming eyes, salivating as it follows closely behind, perpetually fixated on you. You are acutely aware of being hunted, yet you remain oblivious to when it might strike. The thought that this tension might persist until the conclusion of the instance, or even longer, compelled Yin Xiu to hope for a modicum of restraint from the man. At the very least, do not watch me while I sleep, he mused, lowering his demands and taking a step back. The man pondered for a few moments, the smile at the corners of his lips deepening. I shall not stare, but I must remain by your side. Chapter 8. The test. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened. He had been provoked, or rather, the other party was testing the waters to see how far he could push. The atmosphere between them grew tense once again, with Yin Xiu reluctant to break the silence, and his counterpart equally unwilling to speak. Amidst the stillness, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby room, a sound so familiar that even Yin Xiu could distinctly recognize it as the cry of the little girl. Barely a moment passed before another terrified shout erupted, accompanied by the frantic movements of a distressed figure, rushing from the house into the open, their screams resonating all around. Yin Xiu swiftly averted his gaze from Liemo, rising promptly to open the door to the little girl's room. She remained inside, clutching her rabbit plush toy with a puzzled expression, wondering what was amiss. It's nothing. Stay inside, he instructed, closing the door behind him. He then moved to the window, drawing the curtains aside with a swift motion. Blinding light flooded the room instantaneously, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Almost as soon as the curtains parted, a strange face slammed against the glass, startling the onlookers outside. It was a pale woman, her eyes bloodshot, pressing her face against the window in a desperate search, murmuring to herself, "Is it here? Is it hiding here?" For Yin Xiu, who had witnessed the Night Lady's face countless times, such a scene was merely trivial. He gazed past the woman, tilting his head to observe the outside world. The surroundings resembled a remote mountain village, distinctly at odds with the quaint town suggested in the background prompts. The house he occupied was an ordinary small bungalow, each modest structure providing just enough space for a family to reside. Next door were other players from different realms, each claiming their own space within this instance, collaboratively engaging in the early narrative of the scenario. As the story unfolded, they would gradually emerge from their respective areas to converge. At that moment, a player, seemingly driven to the brink of insanity by fear, stumbled and collapsed onto the grassy ground outside. Clutching his head in terror, he gazed toward his own house, his pupils dilated, repeating in a daze, "She is dead. That girl is dead. I'm going to die. I will die soon." His ramblings were incoherent, and as he spoke, his hands trembled uncontrollably, rising toward his throat. Before Yin Xiu could comprehend how the girl had met her demise, the player suddenly grasped his neck, choking off all sound at the source. It was as if an unseen force was compelling his actions, despite his body's instinctive resistance. His grip on his throat remained unyielding. His face turned an ominous shade of purple, eyes bulging, and after a prolonged struggle, he fell to the ground, rolling his eyes back in a final gasp. What on earth just happened? Voices from nearby rooms erupted in shock and disbelief. This was a novice instance, primarily populated by newcomers who had remained in their rooms since awakening, and witnessing such a scene for the first time filled them with dread. "He is dead. He must have broken rules." Panic erupted as someone began to shout in distress. "What rule did I violate? I'm so frightened. This is unexpectedly terrifying." Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Yin Xiu found himself too astonished by the player's demise to linger on it. His gaze slowly shifted to the woman pressing against his glass window. He recalled that the man had been muttering about a girl who had died, implying that she must have perished in his vicinity. Otherwise, he would not have fled in such a panic. The only one whose death would endanger his survival was the little girl. It was not he who had breached the rules, but rather he had failed to supervise the girl, allowing her to transgress. Was she perhaps hidden inside? The woman at the window remained glued to the glass, her eyes wide with intent, producing guttural sounds, showing no inclination to depart. Upon noticing the presence of the girl's belongings within, her face broke into a wide, gleeful grin, her pupils shining with excitement. "I see it. There are things belonging to her in there. She must be hidden inside." The survival rule of the scenario was clear. Do not open the door to anyone outside and conceal the little girl's existence. Additionally, a note from the mother stated, "Do not open the door for anyone. Do not let them discover you." The fact that both notes contained this rule underscored its critical importance. One must never allow outsiders to find the girl concealed within. Should the door be inadvertently opened and the girl discovered, the outcome could mirror that of the unfortunate player earlier. The woman at the window grew increasingly agitated. Seemingly eager to confirm her suspicions, she attempted to push the door open, only to find it locked. Upon realizing this, she swiftly turned to leave, muttering incessantly about calling others to search for the girl. "I must find her." Yin Xiu's heart raced, and he quickly called out to her, sensing an ominous foreboding at the mention of others. "Who are you searching for?" The woman turned back with a sinister grin, her pallid face radiating an eerie glow. "The girl, a monstrous little girl. She's hiding in your home, isn't she?" "She is not in my house," Yin Xiu calmly denied. "I have only one daughter, who is studying away from home and has yet to return." "Daughter?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback by his unfaltering lie. After a brief silence, she connected the dots, realizing, "So those are your daughter's belongings." Seizing the opportunity while she was still processing, Yin Xiu swiftly inquired, "What do you intend to do if you find that monstrous girl?" A strange smile returned to the woman's ashen face. "She is a monster, a scourge upon the town. She must be killed." It was evident that the player's fatal error had inadvertently allowed this woman to enter and potentially harm the girl. However, given the implications of her words, if she harbored any suspicions, even if she could not enter now, she would likely summon others to force their way in. It was imperative that he deftly navigated this precarious situation. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. As her thoughts momentarily paused, the woman before him once again leaned against the glass window, her eyes darting about in an eerie and unsettling manner. You appear remarkably youthful, quite unlike someone who is already wed and has a daughter, particularly one old enough to attend school. The ages simply do not align. A flurry of anxious comments swiftly cascaded through the air. Goodness, are the eerie beings of today this cunning? Is this still the novice dungeon I once traversed? Yin Xiu was taken aback by her sudden, probing inquiries. After a brief silence, he replied, his expression impassive. She's adopted. Oh, you adopted a daughter who is already of school age at such a young age? The woman's smile abruptly transformed into something laden with meaning. What is the reason behind this? Or perhaps you do not have a daughter at all, and she is simply a figment of your imagination? Yin Xiu exhaled calmly, pondering what reason there could be. I cannot bear children, hence the adoption. Are there any other justifications? Cannot bear children? Who cannot? Is it your wife who is unable? Or is it you? The woman pressed on maliciously, a smile creeping across her face as if she had seized the upper hand. Could it be that you do not even have a wife, and instead opted to adopt? Under the woman's sharp interrogation, Yin Xiu remained composed, turning slightly to reveal Li Mo seated in the corner of the room. He cannot bear children. The woman's gaze shifted inward, and the once formidable demeanor faltered upon seeing Li Mo. A male? Your wife is a male? That indeed means you cannot have children. Yet this revelation left her flustered, struggling to reclaim her authority. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, she continued, So both of you cannot bear children and chose to adopt a daughter? Is there a problem with that? Yin Xiu retorted defiantly, narrowing his eyes. You can casually kill a little girl, yet I cannot adopt a daughter to cherish? The expression on the woman's face became inscrutable, but she could not pinpoint any further faults. After encountering a setback with Yin Xiu, she slowly retreated 2 steps. Very well. I shall believe that the items in your house belong to your daughter, but do not let me find her. With that, she turned to make her way to the doors of other players. Just as she pivoted, a sudden thud resonated from behind the door in Yin Xiu's room, as if something had collided with it, instantly capturing the woman's attention. Her face pressed back against the glass. Her eyes widened as she scanned the interior. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Isn't your daughter at school? Who was that sound just now? Was it her? Chapter 9. The corpse in motion in response to the woman's inquiries. Yin Xiu remained remarkably composed, stating simply, It's a dog. The little girl in the inner room clutched the rabbit tightly, exclaiming, You are the dog. A dog? The woman narrowed her eyes, skepticism evident. Is it truly so? An evil hound, perhaps, which you dare not release. Unfazed, Yin Xiu turned away, knocking on the door of the inner room and calling out twice. The little girl responded, Don't call. We might as well wait for death. Woof woof. A faint sound of barking emanated from within, though weak. It indeed resembled a dog's bark. The woman's expression grew complex. It did not sound like a vicious beast. A puppy, fierce enough to bite. Yin Xiu returned to the window, pulling the curtain shut. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my rest. The woman pondered for a few moments before requesting, Let me see the dog. With a swift motion, Yin Xiu drew the curtain closed, exhibiting a remarkable lack of empathy. The pretense had nearly reached its limit. Previously, the woman could return in a huff, claiming she had found the little girl, and rally a group to knock at the door. However, she could hardly return with a throng merely to see a dog. Could she? Yin Xiu's quick wit and expressionless fa astonished those watching from beyond the screen. Is this truly a viable tactic? I must learn this. It was indeed no surprise that he was Yin Xiu. His calmness was extraordinary. When the woman's face appeared at the window, my heart momentarily ceased to beat. I felt the same. It seemed my heart might give way, wondering if this was the prowess of a master player, a level far beyond my reach. He always maintained such composure. I had never witnessed him display any significant reaction. This was the return of a master to dominate the novice. This instance bore no resemblance to the beginner's trial I had previously encountered. The difficulty had escalated dramatically. Indeed, when I participated, it merely involved someone knocking at the door. Refusing to answer sufficed. What had just transpired? The presence of Yin Xiu had undeniably raised the stakes. This time, the newcomers were in for a challenging ordeal. In my view, the best strategy would be to lay low initially, and in the later stages, cling tightly to Yin Xiu's coattails, certainly a guaranteed path to success. Yet one must also survive long enough. Observe how some players from different realms had already begun to act recklessly early on. This dungeon did not restrict player freedom. The rules prohibited the little girl from leaving, not the players themselves. Amid the earlier commotion, some had already ventured outside to gauge the situation, just as the first player met his demise. A companion in the adjacent room to Yin Xiu quietly opened the door to peer outside, overhearing the exchange between Yin Xiu and the woman. With this newfound knowledge, he felt somewhat reassured. Close the door quickly. The woman is coming. As a newcomer to the dungeon, his companion trembled in panic. Silence. The man gestured dismissively, impatience crossing his features. If you wish to survive this dungeon, you must heed my words. I have successfully completed 2 runs. A mere novice dungeon poses no threat to my expertise. His companion nodded, trembling, and obediently retreated to the back. After confirming that Yin Xiu had concluded their conversation, the man retreated to his room, mimicking the act of concealing the little girl within. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing the heightened difficulty of this new instance. But upon hearing the commotion outside Yin Xiu's door, his heart steadied. Although the creatures within this scenario exhibited greater cunning, they were not particularly fearsome. A mere fabrication could render them speechless. The sight of the little girl mimicking a dog's bark nearly brought him to laughter. However, it was now his turn. Despite having successfully navigated 2 previous instances, both had left him feeling constrained and disheveled. This time, he was determined to relish the pleasure of tormenting the creatures within the scenario. As he awaited the unfolding events with eager anticipation, a pallid woman approached his window, her demeanor clearly discontented. Much like with Yin Xiu, she immediately spotted the little girl's belongings scattered about the room, a gleeful smile blossoming on her face. She's in your room. She must be in your room. The man feigned ignorance, asking, "What are you talking about? Who's in my room?" The woman's expression turned sinister. "That little girl, the monster. You've hidden her away. Haven't you? Look around. There's no little girl here," he proclaimed, deliberately shifting to reveal the full expanse of the living room. Indeed, the child was nowhere to be seen. Yet in his hasty concealment, he had forgotten to stash away the little girl's rabbit toy, which lay conspicuously on the sofa. The woman's gaze fixated on the toy, her expression turning contemplative. "That's hers. How did it end up in your room?" The man glanced back, a sudden wave of panic washing over him, though he quickly regained his composure. "It belongs to my sister. It's entirely normal for children's toys to look alike." "Sister," the woman chuckled. "Don't tell me your sister is away at school. Not at home?" "Indeed. Is that not permissible?" he retorted, emboldened by the conversation he had overheard between her and Yin Xiu. He was now certain that as long as his arguments remained within the bounds of reason, and if she could not enter the house to verify, he could deny the little girl's existence without consequence. This premise meant that as long as he steadfastly refused to acknowledge the child's presence, no matter how outrageous his claims, the creatures outside would be powerless against him. The woman, losing interest in his line of reasoning, turned to walk towards the door to the adjacent room, but he boldly called out to her, "Hey, don't leave, you ugly woman." Perhaps for the first time, he felt exhilarated by the prospect of outmaneuvering the creature before him. Each player in the quaint town engaged in the instance would broadcast their actions live, meaning his every move would be scrutinized by the other players in the vicinity. Seizing this rare opportunity to display his prowess, he felt compelled to theatrically toy with the creatures within the scenario. "What did you call me?" the woman snapped, abruptly returning to the window, her ghostly visage pressed against the glass. Her eyes, wide and bloodshot, appeared particularly unnerving. The man was startled, Yet the mere thought of his companions in the house and the players observing from the town compelled him to feign composure as he continued to shout, "What of it? You ugly woman? Have you even glanced at your own appearance? Scaring people in broad daylight. You frightened me just now. Hasten to apologize." In the realm of dungeons, players typically avoided provoking the eerie entities, with only a select few confident enough to incite trouble. Today, however, he aspired to assume the role of one of those audacious figures. Apologize? The woman let out a sinister chuckle, her nails scraping against the glass window, producing a grating sound, her fury intensifying in her gaze. "How would you like me to apologize?" Her subtly defiant words instantly led the man to believe she might relent, causing him to feel buoyant with excitement. "Just say, 'My apologies, esteemed one, and I might consider forgiving you.'" The woman's smile twisted into a menacing curve. "If you open the window and allow me to see that there is indeed no little girl inside, I shall apologize." The man lifted his chin, contemplating. He had concealed the little girl within the house. Even if the window were opened, she could not possibly enter, at most peeking into the living room. Moreover, should she exhibit hostility, he merely needed to retreat beyond her striking range to ensure his safety. The prospect of compelling the usually menacing dungeon creature to bow to him, even if only theatrically, filled him with delight. He envisioned how the players in his town would witness his prowess as he boldly navigated through the novice dungeon. "Very well, I shall open the window." With newfound bravado, the man swiftly unlocked the window and retreated several paces, distancing himself from the opening. As he did so, the commentary on the stream began to lament with a sense of foreboding. He was doomed. Indeed, he was utterly doomed. He was already a corpse in motion. Chapter 10. Triggering rules. The man's attention was entirely captivated by the bizarre woman before him, oblivious to the wails of the barrage behind him. His inexperienced companion trembled in fear, huddled behind the sofa, rendered speechless by the unsettling spectacle. Upon opening the window, as the man anticipated, the woman leisurely extended her head into the room, surveying the living area. After a brief glance, she gradually withdrew, her face adorned with an unwavering smile, confirming her absence from his home. "I told you I wasn't here," he thought, feeling a slight relief as she retreated from the window. He stepped forward, preparing to close it, his bravado still intact. "Since you've seen the living room, you ought to apologize now, ugly woman." The woman laughed softly, and in an instant, as the man approached the window, she lunged forward, seizing his collar with a swift motion. Startled, the man shuddered, instinctively drawing a knife from his pocket to sever the grip on his clothing. In a panic, he stumbled backward, collapsing to the floor, his face a pallid shade of terror. "How unfortunate," she mused, narrowing her eyes as she toyed with the torn collar in her grasp, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that seemed capable of devouring his very head. The man, pale and shaken, felt a surge of fear. Had he not traversed several dungeons, remaining vigilant and quick to react, he might have already met a gruesome fate. Gasping for breath, he gradually regained his composure. The memory of being frightened to the point of crawling before the entire town's players ignited a wave of anger within him. With the woman now out of reach, he shouted furiously from the floor, "You wretched woman, if you have the guts, come in and bite me. You'll need a longer neck to gnaw at your grandfather's head. I've conquered many dungeons. I've encountered far stranger things. Why should I fear a grotesque woman who looks as if she has been dead for days?" As he hurled insults, the woman's smile contorted into a sinister expression. Her sharp nails raked against the window sill, and her grin widened, rage simmering beneath the surface. Having already felt humiliated by Yin Xiu, she was further incensed that someone dared to provoke her openly. This time, the player was far from cautious. In the midst of her escalating manic laughter, her head slowly re-entered the window, the joints of her neck emitting unsettling cracking sounds as flesh twisted and stretched. Her neck visibly elongated, inching closer to the man on the ground. Realizing the peril he was in, the man scrambled to flee. Just as he managed to rise from the floor, a colossal mouth descended upon him, blood erupting forth and splattering across the living room floor. A headless body wobbled momentarily, maintaining the posture of escape before gradually collapsing. "Ah, The new companion inside the room was overwhelmed with terror, breaking down into tears as he hastily crawled into the locked room where the little girl was confined, desperately securing the door behind him. The woman's head retreated from the window, settling perfectly back onto her shoulders. She twisted her neck, the bones emitting a series of crackling sounds. Yet apart from the blood-soaked visage, her form exhibited no discernible change. The stench was truly repugnant. A guttural swallow escaped her throat, her bloodshot eyes filled with disdain as she disregarded the other player who had retreated into the room, turning away languidly. Players from various dimensions were left utterly astounded by the preceding scene. The initial player to encounter misfortune had drawn back the curtain upon hearing a tapping at the window, failing to respond promptly to the rules, and thus the woman caught sight of a little girl playing in the living room. Her head shattered through the glass, claiming the child's life, which in turn caused the player to crumble in terror, fleeing the scene. The death of the girl resulted in him violating the rules and subsequently meeting his own demise. The woman, having encountered a setback with Yin Xiu, departed in frustration. Initially, emulating Yin Xiu's actions would have been prudent. However, this man had clearly underestimated the novice dungeon, exhibiting an overweening arrogance. He had seemingly evaded danger, yet chose to provoke it, leading to his own end. His demise prompted the remaining players in the town, who were watching the live stream, to urgently communicate with those still alive in their respective dimensions, imparting the correct course of action. The barrage of comments could be perceived by players currently engaged in the dungeon. Thus, keeping the comment section open occasionally provided tactical assistance, proving advantageous. However, players could only view the comments from their own town and not from others. Yet, town players could observe the screens of all participants in the current dungeon, implying that others could glean strategies from different perspectives and relay them to their own townsfolk. This real-time strategizing necessitated the presence of an adept player within the concurrent dungeon, someone who encountered challenges before others could navigate them. Clearly, Yin Xiu was that adept player. The comments could be freely muted. Occasionally, unreliable opinions could negatively impact the mindset of players immersed in the dungeon, allowing them the option to disable the comments altogether. This was a choice made by a rare few, for the benefits of receiving external assistance outweighed the drawbacks. Yin Xiu belonged to that select group. The recent player's demise was truly tragic. It was a fate he deserved, having brazenly copied Yin Xiu's homework yet still dared to court disaster. Nevertheless, his death inadvertently allowed others to survive. Now, everyone was busily tidying the house, concealing the little girl and her belongings to avoid raising the woman's suspicions. When Yin Xiu led the charge, though somewhat caught off guard, he remained remarkably composed. Primarily, he was unafraid and maintained a clear mindset. How I wished there had been a figure like Yin Xiu during my own dungeon experience. Indeed, I found myself longing to be Yin Xiu's roommate, as that would enable me to be swept along in his wake. Be cautious ahead. Do not forget who established the rules of the entire town. That individual declared that one must not become Yin Xiu's roommate, and it is imperative to heed that warning. Do not court death. Yet, he never elucidated why. Let the entire town avoid Yin Xiu. Had I known he was a formidable figure, I would have certainly endeavored to cultivate a relationship with him. Just look at his current roommate, utterly ineffectual, merely sitting in the corner. My friend, heed my advice. Our small town thrives on unity. The rare instances of players meeting untimely can be traced back to his regulations. When he states that one cannot be Yin Xiu's roommate, it is an absolute decree, do not question it. So, do enlighten me as to why this is the case. Is it to bully the uninformed newcomers, leaving me in a perplexing silence? The comments section erupted into a heated dispute. After discovering Yin Xiu's true identity and witnessing his prowess in the dungeons, the townsfolk began to divide. Initially, those who kept their distance from Yin Xiu sought to befriend this enigmatic elder, while others adhered strictly to the town's rules, maintaining their distance. Both factions engaged in a convoluted debate, unable to reach a resolution. Then, a comment floated through the chaos. Everyone, I'm a newcomer. May I be so bold as to inquire, who exactly is this he you keep mentioning? Have you perused the rule list distributed by the town? Indeed, I have memorized it thoroughly. The annotations on the rule list were penned by him. He is the overseer of our town, also a player. Yet he frequently immerses himself in dungeons for strategies, rarely remaining in the town. The edict to avoid Yin Xiu was established by him long ago. Do you understand why? To this day, Yin Xiu resides alone. It is because all who dare defy this rule have met their demise. Chapter 11. Tonight, I shall bind you in the living room. A shiver ran through the comments as curiosity arose regarding the stringent rules of the town and the enigma that was Yin Xiu. The multitude of warnings regarding his existence indicated an inherent danger associated with him. While unwrapping the mirror from the restroom, he heard the anguished cries of despair emanating from the adjacent room. He tilted his head in confusion towards the source of the sound, then resumed his task of wrapping the mirror in cloth and placing it atop the cabinet in his room, ensuring that the little girl could not access it. He conducted a thorough inspection of the entire house, noting that mirrors were only present in the restroom and in what appeared to be his bedroom, one for washing and the other for makeup. His bedroom was likely what the information referred to as the Mother-S room, while the little girl had her own separate quarters. As for the man, named Liemo, his room was presumably a guest room, devoid of any gender-specific items, containing only basic amenities for visitors. The absence of any paternal presence was palpable. Photographs featured only the mother and daughter, indicating that he would likely not make an appearance. After tidying up the mirror, a rule-breaking element, Yin Xiu proceeded to inspect the refrigerator, which was indeed stocked with a plethora of food, including vegetables and fruits, ample provisions for their 3-day stay. At this juncture, fulfilling the little girl's first-stage task appeared relatively straightforward. Provided they avoided any foolish actions, survival for 3 days seemed achievable. However, the prospect of the subsequent stage was more uncertain. "What are you doing?" Liemo silently positioned himself at the kitchen door, fixated on Yin Xiu, who was deftly chopping vegetables while wearing a pink apron. His sleeves rolled up. "Cooking," Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the calendar hanging on the wall. Today marked the first day. She had yet to eat. Liemo glanced at the calendar and approached to flip the page, revealing that today was the 17th. A circle drawn on the 19th indicated the day the mother would return. 3 days, 17th, 18th, and 19th. The note from the mother stipulated that they must eat every day, making today imperative for sustenance. Liemo squinted out the window. The time within the scenario was dusk. If they failed to address this matter before nightfall, there was a significant risk that they would be deemed in violation of the rules and face dire consequences at midnight. "Wow, I didn't even notice." The shocked players in the comments were taken aback, having focused solely on the bizarre occurrences and completely neglecting to check the date. The scenario was designed in such a manner that players, upon entering, instinctively sought to identify the rules, quickly memorizing them. However, shortly thereafter, they were confronted by a strange woman disturbing them one by one. Still reeling from the initial fright, players found themselves compelled to eliminate factors that could lead to death due to rule violations. As they began to regain their composure, darkness would soon envelop them, prompting an instinctive focus on the rules and dangers associated with the night, while neglecting the seemingly mundane yet crucial rule of eating. This scenario was indeed treacherous. Fortunately, this time, Yin Xiu is present in the dungeon. If the players from other towns witness his culinary skills, they should remind their fellow townsfolk. It is likely that many are currently engrossed in Yin Xiu's live broadcast, the beacon of the dungeon. I have begun to take notes, from which I can glean a wealth of knowledge. Once the players converge and the barrage of comments becomes universal, I am eager to observe what the inhabitants of other dimensional towns will express. I have a premonition that there will be a wave of admiration for Yin Xiu. Such admiration is warranted. By the way, that pink apron tied around his waist suits him rather well. I can guess you might say, male mother. Amidst the cheerful barrage of comments, Yin Xiu has already prepared several dishes. He retrieved what appeared to be a lunchbox typically taken to school by a little girl and filled each compartment with food before covering it and preparing to head to the girl's room. Just before leaving, Yin Xiu glanced back at Liemo, who stood at the kitchen doorway. His gaze fixed intently on the dishes, as if he had not moved since Yin Xiu completed the meal. Having someone who spends 90% of their time observing him suddenly shift their attention to the food made Yin Xiu uneasy. "Don't sneak a taste. I don't wish to cook a second time. If I return to find the food gone, I shall bind you in the living room tonight, Yin Xiu threatened seriously, his eyes darkening. Liemo smiled slightly, nodded, and his previously restless hands crossed in front of him, becoming still. Yin Xiu then turned and entered the little girl's room. This was a rather simple children's space, featuring a small bed adorned with pink sheets, the wall above the headboard decorated with an array of charming stickers. A carpet scattered with various plush toys lay beneath, and a nearby bookshelf held only a few well-thumbed fairy tales, some appearing quite worn. Upon Yin Xiu's entrance, the little girl, who was sitting on the carpet playing with her toys, became noticeably anxious, nervously rubbing her hands on a rabbit toy, leaving bloody fingerprints all over it. "It's time to eat," Yin Xiu announced as he placed the lunchbox on the room's solitary desk, noticing the bloodstains on the carpet surrounding the girl, and even on her own person. "Oh," the little girl replied, obediently rising from the carpet while clutching her toy and making her way to the desk. "Why are you so dirty?" Yin Xiu asked, scanning her from head to toe. The blood on her dress was mostly dried, but the blood smeared on her fair skin was unsettling. "Are you referring to this blood?" the little girl asked innocently, her smile brightening. "I got it from other people." The so-called other people likely referred to the players in other rooms. It was not difficult for Yin Xiu to surmise that every player's room contained a little girl, and they were all, in fact, the same individual. "Wait a moment," he said, hastily stopping her as she was about to sit down for her meal, before quickly turning and exiting the room. The little girl stood puzzled, not moving until Yin Xiu returned with a damp towel. "Extend your hand," he instructed. "Oh." The little girl complied, extending her small hand. Yin Xiu gently wiped the bloodstains from her hands with a towel, and in passing, he cleaned her little face as well. "You should wash your hands before meals. Hasn't your mother taught you that?" The little girl was taken aback. "She has. Do remember next time." After ensuring she was clean, Yin Xiu folded the bloody towel with an expression of indifference. "In a moment, I will fetch you a new dress, and you shall take a bath before bedtime." "All right." The little girl nodded drowsily and took her seat at the table, preparing to eat. Noticing that Yin Xiu had not yet left and was standing beside her, she could not help but inquire, "Brother, why are you watching me? Do you want to eat as well?" "I do not," Yin Xiu replied with an air of calm, "but I must observe you while you eat." The rules stipulated that she must consume her meal, yet who could guarantee that once he stepped out, she wouldn't secretly discard the food and feign having eaten? Perceiving Yin Xiu's lack of trust, the little girl furrowed her brow and let out a huff of annoyance. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, mumbling under her breath, "Bad brother, I have decided I dislike you." Yet, as the food entered her mouth, her brows lifted in delight, a smile illuminating her face. "Delicious. Bad brother, I've decided I still like you after all." Chapter 12. I will come before bedtime. The little girl exhibited a vivid display of emotions, her joy and anger plainly visible, embodying the quintessential traits of childhood. Were it not for her latent capacity for violence, she could easily be mistaken for an ordinary child. The barrage of viewers glanced at the cheerful, dainty figure of Yin Xiu enjoying her meal, then shifted their gaze to the other room where a ferocious little girl awaited her food, momentarily doubting whether they were witnessing two different children. "Bad brother, I'm done," the little girl exclaimed, having devoured the entire contents of her rice box in one go, her face glowing with satisfaction as she gestured at Yin Xiu and wiped her mouth. Yin Xiu, glancing at the blood-soaked towel in her hand, reached for a nearby paper towel to clean her mouth before putting away the rice box. The little girl, clutching a rabbit, watched Yin Xiu tidy up with an innocent expression. "Bad brother, could you read me a story before bed?" The request, so pure and unrefusable, prompted Yin Xiu to nod in agreement. "I will come before bedtime. I'll be waiting for you." The little girl beamed, her mood evidently uplifted. In the other players' rooms, another little girl grimaced after tasting the unpalatable food and sulkily dropped her chopsticks. "It's so awful. I'm not eating anymore." She had already taken a bite, fulfilling the requirement of having eaten, but the player hastily tidied up the dishes, ignoring her and wary of engaging further. "Hey!" The neglected little girl, displeased, tugged at the player's clothing. "You have to come to my room and sleep with me tonight." The player was taken aback, feeling a wave of despair. "But I can only stay in my room at night. Otherwise, it will be dangerous." The rules clearly stated that one should remain in their own room during the night and avoid the living room. However, reaching the little girl's room would inevitably require passing through the living room, where a monster capable of killing players would undoubtedly roam at night. I don't care. Dinner was terrible. You must come to my room. The little girl glared at the player, her blood-stained face devoid of warmth. Are you going to refuse me? The player felt a lump in their throat. All right, I will figure something out tonight. This little girl is truly difficult to please. A comment floated through the screen. In comparison, the girl in Yin Xiu's room is exceptionally well-behaved. She only asked for a bedtime story. And once she's soothed to sleep, he can leave. I recall all the little girls are essentially the same. Why is there such a disparity? It must be Yin Xiu's adept handling. He even wipes her hands and face. Indeed, while other players merely prepared meals, they neglected the little girls. Could it be that the monsters have a sense of favor? Surely not. Even if they did. Who would dare to test that? I certainly wouldn't. Yin Xiu stepped out of the room, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already past 5, with the sun setting outside, leaving some time before nightfall. He set down the towel and noticed that the food had been moved from the kitchen to the table in the living room, where Liemo sat neatly at the table, wearing his ever-present smile, awaiting Yin Xiu. The two sat across from each other in silence, with Yin Xiu eating quietly while Liemo's voice pierced the stillness. His demeanor was light, yet the sound of his chewing was distinctly audible as the food entered his mouth. From his expression, it was evident that he relished the taste as much as a little girl would. Yin Xiu raised his gaze, observing Liemo's lips parting momentarily, revealing a set of teeth whose density was somewhat unsettling. Noticing Yin Xiu's unease, Liemo smiled, suggesting that if his appearance was displeasing, he could revert to a more conventional form. He pressed his lips together, swallowed, and when he opened his mouth again, the structure was nearly human-like, albeit with peculiarities such as an excessively long tongue and an unusual arrangement of teeth. Isn't it a bit late to tone down your inhuman traits? Yin Xiu absent-mindedly picked up a piece of food and placed it in his mouth. He could discern that Liemo was attempting to mimic human behavior. Despite possessing an impeccable human exterior, his mannerisms were decidedly odd. His posture was impeccable. Even his smile was textbook perfect, devoid of any individuality, embodying merely a template of what humanity should resemble. The rare and unfamiliar sounds emanating from Liemo's mouth were difficult to contextualize. Liemo smiled slightly, stating that if it concerned Yin Xiu, he would adjust his demeanor. I am indifferent, Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly, caring little whether the entity before him was a player or something else entirely. Once this instance was concluded, he intended for everything to vacate his space. As for the opinions of other players, he was even less concerned. Should this peculiar being pose any threat to him, he would retaliate without hesitation, but until that moment, he would remain still. If you are unconcerned, I shall revert to my original form. It is more convenient for eating, Liemo said, lowering his head to pick up food. Once again, the sound of chewing resuming. As night began to fall, the outside world grew dim. Yin Xiu had discovered that the lights within the house did not function, rendering everything indistinct in the darkness, which signified that the night in the instance would commence once the outside was completely shrouded in shadow, before the world outside was entirely enveloped in darkness. Yin Xiu carried the little girl into the bathroom, instructing her to cleanse the blood from her body, and then found her a clean dress to wear. Bad brother, tell me a story. The little girl, nestled in her pink sheets, appeared particularly excited, showing no signs of drowsiness. Holding an old fairy tale book, Yin Xiu sat at the edge of the bed and flipped through the pages. Aren't we reading a story? Don't read stories. I'm tired of those. I want to hear a story from my bad brother. The little girl curled up in her blankets, her face alight with anticipation. Yin Xiu considered the approaching darkness. If he did not coax her to sleep soon, he would have to traverse the dimly lit living room alone. He gently patted her blanket, his expression soft, his voice tender, resembling that of a caring older brother. What would you like to hear? The little girl pondered, blinking her eyes, fixating her gaze on Yin Xiu. I don't have a brother, so I won't know your story, bad brother. My story. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze, contemplating. His profile was gentle, yet he admitted, I don't recall much from the past. My memories from the last couple of years have grown increasingly hazy. Even the duration of my stay in my little town has slipped my mind. At that moment, a furious message scrolled across the screen. 6 years. 6 years. You may have forgotten, but we remember. Do you comprehend how we have endured these past 6 years? Each day, we cast our nets and fish, disregarded as if we were inconsequential. Have you forgotten whom you severed last night? Huh, why were you so agitated earlier? Could it be that the peculiarities of the town have come to haunt you? How amusing. Are the strange entities you encountered once again at your doorstep? Ha ha ha. Perhaps soon you shall find out. Continue laughing, and I shall seek you out. Ha ha ha, do come. I find it hard to believe you have truly morphed into one of those entities. Where do you reside? Let's see if I might pay you a visit. Am I to fear you? Under the cover of night, pretending to be a specter at Dihadong 101. If you dare, come forth. Hee hee. Remember to open the door when the time comes. Brother, do not stir up trouble. What if those bizarre entities truly emerge from the town? Certainly not. I have lived in this town for a year and have never heard a whisper of such things. It must be some fellow pretending. Oh, the doorbell has rung. I shall take a look. Do not go. May your journey be safe, brother. Are you still there? Respond, please. Why did that individual fall silent? I am frightened. I too am afraid. In the town square, beneath the projection of a live broadcast, a multitude of shadowy figures gathered around the night lady, fervently fixated on the messages scrolling by, resisting the urge to reply. Has brother lost his memory? Much like one often sees on television. Within the scenario, a little girl became intrigued by the topic concerning Yin Xiu. He shook his head. It was not amnesia. I remember the reason for my arrival here. Yet many memories have grown increasingly indistinct with the passage of time in this town. The little girl appeared puzzled, hesitant to delve too deeply into Yin Xiu's circumstances. She redirected the conversation. So what brought you here, brother? Yin Xiu hesitated for a few moments, gazing at the little girl before slowly replying. I am here in search of someone, a girl about your age. The little girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who are you searching for? Is it your sister? Yin Xiu nodded. But 6 years have passed. Have you not yet found her? The little girl tilted her head, momentarily stunned by her own question, then snuggled deeper into her blanket. Another message flitted across the screen. I remember it all too well. The 16-year-old Yin Xiu, brandishing a knife, wandering aimlessly through the town at night, questioning every specter about his sister, leaving me with psychological scars. Haha, is that true? Now I am somewhat eager to witness it. Witness what? You should try experiencing the sensation of being threatened by a knife. My apologies for the interruption. Chapter 13. Follow upon realizing that there were peculiar anomalies mingling within the barrage of comments. The number of speakers dwindled by more than half in an instant. Yin Xiu silently adjusted the little girl's blanket, assuring himself that she was still alive. Indeed, she was alive, and thus he continued his search. Once he found her, he would introduce her to you. So for now, it was best to sleep early. The little girl nodded hesitantly, obediently closing her eyes and murmuring, "Good night, brother." Yin Xiu nodded absent-mindedly and left the room. Instantly, the comments erupted into lively chatter once more. Now, I understood why Yin Xiu was so kind to this little girl, washing her face and hands, taking her for baths. He surely regarded her as a sister. To treat the eerie anomaly as a sister, perhaps Yin Xiu had been in the town for too long, and his mind was somewhat unhinged. Indeed, the little girl was not his sister. Why be so kind to her when he was usually fierce towards us? Perhaps if I disguised myself as the little girl, I could lure him out of his room. Oh, clever one, you likely do not even realize how you met your demise, falling prey to the unseen. Exactly. Yin Xiu opened the little girl's bedroom door, and unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. The light in the living room was now nearly extinguished, with only a faint glimmer from outside, illuminating the contours of the space. He closed the little girl's door and turned to walk towards his own room. As he reached the center of the living room, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the window panes to rattle, and an immediate chill enveloped the room, plunging Yin Xiu into darkness. Sensing something amiss in the living room, he stood still, gripping the hilt of his knife, gradually allowing his eyes to adjust to the gloom as he surveyed the area. The cold white walls stood out starkly in the night, while the silhouettes of furniture blended into the darkness, outlining a structure indistinguishable from that of daylight. Yet, Yin Xiu perceived no anomalies. Only a bizarre chill pervaded the living room, each breath feeling as if icy needles pierced his lungs, though he could not discern its source. Rule 6 of the scenario: stay in your room at night. Do not venture into the living room, lest you be found. At that moment, it was evident that whatever it was had manifested in the living room, yet it did not immediately attack Yin Xiu. Instead, it circled around. Was it because he had not yet been detected? Yin Xiu pondered, reflecting on what unconscious actions might have kept him hidden. His silence? His stillness? As he contemplated, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, indicating that players in other rooms had fallen victim. At that moment, the live stream revealed to viewers that, having also failed to return promptly to their rooms and standing in the living room, another player was swiftly consumed by something lurking in the darkness, their body torn asunder, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the sounds of swallowing and tearing reverberating. They could not even see what it was. A nearly formless entity had instantaneously extinguished the player's life. The excessively formidable killing power instilled a sense of dread among the players, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Yin Xiu, who stood in the living room. It was a dire situation. Even someone as skilled as Yin Xiu would be doomed, for no matter how swift his reflexes, he could not escape a sudden demise. Yin Xiu remained motionless in the darkness, attuned to his surroundings. Though he perceived no visible forms, he sensed an unseen entity gliding nearby, even feeling a clammy touch brush against his skin. This intangible pressure compelled him to remain still for nearly a minute, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the living room furniture. What could be happening? Why were all the players in the living room frozen in place? Moreover, they had not been slain. The players outside the screen could not fathom the oppressive atmosphere. They merely observed the living room scene, stagnant and devoid of any movement. The individual before them appeared to be a novice, for the rules clearly stated one must not be discovered, suggesting there were methods to conceal oneself. This rule was rather benevolent, outlining the time, place, and means of evasion, thus minimizing danger. Otherwise, the little girl would not have been able to ensnare players. Indeed, it seemed this particular scenario relished in contradictions. It forbade players from rejecting the girl, while simultaneously compelling her to demand that players engage in rule-breaking behavior. How devious! Furthermore, when players encountered the entity defined by the rules in the living room, their immediate instinct would likely be to hasten back to their rooms. Yet any movement would alert its presence. This was noted as yet another strategy, but since this was a novice scenario, I had already surpassed it, uncertain of its applicability. Nonetheless, recording it was prudent. A group of players seeking to conquer the scenario observed and naturally began to analyze it, even late into the night. Many indulging in the live stream with tireless enthusiasm. Within the scenario, the chilling aura gradually receded from the living room after failing to capture anything, until its presence dissipated entirely. Yin Xiu cautiously surveyed the living room, fully confirming the absence of any threats before slowly relaxing and tentatively stepping forward. No entities assailed him. Only silence responded. He proceeded towards his room, entirely unaware that a shadow trailed his every step as he gradually entered his sanctuary. Those still in the living room, having evaded danger, began returning to their respective quarters. Surely, nothing further would transpire tonight. They rested, and I too felt the need for repose. Getting up in the middle of the night to witness Yin Xiu's scenario was rather exhausting. I too would succumb to slumber. Observing their sleep seemed less appealing than embracing my own. Surely, the night would pass uneventfully. However, according to the rules of this scenario, the night might not conclude so peacefully. Let us not forget the rule concerning the night. The final rule, number 7, though its triggering conditions were nebulous, leaving one uncertain of what might provoke it. Based on my experience, such non-specific rules are invariably intertwined with others. Are you suggesting that the two nocturnal rules can indeed interact? It is quite plausible. It seems that you seasoned experts have delved deeply into the nuances of these rules, while I, as a mere novice, can only observe. Once you achieve the ability to navigate independently, you will begin to unravel these regulations. But let us first survive a year. The barrage of comments fell silent, and Yin Xiu's room grew still. After returning to his quarters and tidying himself up, he lay down in darkness to sleep. During this night, in the instance, The room was devoid of any illumination, making any endeavor rather inconvenient. However, he noticed the glow outside the window. In the distance, a vast array of lights shimmered, suggesting a densely populated area nearby. Yin Xiu touched the dagger hanging at his waist, deciding to take a brief respite before climbing out the window to investigate, for he was indeed rather fatigued. As the drowsiness enveloped him, he fell into a deep slumber on the bed. The room was excessively dark, and upon returning, he had failed to notice the pair of black footprints left beside his bed. Chapter 14. Touch in the stillness of midnight, an overwhelming weight suddenly descended upon Yin Xiu, jolting him awake. The room was steeped in an eerie chill, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the knife, yet found himself frozen in place, unable to move. In the darkness, an invisible force seemed to bind his limbs, akin to the sensation of a malevolent presence pressing down upon him. His mind was alert, yet he could not muster the strength to resist. Without a sound, a frigid touch began to creep alongside him, poised to strike, sending shivers down his spine. Yin Xiu cast a wary glance towards the darkness beside him, as an intangible entity slowly coiled around him, slithering past his throat and encircling his neck, inducing a suffocating sensation that felt uncomfortably invasive. The contact, though undeniably cold, clung to his skin, imparting an unsettling tremor that was unmistakably not human. Survival rule number 7. If you sense something has entered your room, call out to your roommate to come find you. Thereafter, the two of you must remain together until dawn. The oppressive silence heightened the tension in Yin Xiu's scalp, revealing the unmistakable presence of a creature nearby. Uncertain of what had triggered Rule 7, he instinctively opened his mouth to call for Li Mo in the adjacent room. Though he too was a perilous entity, he was at least nominally his roommate. Yet, the moment he parted his lips, something swiftly covered his mouth. His voice was stifled, trapped in his throat, feeble and powerless. A chilling, fluid presence invaded his mouth, exploring curiously, flowing against his palate and tracing its contours, as if a monster were dissecting the anatomy of a human oral cavity. Furrowing his brow, Yin Xiu struggled intensely, attempting to reclaim control over his body, but all he could muster was a slight tremor, the overwhelming constraint leaving him with virtually no room for resistance. His distress did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. Look, something seems off with Yin Xiu. Not just him. The players who returned from the living room seem strange as well. I suspect it's that entity from the living room. It may not have killed the players hiding there, but followed them back, triggering Rule 7. I share the same suspicion, otherwise. The activation of Rule 7 seems too random, as if it chooses which room to invade based on whim. That player's body appears contorted by some unseen force goodness, their spine has been gruesomely twisted, and their limbs too. I was just about to sleep, but now I can't at all. Another player is being tormented. It's horrific. It seems they all failed to react quickly enough to call for their roommates. At this time, if it's in the players' rooms, it 1TB in the living room, allowing passage. Even if they call for their roommates, they must have the courage to come. One might call, yet their roommate does not arrive. Such is the importance of having reliable teammates. But why didn't Yin Xiu call for help? I observed that he seemed unable to call out. The gaze of the players was intensely fixed upon the scene within Yin Xiu's room, where it was visibly discernible that an unseen entity was ensnaring him. Beneath his garments, something writhed and bulged, while he lay motionless upon the bed, even his head seemingly immobilized as if restrained by some force. Despite Yin Xiu's desire to struggle, each attempt merely resulted in a slight twist. He resembled prey ensnared by a serpent, unable to resist or escape, waiting in torment for his demise. It must be said, his futile struggles on the bed appeared rather terrifying. In the dead of night, be quiet. I do not wish to hear this. If even Yin Xiu could not move, this creature seemed far beyond the expected level of the scenario, did it not? Indeed, it appeared that red marks began to emerge on his skin, twisted and haunting in appearance. It seems Yin Xiu is not as formidable as one might think. Can he truly not endure the first night of a novice scenario? The previous player had nearly reached their limit, and now, aside from those who called upon their roommates, the others had perished, leaving only Yin Xiu to endure for so long. Yes, those who triggered the rules simultaneously met their fates. How is it that he remains alive? Have you not noticed that the entity shows no intention to kill him? It merely seeks to torment him. If it truly wished to end his life, it could do so in an instant. What a twisted creature this is. How has it learned to inflict suffering? To call it torment, it feels more akin to play. The other players were utterly immobilized, swiftly meeting their demise, while Yin Xiu was afforded the occasional opportunity to struggle. The creature's grip alternating between tight and loose, allowing him a fleeting semblance of control. Ultimately, it would still lead to death. One could only surmise that those who toy with their prey are perverse. Yin Xiu came to this realization. Upon sensing his stillness, the creature would momentarily loosen its grip, granting him a semblance of agency. Yet, the instant he attempted to resist, it would constrict once more, ensnaring him tightly. After thoroughly examining Yin Xiu's mouth, it covered his lips and began to investigate other areas, treating him as mere research material. Yin Xiu took a shallow breath, his pale eyes fixated on the unseen entity lurking in the darkness, quietly conserving his strength, awaiting the next opportunity for action. Upon noticing his stillness again, it tentatively relaxed its grip, but this time, Yin Xiu refrained from resisting. His silence rendered him inscrutable, making it all the more perplexing for the creature. The absence of struggle from prey is the least amusing. Thus, it loosened its hold further, anticipating Yin Xiu's defiance, confident in its ability to ensnare him once more. Sensing the creature's complacency, Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes, and with his right hand finally free, seized the knife that hung loosely at his waist, drawing it swiftly and sweeping it through the space where the invisible entity resided. A flash of cold light illuminated the darkness, as if something had been rent asunder. Without allowing the creature another chance to ensnare him, he abruptly called out towards the entrance of the room. "Liemo." His voice pierced through the door, traversing the living room, reaching another chamber entirely. In the stillness of the darkness, the figure waiting quietly suddenly opened his eyes, a smile on his face that was more intriguing than usual. Liemo lowered his gaze, raising his hand to reveal a distinct gash in his palm, from which a stream of dark liquid flowed. Yet in an instant, it receded, leaving the wound entirely vanished. The warmth lingering in his palm was unmistakably human, a stark contrast to the chilling touch of a monster, evoking a sense of reluctant attachment. So this is what the structure of a human mouth is like, he mused thoughtfully. Rising from his chair, he slowly opened the door and made his way toward Yin Xiu's room. If given another chance, he would delve further into his exploration of other aspects. Chapter 15. He eats more than a monster. The arrival of Li Mo signified that Yin Xiu was safe. As long as he could remain with him until dawn, he would have successfully evaded this calamity. Yet, having escaped one unseen presence only to spend the night with another enigmatic and bizarre entity, Yin Xiu found it difficult to calm his restless mind. "Looking for me?" Li Mo pushed open the door, smiling as he stood at the threshold, his silhouette merging seamlessly with the darkness of the living room. Even though Yin Xiu could not discern his features clearly, he could sense the smile upon his face. With a slow exhale, Yin Xiu sat up and recounted the recent events, emphasizing the necessity of his roommate fulfilling his obligations. "It would be my utmost pleasure to remain in this room and observe you throughout the night." Li Mo's voice resonated with delight, devoid of any hint of refusal. "There are no other beds in this room, and I certainly would not allow you to sleep in mine." Yin Xiu remained vigilant, fully prepared to endure the night curled up in his chair. However, after Li Mo entered and closed the door, he proceeded to sit upright on the chair, maintaining his characteristic smile. "No worries, I shall sit here just fine." Yin Xiu silently scrutinized his figure. The room was shrouded in darkness, and his presence seemed almost non-existent. Yet the intensity of his gaze was unmistakable and unwavering. "Consider this a punishment for inadvertently triggering the rules," Yin Xiu mused, though he had not met his demise. "Enduring a night under Li Mo's watchful eye could certainly be deemed a form of punishment." He turned back to lie on the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blankets to shield himself from Li Mo's penetrating gaze. Yet he still felt those eyes roaming over him without any barriers. As the night deepened, most viewers in the live stream had retired for the night, with only a handful remaining, eager to witness any unfolding events. Occasionally, a few scattered messages flickered across the screen. Yin Xiu's roommate seems rather peculiar. Why does he sit motionless, fixated on him? It's truly strange. Has he been sitting there for an hour without moving? I nearly mistook him for a statue. Is he not sleeping at all? Not only is he not sleeping, he remains utterly still, wearing that unsettling smile. Staring at Yin Xiu. It's triggering my uncanny valley response. It's somewhat terrifying. Yin Xiu's roommate is certainly not an ordinary person. He is exceedingly bizarre. By the way, something has appeared in the living room. With this message, the remaining players leaned closer to their screens, witnessing a massive shadow slowly manifesting in each of their living rooms, patrolling the space. What on earth is that? The entity that previously appeared in the living room was invisible. Why can we see it now? No, no, no. This feels entirely wrong, my friends. This seems to be different from the previous one. Could this be what is described in the dungeon rules? Surely not. Then what was the previous entity? It had been following the rules, sneaking into players' rooms, after all. However, the current entity exhibits an unsettling resemblance to a monstrous copy, adhering to the established rules by patrolling the living room, thereby embodying the principle that one should refrain from entering the living room at night. Yet, the previous one. After a brief moment of contemplation, someone suddenly had an epiphany. I believe I may have unraveled the truth, my friends. Could it be that the earlier entity was not a creature dictated by the rules, but rather an imitation of such a creature? Why do I assert this? Because I had sensed something amiss. It could follow players into their rooms, which clearly indicated it had detected them. Its failure to attack diverged from the established rules. The entity seemed to deliberately feign ignorance, trailing behind players as they entered their rooms, likely to facilitate the emergence of a seventh rule. Your reasoning holds some merit, yet lacks evidence. Just as this doubt lingered in the air, the screen promptly provided the proof. The creature wandering in the living room, after making a wide circuit, gradually approached the player's door and knocked. Who is it? The player inside, groggy from sleep, was roused by the familiar voice of a roommate outside. It's me. Open the door. In the middle of the night, was something amiss? Upon hearing the voice of his roommate, the player lowered his guard and hurriedly got up to open the door. However, the moment the door swung open, the dark figure swiftly darted into the player's room, standing motionless behind him. As the confused player faced an empty living room, a shiver ran down his spine, instantly awakening him to his surroundings. Trembling, he dared not look back at the presence behind him, and promptly began to call out for his roommate according to the rules. After several minutes of calling, his roommate finally emerged slowly from his own room. As the roommate appeared, the shadow behind the player vanished in an instant, leaving the player teary-eyed. To rush forward and embrace his roommate, immediately dragging him into the room. This player in the scenario was fortunate to evade death. Yet those watching from outside the screen were drenched in cold sweat. Brother, you truly are a prophetic sage. This is indeed the creature described in the rules. Its mode of operation is entirely plausible. But what then of the earlier invisible entity? What is its nature? Why did it choose to mimic the entity dictated by the rules? Given its presence in the living room, pretending to be a rule-bound creature, it might have aimed to usurp that identity. Surely not. If players discover a second rule-bound creature in the living room, they would realize the first is a mere imitation. I have yet to fully grasp its intentions. I sense it does not wish to eliminate a specific player, but harbors another motive. If it intended to kill players, it could do so in the living room without needing to infiltrate their rooms. Its entry likely serves to comply with the established rules. Regarding the emergence of the second peculiar entity you mentioned, the players before their screens were momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom how this entity, seeking to usurp an identity, would navigate the predicament. Soon after, the scene unveiled something new. Outside Yin Xiu's door, the true doppelganger materialized in the living room, aimlessly wandering before it approached and knocked on Yin Xiu's door with an air of formality. Yet, after but a single knock, Liam Mo, who had remained motionless in his chair for an entire hour, abruptly rose and strode toward the door, opening it while casting a knowing smile, subtly reminding, "Be quiet." His actions left a multitude of viewers utterly astonished. What was he doing? Why would he directly open the door? He was merely the roommate. This was a breach of protocol. Wait a moment. He was indeed the roommate. Already within Yin Xiu's quarters, could the entity still enter? Hold on. The adjacent screen provided an answer. The entity seized the roommate and dragged him into the living room to his demise. This was the player deceived by the earlier false entity. His roommate was also in the room. So what about Yin Xiu's roommate? The collective breath of the audience caught in their throats as they witnessed the shadow at the doorway suddenly twist, extending a hand to grasp Li Mo's shoulder, pulling him into the darkness of the living room. In the murky scene, it appeared as if liquid splattered forth, followed by a chilling sound of gnawing in the pitch blackness, meticulously tearing and consuming, as if devouring something. It was over. Indeed, Yin Xiu's roommate was a newcomer, meeting his end on the very first night. Alas, how would Yin Xiu react upon awakening to find his roommate lifeless in the living room? Indifference, surely. He was known for his cold demeanor. Yet, one could speculate that a person deemed worthy to be accepted as a roommate by Yin Xiu must have held some significance in his eyes, wouldn't they? Amidst the discussions within the barrage of comments, the gnawing sounds in the living room gradually subsided after several minutes, as if the feast had concluded. Just as the audience expressed their sentiments, a dark figure emerged calmly from the shadows of the living room, returning to Yin Xiu's room and closing the door behind him. What? Yin Xiu's roommate is still alive? How could he be covered in blood? No, this cannot be. Why is he still alive? I distinctly heard the sounds of consumption. Was not the entity feasting upon him? One must ponder. Could it be that he had consumed the entity instead? Chapter 16. Mother, there is a monstrous entity here. The barrage instantly erupted in a chilling silence, all stunned by this conjecture, rendered speechless. Impossible. It must be impossible. How could a player have encountered a monstrous entity? No way. Indeed, it must be that during our inattention, he stealthily discovered a tool capable of vanquishing the entity from the room and quietly eliminated it. Yes, that must be it. Certainly it is so. Newcomers tend to possess remarkable luck, and since we paid him no heed, it must have been a tool. How fortunate the newcomer is. I never stumbled upon any item that could directly obliterate a monstrous entity. After all this time, I have yet to even lay eyes on a single item. Haha. Who among us hasn't experienced that? Haha. The barrage erupted in laughter, attempting to shatter the fear that bubbled within by employing humor. Yet, an ill-timed comment floated by. Speaking of which, does this imply that the monstrous entity in Yin Xiu's living room has vanished? Yin Xiu, having not witnessed the earlier events, remains entirely oblivious to the fact that the first entity he encountered was a mere illusion. This comment nearly solidified the previous conjecture and instilled even greater panic among everyone. It mirrored the actions of the rule-bound entity, usurping its identity, and if it were to slay the entity that originally roamed the living room, Yin Xiu would be utterly unaware, having not discussed it with anyone. Is it possible that the player currently visible on all screens, this new roommate of Yin Xiu, is in fact the same individual controlling the entity? In the darkness, this coldly handsome man smiled as he wiped the blood from his skin with a towel, his demeanor elegant, as if simply tidying up after a meal, entirely disconnected from the eerie sounds of chewing that had echoed moments prior. Yet, recalling his previous stillness in the dark and his ever-present smile, there was no doubt left in anyone's mind that this person was indeed the one masquerading as the dungeon's entity. Moreover, only Yin Xiu remained unaware of the truth. Damn, how terrifying. I do not wish to sleep with a monstrous entity watching me. I hope Yin Xiu detects this person's oddities soon. He must remain vigilant. Our omniscient perspective allows for easy deductions, but Yin Xiu may find it challenging to discern, especially since this person is deliberately concealing his true nature. It is rather frightening, primarily due to the uncertainty of his intentions. He previously murdered other players, yet spared Yin Xiu. Surely he intends to torment him until the end of the dungeon before striking. Such is the nature of deviance. This entity is a deviant as well. Mother, there is a deviant entity here. The barrage wailed as they watched Li Mo sit in the room throughout the night. Shortly after dawn, Yin Xiu awoke. He had not intended to sleep. At the very least, he planned to remain vigilant for a long time, yet for some unknown reason, under Li Mo's gaze, he succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Good morning, Li Mo greeted him with a smile, utilizing the meager light that permeated the room. He remained seated in that chair, unchanged from the previous night, as if he had truly sat there all night long. Early in the morning, Yin Xiu quietly responded and immediately rose to his feet. It was time to prepare breakfast, as Li Mo reminded him. Are you hungry? Yin Xiu did not anticipate such eagerness in Li Mo's prompting. I ate last night, so I'm not hungry. Li Mo's eyes, curving with a cryptic smile, hinted at something more. However, the little girl next door is indeed hungry. She began knocking on the door at dawn, calling for you, but I ignored her. The little girl? Why didn't you wake me? Yin Xiu swiftly opened the door and stepped outside, with Li Mo following suit. She was too noisy. I didn't want her to disturb your sleep. Upon reaching the immaculate and orderly living room, Yin Xiu cast a cold glance at him. Next time, just call me directly. Li Mo tilted his head slightly. But I didn't want anyone to disturb your slumber. You look truly enchanting while you sleep, akin to a lifeless body, utterly still. Yin Xiu chose not to respond and turned directly towards the little girl's room. The audience on the live stream buzzed with anticipation. Did Yin Xiu truly not react to Li Mo's peculiar remarks? Why didn't he inquire about what he had eaten last night? Li Mo had just claimed that he found Yin Xiu's sleeping form reminiscent of a corpse. Why did Yin Xiu not find that odd? Yin Xiu exhibited such calmness, making it seem as though the peculiarities lay with him. Bro, you are the strange one. It is undeniable that Yin Xiu does resemble a corpse while sleeping, his complexion pale, silent and inert, lying there all night without so much as a twitch, and yet he is a rather handsome corpse. Please, stop responding. I can hardly keep up with your train of thought. Perhaps it's because he generally resembles a corpse? Yin Xiu's expression remained placid, with barely any significant reaction, and his pallor indeed resembled that of a corpse that could move. Come on, focus on the crux of the matter. The focal point is that this person expressed a fondness for how Yin Xiu resembles a corpse. Might he be driven to commit murder just to witness Yin Xiu truly become one? Only time would reveal Yin Xiu's fate. The moment he discovers that the other person is not human, there may be hope. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Yin Xiu left Li Mo in the living room and entered the little girl's room. What had once been a warm and cozy space had transformed overnight into utter disarray. The bed overturned, books strewn about, the carpet shredded, and the door marred with frantic scratch marks, suggesting that some monstrous entity had wreaked havoc throughout the room. Upon entering, the little girl, teary-eyed and sniffling, threw herself into Yin Xiu's embrace, her voice trembling. Brother, I'm scared. Yin Xiu silently surveyed the chaos of the room before lowering his gaze to the little girl, while the room bore signs of some tumultuous disturbance. The girl herself appeared unscathed. To prevent her from escaping, he had locked the door from the outside last night, leaving only the scratch marks on the door, confined to the destruction within the room. Extend your hand, Yin Xiu instructed, crouching down and presenting his palm. The little girl, wiping her tears, placed her small hand in his. Her hand was unharmed, yet there were wood shavings lodged beneath her nails. In contrast to the claw marks on the door, it was difficult not to speculate on what had caused the upheaval within the room. Upon realizing early on that the little girl had the capacity to transform into a monster capable of inflicting harm, it was not surprising to witness the ensuing events. The mother's note dictated Rule 5. One must remain in their own room at night, and upon awakening, regardless of the circumstances observed, all would be deemed normal. It was evident that the little girl's peculiar behavior had persisted for some time. She was a habitual offender. Brother, I'm so scared, the little girl, with tear-filled eyes, flung herself into Yin Xiu's embrace, exclaiming, It's so frightening here. Yin Xiu surmised that she was aware of her monstrous transformation. Yet the metamorphosis during the night occurred unconsciously, leaving her bewildered upon awakening to her surroundings. Do not worry, Yin Xiu reassured her with a gentle pat on her back. I will help you clean up shortly. The little girl nestled in his arms, trembling slightly. Her fears seemed to manifest physically as her appearance began to shift. Dark liquid oozed from her eyes, resembling tears yet distinctly different, trickling down her cheeks and distorting her skin wherever it touched. She gingerly reached up to feel her face. Quaking, Brother, I'm so terrifying. Am I about to become a monster? Noticing her wavering state of mind, Yin Xiu preemptively interjected to prevent her from requesting to see her reflection, saying, "But you are such a lovely girl. You hardly resemble a monster at all." "Not all." The little girl rubbed her face, feeling the grotesque distortions and the inky liquid escaping from her eye sockets. Her voice trembled. "Am I not monstrous? Am I still adorable? I'm about to transform into the monster that frightens mother. She will never return." As her emotional turmoil intensified, her visage warped further, her head losing all semblance of humanity. In response to the bizarre sight of the girl whose head defied description, Yin Xiu maintained unwavering composure, nodding calmly. "You are very lovely, not a monster in the slightest." The little girl's body quivered, the dark liquid cascading from her eyes as she repeatedly sought reassurance. "Really adorable?" "Adorable. Not a monster. Not all." With each soothing affirmation from Yin Xiu, the little girl's form gradually reverted, transforming back into that of an ordinary child. Her tears now clear and pure. "Brother, you are so kind," she sobbed, snuggling into Yin Xiu's embrace, as if normalcy had been restored. Meanwhile, the audience silently shifted their gaze to other players triggering similar narratives. The screen displayed a different little girl, cowering in her room, trembling in her own dread, twisting into a terrifying monster before shattering the door and launching herself at the players within, her contorted form utterly unrecognizable as that of a child. It was truly remarkable that Yin Xiu could utter the word adorable in the face of such a grotesque visage. Chapter 17. The copy contains a monster. Yin Xiu speculated that the little girl likely perceived herself as a grotesque creature. Indeed, she had the ability to transform into one. To prevent the little girl from succumbing to her emotions and losing her sanity, her mother left a note instructing her not to look in the mirror and to approach the devastation she faced upon waking with calmness. The directives to refrain from opening the door and to keep the little girl hidden from the outside world were all measures taken to ensure her safety. Within this confined space, maintaining her safety while preserving her mental clarity and avoiding becoming a monster was paramount. The mother's reminders were certainly effective, as daily meals served as a consistent nudge for the little girl to engage in a semblance of normal human life. As it stood, 3 days did not pose a problem. However, the concern lay in the fact that the narrative explicitly stated the little girl was to endure 3 days, awaiting her mother's return, while the note suggested that her mother did not anticipate being back in 3 days. "Shall I prepare a meal for you?" Yin Xiu softly comforted the sobbing little girl in his arms. The girl nodded, murmuring as she withdrew from his embrace, her voice delicate as she expressed her hunger, saying, "I want to eat from a big bowl." "Very well," Yin Xiu replied, gently patting her hair before rising to prepare the meal. The players observed the little girl, who was adorably asking for a big bowl, while simultaneously noticing another little girl in a different room, viciously attacking a player's body, and they silently gulped. Though she claimed to be hungry, her appetite seemed absent in front of the players. This little creature was indeed displaying an impeccable facade of obedience before Yin Xiu. Throughout the previous day, from the moment they entered the instance until the eerie creatures descended at night, a significant number of players had already perished. The daytime was marked by missteps of the newly initiated, while the night brought about fatal circumstances due to the inability to relay strategies in time. Even with a prominent figure like Yin Xiu to reference, some unavoidable factors of death persisted, such as the presence of the counterfeit monsters. By the second night, those who survived were players who had diligently researched the rules. They recognized the necessity of attending to the little girl's emotions, while they lacked Yin Xiu's composure. They nonetheless approached her with due diligence, attempting to appease her according to their strategies. As night fell, armed with the insights from the previous night's strategy and the day's efforts to placate her, this time the little girl refrained from causing any trouble, allowing all players to return to their rooms before darkness enveloped the land. A quiet night of rest, devoid of reckless behavior, promised safety for all. Almost every player enjoyed a secure night, except for Yin Xiu. In the dead of night, the uncanny presence reappeared in his room, materializing on his bed and effectively silencing him, preventing any calls for his roommates. Yin Xiu could not fathom what had triggered the 7th rule. Having not ventured into the living room that evening, He questioned why this entity, which should only roam there, had invaded his personal space. Was it truly a random occurrence? The players watching Yin Xiu as perplexity felt a complex mix of emotions. They were unable to communicate that while other players remained unharmed. He was the sole target of this bizarre attention. They could only observe this esteemed figure, forlornly cocooned in his sheets, as the invisible presence roamed about him. On this night, an eerie excitement enveloped the atmosphere, tightening its grip on Yin Xiu with a force greater than the previous evening. It constricted around his taut muscles, intricately tracing its way up his chest and abdomen, causing his clothing to strain and subtly delineating the contours of his physique. Hiss! Yin Xiu's legs are remarkably long. Is it permissible to express this? Not only shall I speak it, but I also wish to behold it. While he still breathes, I shall gaze upon him a while longer. At first glance, he may seem unremarkable, devoid of lethal allure, yet his muscular definition is rather appealing. The entity entwined in this bizarre ambience. I too wish to embrace Yin Xiu's waist. Perverts! You're all perverts! Following the transmission of this thought, the unseen presence suddenly enveloped Yin Xiu completely within the blankets, continuing to roll about inside. The onlookers could only witness the occasional outline of an unseen force pushing against the quilt before subsiding once more. In the darkness, after some time of feeble resistance, Yin Xiu's struggles gradually ceased. Realizing this entity bore no intent to end his life, he simply closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. After a brief period of amusement, the entity, confronted by Yin Xiu's unresponsiveness, relinquished its playful endeavors, coiling around him and gradually settling into tranquility. For a moment, the entire scenario was enveloped in serene silence, leaving the players outside the screen in a state of perplexity. Is it not enough that we are denied a glimpse, but it concludes so swiftly? No, the entity is indeed merely toying, not seeking Yin Xiu's demise. Do not inquire. The answer lies in torment. It shall surely kill, but the moment has yet to arrive. You seem rather astute. Thus, its method of engagement is to entwine itself around Yin Xiu. This may elude your understanding. Have you not observed its vigor surpassing that of the previous night? By tomorrow night, and the nights thereafter, it shall gradually increase its pressure, ultimately constricting Yin Xiu to a point of demise, surely resulting in his fragmentation. You seem to possess a deeper understanding than the entity itself. Perhaps, could we not redirect this intensity toward a different path? Or elsewhere? Perverts. There are perverts here, mother. On the third morning, when Yin Xiu awoke, he found his body capable of movement. Yet, remnants of a chilling, slick sensation lingered upon his skin, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Upon lifting his garments, he could discern the remnants of red marks left by the constricting force. It appears to be a methodical approach to murder. Yin Xiu concluded that he had inadvertently triggered the seventh rule, resulting in the entity's nightly disturbances within his chamber, and he feared it would not be long before it could strangle him. It seems imperative to hasten the progress of this scenario. Rising from his bed, he proceeded to take a shower. As the third day within the scenario unfolded, many players were awakened early, hurriedly preparing the final meal for the little girl, ready to transition to the next phase. Mother S. Note, Rule 6. After 3 days, retrieve the package left by mother outside the door. Consequently, many players, after feeding the little girl, immediately opened their doors, eager to claim the package outside. However, upon opening their doors, all players were met with an empty threshold, devoid of any package. Players from their respective towns quickly transitioned their focus to Yin Xiu's live broadcast, anxious that their fellow players might have overlooked something crucial, resulting in the absence of the package. To their surprise, there was no package at Yin Xiu's doorstep either. The ground outside was barren, not a single package, nor even a speck of dust could be found. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in contemplation. The note from a mother was intended for the little girl, meant to be adhered to by her, and would not affect the players. However, one of the conditions for the players to complete the game was for the little girl to fulfill all the directives on her mother's notes, acting in the capacity of a helper. The absence of the mother's package at the door indicated that the players must retrieve the mother's package themselves and place it at the threshold. allowing the little girl to collect it according to the rules inscribed on the note. To venture outside, Yin Xiu squinted towards the distance, where he noticed numerous lights flickering in the darkening sky, undeniably signifying a gathering of people. Thus, the little girl, who could not leave the house, must remain indoors. However, to prevent any unforeseen encounters like the woman from the first day, it was imperative that the little girl not be left alone. Yin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Li Mo beside him, instructing, "You stay here and keep an eye on her. I will step out for a moment." Upon hearing this, the little girl became alert, glancing at Li Mo, seemingly anxious about him. "All right," Li Mo replied with a reassuring smile. "Do not harm her," Yin Xiu added, which caused the little girl's expression to relax. "Unterstützt, li Montag kalmly affirmt. I shall take my leave now." Yin Xiu regarded the two briefly before shouldering his weapon and stepping out. The little girl hurried to the window, watching Yin Xiu's distant figure with concern, uncertain if her brother might encounter danger. "He will be fine," Li Mo assured her from within the house. The little girl gazed at Yin Xiu's receding silhouette for a long while, then suddenly turned back, her face a mask of confusion. "Why do you leave so much of your scent on my brother? It cannot be helped. This scenario is quite peculiar. Are you referring to yourself?" Chapter 18. The gathering of players. Li Mo turned to the little girl perched by the window and offered her a warm smile. Immediately, she obediently drew the curtains and returned to her seat. Outside the room, a lively commotion ensued. Yin Xiu chose to venture out in search of his mother's package, and other players, upon realizing the rules, began to emerge as well. This indicated that the players in this row of rooms would soon converge, transforming their solitary spaces into a shared environment. Players from various dimensions had congregated, and in the absence of competitive rules, the likelihood of collaboration to achieve success was significantly heightened. Thus, it was inevitable that a large group would form upon their encounters, with a natural leader emerging, particularly in a novice dungeon. Viewers outside the live stream observed as Yin Xiu, the first to grasp the rules, set off alone without waiting for anyone, while their attention shifted to the slowly gathering group of players behind. By the time Yin Xiu had ventured far, this group was still sluggishly making their way out, risking the chance to miss the prominent player. This is typical for a standard dungeon. Without competitive rules, players would usually meet promptly and share their insights on the rules. It seemed only Yin Xiu was out of sync. I am curious to see what talents might emerge in this new novice dungeon. Once the players had mostly gathered, they began to glance around, familiarizing themselves with the faces nearby, even testing one another to gauge their understanding of the dungeon. Cough, cough. After a brief murmur of discussion, an individual stepped forward and cleared his throat loudly, capturing everyone's attention. "Everyone, we are now on the third day of the dungeon. I suspect those who have emerged are beginning to realize that the players must retrieve their mother's package. Given that there is no competitive aspect to this dungeon, we can assist one another. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Guang, with 3 prior experiences of clearing dungeons. I have been residing in Rule Town 378 for about half a year now. In this novice dungeon, it is likely that none of you have as much experience as I do. If you trust me, I can temporarily take on the role of the group's leader, guiding us in deciphering the rules and achieving a swift clearance." His demeanor was earnest, and his words resonated with righteousness. Few would dare to refuse such an offer. However, a voice of skepticism arose from the crowd. "Coincidentally, I too have 3 experiences of clearing dungeons, and I entered this dungeon to guide newcomers." Another individual stepped forward, drawing the attention of the onlookers as he approached Wang Guang. They sized each other up, both contemplating the implications. In the first 3 days of this dungeon, many players have become aware, through the prompts of their respective towns, that a prominent player was clearing the dungeon concurrently. However, players from other towns remained oblivious to this individual's identity and appearance. Now, with 2 players boasting 3 clearance experiences standing before them, they scrutinized one another, acutely aware that if no other players with extensive experience emerged, one of them could very well be the esteemed player referenced by townsfolk from various dimensions. "May I inquire your name?" Sensing that the individual before him might be the esteemed player, Wang Guang immediately softened his demeanor, approaching with an air of delight to greet this person. The individual had originally set out in search of a renowned figure, harboring thoughts largely aligned with Wang Wang's. Presently, there were merely two players with experience from a couple of instances. He was certainly not the esteemed one, which left the counterpart as the individual frequently mentioned in the bullet screen. With enthusiasm, he approached, introducing himself. "I am Zhang Si. It is an honor to meet you." "Esteemed one." The other responded, "Not at all. It is I who am fortunate to share an instance with you." Their conversation commenced with polite exchanges, both hesitant to exhibit bravado before the legendary figure rumored to have an unflappable demeanor when it came to charming young girls. "Brother C, if you are willing, would you lead this instance?" Wang Guang, upon recognizing the esteemed figure's presence, promptly offered his position, ready to attach himself to the illustrious one. No, it should be you, Brother Guang. I have faith in your abilities." Zhang Si, eager to align himself with greatness, assumed the esteemed figure was merely being modest. "I appreciate your trust, Brother C, but I am certain you are more capable. You should take the lead." "What nonsense! I believe in you, and so does everyone else. You should lead." The two engaged in a courteous tug-of-war, while the novice players nearby hesitated to interject, feeling like mere fledglings. Having a renowned figure to guide them was already a blessing. Whether it was one or two esteemed players mattered little. The bullet screen erupted with bemusement. What on earth are these two brilliant minds doing? They are still pushing each other. If they don't pursue Yin Xiu soon, they will surely fall behind. It was quite amusing that two players who had successfully completed instances thrice were debating the leadership, while Yin Xiu, a player who had conquered all challenges, wandered outside. Was it possible they mistook each other for Yin Xiu, both addressing one another as the esteemed one? It was not beyond the realm of possibility, especially since neither had ever encountered Yin Xiu nor knew his name. The onlookers were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the moment when the two would discover that the person they so admired was, in fact, not the rumored legend. On screen, after a brief exchange of polite refusals, they ultimately settled on a mutually beneficial solution. They would co-lead the team. To be regarded by Brother C is an immense honor. "What are you saying? I'm the one who is delighted to co-lead with you." The two draped their arms around each other, having firmly established each other as the esteemed one, feeling flattered that the revered figure appreciated them enough to share the leadership role, which granted them considerable pride. Now, let us not digress. Let us first discuss Mother S package. Once they had established rapport, the two turned to prepare to address the novice players about the instance, only to find that an impatient newcomer had already detached from the group, intent on proceeding to the town alone. "Hey, you, don't wander off." Upon witnessing the departure, Wang Guang immediately frowned and shouted, but the newcomer paid him no heed and continued on. Wang Guang muttered in frustration, "Look at the arrogance of today's newcomers. Where does he think he can go alone? Such naivety. Those who do not follow experienced players can only await their demise." Zhang Si chimed in, "Indeed. Does he truly believe that merely having survived a few days grants him the prowess to navigate the instance independently, disregarding those who have gone before him?" The two continued their chatter, yet the newcomer had already begun to walk further away. He had seen the distant lights at night and surmised that beyond this remote dwelling lay the true town mentioned in the background. As a newcomer, he was indeed quite anxious and fearful. Had it not been for the barrage of reminders regarding strategies on his first day, he might have perished at the hands of the first woman he encountered, although he had never seen the esteemed individual who provided the guidance. The descriptions in the chat suggested a person of icy demeanor, calm, rational, and subtly gentle, far removed from the two individuals he had just encountered. If he were to follow someone, it would undoubtedly be the one who had truly aided him. Walking along the dilapidated path, the newcomer observed his surroundings. Beyond the quaint village lay vast fields and dense woods, with the row of modest dwellings where they had awakened nestled among the trees, accessible only by a winding trail leading towards the town. The area was overgrown with weeds, the fields left barren, and flanked by abandoned, crumbling thatched cottages, as if no one had ventured into this part for ages. The silence enveloped him, whispering of decay and eeriness, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. As he continued along the path, a white figure suddenly caught his eye at the road's end. Beneath the lush canopy of verdant leaves, dappled light danced upon the figure, who appeared slender and, bathed in this interplay of light and shadow, emanated an aura of gentleness. Yet a black long knife hung at his waist, its dull surface radiating an invisible sharpness. The man lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a black cat perched in the tree above, and they remained silent, as if in a standoff, devoid of any tension. For a moment, the scene was so harmonious that it felt entirely disconnected from the chaotic realm of the game. "Hello." The newcomer ventured cautiously, his voice tentative. In an instant, both the man and the cat turned their heads toward him, their piercing gazes landing squarely upon him. Chapter 19. Monster Town. The man's expression appeared rather indifferent, with shadows dancing upon his eyelashes as he glanced sideways, devoid of any turbulence. The cat also maintained a calm demeanor, while the newcomer was taken aback. After a few moments of silence among the three, the newcomer cautiously inquired of Yin Xiu, "Are you also a player?" Yin Xiu nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the newcomer to continue observing the cat. The cat, no longer regarding the newcomer, delicately licked its paw under Yin Xiu's scrutiny, then poised itself on a branch, seemingly preparing to leap down. "Coincidentally, I'm also a player, having just emerged from over there. What brings you here to watch the cat?" The newcomer ventured closer, instinctively inching nearer to Yin Xiu. The sight of another player in this location surprised him. He had assumed he was the first to exit. The indifference exuded by Yin Xiu inexplicably stirred excitement within him, akin to discovering a hidden treasure ahead of others. The cat should guide the way, yet remained motionless when I was alone. Yin Xiu slightly raised his chin and took a small step back. In an instant, the cat leapt down from the tree with remarkable agility. It seemed that at least two individuals were required to elicit a response. Yin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, uncertain if the necessity of a companion in this instance was due to the nature of the quest, but in any case, he had left Lian Mo at home. Had the newcomer not arrived, he would have been compelled to wait longer. "How do you know it's a guiding cat?" the newcomer queried timidly, trailing closely behind Yin Xiu as they followed the feline. "I guessed," Yin Xiu replied flatly. After the cat descended, it swayed its tail and gracefully trotted towards the direction of the town, its white collar standing out prominently against its sleek black fur. The newcomer stared intently, suddenly realizing, "It has a collar. It must be domesticated." "Perhaps," Yin Xiu responded, squinting towards the distant town. Observed from afar during the day, the town exuded a subtle sense of dissonance. Despite the multitude of lights at night, suggesting a considerable population, an eerie silence enveloped the area, particularly pronounced. The only sounds resonating along the path were their footsteps, punctuated by the rustling of wind through the branches. The absence of insects or birdsong rendered the atmosphere unsettling. As they approached the entrance to the town, the absence of any signs of normal human life felt uncanny. The newcomer took a deep breath, stammering slightly. "This is my first time in quest. I lack experience and may slow you down. I hope you want to think less of me." Yin Xiu responded coolly, his gaze fixed ahead as he followed the cat into the town. This quaint settlement was still in its developmental stage, with many areas paved with flagstones where weeds thrived in the crevices. However, overall, it appeared presentable. The ground was clean, the houses sturdy, and each residence boasted a fenced yard. At first glance, everything seemed in order, save for the unnerving silence. Upon stepping into the quaint town, Yin Xiu immediately sensed an unsettling chill enveloping the atmosphere, a foreboding darkness that swiftly eclipsed the sun's radiant glow. Since their arrival, numerous eyes had been fixed upon them from behind the glass of the houses lining the street, their gazes heavy and inscrutable. Yin Xiu paused at the roadside near the town's entrance, scrutinizing an ancient stone monument overgrown with moss. The town's rules were inscribed as follows. 1. Children are strictly prohibited from approaching the altar in the square at night. Regardless of what they may witness, they must feign ignorance and depart swiftly. 2. There are no female spirits in the town. Should you inadvertently encounter a woman in white, avert your gaze and do not heed her voice. If she pursues you, seek assistance from other townsfolk. 3. Strange entities may disguise themselves as townspeople during the day. Exercise caution in distinguishing them, and do not accept their invitations into their homes. The likelihood of encountering such peculiar beings is notably high, hence it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside. 4. While the town must extend warmth to outsiders, any transgressions of the rules will not be met with leniency. 5. Outsiders may be permitted to witness the sacrificial ceremony, but they must be sternly cautioned against violating the first and second rules. 6. For outsiders who inadvertently breach the rules, they must not be allowed to leave alive. Yin Xiu's gaze lingered on the rules etched into the stone. Some had become blurred from the ravages of time, while others appeared freshly inscribed, as though engraved only recently. Notably, the latter part of the third rule, cautioning against the high probability of encountering strange entities during the day, seemed particularly new, crowded within the paragraph, suggesting that the threat had only recently been acknowledged. The sixth rule, however, emanated an air of peril, and the existence of sacrificial ceremony was utterly disconcerting. The newcomer's complexion paled, acutely aware of the town's ruthless stance towards rule-breaking outsiders, a category to which they belonged. Yin Xiu hurriedly recounted the rules in his mind, committing them to memory before turning to follow the cat once more. The eyes of the townsfolk lingered, their stares unwavering. Perhaps due to the rule advising against venturing outside during the day, they remained concealed within their homes, revealing not even a sliver of their presence. As the two approached the square, a door creaked open on one side, revealing an elderly man whose face was partially shrouded in shadow, while the other half basked in sunlight. He appeared frail, extending a bony hand towards Yin Xiu. His voice hoarse. "You two young lads are outsiders, aren't you? Have you seen the monument at the entrance? It's dangerous during the day. Do not wander aimlessly in the town. Come, seek refuge in my humble abode." The newcomer hesitated, casting a glance at the elder before redirecting his attention back to Yin Xiu, who continued to walk forward, seemingly indifferent. Should they acknowledge him, it could spell doom. Yin Xiu replied coolly, "Look at his feet." The newcomer's gaze was instantly drawn to the old man's feet, where, not far behind him, a shadow lay on the ground, almost obscured by the dimness of the room, making it difficult to discern. Squinting, the newcomer strained to see, and upon realizing what it was, he gasped sharply, trembling as he inched closer to Yin Xiu. Yes, it was a corpse of body identical to that of the old man. Yin Xiu's voice was icy and detached, showing little reaction to the corpse or the enigmatic presence. Rule 3 explicitly stated that during the day, there would be disguises resembling townsfolk to lure people into houses. It was unexpected for such a bait to be presented so immediately. If someone were to overlook the rules and be careless, they would likely fall victim to this trap. "Young man, I speak sincerely. The town has become perilous of late. At my advanced age, what could I possibly do for you? Please come inside." The old man persistently beckoned them, his sunken, lifeless eyes fixated on the retreating figures of the two, emanating a palpable resentment. Seeing that neither of them was fooled, the old man clenched his teeth in frustration and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. The roadways returned to their eerie tranquility as Yin Xiu followed the black cat to the center of the square. Upon entering this area, a chilling sensation enveloped the entire town, making it difficult to breathe. The source of this oppressive cold radiated from here. In the center of the square stood a statue, the head of a woman, but upon this cold effigy was driven a massive nail, piercing directly through her forehead. The woman's eyes were wide, staring defiantly towards the heavens, her expression imbued with a haunting resentment, as if she were glaring in fury at the moment of her demise. Just a glance at the sculpture sent shivers down one's spine. Even more unsettling were the yellow talismans affixed to the statue, intertwined with red threads that wrapped around the massive figure. The paper was densely packed, and the ground was inscribed with an unknown array, with twisted grooves bearing dark brown stains. Before the statue lay a stone altar, upon which a mass of dark, matted hair was tangled together, exuding a foul odor. This was likely the sacrificial site mentioned in the town's rules. Chapter 20. Hide and seek meow. The crisp and delicate sound of a cat's meow echoed in the stillness, breaking the spell that had captivated the two individuals before the eerie statue. A cat was rummaging through a pile of yellow talismans beside the statue, eventually unearthing a small, grimy bag, its surface marred by traces of dirt, nearly concealed beneath the talismans. "Is this Mother's package?" The newcomer, perplexed, crouched down, intending to pick up the bag. However, before they could extend their hand, a thunderous voice rang out from behind them, commanding, "Put it down." Turning around, they beheld a group of other players who had arrived late to the tranquil town. After 3 days, a considerable number of survivors had gathered, their presence dispelling the strange atmosphere that had lingered. At the forefront, Wang Guang glared at the newcomer, instantly recognizing them as the one who had previously distanced themselves from the group and fled without waiting for a word. His voice rose, laced with reprimand. "You, a newcomer, dare to touch something you don't even know? Are you seeking death? But this is my mother's." The newcomer, pale-faced, attempted to explain, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Si, who admonished, "How can you speak to the senior like that? Surely, the senior knows what it is. They possess experience in clearing dungeons and are merely offering a warning. If they say you are reckless, then indeed you are. Do you understand the dungeon better than they do?" The two were engaged in a mutual elevation of status, presenting themselves as haughty veterans, while the surrounding newcomers, intimidated, dared not defy them, lest they invite disaster in the dungeon. Stunned by this unwarranted berating, the newcomer hesitated for a moment but still reached for the bag. Before their hand could make contact, Wang Guang kicked it aside, exclaiming, "I told you not to touch it. If you get into trouble, I'll one-T assist you. Have a little self-awareness." Zhang Si hurriedly picked up the bag and, upon standing, noticed an individual silently standing nearby, their presence almost imperceptible, startling him. "Who are you? A newcomer who came with him?" Zhang Si shot a glare at the aloof Yin Xiu, attempting to assert dominance. "I am a veteran with 3 dungeon clears under my belt. Listen to me, and you'll surely succeed in the dungeon. Don't create chaos." Yin Xiu slightly curled his lips, a vague smile surfacing on his otherwise cold visage, which was unsettling to behold. "What are you smiling at? You look like a ghost," Zhang Si thought, hastily turning away to hand the bag to Wang Guang. "Here, Brother Guang, take this. You should have a look first." "Oh, is this appropriate?" Wang Guang asked, somewhat taken aback. "What's inappropriate about it? You will certainly understand it better than the others," Zhang Si replied cheerfully. The two exchanged playful banter while a throng of new players looked on, bewildered, none daring to voice their thoughts. With only one package from Mother available, and so many players vying for information, it was clear that whoever held it would gain a significant advantage, leaving the rest to grapple with second-hand information. The rookie, having been shoved aside, stood awkwardly beside Yin Xiu. Noticing that Yin remained silent, he too chose to refrain from engaging in any argument. They exhibited a quiet resilience, while the barrage of comments exploded with fervor. What on earth are these two wise ones doing? Are they really players who have cleared this level 3 times? The comments continued, mocking their inability to recognize the great ones among them, eliciting laughter. It seemed that seasoned players from other realms often displayed similar arrogance when encountering those less experienced. If this were in our small town, those two would undoubtedly be challenged. Our veteran players typically served as laborers for the newcomers, having spent the entire night watching the live stream without sleep. The fear of encountering unforeseen challenges in the dungeon loomed large, as any oversight could lead to reprimands from that person. The drowsiness crept in swiftly. "Thank you, esteemed veterans of the comments. Your efforts are appreciated." Efforts? Once you become a veteran yourself, this will all fall upon you. A sense of dread permeated the air. Wang Guang and Zhang Si hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, it was decided that Wang Guang would open the bag. "I won't hold back then," he chuckled, taking the bag with the intent of revealing its contents, which appeared rather small and mysterious. As he peeled back the opening, a sudden chill swept across the square, startling the crowd. A mournful wail of a woman echoed through the plaza, accompanied by the chilling wind. As a thick fog began to envelop the area. What was that sound? Panic erupted among the crowd. "It's foggy. I can't see. The wind is so cold." In the face of the crowd's growing anxiety, the two leaders shouted in an attempt to calm everyone. "Don't panic. Stay calm. Remember the stone tablet we saw at the entrance? Everyone must keep this in mind. No matter what we hear or see, pretend you haven't noticed. If you're truly frightened, keep your mouth shut. Don't utter a sound." Yet, the newcomers' panic did not subside in response to their voices. Rather, it intensified amidst the unsettling mist. I feel like someone just touched me. Hair. Something brushed against the back of my neck. It, it's that person, that woman. Silence. Don't mention it, Wang Guang shouted, as the surrounding anxiety seeped into him, causing him to swallow hard and inch closer to Zhang Si. In such moments, a seasoned expert would surely take action. Zhang Si shared this sentiment and awaited Wang Guang's lead to guide the team to safety. The fog thickened. Visibility diminished to the point that the players could scarcely discern those around them. Shadowy figures swayed in the white mist, rendering friend and foe indistinguishable, while the sound of the weeping woman grew nearer and clearer, echoing as if it were right beside each individual. "Have you seen my child?" A serene voice echoed near a player, its chilling breath brushing against his ear. Startled, the player recoiled, screaming and clutching his ears, realizing a woman was beside him. "Shut up!" Zhang Si cursed in frustration, having clearly instructed them to observe the monument and refrain from mentioning the woman's presence, pretending not to see her. "Ha ha, you can see me, you all can see me," the woman's voice, once playful, turned ominous, dripping with malice. "Let's play hide and seek, just like my little ones. I will count to 10, and then I shall come find you. Do try not to let me catch you." Her voice sank, laced with a chilling mirth, as she disregarded the player's terror and began to count. One, as her voice wafted through the fog, the players scattered in panic. "Run! Hurry! If we don't flee, we'll be slaughtered." Yet the thick fog obscured their path out of the town. "To hurry! Find a place to hide." Suddenly, one recalled the town's rules stating that if ensnared by her, they could seek the aid of the townsfolk. "Quickly, find a resident." 3, the players dispersed, racing towards the nearest houses. However, as the fog thickened and the hunt commenced, not a single resident dared to open their doors, barricading themselves in fear rather than offering assistance. The woman chuckled, her laughter emerging from a broken throat like a death knell. For in the ensuing chaos, the player group became a jumbled mess. Despite Wang Guang and Zhang Si's attempts to rally the frightened crowd, their efforts proved futile. They eventually resigned to searching for their own hiding spots, incessantly knocking on the doors of the townsfolk. "Help! Please save us! Open the door! Let us in! We implore you!" Amid the desperate cries for aid, Yin Xiu stood motionless, contemplating. This woman seemed integral to the town's rules. The question loomed, could they indeed kill her? Chapter 21. A push for performance. Hurry. We must escape swiftly. A newcomer, feeling anxious, tugged at Yin Xiu, who remained motionless. Yin Xiu silently lowered his hand from the hilt of his weapon. Perhaps it was wiser not to recklessly eliminate beings bound by the rules, as this instance had undergone substantial changes compared to previous ones. Observing the situation, there would be ample time to strike if necessary. There was no need to rush. "Let us proceed." Yin Xiu reined in his murderous intent and turned purposefully toward a certain direction. "Where are we going?" The newcomer was taken aback, instinctively trailing behind Yin Xiu, uncertain of where they could venture amidst the enveloping fog. Yin Xiu raised his gaze to scan the surroundings, seeking the most prominent building in the town. The rules indicated that assistance could be sought from other townsfolk. Although this guideline was primarily for their own kind, it would undoubtedly hold true for that woman as well. Noticing that the townspeople had firmly shut their doors against them, it was evident that their interiors were secure. Otherwise, the advice to remain indoors during the day would not exist. Yin Xiu observed that the building closest behind the statue was a wooden structure towering 2 stories above the other houses in the town. Though weathered and patched up, it remained sturdy despite the passage of time. Given its size and height, it seemed more than just a simple residence. He navigated through the disordered crowd and approached the door, scrutinizing it closely, then glanced at the curtained windows before decisively picking up a stone from the ground. Aiming at the door, if the townsfolk were unwilling to assist, he would compel them to do so. First, he politely knocked on the door with the stone, inquiring, "Hello, is anyone there?" There was no response from within, yet he could hear several breaths behind the door. Unmoved, Yin Xiu continued, "I know you are inside. I will count to 3. If you do not open the door, I shall break it down. After all, if I remain outside, I shall perish. So I might as well take you with me before my demise." His voice was light, devoid of emotion, sending a shiver through those inside, their faces paling at the thought of this villain delivering a grim fate. "You must understand, if the door is damaged, that woman will be able to enter, and you shall meet your end as well. Therefore, I hope that before I take action, you will voluntarily open the door to ensure its integrity, allowing us both to survive." The occupants remained silent, while the newcomer beside him grew tense, questioning the efficacy of such a threat. Could it truly work? "If you remain unresponsive, I shall commence with breaking down the door." 3. Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the door, counting down softly 2, 1. As he uttered the final number, he raised the stone and forcefully struck the door, causing it to shudder violently. He lifted the stone again, preparing for a second blow. "Wait, do not strike again." The occupants realized he was indeed prepared to act without regard for their lives, and they hurriedly flung open the door. "Come in, please." "Thank you," Yin Xiu replied courteously, nodding as he set the stone down and entered the house. The newcomer hurriedly entered the room, where the occupants attempted to close the door but were halted by Yin Xiu, who, with a cold expression, remarked, "Your house is quite spacious. Would you mind if I brought a few more guests?" The faces of those inside turned pale, and they dared not refuse. Nearby players, witnessing the unfolding drama, rushed over in a frenzy, their faces ashen, pleading, "Please, let me in to hide." Once the door was ajar, players seeking to save their lives would flood in, and anyone within proximity of Yin Xiu would rush to enter, including the quick-witted Wang Guang and Zhang Si. The woman's countdown loomed ominously, and more players sprinted toward the large house. However, many were slow to react, realizing too late the urgency of their situation. Their faces contorted with fear as they desperately approached the door. "Help me, just a moment longer," cried one player. Despair etched on his face as he recognized he might be too late. Wang Guang was the last to enter, breathless and barely making it inside. He heard the cries and contemplated turning back to assist, but the woman's voice rang out from a distance. 10. As her chilling laughter echoed, Wang Guang decisively shut the door and locked it, denying entry to those outside. "I've come for you." The woman's figure swiftly moved within a mist. The player who had rushed toward the house was abruptly torn apart by large hands, blood gushing forth and staining the fog. A gruesome sight. The players inside screamed in terror. But what was more horrifying was the cacophony of despair emanating from outside. The mist obscured the scene, rendering the players unable to discern the specifics of the carnage unfolding outside. Yet the horrifying screams and the silhouettes collapsing made it evident that a massacre was taking place. Those who survived felt a mix of relief and dread, thankful to have entered the house in time. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they might now be lying on the ground, reduced to mere flesh. The sounds from outside persisted, and the atmosphere within grew increasingly tense. Most of the players, particularly the newcomers, were witnessing such brutality for the first time, their faces drained of color, some on the verge of breaking down. Wang Guang and Zhang Si were equally stunned, unprepared for the cruelty that had transformed this instance of the game, so different from their initial experience. Had they known, they would have exercised greater caution. Well, this is a game fraught with danger and death. One misstep can lead to immediate demise. You were aware of this before entering. Wang Guang attempted to alleviate the oppressive tension in the room, choosing not to mention the earlier events. Now, nearly all players wore ashen faces, too frightened to glance outside, their hearts racing with anxiety, with some curled in corners, trembling and listening to the incessant sounds outside, teetering on the brink of despair. A glance around revealed that the entire group had descended into disarray. Wang Guang shook his head, lamenting that this cohort of newcomers was utterly lacking in substance. Their demise was well-deserved. As he turned, he noticed a newcomer in the corner glaring at him, accompanied by a previously inconspicuous man whose distinctiveness lay in the knife hanging at his waist. At that moment, amidst the desolate hall filled with players, only this man appeared to be gazing intently at the painting on the wall, completely devoid of the despondency that enveloped the others. Among the newcomers, these two stood out. One exuded hostility and defiance, while the other had never even cast a glance in his direction. In the earlier chaos, he had no inkling of who had first opened the door to this room, but he had been of no help, ultimately leaving others outside. Now, as the leader, he feared he would lack the authority to rally this group of newcomers. He would inevitably have to discipline someone to set an example and regain their compliance. "You," Wang Guang raised his hand, pointing at the newcomer who had been glaring at him. What do you think you're doing? Is this your attitude towards the team leader? The newcomer snorted coldly. He was already inclined to distance himself from the team. Previously reprimanded by Wang Guang, he was dissatisfied and now dared to retort. What is wrong with staring at you? You had the audacity to leave players who could have survived outside, yet you call yourself the leader? You're utterly useless. Running away faster than anyone. At that moment, the woman had already begun her assault. Should I have left the door open for her to come in and slaughter you all? It's as if you were of any use, newcomers like you, who disregard the words of seasoned players in the dungeon. Meet the earliest demise. Wang Guang, infuriated, pointed accusingly at the newcomer, feeling particularly provoked. Yet here I am, alive and well. I'd rather have this door-opening fool beside me as a leader than you. The newcomer abruptly pointed at Yin Xiu, who was quietly observing the painting. All eyes swiftly turned to Yin Xiu. He opened the door. Yin Xiu returned his gaze from the painting, casually pushing away the finger pointed at him. In a detached tone, he remarked, "I'll go look elsewhere." And with that, he adopted an air of indifference, retreating to a quiet corner, unwilling to participate in the quarrel. Wang Guang fell silent, surprised that it was Yin Xiu who had opened the door. He stubbornly asserted, "Yes, just a newcomer. It was mere luck. He lacks my experience." His harsh words carried significant weight for the frightened novice players. Compared to the unclear capabilities of the new players, they were far more inclined to trust the seasoned ones. Although Wang Guang could be ruthless at critical moments, Yin Xiu seemed entirely disinterested in the power struggle for leadership, allowing Wang Guang to maintain his bravado. Seething with frustration, the newcomer could only turn to stand beside Yin Xiu, opting not to engage in further debate with Wang Guang. The cries from outside gradually faded, and the woman's chilling laughter ceased after the player's demise. The dissipating white mist nearly signified the annihilation of the players outside. The massacre had come to an end. The room was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even though the ordeal had concluded, no one seemed inclined to venture outside. At that moment, a figure gradually descended from the second floor. Chapter 22. Taming. He was a middle-aged man, tall and composed, with a face marked by strong features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Despite the stubble adorning his chin, it added an air of rugged masculinity. With a cordial smile, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful it is to welcome so many visitors to our grave town today." The players instantly became wary of this unfamiliar man. "Please, do not be alarmed. I am the mayor of this town, here to extend a warm welcome on behalf of our community." The mayor hastily clarified, attempting to ease the tension among the crowd. "This is my residence, which I also use to host guests. Since you are all here, why not stay with us? I believe many of you might prefer not to venture out again." Upon hearing the prospect of staying, the players who were reluctant to leave immediately brightened. "Is it truly possible?" Zhang Si inquired eagerly, not wishing to step outside. "Of course. Guests are always welcome. I will have rooms arranged for you shortly. As long as you adhere to the house rules, this place is entirely safe," the mayor assured, alluding to the regulations, which implied that this location was a necessary refuge for the players. It was indeed serendipitous that they could find shelter here. "Wonderful. It's such a relief to stay here." Wang Guang nodded happily, eager to avoid the daily back and forth between the little girl's house and the town. With so many players around, the unpredictability was overwhelming. Finding a secure place in the town meant they could head there directly should similar circumstances arise again. Now that arrangements are in place, I must return to my duties. The rules for this house are posted on the pillar in the lobby. Please do take a moment to read them, the mayor said with a smile, turning to ascend the stairs once more. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Yin Xiu in the corner. Unlike the other alert players, he remained utterly indifferent to the mayor's presence, standing motionless as he gazed at the painting on the wall, resembling a cold, beautiful sculpture. The pale contours of his face were illuminated by the soft light streaming in from the window, enveloping him in a tranquil glow, serene yet lifeless. His stillness rendered him akin to a haunting masterpiece, dark and enticing. A flicker of agitation crossed the mayor's eyes before he noticed Yin Xiu turn his gaze to meet his. Although his expression was devoid of emotion, he instinctively defended himself against the scrutiny. The mayor quickly offered an apologetic smile and hurriedly retreated upstairs, muttering to himself, "So, he is indeed alive." Yin Xiu observed the departing figure of the man, his gaze contemplative. "Hey there, I'm Zhongmu. What is your name?" Once settled, the newcomer eagerly struck up a conversation with Yin Xiu. "Yin Xiu," he replied, his tone subdued. "Oh, it seems you're alone," Zhongmu remarked, rubbing his hands together meaningfully. "Where's your roommate? Has he already met his end?" "No," Yin Xiu replied lazily. "I left him with the little girl." Zhongmu was taken aback. "You left him alone in the room with that little girl?" "Indeed." A chill ran down Zhongmu's spine. "Your roommate must have been terrified. How unfortunate." Yin Xiu, upon this reminder, suddenly recalled the true purpose of their day. He turned to Wang Guang, who held his mother's package, recognizing the need to return it to the little girl before determining their next course of action. The group, belatedly aware of their obligation to check on the little girl, collectively sighed. "Well, indeed, we must return." Zhang Si looked at the others, noting that nearly all the players were reluctant to leave this safe zone, and no one was keen on going back. Observing the group's hesitance, Wang Guang saw an opportunity to assume his role as a leader and promptly declared, "I believe it is unnecessary for everyone to go back. Let us first deliver the package and assess what our next steps should be. It would be perilous to return en masse." Not wishing to be burdened by those who lagged behind, he quickly proposed his plan. Most newcomers, having lost their desire to venture out, readily abandoned the idea of returning. Wang Guang, clutching the package, was determined to go back. Zhang Si, as one of the leaders, felt compelled to remain and tend to the new players, for without the presence of seasoned players, they would feel unease. Since Yin Xiu opted to return, Zhongmu decided to accompany him, leaving no one else with a desire to go back. Ultimately, it was Wang Guang, Yin Xiu, and Zhongmu who made their way back. "Why are you two so reckless?" Wang Guang harbored a dislike for the pair, feeling reluctant to return with them. However, venturing back alone was undeniably perilous, and if all else failed, he might leverage their presence to ensure his own safety. Zhongmu scoffed, harboring no fondness for Wang Guang, while Yin Xiu, as always, chose to remain aloof, ignoring Wang Guang as remarks. This air of indifference was perceived by Wang Guang as arrogance, furthering his irritation. The trio exited the mayor's house, and as soon as they stepped outside, the door was swiftly shut behind them, fearful of any misstep. The mist had dissipated, and the woman's figure had vanished. The town square lay in eerie silence, devoid of blood, corpses, or any lingering traces. A soft yellow light enveloped the entire town, creating a harmonious tranquility, as if the earlier chaos had never existed, and the group of missing players had never emerged in the first place. What a ghastly place! Wang Guang shivered, feeling a sense of unease creeping over him. The three followed the original path back to the area where the little girl was located. Upon triggering the reception of her mother's package, all the little girls in the players' rooms merged into one, who was now in Yin Xiu's room. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, the little girl hurriedly lifted the curtain and peered out the window, joyfully exclaiming, "They're back. It's my brother returning." The bright, cheerful voice of the little girl echoed through the room, momentarily rendering Wang Guang speechless. This sweet, melodious tone was vastly different from the fierce little girl he had encountered in his own room. Subsequently, Yin Xiu opened the door to reveal the charming little girl inside, causing both Wang Guang and Zhongmu to freeze in place, quickly turning to glance at the other rooms, fearing they had overlooked the real little girl. The little girl joyfully leaped into Yin Xiu's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, you've finally returned. I was so worried about you." "Yin Xiu, is this your roommate?" Zhongmu found it hard to accept that this adorable sister was the same fierce little girl he had encountered. "No, my roommate is inside," Yin Xiu replied coolly, gesturing towards the room. Zhongmu immediately leaned in to peek inside, only to be met by the unsettling smile of a man in a black suit, emanating an eerie aura as he turned to face him. The abruptness of the man's movement sent a shiver down Zhongmu's spine. This individual appeared far more sinister than the little girl. "Brother, where's mother's package?" The little girl nudged Yin Xiu, prompting him. Wang Guang, who had been lost in thought, hastily handed over a dirty bag, saying, "Here it is." Why is it so dirty? The little girl was taken aback upon seeing the bag, her voice suddenly sharp, her pupils constricting. Did you dirty the package mother gave me? And no, I didn't. Wang Guang stammered, shaken by her familiar, capricious demeanor. Indeed, this was the same little girl who had been a source of unpredictable moods in his house. He feared another transformation was imminent. If you dare lie, I'll eat you. The little girl shouted angrily, but before she could continue, Yin Xiu gently patted her head. It was this dirty when we found it. Let us see what's inside first. Oh, the little girl instantly calmed down, unwrapping the bag and pulling out a piece of paper. Just as she was about to read the note, Yin Xiu swiftly snatched it from her. Wang Guang, after a moment of shock, suddenly realized that the note might contain rules pertaining to the second paper. Had the little girl seen it, she would have violated the rules. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Though he had grasped the situation, the little girl protested, "Brother, what are you doing? I haven't even looked at it yet." She pouted, feeling frustrated that the precious item left by her mother was taken from her before she could even glance at it. This was bound to upset her, Wang Guang thought, watching with a glimmer of schadenfreude, eager to witness the little girl's transformation. Chapter 23. Danger and Harmony. Yin Xiu gently reached out to stroke the little girl's hair, murmuring, "Allow me to take a look first, and then I shall summarize for you." The little girl, reluctant, scrunched her small face in hesitation. Wang Guang, standing nearby, clenched his fists, silently cheering for her and praying she would become indignant soon. Yet, after a moment of inner turmoil, the little girl swayed her body with a hint of melancholy and reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, I will listen to my brother." Her sorrowful demeanor, coupled with her shy gestures, even exuded a touch of endearment. This excessive compliance left both Zhong Mu and Wang Guang in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this peculiar creature, who would often erupt in fury and pose a threat to their lives, could now be so docile. Yin Xiu paid no mind to their astonishment as he calmly unfolded the note in his hand. Mother's second note of rules. "Dear, when you receive this note, it is possible that I will not have returned in time. From this moment forth, you must make your way independently to your grandmother's home in town. To ensure your safe arrival at your grandmother's, I have left you a new set of rules. There is no need to refer to the original one. Rule 1. Do not approach any monster's house on your way to your grandmother's. Rule 2. Clean your grandmother's house and locate her diary. Rule 3. Retrieve the blue pills you often consume from the basement. Rule 4. You must leave the town at night." Beneath this stark black font of the rules, there was a segment of elegant script, seemingly penned by a different hand. "Yeah, my dear daughter, perhaps I cannot assist you in any way, nor can I accompany you further, but I hope you can survive and leave the town, growing up happily, even if alone. You must remember that the medicine you often take is your favorite color. Do not forget. Love, your mother." The second set of rules was even more succinct than the first, comprising only 4 directives, each articulated with clear and straightforward objectives. Rather than evading danger, they seemed to guide the little girl towards certain actions. As for the last segment in a different handwriting, Yin Xiu meticulously compared the preamble of the note with the final admonition, pondering whether there were, in fact, 2 mothers. While he scrutinized the note, Zhong Mu leaned in for a closer look. Wang Guang, less familiar with the two and feeling somewhat estranged, refrained from approaching, though he could not suppress his urge to prod. "Are you done yet? Hurry up and show me." No sooner had he spoken than 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him with a menacing glare. One pair belonged to the little girl, and the other to Li Mo, who was present in the room. The intensity of their gazes sent a shiver down Wang Guang's spine, prompting him to hastily shut his mouth. "I'm finished," Yin Xiu said coolly, folding the last admonition along its crease and tearing it along the fold, handing it to the little girl. "Here, this is for you, from your mother." Wang Guang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't show her that." He reached out to snatch it away, only to be kicked aside by Zhong Mu. "Get lost. Do you really think we need your reminders for such matters?" Wang Guang's eyes turned crimson with rage, and as he rose to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze bore into his back, silencing him instantly. "Oomph." Zhong Mu, with an air of superiority, huffed in satisfaction, relishing the moment, particularly after Wang Guang had kicked him earlier. Rest assured, that is not a rule. It is indeed a letter from her mother, Yin Xiu explained calmly, handing the instructions to the little girl with one hand while extending the rules to Wang Guang with the other. This is the rule. Read it yourself. Reluctantly, Wang Guang climbed to his feet, aware of the two ominous figures nearby, and, feeling disgruntled, he dared not utter a word. This is really my mother's handwriting, the little girl exclaimed joyfully as she took the note, twirling around with glee before scrutinizing the paper with utmost seriousness. Yin Xiu observed her thoughtfully. It was evident that the rules and the concluding note were penned by different hands. Now, with the little girl's confirmation, it was clear her mother had written the note. While the preceding rules were clearly not from her, the little girl recognized her mother's script. The first rule of the survival scenario was to ensure that the little girl did not see the rules within the scenario, including her mother's note. If she had seen the note first and realized it was not her mother's handwriting, the course of events could have drastically changed. Only the players could discern that the rules were not left by her mother. Only they could assist the little girl in completing the note, suggesting that her fate rested in the player's hands. Yin Xiu recalled the rules for clearing the scenario. The second rule mandated that the little girl complete all of her mother's notes, meaning at the very least, the visible tasks must be fulfilled. However, the first rule stipulated that the monster's corpse must remain on the altar in the town. The monster's corpse was evidently a result of death, and if the monster referred to the little girl, Yin Xiu gazed down at the little girl, who was earnestly examining her mother's note. The note instructed her to leave the town at night, and the clearing rules made no mention of her needing to leave alive. Her death would not impact the completion of the scenario. Even if her corpse were to leave, it would still count as her departure. The only instance in which her survival was mentioned was in her mother's note, yet that was not part of the rules and was not obligatory. It seemed the second rule was rather straightforward. In stark contrast to Yin Xiu's long-term concerns, Wang Guang breathed a sigh of relief after reviewing the rules. It was indeed a novice scenario, not nearly as challenging as he had anticipated. His relaxed demeanor irked Zhongmu. Even I, a first-time entrant, know that the second phase will undoubtedly be more difficult than the first. It was brutal before. How could it possibly get easier? I have experienced scenarios where the second phase was simpler than the first. Wang Guang retorted, scolding him for his naivety. Zhongmu despised how Wang Guang always referenced his scenario experience when he was at a loss for words, yet he had no such experience to counter him with, leaving him only to glare in frustration. Have you finished reading? Yin Xiu, who usually refrained from their squabbles, crouched down to inquire gently of the little girl. Having finished reading, the little girl pondered, unable to comprehend her mother's intentions, as her mother had not specified when she would return. With a furrowed brow, she unfolded the note. You will understand when you grow up, Yin Xiu said, taking the note from her hands and deftly folding it into a paper airplane, which he then tucked into the pocket of her rabbit toy. When will I grow up? She asked with innocent curiosity, unguarded and untroubled by the loss of the note, her spirits lifted by the sight of the airplane. You grow a little each day. By tomorrow, you will have grown again, Yin Xiu reassured her, rising to glance at the others present and beckoning Liemo, who was still inside the house, to come over. Liemo, having kept a slight distance from the others earlier, exuded an odd aura that was unsettling yet not overtly discomforting. However, when Yin Xiu called him out to stand beside Wang Guang and Zhongmu, both men felt an unsettling shift. Limo's footsteps were unnaturally rigid, accompanied by a chilling presence that seemed to emanate from him. More disconcerting was his expression, his eyes shrouded in darkness, devoid of warmth, while his lips curled into a semblance of a smile that evoked the uncanny valley effect, leaving an unsettling impression. As he positioned himself beside them, Wang Guang and Zhongmu felt diminished, not merely by the physical height difference, but also by an overwhelming aura. Liemo squeezed closer to Yin Xiu, prompting Zhongmu to shift aside. With a smile that masked his true nature, he inquired, "What do you need me to do?" "Take off your coat for me," Yin Xiu replied. "Is that all?" Liemo responded with an eerie compliance, his willingness echoing that of the little girl. Zhongmu's expression grew increasingly complex as he observed the peculiar duo flanking Yin Xiu. On one side, the innocent yet lethal girl in the red dress, and on the other, the chillingly enigmatic roommate. Notably, The two remained vigilant of each other, even unnoticed by Yin Xiu. In essence, the trio stood together in a paradox of danger and harmony. Chapter 24. The enthusiasm of the townsfolk. Li Mo removed his suit jacket and handed it to Yin Xiu, who draped it over the small girl. In that fleeting moment, Zhong Mu keenly observed a subtle change in the expressions of both the girl and Li Mo. "I don't want to wear his jacket," the girl muttered, disdainfully pulling off the coat that covered her. "You mustn't take it off. Your mother instructed us to keep you hidden from the townspeople. It's quite perilous on the way to your grandmother's," Yin Xiu gently admonished, placing the jacket back on her. "Do I really have to?" the girl asked, still reluctant. "Absolutely," Yin Xiu affirmed, prompting the girl to relent. Wang, with a complex expression, noted that the girl seemed oddly obedient to Yin Xiu's words. Had it been someone else navigating the scenario, it would likely not have been so effortless. It seemed Zhong Mu was right. Yin Xiu was indeed more suited to lead. However, the thought of allowing a newcomer to assume leadership while he lay back and pass through this ordeal would surely invite ridicule upon their return to the town. Such a notion was unacceptable. "Let us go. We should return to the town before darkness falls," Yin Xiu said, taking the girl's hand and glancing up at the sky, urging a swift return. "I want my big brother to carry me." The girl tugged at the suit jacket perched atop her head, visibly displeased, and playfully shook Yin Xiu's hand. Li Mo's eyes darkened, his gaze fixated on the girl, while she pouted, pretending not to see and gazing into the distance. "Very well." Yin Xiu thought little of it and reached down to lift the girl into his arms, completely disregarding the icy aura emanating from Li Mo behind them. "Come on, let us move," Zhong Mu urged, drenched in sweat, anxious that his peculiar roommate might become irate, hastily prompting Yin Xiu to depart. Yin Xiu, cradling the small girl wrapped in the black jacket, led the way, with Li Mo beside him and Zhong Mu trailing behind. Only Wang walked at the rear, his expression a mix of contemplation. The group returned smoothly to the entrance of the town. The atmosphere was markedly different from their earlier arrival. The once tranquil surroundings now felt ominously cold. As soon as the girls stepped onto the town's path, an eerie chill descended, and the afternoon sun dimmed abruptly. To the sides, the creaking of doors echoed as numerous townsfolk emerged, their gazes drawn as if by an unseen force. "What is happening?" Zhong Mu exclaimed, anxiously scanning his surroundings, a chill creeping into his heart as he watched the townspeople. Previously reluctant to open their doors, the townsfolk now greeted them with unsettling enthusiasm, smiling and beckoning towards Yin Xiu and the others. A chorus of sinister voices followed in quick succession. "Young ones, it's dangerous outside during the day. Come, sit in my home for a while. You must be weary. It's exhausting to wander outside. Please, rest in my abode. It has been ages since we had visitors. Would you care to join me in my quarters? I have prepared some delightful treats for you. Do come." They stood at the door, exuberantly smiling and waving, while those immersed in the shadows appeared as ordinary faces, gentle and warm in their cheerful demeanor. However, a few individuals exposed to the sunlight revealed their monstrous aspects. Skin cloaked in dense black fur, pupils sharp and predatory, evoking the dread of a beast. Yet, they seemed blissfully unaware of their transformation, continuing to beckon with smiles, inviting, "Come to my room. Please come." The call resonated through the streets of the small town, resembling a tide surging from either side, as the cold gaze of onlookers clung to them, persistently waving and slowly advancing. When one person waves, it may be an expression of warmth, but when a row of houses harbors countless individuals attempting to draw you into their rooms, the scene becomes decidedly eerie, especially with the knowledge that some within are not human. Zhong Mu shivered, paralyzed by the bizarre tableau, and instinctively pressed closer to Yin Xiu, trembling. "Surely, the townspeople are not human." "Indeed," Yin Xiu replied, disregarding those figures and continuing onward. After all, the prologue of the scenario had indicated that a little girl and her mother had moved to a monster-infested town where it would not be surprising if the inhabitants had all suddenly transformed into creatures. "Come, hurry to my room. Why won't you come? Over here, quickly. I will provide you with delicious food and drink. I promise I won't harm you. Yes, I will treat you well, so come now. Ha ha. If you don't come, I might just come to you." As they pressed forward, the voices grew increasingly deranged, with those figures seemingly unable to contain themselves, stepping forward from their doorways, instantly revealing their monstrous forms in the sunlight. Each one transformed into a creature covered in black fur, extending sharp claws toward them in a grotesque invitation. The scene shifted from eerie townsfolk beckoning them to monsters luring them in, a mass of heads and overlapping calls gradually spilling from doorways onto the streets, overwhelming their path. Within the black throng, faces jostled, voices drifted. Come walk with me. To my home, to my home. Bring her to me, bring her to me. The incessant whispering echoed along the quiet road, the cacophony of overlapping sounds almost maddening, inducing a momentary daze. Yin Xiu halted, shielding the little girl, his gaze growing cold as he scrutinized the monstrous townsfolk blocking their way, pondering the sheer number of them. Surely, slaying one or two would disrupt the rules. Would it? He shifted the girl to his left arm, silently gripping the hilt of his blade with his right. Brother, I'm scared. The trembling voice of the girl in his arms intensified his resolve. Do not fear, I will protect you. Give her to me. Bring her to my home. Let her perish in my abode. How pitiful. You are all on the brink of death. Ha ha ha. Outsiders, rule-breaking intruders. Your demise is inevitable. The wailing voices, both mournful and occasionally deranged, twisted faces gradually contorted into madness, as dark, dense hands inched closer, encircling them with an ever-shrinking grip, leaving them with no avenue for escape. What shall we do? We are blocked. Zhong Mu trembled, clinging to Yin Xiu's back, a flicker of fear in his heart. After all, the rules stated not to approach any monsters' dwellings along the way. Yet now, they were trapped, unable to retreat or advance. Breakthrough? Wang's voice quivered, a hint of panic evident, doubting his ability to fight their way out. If all else fails, at a critical moment, he could seize the little girl and flee. He had cleared 2 dungeons after all, equipped with items for self-preservation. Leaving these hindrances to perish here would be inconsequential, as long as the girl remained. The dungeon progress would not be affected. He contemplated this, immediately fixing his gaze on Yin Xiu. Who will kill? You take the lead, speaking so lightly of it. Zhong Mu shot him a glare. Even if someone could vanquish a monster, how could they contend with so many? This was the entire town's populace. The players within the scene were engulfed in panic, while those outside in the town were unusually excited, eagerly rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Is it finally time for Yin Xiu to take action? I have been waiting for this moment. So eager, I have only seen him once entangled with a creature. And he was dazzling. It made my heart race, brothers. With such sentiments, I share your excitement. In a situation like this, others would surely face annihilation. Yet with Yin Xiu present, there is a sense of reassurance. I feel secure with Yin Xiu, but my confidence wavers with the one beside him, Wang Guan. You saw it, right? He seemed to be fumbling for something in his pocket, just now. I hope this cunning fellow remains wise and does not hinder Yin Xiu. The monsters advanced relentlessly, their howls echoing, their dense black forms surging like a tide from all directions towards them. Brother, the little girl clutched Yin Xiu's neck in panic, fear evident in her demeanor. Yet, her fright was short-lived as Li Mo silently pressed her head down. Do not fear. Yin Xiu, unaware of Li Mo's subtle gesture, gently reassured her, his gaze fixated upon the encroaching horde of monsters, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade. Amidst the cacophony of monstrous roars, as the creatures drew ever closer, tension mounted. Wang Guang trembled, casting a furtive glance at the little girl in Yin Xiu's arms. Should he seize her and escape? After all, they would likely meet their end amidst the monster swarm. The situation was dire, the atmosphere thick with impending dread. In an instant, as the monsters surged forward, Yin Xiu, standing firm, took a half-step back, his expression darkening as he swiftly unsheathed his blade. Chapter 25. Wasn't it agreed that only players would be here? The cold blade sliced through the monster's body, cleaving it in two. The dark form plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a cascade of crimson liquid. Almost simultaneously, a tug on Yin Xiu's left hand caused the little girl to sway abruptly from his embrace. Brother, help! She cried out in a panic. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Yin Xiu instinctively moved to protect the girl, yet she vanished with alarming swiftness. Her plea for help trailing off into silence, along with Wang Guang, who had been behind him. Yin Xiu, watch out in front, Zhong Mu shouted in alarm. Turning around, Yin Xiu saw a black creature lunging at him, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth aimed directly at his head. However, in the next instant his long knife whirled, the blade piercing through the monster's mouth, sending its body staggering back with a powerful kick. Two creatures fell in an instant, but the ones that followed were even more ferocious, their crimson eyes fixated on him. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, his gaze chillingly intense as he regarded the monsters, the grip on his knife tightening audibly. Zhong Mu sensed his fury, instinctively retreating 2 steps and collapsing onto the ground, her eyes wide as she witnessed Yin Xiu charging into the horde of black creatures. The monsters did not attack him. He advanced towards them, which was peculiar for someone like Yin Xiu, who typically refrained from confrontation and preferred a passive approach. The only explanation was his anger. He likely believed the little girl had been seized by the monsters. In a moment of disorientation, blood splattered among the throng of creatures, rendering Yin Xiu momentarily invisible. Though the glint of his long knife was unmistakable, the air was filled with the monstrous howls, haunting and dreadful. Rather than being assaulted by the creatures, it felt as if he was mercilessly slaughtering them, a scene of sheer horror unfolding before the observers. Beware of the monsters in their youth, accompanied by those in their maturity. The overwhelming might of Yin Xiu was no wonder he had once emerged victorious from a dungeon. It was somewhat terrifying, and the spectators felt a chill. He's become bloodthirsty. I'm certain this isn't how it should be done, but it seems we cannot stop him now. If he slaughters the townsfolk, will it affect the dungeon? It might, and it's all Wang Guang's fault. I just saw him use an item to snatch the little girl away. He intends to abandon the rest and flee, doesn't he? Who will intervene? I genuinely fear he might annihilate the townsfolk, which would surely impact the dungeon. It seems we cannot stop him, but how is it originally supposed to be accomplished? According to the rules, we should return with the little girl to trigger an unavoidable event, which would inherently provide a solution, as long as we adhered to the stipulation of not entering the townsfolk's homes. Are you suggesting that inherent solution is the one? After engaging in a brutal onslaught among the monsters, many began to retreat, displaying a desire to flee. Yet, Yin Xiu would not permit their escape. Initially, some monsters persisted in attacking him, but as the bodies piled up, the horde began to panic, retreating in earnest, none daring to approach him again. The scene gradually descended into a stalemate when, at that moment, a familiar voice resounded from outside the throng of monsters, halting their advance. In broad daylight, who permitted you to emerge from your homes? Do you wish to perish? Upon hearing this voice, the monsters, as if fulfilling a task, hastily scattered, fleeing back to their abodes in a state of panic, slamming their doors shut with a resounding clang. In the blink of an eye, the once dense street, shrouded in darkness, was rendered empty save for a solitary figure standing in the midst of it all. The newcomer was the town mayor. His gaze swept across the gruesome scene of carnage, ultimately fixating on the figure at the center. Yin Xiu stood amidst the corpses of the monsters, his white garments smeared with blood, glistening a vivid crimson. Drops of blood trickled down the blade of his long knife, embodying the sharp and perilous aura he exuded. Is there something you require? Yin Xiu inquired, his gaze piercing, his pupils shrouded in an unsettling darkness, exuding an icy demeanor reminiscent of the deceased. Caught off guard by the sudden interrogation, the mayor awkwardly rubbed his hands together, stating, I heard quite a commotion and came to see if you are all well. His peripheral vision caught the chaotic surroundings, and the words of concern faded on his lips. He cautiously approached Yin Xiu, attempting to ease the tension. I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. This seemingly resolute middle-aged man offered a gentle smile, raising his palms in a gesture of peace. Please do not be anxious. As the mayor, I apologize for the failure to manage the townsfolk properly. How about sheathing your knife for now? He took a step forward, and the bloody tip of Yin Xiu's blade swiftly grazed his throat. Yin Xiu's expression remained frigid. Where is Iya? The mayor, feigning innocence, replied, Who is Iya? I do not know her. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened, prompting the mayor to hastily clarify, I truly do not know. At that moment, Zhong Mu quickly approached. Yin Xiu, that little girl was not taken by the monsters. It was Wang Guang. Yin Xiu's gaze shifted slightly behind him. Indeed, Wang Guang had vanished without a trace, and so had Li Mo. So it was him. Yin Xiu muttered under his breath, rolling up the hem of his garment to wipe the blood from his blade before sheathing it. While his murderous intent had been reined in, an air of indifference still lingered around him, as if he had just emerged from a heap of corpses, devoid of vitality. Zhong Mu shivered involuntarily at his side. The mayor, however, approached with a smile, disregarding Zhong Mu, and stood resolutely before Yin Xiu. After scrutinizing him with keen interest from head to toe, he kindly extended his hand, saying, "I hope you won't take their actions to heart. If you are frightened, I can accompany you home." Yin Xiu ignored him, striding past without a word. The mayor chuckled awkwardly, turning to persistently follow in Yin Xiu's wake. "Where are you headed?" "Back to the house. The town remains perilous. Let me accompany you." He circled around Yin Xiu, his gaze fixated upon him. If Yin Xiu, clad in white, typically resembled a serene statue in moments of quietude, then now, drenched in blood, he emanated a more haunting beauty. The pallor was tinged with crimson, cold and indifferent, akin to a delicate corpse poised to be laid in a coffin. In stark contrast to the grotesque monsters of the small town, he appeared as a refined work of art. "Shall I truly escort you back?" The mayor's exuberant tone was nearly uncontainable as he clapped a hand on Yin Xiu's shoulder, a gesture that resembled both a threat and persuasion. Yet, the moment his hand made contact with Yin Xiu's body, an invisible chill coursed up the mayor's spine, as if a tremendous pressure had suddenly unfurled, silently imposing a sense of intimidation upon him. He hastily lifted his gaze, only to behold a figure standing before Yin Xiu, a man with a smile, motionless, holding the hand of a little girl clad in a black suit jacket. "I have returned," Li Mo greeted softly, his smile betraying a hint of malice as he licked the remnants of blood from his fingertips, declaring the result of his recent departure. Though his expression remained placid, a chilling aura of dread emanated from him, unmistakably suffused with menace, causing the townsfolk within their homes to shrink back in fear. The mayor's smile faltered, replaced by a creeping chill along his spine. Was it not agreed that only players would be present? Who is this man before me, audaciously instilling fear? He is not a being of this scenario at all. Chapter 26. A fortunate encounter. Welcome to our quaint town. The mayor was sweating profusely, awkwardly laughing as he withdrew his hand that had rested on Yin Xiu's shoulder. Li Mo approached, guiding a young girl, and after handing her to Yin Xiu, he took hold of the mayor's hand that had just been on Yin Xiu, offering a friendly shake while smiling. "A pleasure to meet you." "A pleasure indeed," the mayor replied with a forced grin, attempting to retract his hand, but it felt as though it were ensnared within Li Mo's grasp, refusing to budge. The smile on his face faltered, and he gazed up at the man before him, whose smile concealed an unsettling aura, sending tremors of anxiety through him. "Brother." The little girl tumbled into Yin Xiu's embrace, sobbing, "Let us leave quickly. I dislike this place." "All right," Yin Xiu nodded, his gaze softening as he lifted the girl and began to walk away. "You all?" Zhong Mu stood bewildered, observing the mayor and Li Mo still locked in their handshake. After a moment of indecision, he chose to follow Yin Xiu. As they departed, the mayor was drenched in cold sweat. The audience fixated on the two figures at the center of the road, watching them remain motionless. Li Mo maintained a smile directed at the mayor, who wore a rigid grin, and their exchange felt disconcerting. While it was evident that the mayor was no ordinary individual, standing face to face with Yin Xiu's roommate imparted an eerie sense of dread. It was known that he was capable of mercilessly devouring monsters when provoked. There were whispers of what transpired the previous night, so the individual's name is Yin Xiu. "Oh, it seems players from other towns have arrived here, curious to gather information about this formidable figure named Yin Xiu. How many times has he cleared the game? 10? 20? He certainly appears impressive." "Huh. You're thinking too small, my friend. He is a master of complete clearance. Don't dismiss me as just another player from a different town. If you're unwilling to share, that's fine. Indeed, he is a complete clearance expert." "Nonsense. Those who have fully cleared the game have long departed. who would return to the dungeon. Your town should at least share credible information. If you don't believe it, then by all means, don't copy Yin Xiu's work. As the two sides of the audience engaged in a heated dispute, a sudden wave of panic surged. Stop arguing. Look at the screen. In the live stream, Liemo continued to grip the mayor's hand, seemingly unwilling to let go. After a moment of silence, the mayor sighed in resignation. Very well, it seems I should not have touched your chosen prey. Shall I offer a hand as compensation? As he shook his head, he raised his other hand, the nails transforming into sharp blades in an instant, severing the hand that had been caught in Liemo's grasp. Blood gushed forth, yet his expression remained impassive. Take it. Liemo maintained his smile, forcefully tugging at the severed hand before turning to leave in search of Yin Xiu, not sparing the mayor another glance. This nonchalant arrogance left the mayor's complexion ashen. The other party deliberately severed the hand that had touched Yin Xiu as a warning. Yet he remained obstinate. In this realm where he was the lord, everything must belong to him, especially that exquisite piece of art he had just encountered, which was indeed a rare find that suited his taste perfectly. Hiss! Only after he departed did the mayor reveal a hint of pain on his face, glaring at Liemo's retreating figure with clenched teeth. How dare he claim what he set his sights on? This was my realm. Could I possibly yield it to other strange entities? I must possess it. With a grim expression, he crossed his arms and turned to leave. Before long, Liemo had caught up to Yin Xiu, lightly pushing past Zhongmu to stand beside him. After joining, he bit his lip, chewing on something, and continued to walk alongside Yin Xiu, the sound of his presence quite discernible. Yin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware that he had sneaked off to procure something to eat, and it was certainly not ordinary food. He couldn't be bothered to inquire further. Behind them, Zhongmu's complexion turned pale. He had distinctly seen the corner of Liemo's mouth stained with a crimson liquid, resembling blood. Surely he must have been mistaken. Otherwise, why was there no reaction from Yin Xiu? What happened to that player? He has eaten. All right. Their casual exchange made Zhongmu instantly cover his ears, unwilling to hear any more. It could not possibly be as he imagined. Would you prefer to visit Grandma's house first or take a moment to rest? Yin Xiu inquired, glancing at the little girl in his arms. Let's rest for a bit, the girl murmured, exhausted against Yin Xiu's shoulder, adding, Brother must come with me to Grandma's house. Sure, Yin Xiu nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he looked at Liemo. What about the rule note from that player? Did you eat it as well? Liemo paused his chewing, falling silent for a few seconds before a tumultuous churn in his throat prompted him to lower his head and spit out a blood-stained note. Smiling, I did, but I can regurgitate it. Yin Xiu observed the sticky, blood-soaked note with reluctance and gestured toward Zhongmu. Give it to him. Huh? Zhongmu, suddenly being called out, felt bewildered. He had been blocking his ears to avoid the odd conversation between the two ahead, and when he looked up, Liemo thrust a note into his hands. Trembling, he gazed at the bloodied paper resting in his palm, reluctant to touch it yet compelled to, as it was indeed something of great importance. The four returned to the mayor's door and knocked. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a player peeked through the crack, catching sight of the bloodied Yin Xiu holding the little girl. Startled, he shuddered and slammed the door shut, screaming, There's a monster outside. What monster? Zhongmu rushed to the window, banging on it. Look closely. It's us. Zhongxi approached to take a look, recognizing Zhongmu, who had had a disagreement with Wang Guang, and opened the door. Where's my brother Guang? Zhongxi asked as he entered, searching for Wang Guang's figure. Yin Xiu entered the room with an air of indifference, offering no acknowledgement to Liemo, who likewise made no attempt to engage. It was Zhongmu, however, who paused to hand him a bloodied piece of paper, stating simply that it belonged to the deceased. Zhongxi stood frozen, staring blankly at the note in his hand, struggling to comprehend the grim reality that the sole powerful figure in this scenario had perished. How was he to navigate this predicament? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He whirled around, fixing a penetrating gaze on Yin Xiu and the others. Why was it that only he had met his demise while the rest of them returned unscathed? His questioning gaze flitted among the group, and he voiced a troubling hypothesis. Had they betrayed him in his moment of peril? It was incomprehensible to him that Wang Guang, a figure of such prominence, could have been the only casualty while the others remained alive. The players in the room, upon hearing of their leader's betrayal, exchanged glances that turned sharp and discerning. Chapter 27. We sleep separately in the dungeon. Players unite solely for their mutual benefits, yet in critical moments, they may betray their teammates to ensure their own survival. However, such actions often lead to isolation from other players, as no one wishes to become the next victim of betrayal. The situation escalates further if the one betrayed is the team leader, as this individual inevitably becomes a target of disdain within the group. Players lounging in the lobby swiftly develop a sense of hostility towards them, though unspoken. Their glances convey a shared understanding. We did not betray him, Zhongmu huffed, crossing her arms defiantly and returning the glare. Who would dare betray a seasoned player equipped with valuable items? He abandoned us, fleeing alone, only to meet his demise, while we miraculously survived amidst the horde of monsters. He got what he deserved. Zhang Xi's expression was one of disbelief. Guang would never abandon his teammates lightly. Besides, according to your account, if he fled alone, he would be even less likely to die. Surely, it was you who left him behind. Do you really think sacrificing one would ensure the survival of the others? The monsters in this dungeon are hardly accommodating. I witnessed him escape. As for how he met his end, that is beyond my knowledge. Zongmu avertet hergaze. Zhang Xi remained unconvinced, pressing on. Then how did you all manage to survive amidst the monsters? We refuse to believe that you were attacked, yet returned unscathed. Zhongmu pointed towards Yin Xiu. Look at him, drenched in blood. Do you call that unscathed? If he hadn't shielded us from the monsters, I wouldn't even be standing here conversing with you. The crowd's attention shifted to the bloodied Yin Xiu, momentarily struck speechless. At least it appeared he had encountered an attack, yet this outcome was difficult to accept. How could someone who seemed so lifeless and powerless have defended against a horde of monsters? Zhang Xi furrowed his brow, adamantly maintaining that they had betrayed Wang Guang, his unwavering conviction causing the audience to grow anxious. When would this individual finally acknowledge our comments? I am growing impatient. Upon entering the main area of the dungeon, players could no longer see the comments, perhaps to prevent the revelation of strategies. Yet I too am anxious. Can't they discern who the true expert is? If they genuinely consider Wang Guang an expert, and subsequently ostracizing Xiu, I would be unable to sleep from laughter. Given the trajectory of events, this seems quite plausible. I now sincerely hope that Zhang Xi survives, ideally making it out of the dungeon, so that the players from his town can confront him, helping him realize who the true expert truly is. The atmosphere in the hall of the room grew tense. Yin Xiu, weary of further entanglement, merely raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. I sold him out. What will you do about it? You. It was indeed you. Zhang Xi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor aggressive. I sensed something was amiss. You are covered in blood, while the others are not. It is clear you encountered danger. And Wang Guang died because you betrayed him to save yourself. And what will you do about it? Yin Xiu replied lazily, locking eyes with him. Are you here to kill me? As Zhang Xiu choked on his words, the instant Yin Xiu uttered that phrase, both the little girl cradled in his arms and his roommate clad in black turned to him sharply, their gazes ominous and predatory, as if they were poised to devour him. Setting aside his roommate's demeanor, the little girl was indeed capable of being menacing. You can have this little girl, but you must refrain from accompanying us on our missions. Zhang Xiu dared not confront Yin Xiu directly and instead took a step back, attempting to isolate him through alternative means. You ought to inquire whether she wishes to accompany you. Yin Xiu raised a hand and pinched the little girl's cheek, asking, Do you want to go with them? No. The little girl resolutely shook her head, then tilted her head against Yin Xiu's chest, her voice sweetly innocent. I want to stay with my brother. Her reaction left the surrounding players in bewilderment. Who was this charming and obedient little girl? She was certainly not the monstrous creature that would turn hostile over a poorly cooked meal. Moreover, why did she obey Yin Xiu so readily? The players exchanged glances, seemingly pondering something. They recalled the mention of a formidable figure who provided strategies in the first 3 days of the instance, a man rumored to tame little monsters. Could it be that this individual was? Before they could confirm their suspicions, Zhang Xiu abruptly interrupted their thoughts, addressing Yin Xiu in a harsh tone. What tricks do you possess to have caused Wang Guang's demise and snatched away the little girl from his side? Clearly, he was the esteemed one, while you, a mere newcomer, are nothing. His vitriol darkened the expressions of Li Mo and the little girl. An oppressive chill enveloped the hall, descending upon every player, rendering each breath painfully sharp. Very well, I shall retire for now. Think as you wish, Yin Xiu interjected, casually surveying the rules inscribed on a pillar in the hall before ascending to the second floor. As he departed, the others followed suit. It was only after Yin Xiu's figure had completely vanished from the staircase that the chilling atmosphere in the hall dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale. The players exchanged glances, ultimately concluding that even if they did not favor him, it was best to avoid provoking him. He truly seemed formidable. Ascending to the second floor, Yin Xiu wandered the corridor while recalling the rules of the house he had just observed. Welcome to the largest inn in this town for outsiders. Accommodation, food, and service are complimentary. Please indulge in the privileges our town offers. During your stay, please adhere to the following rules. 1. Rooms must be occupied by 2 guests. No additional occupants allowed. 2. At any time of day, you may summon the walking attendants for assistance, but after midnight, ignore them until dawn. 3. If you hear strange noises in the corridor at night, under no circumstances should you open the door. 4. The restroom is located at the staircase. If possible, go with a companion. Those solitary visits are permitted. Just do not heed any sounds. 5. Avoid prolonged eye contact with the figures in the paintings within the house, and disregard their voices. 6th, do not venture into the basement. Yin Xiu placed great importance on this 6th rule, for it was evident that a basement existed here, a place forbidden to all, typically concealing profound secrets. A few individuals meandered about, and it appeared that most rooms on the second floor had already been occupied. It was not until they reached the deeper end of the corridor that they discovered 2 adjacent rooms that remained uninhabited, likely due to their location at the corridor's terminus. A fair distance from the restroom by the staircase. No one wished to reside in such a spot. Earlier, they had observed in the rules that these rooms were required to be shared by 2 occupants. Yin Xiu cradled the little girl in his arms and pointed to one of the rooms, declaring, "Ya, and I shall share this one." An immediate silence enveloped the corridor, and one could sense the unvoiced resentment beginning to surface. Zhongmu trembled violently, casting a fearful glance at the silent Li Mo beside him. If 2 occupants were mandatory, did it mean he had to share with this enigmatic roommate? I object. I request a change of partner. Zhongmu voiced his dissent promptly, and Li Mo nodded in agreement. There are no alternatives, Yin Xiu coldly remarked before carrying the little girl into the room. Zhongmu, with an expression of dread, turned to the still and somber man beside him, who emanated an air of melancholy. Help me. Chapter 28. An unfortunate event awaits him tonight. The hotel room was modest in size, furnished with 2 single beds and a washing area, yet lacking a restroom. Its decor was simple, designed to accommodate 2 occupants comfortably. The walls, aside from a solitary painting, were adorned only with a small window, wide enough to frame the shoulders of Yin Xiu. Gazing outside, one could behold the town square and the statue of a woman, providing an unexpectedly splendid view that precisely aligned with the plaza. "Brother, this painting is quite peculiar," exclaimed the lively little girl who had burst into the room, her finger pointing toward the decorative artwork on the wall. The portrait depicted a beautiful woman with closed eyes, her golden hair radiant and her fair skin luminous. Her hands were gracefully clasped at her chest, reminiscent of a serene prayer. The image was strikingly vivid. Upon entering, Yin Xiu had seen a similar painting in the lobby, a depiction not of a woman, but of a delicate young man, also with eyes shut. Such portraits adorned the corridors and stairways, featuring individuals of both genders and varying ages, yet all shared the commonality of closed eyes. Yin Xiu recalled the rule: do not engage in prolonged eye contact with the figures in the paintings, nor heed their whispers. But how could one maintain eye contact with a closed-eyed portrait? Moreover, the notion of hearing voices from them confirmed the peculiarity of these artworks scattered throughout the room. What is so strange about it? Yin Xiu inquired softly, curious to discern the little girl as perspective. Why is the sister depicted as if she is sleeping? The girl asked, glancing between the painting and Yin Xiu, her expression innocent. Yin Xiu gazed at the artwork, observing the woman's tranquil countenance, forever captured in that moment. At first glance, it appeared as though she stood in prayer, yet the girl's description of her as lying asleep unveiled an intriguing interpretation. Upon closer examination, he noticed the hair cascading gently around her head, artfully arranged to obscure her slumbering state. Perhaps the painting immortalized a woman in peaceful repose, though the perspective from above rendered her remarkably lifelike. The longer he looked, the more unsettling the painting became. The spatial distortion within seemed to draw one in, inducing a wave of dizziness. Perhaps she simply looks more beautiful while asleep, he murmured, hastily averting his gaze from the portrait. After offering a brief response, he took the little girl's hand. "It will soon be dark. Let us head downstairs for dinner." "All right," she replied with a cheerful nod, turning back to wave at the woman in the painting before they departed. Yin Xiu cast a fleeting glance back, and even without further observation, the sense of distortion lingered. Quickly, he opened the door, seeking a breath of fresh air. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met by a pair of striking blue eyes that abruptly entered his field of vision. On the wall across the corridor hung another painting, featuring a remarkably handsome young man of similar age, who now appeared terrified, pressing against the frame as he stared intently at Yin Xiu. As their eyes locked, the previously mild distortion of space intensified dramatically. One cannot gaze long at a painting. Is this what it alludes to? Its abrupt appearance took me by surprise. Yin Xiu swiftly averted his gaze, calmly leading the little girl outside, disregarding the man and turning away. Yet, the figure within the painting fixed its stare upon him, observing his every move. Just before Yin Xiu departed, a haunting voice floated through the air, urging caution. "Be careful, be careful, be careful of him." The low murmur echoed along the corridor, intertwining with the sensation of being watched, prickling against Yin Xiu's back like 1,000 needles. "You are in grave danger. You are more perilous than them all. Do not respond to him at night. Do not respond. Do not return. Hurry away, quickly, swiftly, move. The cacophony of indistinct voices swirled together, momentarily overwhelming Yin Xiu, as if sharp static invaded his mind, incessantly swirling around his ears, drawing out a prolonged ringing. The chill of the corridor seeped through his skin, gradually penetrating his body, rendering him immobile with an unexpected heaviness. Instinctively resistant, he felt a surge in his stomach, cold sweat pouring down his skin. The earlier sensation of spatial distortion intensified. The entire corridor began to warp in his vision, and his body felt as though it were being pulled into this distortion, becoming unbearably heavy, unable to move even an inch. Move, depart. Danger, brother. Suddenly, the little girl's bright call snapped Yin Xiu back to reality, her innocent face filled with confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Yin Xiu paused, the chill and heaviness dissipating in an instant. He turned sharply to look at the painting. It appeared entirely normal, depicting the man with closed eyes, serene and beautiful, like a flower that would never wilt, frozen in that moment. "Brother, what is the matter?" The little girl tugged at Yin Xiu's hand, her concern evident. "Are you unwell?" "It's nothing," Yin Xiu replied, perplexed by the voice he had heard. Although the immobilizing heaviness had vanished, the sensation of being watched lingered. Holding the little girl's hand, he continued down the corridor, flanked by paintings whose gazes intensified like a tidal wave. Yet when he looked up, all the figures had their eyes closed. The artwork featured youthful, radiant maidens, elegant women, spirited youths, and scholarly men, all possessing distinct beauty, suggesting the artist had a penchant for attractive faces. "So many handsome brothers and sisters," the little girl murmured quietly as she gazed at the portraits, lamenting their fates. The first floor, aside from the entrance hall, housed the dining hall, and as dinner time approached, several players awaited downstairs, resting and contemplating the rules inscribed on the pillars. Upon seeing Yin Xiu descend, their expressions remained neutral, attempting to sidestep him, but upon noticing the little girl, they were drawn to her, for she was one of the crucial conditions for clearing the game. The result was that Yin Xiu sat in the corner with the little girl, while a group of players wandered around, hesitating to approach. They could only gather in pairs or threes, gazing in that direction and whispering among themselves. Why is that little girl so fond of him? One mused. I remember her being rather fierce. Perhaps he possesses some special charm, another speculated. But isn't he a newcomer as well? How come he feels so different from us? He lacks the typical aura of a novice. Do you think he might be that prominent figure? The one who provided strategies 3 days ago is already deceased. It cannot be him. I can't shake the feeling that this is more like it. Sigh. Our leader has already confirmed that one as the real deal. Surely there can be no mistake? Zhang Xi has experience in clearing the game. He recognizes people better than we do. That may be true, yet I still sense. I would wager he is definitely not the one. He is merely a facade. Nowadays, children are drawn to those who are pleasing to the eye. Surely he won't survive the night. You can't be so certain, can you? Haven't you noticed? The paintings on the wall occasionally open their eyes, but they focus solely on one individual, that man. I have a feeling he is destined for trouble tonight. Chapter 29. A transaction indeed. The individual who was reminded swiftly turned in terror to regard the painting on the wall. Among the various closed-eyed portraits, one could fleetingly glimpse a figure with open eyes, whose gaze was indeed directed towards Yin Xiu. Hiss! It would be prudent to maintain a distance from him. Associating with him seldom leads to favorable outcomes. Heeding the wise counsel of the esteemed Zhang Xi, it is best to steer clear of him. The players, trembling with apprehension, hastily cleared their dishes and retreated to a safe distance. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Xiu found himself once again isolated by the player community. This outcome left a barrage of comments in stunned silence. How was it that Yin Xiu seemed perpetually out of sync with others? Some claimed that it was Yin Xiu who had ostracized them. While one could understand this perspective, it was undeniably infuriating to observe from a divine vantage point. As I awaited the moment they would realize that the truly ineffectual one was Zhang Xi. Ha ha, I too am waiting, and it is fortunate that Yin Xiu possesses a good temper. Had I been subjected to such targeting, I would have retaliated with a couple of resounding slaps. I wager that Yin Xiu holds grudges. I bet. After dinner, the players returned to their quarters, dutifully adhering to the rules. For their objective was to protect the little girl and complete the task, as well as inexplicably place the corpses upon the altar. Since there was no pressing need to wander about aimlessly, they refrained from doing so, mindful of the potential to breach the regulations. After escorting the little girl back to the room, Yin Xiu ventured outside alone to inspect the architectural layout of the house. He recalled that the rules mentioned a basement, so he began to search around and ultimately discovered a concealed door in the grand hall on the first floor. Situated beneath the staircase, it was not overly hidden, yet one would not stumble upon it without deliberate searching. This was likely the entrance to the fabled basement. The walls near the entrance were adorned with numerous portraits, densely covering the entire surface, with countless eyes already fixated upon Yin Xiu from the moment he arrived, an inescapable sensation. However, when he looked up at the paintings, he was met with a myriad of exquisitely crafted faces. The sight of so many identical expressions on a single wall was, to say the least, somewhat disconcerting. Yin Xiu chose not to linger on the artwork any longer and instead began to explore the crevices in the wall, tentatively pushing against it. The door yielded effortlessly, revealing that it was not locked. Whether one would venture into the basement ultimately depended on the player's sense of self-restraint. When the rules explicitly cautioned against descending into the basement, and given the evident lack of security in such a perilous place, one could surmise that danger lurked within. It was certainly not the opportune moment for exploration. Yin Xiu released his grip and took a step back, preparing to depart. Just as he turned, a faint sound of something small falling echoed behind him. He glanced back to see one of the paintings had come crashing down. The reverse side of the artwork appeared to be affixed to something. Kneeling to retrieve it, Yin Xiu examined the item closely. It was a photograph. The image captured the locale in its former glory, showcasing a vibrant and cheerful little town bustling with industrious citizens. Their faces were alight with joy as they posed for a picture in the square, devoid of the ominous statue of that woman. And absent was the house in which they now resided. The expressions of every individual in the photograph radiated harmony and happiness, starkly contrasting with the tense and oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the town during daylight hours. In the photographs, there are one or two faces that appear somewhat familiar. and one can easily find the same likeness in the surrounding frames. This town, once teeming with monsters, seemingly was just an ordinary place before the emergence of the statue of the woman in the square and the very house they now inhabit. The lingering gaze around them has not dissipated. The figures in the portraits do not intrude upon his consciousness as they did before, yet their essence continues to extend outward, seeking to rekindle Yin Xiu's attention, leaving him with a persistent sense of disorientation. He bent down to retrieve the portrait that had just fallen to the ground, revealing the man from the second floor. The figure in the portrait remained serene, eyes closed, against a pitch-black background. Like the others, the image is upright, yet he reclines. Yin Xiu meticulously examined the dark backdrop, which subtly revealed a hint of texture. What is he lying upon? The black surface reflects a dull light, with indistinct vertical patterns suggesting a board coated in black paint. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiu meaningfully hung the portrait back on the wall. It must be a coffin. In an instant, the man in the portrait opened his eyes, locking gazes with Yin Xiu. His eyes, a striking blue, hinted at a touch of mixed heritage in his delicate, pure Eastern features. Yet panic marred his expression as he repeatedly uttered the same words he had spoken in the corridor. Leave, leave. Before he could finish, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped the hall, causing Yin Xiu to shudder. A gaze descended from above, prompting him to quickly look up. It was the mayor, who had appeared on the staircase at some unknown moment, leaning against the railing and looking down at Yin Xiu. With most players having retreated to their rooms, the entire lobby felt particularly desolate under the pale light, leaving only the silhouettes of the two. The mayor glanced at the photograph in Yin Xiu's hand, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. Are you curious about the town's past? Yes, Yin Xiu replied coolly and quietly. It is natural for outsiders to be interested in everything here. However, it would be better to ask me than to conduct your own research. After all, I am a mayor. As he spoke, the mayor gradually descended the stairs, backlit, his face immersed in shadow, his smile devoid of any concealment of ill intent. If you would care to join me for tea and conversation, I shall divulge whatever you wish to know. Yin Xiu watched him approach with caution, remaining alert to his proximity. The mayor, unhurried, strolled to Yin Xiu's side, naturally draping an arm over his shoulder and casually taking the photograph from his hand. His presence cast an eerie silence around them. The previously restless portraits fell silent, and the cold aura inexplicably sharpened Yin Xiu's senses. This chilling atmosphere surrounding him reminded Yin Xiu of the strange entity that would invade his room at night, both exuding a similar quality that dispelled other anomalies while leaving a palpable sense of presence beside him. The mayor's intentions were remarkably strong, and his presence exuded a formidable aura. Where shall we converse? Yin Xiu inquired, seemingly unfazed. The mayor's eyes brightened, clearly pleased by Yin Xiu's slight openness. He promptly gestured towards the door, stating, "In a while, a sacrificial ceremony will take place in the square. As a special privilege, I can escort you for a close-up view. While you partake in the ceremony, I shall also impart information regarding the town. How does that sound?" This proposition was undoubtedly enticing for a player in need of intelligence. The mayor was acutely aware of the player's desires, and his offer struck directly at the heart of their needs. The sacrificial ceremony was inscribed in the rules and held profound significance for the small town. Being able to witness it up close was an exceptional opportunity. "Is it only you accompanying me?" "Of course," the mayor replied with a narrowing smile, his hand tightening silently upon Yin Xiu's shoulder. "I would disregard others, but you are special." The implications in his tone left the audience in shock. What is happening here? Is he flirting with Yin Xiu? This is some sort of clandestine exchange, my friends. This peculiar figure wishes to engage in an underhanded deal with Yin Xiu. I had sensed something unusual in the way he looked at Yin Xiu. The audience was abuzz with speculation. But he has proposed a unique condition. This is troubling. We're all straightforward individuals here, and you present this to me? I cannot accept. I strongly demand that the previous character, the one who would sneak into Yin Xiu's room, confront him instead. That one has already been deduced to be Yin Xiu's roommate. So, is the roommate? One remarked, "Now that you mention it, I am wide awake. I fancy this scenario. I wish for the roommate and the mayor to engage in a duel. I want to see that. I too wish to witness it, huh?" In that case, I shall cast my vote for the mayor. At least he is quite presentable. Haha, I shall also support the mayor. The roommate is intriguing, but rather eerie, somewhat terrifying. Although the mayor is also peculiar, he possesses a human touch and knows how to charm. You all favor the mayor. Be wary of the roommate discovering this and seeking you out in the dead of night. Laughter echoed through the comments, but abruptly, the entire live stream flickered twice, plunging all players into an unexpected silence. Chapter 30. I cast my vote for my roommate after a prolonged silence. A voice gradually shattered the stillness. Ahem. Upon careful reflection, I find my roommate to be quite commendable. Thus, I shall cast my vote for them. The previous arguments were remarkably cogent, and for some inexplicable reason, I experienced a moment of enlightenment, also choosing to vote for my roommate. Indeed, my roommate is splendid. The barrage of comments was harmonious and unified in tone. Within the confines of the scene, Yin Xiu pondered deeply, refraining from giving an immediate response. After all, the other party clearly had ulterior motives. It was unlikely that they were merely providing him with information and was most likely a trap directed at him. After all, it's merely a matter of spending some time accompanying me. For you, there's no loss in this, is there? The mayor, observing Yin Xiu's steadfastness, began to softly entice him. As he spoke, his gaze fixated intently on Yin Xiu's long lashes, which were illuminated by the cool light. Watching the subtle tremors with each blink, his tone becoming increasingly animated. To achieve a high-star completion of this instance, one must comprehend the entire background of the town. Relying solely on your own exploration would prove exceedingly slow. Completing the process might not even unveil the truth, would you not agree? He silently drew closer to Yin Xiu, his gaze brazen, yet his actions remained restrained. After all, since the moment he appeared, Yin Xiu had not relinquished his grip on the hilt of his knife. What if I choose not to? Yin Xiu raised his eyes to meet him, responding with a cool retort. The mayor's lips curled into a slight smirk as he gazed into the depths of Yin Xiu's dark pupils, seeing his own reflection under the light. His sharply defined features cast an ominous shadow. In this town, no one could decline the mayor's invitation. Yin Xiu fell silent, and the atmosphere between them began to solidify, growing tense. What if I absolutely refuse? No one can refuse, the mayor replied, his expression softening slightly, exuding a faint warmth. How could it be? As long as you cooperate, it wouldn't be a threat. Yin Xiu's expression turned icy in an instant, causing the comments to erupt in alarm. Was it not perilous to confront the mayor on the very day of entering the town? This seemed to be an unfavorable turn of events. However, with the threat looming, it appeared that tearing their relationship apart was the only choice left for Yin Xiu. I told you, this mayor is no good. He doesn't even pretend otherwise. Who was it that initially intended to vote for him? It was still possible to switch my vote to my roommate, excluding myself from the equation. Let's not dwell on that. It would be best if someone could swiftly intervene and break this deadlock. The collective gaze of the audience remained fixated on the live broadcast, as Yin Xiu and the mayor found themselves in an impasse, with no further dialogue possible. Yin Xiu tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, while the mayor took a step back. The tension was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet, in the following instant, a frame descended from the heavens, crashing down between the two, the resounding thud momentarily leaving both parties stunned. What the heck? Who lacks decorum enough to throw something from above? The barrage of comments erupted in exasperation, and soon they spotted Li Mo on the staircase. Ah, well thrown. A timely appearance. Truly my favorite stock. Charge forth, even if you're a monster yourself. However, I support your ascent to the position of mayor. Am I still watching a live stream of a horror dungeon? Were the comments even discussing? The sudden appearance of Li Mo transformed the atmosphere on the first floor into an eerie spectacle. He lowered his gaze towards the mayor at the bottom of the stairs, who remained unfazed, staring back. Their eyes clashed and pulled at one another in midair, causing the paintings on the surrounding walls to tremble. Yin Xiu's gaze swept between the two, and he calmly bent down to retrieve the discarded picture frame from the ground. It was empty, a mere blank frame, which, in reference to the images on the walls, seemed to have been prepared in advance for someone. It was evident that Li Mo was signaling to him regarding the mayor's intentions. This was merely a picture frame that had yet to be utilized within the house. The mayor, noticing Yin Xiu examining the frame, hastily offered an explanation, which only served to heighten suspicion. Yin Xiu lazily acknowledged him and set the frame aside. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Mo above, and after a brief silence of a few seconds, he turned to the mayor and inquired about the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony. The mayor was taken aback. "You wish to accompany me?" Yin Xiu nodded. This revelation left everyone bewildered. It was a blatant trap, yet he was genuinely willing to proceed. His intentions towards you are questionable. The most immediate reaction came from Li Mo at the top of the staircase, whose perpetual smile faltered momentarily, revealing a shadowy glimmer in his eyes. "I am aware," Yin Xiu responded with equal candor, as some information could only be gleaned from his lips. It was clear to any discerning observer that the enigmatic Li Mo and the ill-intentioned mayor were purposefully approaching Yin Xiu, resembling two hunters vying for the same prey. The mayor represented the information of the town, while Li Mo could be likened to a potential ally, a dormant bomb that had yet to detonate, occasionally proving helpful. However, for Yin Xiu, the most valuable asset at present was the town's information. Upon Yin Xiu expressing his desire to accompany the mayor, the latter immediately brightened, while Li Mo's demeanor grew inscrutable. He fixed his gaze upon Yin Xiu, his emotions fluctuating, while Yin Xiu stared unflinchingly at Li Mo, saying nothing more. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Li Mo silently departed from the staircase, leaving Yin Xiu and the mayor alone. Did this development suggest that the roommate had willingly stepped aside? Although aware of Yin Xiu's predicament, I can't shake the feeling that the roommate seems slightly more reliable than the mayor. Indeed, the roommate has even been advising Yin Xiu, having previously assisted in rescuing the little girl. They are quite similar. If he had no ulterior motives, he wouldn't constantly sneak into Yin Xiu's room, and he is still concealing his identity. You are in league with the mayor. Do not malign the roommate. He is merely mysterious. So far, he has not done anything detrimental to Yin Xiu. Please, do not quarrel. In my view, neither party is virtuous. Therefore, when Yin Xiu entered this place for the second time, he directly chose the little girl. I share your sentiment. How could anyone discern a good character amidst evildoers? Yin Xiu must have his reasons for acting thus, perhaps believing that he can manage the mayor. He had better manage to cope, otherwise trouble would ensue. Once Li Mo departed, the mayor's gaze became increasingly unscrupulous. He exuberantly extended his hand toward Yin Xiu, warmly proclaiming, "The sacrificial ceremony is about to commence. Allow me to escort you." Yin Xiu silently stared at the outstretched hand. One might mistakenly believe they were to attend a banquet. The ostentatious invitation for a grim ritual seemed unnecessary. Without a flicker of expression, he simply bypassed the mayor and continued on his way, seemingly undeterred by Yin Xiu's indifference. The mayor, in high spirits, followed closely behind. As darkness enveloped the sky, the small town grew more vibrant than during the day. Each household illuminated their windows, while townsfolk strolled about, laughter and chatter filling the air, reminiscent of an ordinary and peaceful community. They adorned the altar in the square with red threads and affixed talismans, encircling the statue of a woman, reciting incantations that were barely discernible. What were they doing? Yin Xiu did not approach, but stood at the doorway, observing from a distance. The throngs of people encircled the eerie statue, murmuring incomprehensible words, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the night. Preparations for the sacrificial ceremony were underway. During the night, the woman's power waned. The mayor calmly explained, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. "It is the woman who attacked you during the day. She is sealed beneath the statue, and each night the townsfolk must reinforce her seal." Yin Xiu pondered. "Who sealed her?" The mayor smiled faintly. "I did." Yin Xiu turned his gaze toward him. "Then she must long to kill you." "Indeed," the mayor replied, squinting at the far-off preparations for the ceremony. "However, she cannot. Each night, by offering a sacrifice, the seal becomes increasingly fortified, rendering her incapable of harming me." Yin Xiu nodded, falling silent. The mayor, eager to continue the conversation, inquired, "Do you know why she was sealed there?" "Why?" Yin Xiu leaned against the wall, feigning nonchalance. "Because she was the first monster to emerge in the town. Her presence rendered the days perilous, and she cast a curse upon all the townsfolk, turning them into monsters. As mayor, I must protect this town, but I cannot expel her. Thus, I could only seal her away. The maintenance of the seal now relies on the townspeople. Yin Xiu mentally reorganized the information, carefully contemplating the first condition for passage, to place the monster's corpse upon the altar. The rules did not specify who the monster was. In this town rife with monsters, they were everywhere. Initially, he believed the monster to be the most unique little girl. Now it seemed she was the origin of the monster. Chapter 31. The sacrificial ritual. Yin Xiu dared not confirm directly, but he had settled on this possibility in his heart, at least from the townsfolk's reactions. It was evident that they harbored a deep disdain for the woman who appeared during the day, and they were rather eager for the preparations of the sacrificial ritual. Have you seen the stone tablet at the entrance of the town? Noticing Yin Xiu's silence, the mayor brought up another topic. I have. Yin Xiu nodded, having not only observed it, but also committed its contents to memory. Do you recall the first rule? The mayor inquired with a smile. Children are prohibited from touching the altar in the square at night. Precisely. The mayor's gaze shifted from Yin Xiu to the distant altar. Before her sealing, that woman had a penchant for devouring the town as children, but after the sealing, she lacked the strength to do so. Her only power lay in transforming individuals into monsters through the altar, and this effect was solely applicable to children, who were defenseless. Thus, children must absolutely refrain from approaching the altar at night. Otherwise, they would become tainted by the curse and transform into monsters. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in contemplation. A foreboding thought emerged. A blissful little girl had accompanied her mother to reside in the monster-infested town where her grandmother lived. The girl's arrival alongside her mother indicated that they were outsiders, not considered townsfolk. At this juncture, the town had already become a haven for monsters, with only the residents capable of transformation. However, the little girl, along with her mother, would not succumb to this fate. Yet, the girl was now at risk of becoming a monster. Had she touched the altar? This was the only conclusion Yin Xiu could draw, for the town's fifth rule permitted outsiders to observe the sacrificial ritual, provided they did not breach any regulations. Thus, it was conceivable that the girl might have participated in the sacrificial ritual, inadvertently violating the rules and facing transformation into a monster. The sixth rule of the town stated, for outsiders who inadvertently violate the rules, do not allow them to leave alive. Could this be the reason behind her mother's constant reminders to conceal the girl? The townsfolk would deal with those outsiders who broke the rules, ensuring they would not survive. The little girl, too, would be doomed. The mayor's brief remarks had provided Yin Xiu with numerous hints, and he began to suspect that the monster referred to was that woman, rather than the girl who had once been human. Lost in thought, it seemed the ritual was commencing. The torches surrounding the altar were lit one by one, casting a warm, flickering glow that contrasted with the chill of the night and added a touch of warmth to the eerie town. Many players peered out from their windows, drawn to the unfolding ceremony. Would you like to come with me to take a look? The mayor extended his hand once more, his face still adorned with a welcoming smile. Yin Xiu gazed at his hand, weighing the value of the information he had just absorbed, before silently placing his hand upon it. The barrage of comments erupted. He reached out. He actually acknowledged the mayor. What had they been discussing? Did he hear something different from what I heard? Did I miss some vital information? Why has Yin Xiu's attitude changed? Behold, the man depicted in this scene is named Yin Xiu. He has just responded to another man's gesture of hand-holding. However, at this very moment, a third man, lurking in the shadows of a second-floor window, gazes upon them with a dark countenance and palpable malice. How this peculiar triangle of relationships will ultimately unfold remains to be seen in tonight's live broadcast. Dear viewers, you seem to grasp the commentary. The aura of hostility has seeped through the screen. May the town mayor remain unscathed. Alas, I am but a novice. Esteemed individuals, do not merely spectate. Could someone elucidate the cryptic words spoken by the mayor earlier? Why is it only I who cannot comprehend? Fear not, for we too have been left bewildered. Nevertheless, we shall surely understand by the end, so we might as well continue to watch the performance. The mayor, grasping Yin Xiu's hand, maneuvered through the throng of townsfolk, entering the inner sanctum. The townspeople formed a circle around the altar, leaving an opening through which two individuals carried a substantial burlap sack, raised amidst a chorus of cheers. Yin Xiu scrutinized the sack, noting its considerable size, requiring the strength of two to lift, and discerned that its contents were severed into segments. The indentations on the bag revealed a vaguely familiar outline, and the dark crimson liquid seeping from its surface allowed him to surmise its contents. As the sack was placed upon the altar, a dense white mist suddenly enveloped the area, indistinguishable from daylight. The woman had made her appearance. Players, terrified, retreated to their rooms, sealing their windows. Yet, the townsfolk remained eerily composed. Not a soul departed from the altar. The sacrificial ritual commenced. At the count of 3, all must close their eyes, and no one shall open them until the announcement is made. 3, 2, 1. With the ritual leaders count down, the surrounding townspeople promptly shut their eyes. Yin Xiu, though perplexed, swiftly followed suit. Having experienced the earlier events, many players, despite being indoors, hastily closed their eyes, unwilling to provoke this woman any further. A few, however, were curious to glimpse what would transpire next, firmly securing their doors and windows as they observed from within. After approximately half a minute of silence following the countdown, the white mist lingered, chillingly wrapping around every individual in the square. Yin Xiu listened intently, attentive to the stillness, when suddenly a distinct sound of footsteps emerged from beyond the crowd. The sound gradually traversed the opening of the circle, advancing toward the altar. The footfalls were accompanied by a wet, dripping sound, the stench of blood and dampness conjuring a terrifying image of her appearance. When Yin Xiu had encountered the woman earlier, the fog had obscured her visage, and he had retreated indoors before she arrived. However, the sound passing before him now ignited a flicker of curiosity. The footsteps bore an uneven rhythm. One leg appeared to be injured, and amidst the gate, there was an unsettling dragging sound, echoing as it passed before the assembly. As the footsteps came to a halt at the altar, a sound akin to burlap being torn apart echoed through the air, followed by the plummeting of viscous substances onto the ground, instantly saturating the atmosphere with a metallic tang of blood. The unsettling noises of gnawing and chewing soon reverberated among the townsfolk, instilling a sense of dread. The gruesome sounds, coupled with the pervasive stench of blood, swiftly conjured terrifying images in the minds of those who tightly shut their eyes. The more they resisted the urge to open them, the more their imaginations spiraled towards horror. Yin Xiu stood resolutely at the forefront of the crowd, motionless, absorbing the sounds emanating from the darkness. Initially, he had presumed that this sacrificial rite aimed to reinforce the seal through a form of subjugation. However, the current implications suggested that the offerings were intended for a woman. This was evidently a form of confinement, akin to caging a beast and periodically feeding it to quell any desire for rebellion. If one were to proceed with caution, additional stipulations would likely need to be imposed upon the seal to ensure her complete submission. Contemplating the nature of the offerings, Yin Xiu began to suspect that there were scarcely any sane individuals left in the town. The bulging shapes of the burlap clearly resembled human limbs. Yet such rituals transpired nightly. The creaking noises gradually subsided into the stillness, suggesting that the woman had finished her meal, yet she did not depart. Her brief pause rendered the breaths of those around her suddenly rapid, indicating an unexpected turn of events. It was not until the sound of footsteps resumed that the crowd collectively exhaled, albeit their relief was short-lived, as tension reignited among them. The woman's footsteps did not signify her departure. Rather, she began to traverse among the townspeople, causing each individual she passed to breathe more erratically, only to exhale with relief once her footsteps moved beyond them. After half a minute of this unsettling procession, the woman gradually approached Yin Xiu, then abruptly halted. Chapter 32. Wipe your hands in an instant, the crowd collectively gasped. Yin Xiu remained with his eyes closed. Though he could not see, he distinctly sensed a woman's gaze lingering upon him, her cold stare devoid of malice, yet brimming with indifference. Tomorrow, it would be him. This simply cannot be allowed. The mayor's voice broke the tension, urgent and impatient. He is not from our town. You cannot choose him. The woman did not depart, instead allowing a dark chuckle to escape her lips. Yesterday was not permissible, but today is different. The mayor's tone grew icy in an instant. That is still unacceptable. He is the one I have chosen. The rules state that if I can, then I shall, the woman retorted with a mocking laugh. I must select him. What will you do about it? Violate the rules? The mayor fell silent, his response evading him. The woman, with a scoff, began to move away from Yin Xiu, her footsteps gradually fading into silence. Open your eyes, a voice urged, shattering the stillness. The townsfolk's murmurs broke the silence, and Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the cold, indifferent stares of the townspeople, their expressions akin to those observing a corpse, their eyes chillingly devoid of warmth. Yin Xiu turned to the mayor, who wore a troubled expression, lost in thought, his eyes distant. What did she mean by choosing me? As Yin Xiu voiced his inquiry, the mayor flinched, swiftly deflecting the topic. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself. Is it the intention to select me as a sacrificial offering? As soon as the words left his lips, the mayor's countenance shifted to one of complexity. This seemed to affirm Yin Xiu's suspicions. The tension in the air hinted at the woman's choice of who would be unfortunate. Each day, a sacrifice was made, personally selected by the woman at the conclusion of the previous day's ceremony. This was likely the sacrificial rule. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he was not a resident of the town, and thus he should not be eligible for selection. The woman's choice had indeed taken the mayor by surprise, especially when she declared, yesterday was not permissible, but today is different. What had he done today to qualify as a candidate for sacrifice? Was it solely his fate, or could it encompass all participants? You brought me here to partake in the sacrificial ceremony merely to sell me to her? Yin Xiu cast a significant glance at the mayor, who hastily denied the accusation. Simply attending the sacrificial ceremony does not guarantee selection, if she desires, even within the confines of the house. One could still become a sacrifice. The mayor cast a glance at the other players in the building. However, I must admit, I overlooked that detail. Indeed, you possess the qualifications to become a sacrifice. What detail? Yin Xiu was certain that some event during the day must have influenced the likelihood of players becoming sacrifices. Although he remained unaware of the specific incident, the mayor refrained from answering, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. His gaze towards Yin Xiu grew enigmatic. At this juncture, I cannot allow you to be the first to fall to another's hand. The mayor once again grasped Yin Xiu's hand, this time without prior inquiry, and began to mutter to himself, You are a rare masterpiece, while those two possess no artistry whatsoever. Should you fall into their hands, it would only result in your being torn to shreds, a tragic waste indeed. With a pitying shake of his head, he released Yin Xiu and turned away, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After uttering a few cryptic words, he departed. As the townsfolk completed the sacrificial ceremony, they too began to disperse, leaving the square with only Yin Xiu remaining. He gazed at the bloodied sacks left at the altar, lost in thought amidst the pools of crimson, as if he needed to hasten the progress of the instance. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yin Xiu observed that the players had emerged from their rooms and gathered on the first floor. The recent sacrifice seemed to have unsettled them. Today, it was Yin Xiu, but tomorrow it could be one of them. With each additional day spent in the instance, a player would perish. The sacrificial ceremony occurred nightly, and no one wished to be next. Thank you for discovering this for us, but regrettably, you will only survive until tomorrow night. Those who sell out their comrades will eventually face retribution. One of the players sneered as Yin Xiu passed by. Indifferent to their jibes, he turned and ascended the stairs. As soon as he left, the player who had spoken was suddenly seized by an unseen force around his neck, his eyes rolling back in terror. Panic erupted among the other players, who wished to assist but were rendered helpless by the invisible threat, forced to witness as he struggled and ultimately succumbed before their eyes. A heavy silence enveloped the hall as the players exchanged glances, their voices stilled. Only those who had spoken ill of Yin Xiu suffered this fate. The others remained unscathed, suggesting that Yin Xiu was indeed a peculiar individual, not to be trifled with. Upon reaching the second floor, as Yin Xiu stepped into the corridor, he beheld a dark silhouette at the far end. In the long hallway adorned with portraits, Li Mo's shadow appeared particularly ominous. His face was shrouded in darkness. Yet he wore his customary smile, standing motionless at the door as if awaiting Yin Xiu's approach. "Is there something you need?" Yin Xiu inquired, listening to the chaotic sounds of fear emanating from below as he advanced down the corridor, his hand gradually resting upon the hilt of his blade. Liu remained silent, merely watching him with a smile. Yin Xiu continued forward, his gaze instinctively deepening. "Are you anxious as well?" Two individuals with unclear intentions would surely not allow a third party to eliminate him first. They would act before tomorrow night. The mayor's cold, unfriendly gaze lingered in his mind, while Li Mo's intentions remained inscrutable. His abrupt appearance to greet Yin Xiu suggested a greater urgency than that of the mayor. In response to Yin Xiu's inquiry, Li Mo remained unresponsive, standing rigidly with his hands elegantly folded before his chest, patiently smiling as he awaited Yin Xiu's approach. Echoes of footsteps reverberated softly in the corridor, where the surrounding portraits remained eerily silent. Each face, eyes closed, offered no response to the presence of Yin Xiu at this moment. The air was thick with Li Mo's essence, a chill radiating from him, steadily permeating the entire hallway and suppressing all other bizarre existences. As Yin Xiu approached his door, Li Mo remained motionless, standing behind him, his gaze unwavering, instilling a sense of vigilance within Yin Xiu. "If there is nothing, I shall enter," Yin Xiu inquired, slowly extending his hand towards the doorknob. At the very moment he reached out, a hand abruptly pressed against the door with a resounding thud. Almost simultaneously, Yin Xiu unsheathed a small dagger. The cold gleam of the blade shimmered in the night. Had Li Mo's hand been directed towards him moments ago, it would have surely met with a swift demise. "Speak plainly if you have something to say." Yin Xiu remained frozen, exuding an air of caution. Li Mo's presence enveloped him entirely. The frigid aura seemed to cling to his back through his clothing, sending shivers down his spine. "Hand," Li Mo uttered softly, as if to ease Yin Xiu's defenses. He then lowered the hand that had pressed against the door to grasp Yin Xiu's hand, gently pulling him closer. Confused, Yin Xiu turned to face Li Mo, who stood silently before him. To his bewilderment, the shadowy figure produced a square tissue from his pocket and began to wipe Yin Xiu's hands. His icy fingers meticulously cleaned every inch of Yin Xiu's fingers, even tending to the spaces between them. Once finished, he raised his hand and stuffed the tissue into his mouth, chewing hastily before swallowing. Yin Xiu remained silent for a few moments, gradually realizing that this hand was the very same one that the mayor had pulled moments earlier. Chapter 33. Do not perish here for a moment. He was at a loss as to whether he should inquire about the peculiar significance of Li Mo's strange behavior. After consuming the tissue, the familiar sound of tearing echoed in Li Mo's throat, yet he smiled, seemingly devoid of malice. Yin Xiu gazed at him in confusion as Li Mo gradually leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear, "Rule 2 of the cemetery town. There are no female ghosts in the town. Should you inadvertently encounter a woman in white, avert your gaze and do not heed her voice. If she becomes entangled with you, seek assistance from other townsfolk." Yin Xiu, the cool breath brushing against his ear, rendered him perplexed and distracted, leaving him utterly bewildered as to why this individual was reciting rules to him. Rule 5. Outsiders may observe the sacrificial ceremony, but it is imperative to admonish them against violating Rule 1 and Rule 2. Yin Xiu, in an instant, he realized that the dense fog that had nearly decimated most players during the day was indeed a violation of Rule 2. The moment someone had screamed about the woman's existence, they had transgressed the rule. Although the rules provided a method of response, punishment was swift, leading Yin Xiu to instinctively believe that this rule was conclusive, neglecting the connection to the 5th rule. The reason he was destined to become a sacrifice was that the earlier incident had rendered all current players as violators of the rules. Observing Yin Xiu lost in thought, Li Mo continued to smile and elaborated. Rule 4. The town must maintain warmth towards outsiders, yet should they infringe upon the rules, do not show mercy. Yin Xiu realized that since they had already become violators, all the stipulations within the rules were directed at them. The issue lay therein, he muttered, feeling a flicker of clarity illuminate his thoughts. In a moment of distraction, Li Mo leaned further down, pressing Yin Xiu against the doorframe. A chill permeated through his clothing, as if an unseen presence clung to his skin. Yin Xiu shivered at Li Mo's sudden proximity, uncertain whether to draw his weapon, for the other exhibited no hostility, even offering a warning. "Do not perish here," he whispered close to Yin Xiu's ear. The icy touch of his cheek against the nape of his neck left Yin Xiu acutely aware of his vulnerability, exposed to imminent danger. Instinctively, he yearned to resist, yet Li Mo seemed intent on proving his lack of malice, pressing closer and brushing against Yin Xiu's neck. The serpentine chill gliding across his skin compelled Yin Xiu to suppress the urge to draw his weapon. "May I enter?" Li Mo, with a cheerful smile, reached behind Yin Xiu to twist the doorknob. The weight of their bodies leaning against the door caused Yin Xiu to stagger momentarily, nearly toppling under Li Mo's pressure. Yet he managed to regain his balance. As the door swung open, within the room, Zhongmu and a little girl stared blankly at them from across the space. "Brother, why are you holding him?" The little girl pointed at the two of them. Li Mo's entire weight bore down, and Yin Xiu had no choice but to support him to avoid falling, giving the appearance that he was earnestly embracing Li Mo. However, no. Yin Xiu swiftly released his grip and sidestepped. As soon as he let go, Li Mo stood upright, an expression of calmness gracing his features. The little girl, her gaze filled with curiosity, surveyed the two and immediately leaped off the bed, racing over to cling to Yin Xiu's leg, exclaiming, "I want a hug from brother too." Li Mo smiled, fixing his attention on the little girl, who timidly clutched Yin Xiu's thigh, refusing to release her hold as she maintained eye contact with Li Mo, insisting, "I want a hug from brother." Yin Xiu chose to disregard their subtle rivalry and turned to glance at Zhongmu, asking, "What are you doing in my room?" Zhongmu scratched his head and rose from beside the bed, explaining, "Earlier, during the sacrificial ceremony, all the other players witnessed it. To expedite progress, everyone gathered to study the dungeon rules. Well, we're not particularly well-liked, and no one wants to join us. So I came to discuss things with you privately." To be honest, before Yin Xiu returned, he was quite anxious being alone with the two strange creatures in one room. Fortunately, once Yin Xiu arrived, Li Mo exited the room. The little girl, however, played quietly with her dolls, no longer exhibiting the terrifying demeanor she had displayed in the past 3 days. "Just so, I have some matters I wish to organize," Yin Xiu nodded, turning to close the door, striding towards the table with the little girl still clinging to his leg. He inquired of Zhongmu, "Do you still have your mother's notes?" Yes. I truly cannot remember so many rules, and without them on hand, it's easy to encounter trouble, so I've kept the notes." Zhongmu eagerly replied, rummaging in his pocket to retrieve the notes, just as he was about to hand them to Yin Xiu. He cautiously glanced at the little girl beside him. Yin Xiu bent down, placing the little girl on the bed, and instructed, "Sit here quietly. I will have some questions for you shortly." "Okay." The little girl obediently settled down, hugging her doll, appearing very docile. Only then did Zhongmu feel at ease to pass the rule notes to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu unfurled the notes and placed them on the table, gazing intently at the contents as he began to organize them. Currently, there are 6 known rules within the dungeon: the survival rules, the completion rules, 2 notes from the mother, the rules of the grave town, and the rules of the house. The notes detailing the dungeon rules impose restrictions on players. These rules must be adhered to. The mother's notes are directed towards the little girl, binding her to compliance, yet they do not apply to players. However, should the little girl breach the rules outlined in her notes, the players would also face death due to the dungeon rules, as one of the player rules stipulates assisting the little girl in fulfilling the notes. The rules of the grave town restrict both the townsfolk and outsiders, with outsiders including players, as well as the little girl and her mother. Zhongmu was taken aback, glancing towards the little girl by the bed, realizing that she too is considered an outsider. Indeed, for she does not qualify as a resident of this town. Zhongmu furrowed his brow, pondering, but she could also transform into a monster, just like the townspeople here. Yin Xiu retrieved the paper and pen he had taken from the little girl's room, and began to outline the rules of the graveyard town alongside the regulations governing the current house. "I spoke with the mayor about the first rule of the graveyard town. Children must not touch the altar at night, lest they become tainted by a curse and transform into monsters. Yin Xiu turned to glance at the little girl by the bed. So, you touched the altar in the square one night, did you not? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, the little girl hesitated, nervously clutching her stuffed rabbit. I touched it. Zhong Mu contemplated this revelation, realizing that the little girl had once been human. Indeed, outsiders who violated the rules would be hunted by the townsfolk. Thus, her mother had hidden her away in a house outside the town to prevent her from being discovered. Now, we players too were outsiders who had broken the rules. Yin Xiu shared his recent discoveries from outside the door with Zhong Mu, then pointed to the rules for completing the quest. The second rule for quest completion stated, the little girl must fulfill all the rules outlined by her mother. His finger then moved to the second note from the mother. The fourth rule on her note read, leave the town at night. Finally, he gestured toward the graveyard town rules. The sixth rule of the graveyard town stated, do not allow outsiders who inadvertently break the rules to leave alive. After a long period of contemplation over the three rules, Zhong Mu slowly articulated, if we adhere to the Mother-S rules and allow the little girl to leave the town, she will die? Yin Xiu nodded, and the little girl by the bed turned ashen. After surveying all the rules once more, Zhong Mu suddenly grasped the implication and pointed to the first rule for quest completion. The first rule for completing the quest is to leave the monster's corpse on the town's altar. Does that mean the little girl's corpse? The little girl beside them shivered, her face drained of color. Chapter 34. I rather wish to share a room with you. Yin Xiu shook his head. Initially, I shared the same sentiment, but now, with the confirmation that the little girl transformed into a monster due to a curse, I'm more inclined to believe it is not her. So, who does the monster in the rules refer to? Zhong Mu fixed his gaze on the passage rules. Regardless of the journey, ultimately fulfilling the clearance criteria is the crucial element for exiting the dungeon. I'm still uncertain. Yin Xiu stroked his chin, his expression growing pensive. If the woman who is sealed is indeed the origin of the town's monster, then it is highly probable that she is the one. However, our information remains incomplete. We have yet to take the little girl to her grandmother's house, hence we cannot confirm this. Indeed, there is also the second note that remains unfulfilled. Zhong Mu slowly raised his eyes to meet Yin Xiu's, his expression intricate. Nevertheless, we must act swiftly, especially since you. Yin Xiu nodded nonchalantly, affirming that there is still time. He was indifferent to becoming a sacrifice, unconcerned about plunging into danger. Rather, he yearned to uncover the hidden past behind this small town. The portraits on the wall, the basement, the statue sealing the woman, and the structure of this house evidently linked the town's secrets to the mayor, the woman, and the little girl. Delving into the past was not his primary interest. His main focus was the 5-star clearance of the dungeon. The rewards for achieving a 5-star rating are quintuple those of a standard clearance. His dungeon assets amounted to 35.8, which was insufficient even to procure a decent offering for Lady Yi. This was the consequence of years without participating in dungeons. He was impoverished. Having finally managed to enter, he was determined to achieve a 5-star rating, ensuring he could return with substantial dungeon assets to guarantee that Lady Yi would not disturb his slumber in the near future. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning we shall take the little girl to her grandmother's house to see what awaits us there. Zhong Mu was quite anxious about the prospect of losing the formidable ally he had encountered, feeling invigorated as he spoke. He then turned to the quietly contemplative Liemo, asking, shall we return to our rooms? Liemo, seated quietly, gazed thoughtfully at the little girl, who pretended not to see and turned her head away. Yin Xiu interjected, she is a vital component of the dungeon. We must ensure her safety, so I need to keep her close. If you are agreeable, I can share a room with Zhong Mu, while you keep her by your side. Zhong Mu, slightly bashful, scratched his head. Really? I would quite like to share a room with you, esteemed one. As soon as he finished speaking, Liemo stood up and walked outside without a moment's hesitation. Zhong Mu watched Liemo's retreating figure with mild disappointment. It seemed he too was unwilling for me to share a room with you. After all, there are 2 single beds. What is there to be reluctant about? I would want to share a room with him anyway. After muttering to himself, he smiled at Yin Xiu. I shall return to my room and sleep now. Yin Xiu nodded, watching Zhong Mu depart. Soon after, players in the lobby began to ascend to their rooms, none daring to linger outside as midnight approached. The current developments in the dungeon had surpassed the players' expectations. Had they merely explored the dungeon with sincerity and adhered to the rules, exercising caution, they could have methodically completed the challenge. Their objective was simply to assist the young girl in fulfilling her mother's note, subsequently deducing the identity of the monster based on the clues provided. Novice dungeons are typically not overly difficult. However, the current situation evidently transcended the bounds of a beginner's quest. Every player had become a potential sacrifice for the town, and with time, their turn to perish would inevitably arrive. This engendered a sense of unease among the players within the dungeon, while those observing from outside found themselves equally perturbed. The transformation of this dungeon was astonishing. I distinctly recall my initial completion lacking such complexities. Indeed, at that time, the only condition for success was to aid the girl in fulfilling her mother's note. There were no monstrous corpses or sacrificial rites involved. Moreover, we were confined to our rooms at night, with the windows blackened, and there were no superfluous elements to be seen. Additionally, there seemed to be far fewer paintings within this house. It felt as though the dungeon had grown increasingly perilous. The pressing question was whether Yin Xiu could complete the dungeon before the morrow. It was a nail-biting uncertainty. He currently possessed the most information, and the young girl preferred to remain by his side. If he failed, all players in this batch would meet their demise. Although I had never interacted with him before, I sincerely hoped for his survival. A true master of dungeon completion is indeed a rarity. It was true. Having never engaged with him, I was unaware of his amiable disposition. Despite the other players' lack of perception, he remained unperturbed. I hope he is all right. As the night deepened, most players had extinguished their lights and succumbed to slumber, enveloping the entire town in eerie silence. On the second floor of the house, filled with players, a service attendant clad in dark attire traversed the corridor, knocking on each player's door, her voice ringing out with a sweet clarity. "Good evening, room service. May I inquire if you are the one who requested towels?" Rule 2. Do not engage with the attendant after midnight. Players familiar with the rules ignored the voice outside their doors. Those present had demonstrated caution, opting not to open their doors, merely listening as the voice inquired room by room. Many players were roused early by the voice, becoming more alert, and waited until it passed before resuming their rest, listening as the voice continued to ask each room. In the depths of the night, the same words echoed persistently outside the door. Even the sweetest of tones, when heard for too long, became chilling. As the voice reached the middle of the corridor, it suddenly ceased for a brief moment, causing the players' hearts to halt in tandem. A peculiar chill began to permeate the corridor, with wisps of white mist seeping through the cracks beneath the doors. "Good evening, room service. May I inquire if you are the one who requested towels?" The attendant's voice rang out once more, yet this time it lacked its previous sweetness, imbued instead with a trembling unease. The knocking resounded in the stillness of the night, met with silence from within. She then proceeded to the next door. "Hello, room service. May I ask, is this the towel you requested earlier?" The voice of the attendant trembled even more than before, clearly revealing her fear. The players within the room began to panic. What was happening outside? How could even a malevolent dungeon tormenting the players evoke such dread? After a moment of eerie silence, the attendant cautiously shuffled her feet, moving stiffly to stand before the next door. "Excuse me, room service," she stammered, her words faltering as her gaze involuntarily darted towards the depths of the corridor. Those watching the live stream could distinctly see a thick white mist rising in the hallway, where a woman clad in white, her attire stained with blood, stood motionless, her vacant eyes fixated on the attendant, tracking her as she knocked on each door, drawing ever closer to her. Chapter 35. Cling to your brother beside you with each knock on the door. The server's trepidation deepened, drawing her closer to the ominous presence of the woman. "Excuse me, room service." The server's breath trembled violently as she rapped gently on the door, her gaze averted in fear. The woman loomed just a step away. The room fell into an unsettling silence, devoid of any response, compelling her to move to the next door. Under the woman's watchful gaze, she slowly approached, trembling as she knocked softly on the door before her. "Hello, room service. May I ask if you requested towels?" After a brief silence in the corridor, A chilling voice drifted from behind her. Yes, I requested the red towel. In the wake of a tense pause, a horrific scream erupted from outside the door, abruptly silencing itself, morphing into a ghastly whimper that echoed with dread. "Help me, please, save me," the server's cries reverberated, her hoarse voice pleading as she pounded on the player's door. "Open the door, please help me. I beg you, open the door. Rule 3. Never open the door if you hear strange sounds in the corridor at night." In this moment, the players dared not even descend from their beds, huddling beneath their covers, their eyes fixed on the door, terrified that its fragile barrier might shatter and allow the horrors outside to invade. The sounds of distress and frantic knocking echoed from room to room, resonating through the silent night. The players, separated from the unseen terror by merely a door, were gripped by paralyzing fear, fervently wishing for this nightmare to conclude. A series of knocks resounded from deep within the corridor, followed by a sorrowful wail as a door creaked open. This sound startled the remaining players, who were already on edge. The rules were explicit about not opening the door. How could someone be so reckless? The bloodied server stared blankly at the little girl who had opened the door, momentarily at a loss for words. The girl's appearance had grotesquely transformed. Her features were twisted, and her form unrecognizable, with a malevolent glint in her eyes as she glared fiercely at the server, emitting a low, guttural growl that signaled her intent to attack. The server swallowed hard and took a step back, instinctively retreating. However, the once innocent girl, now a monstrous figure, lunged forward and pinned her to the ground, beginning to gnash and tear at her flesh. The scream that followed was even more harrowing than the first. It was common knowledge among the players that the girl transformed into a monster at night, exhibiting extreme ferocity. The server had unwittingly confronted a formidable foe. The sounds of gnashing echoed in the darkness for a time, until the figure of Yin Xiu gradually emerged at the door. He stifled a yawn, leaning against the doorframe, his weary gaze fixed on the shadowy figure in the corridor, gnawing recklessly. A diminutive creature, clad in vibrant red, its body contorted and cloaked in black fur, mirrored the townsfolk who, under the sun's unrelenting glare, bore a striking resemblance to the mayor's words. The curse afflicting the townspeople and the little girl shared a common origin. "That woman, are you full?" Yin Xiu inquired lazily, his voice barely above a whisper. "Eat well, and then return to sleep." The little girl's grotesquely twisted head abruptly turned, her bloodshot eyes locking onto him, her lips still clutching a half-eaten hand. After a brief pause, she tilted her head back and devoured her find, resuming her frenzied assault on the waiter nearby. Yin Xiu, squinting drowsily at the doorway, appeared to doze while the little girl dismembered her prey in the corridor. The scene was undeniably bizarre. No matter how long the players observed, they remained somewhat unsettled. Yin Xiu displayed remarkable composure in the face of the grotesque, maintaining his equanimity as he watched her feast. It could be said that his psychological fortitude was exceptional. This little girl would not fare as well if placed in the hands of another. He possessed an uncanny ability to manage the aberrant, and she was obedient only under his care. Had it been anyone else, she would likely be lying lifeless in the corridor by now. The atmosphere within the instance was starkly different from that of ordinary individuals, as the players outside the screen lamented. Yin Xiu yawned again, his fatigue palpable. Sleep was elusive outside the instance, and within, it was no better. For 3 consecutive nights, he had been tormented by strange entities. Tonight, having been spared their presence, he was met instead by a waiter knocking at the door, and he was quickly acclimating to being roused from slumber by various disturbances. After a frenzied bout of gnawing, the little girl belched contentedly and crawled back to Yin Xiu's feet, her elongated, clawed hands covered in dark fur, grasping at his pant leg. From her sharp teeth emerged a few garbled words. "Toilet. Need to pee." Yin Xiu pondered. Clearly she regarded him as a maternal figure. He glanced toward the end of the corridor. Rule 4. The restroom is located near the staircase. If possible, it is advisable to have someone accompany you. Solo visits are permissible, but one must not heed any sounds. As he stepped out, a thick white mist enveloped the corridor, obscuring his vision. Gazing down the hallway, all he could discern was a hazy expanse. What awaited him on the way to the restroom remained uncertain. Brother, toilet. The little girl tugged at his pant leg, her tone urgent. Since her transformation into a monster, her small form had contorted into a ball, her limbs elongated and covered in black fur, resembling some small creature, her speech barely coherent. "Very well, I shall take you to the restroom." The audience before the screen watched in astonishment as Yin Xiu, with an expression of calm resolve, bent down and lifted the dark, grotesque entity off the floor, turning to step into the billowing white mist, heading toward the staircase. Goodness, he truly dares to go. Wait, he really dares to embrace her. He is carrying the little girl who has transformed into a monster without flinching. Wow, I just emerged from the instance and watched his live stream today. Has he always been this brave? Indeed, he has consistently displayed remarkable courage. In the dead of night, traversing a corridor while cradling a creature in my arms sent shivers down my spine. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting me to avert my gaze. Fear not. Clutch your companion tightly, and behold. Yet, my roommate slumbered peacefully, leaving me to indulge in this spectacle alone, feeling rather cowardly. Do not falter. Venture into his bed and watch. If fear grips you, embrace your roommate. There is wisdom in that. I shall proceed. Astonishingly, he truly dared to go. Amidst the clamor of the comments, Yin Xiu held the little girl in his left arm, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt of a knife. As he cautiously stepped into the mist-laden corridor, the silence of the passageway echoed his solitary footsteps, each step leading him through various rooms. The doors on the second floor bore no numbers, and every door he passed appeared identical, each adorned with a portrait that, shrouded in fog, remained indistinct and elusive. Yin Xiu estimated the corridor's length. He should be nearing his destination, yet the staircase remained elusive. He paused, glancing back over his shoulder. One side of the corridor was lined with doors, while the other displayed portraits, arranged in such a manner that they served as poor landmarks. The fog enveloped everything, rendering it impossible to discern an end. Turning his gaze forward revealed a mirrored scene. Standing at the center, he realized that whether he advanced or retreated felt nearly inconsequential. Lowering his gaze to the little girl nestled against his chest, he noted her contented slumber, her lips smacking softly, blissfully unaware of any danger. He pressed onward for a brief moment longer, calculating the passage of time. Over a minute had elapsed. What corridor could stretch on for more than a minute without an end? Clearly, something was amiss. As he proceeded, a vague silhouette finally emerged from the swirling mist. But the moment he discerned its true nature, he halted in his tracks, refusing to advance further. The apparition in the fog was not the staircase he sought, but rather a figure. Chapter 36, Brother. The toilet. The figure before him emanated an overwhelming presence, standing motionless, neither approaching nor uttering a word. Yet their gaze pierced through the mist, resting upon him with clarity. Yin Xiu, cradling the young girl, remained stationary, hesitating for a moment. Upon realizing that the figure had no intention of moving, he cautiously inquired, "Is there something you need?" The silhouette offered no reply, but instead took a deliberate step forward, allowing Yin Xiu to discern the true nature of the being before him. It was undoubtedly the woman sealed within the confines of the curse. She stood amidst the fog, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair disheveled, the vivid crimson of her blood staining the hem of her dress as it trickled down her legs to the ground. One of her legs was crippled, her calf swollen and twisted, as though it had been brutally fractured by some unseen force. The stark contrast of her injuries against her pale skin was startlingly grotesque, rendering the bluish bruises all the more conspicuous. This was Yin Xiu's first encounter with the woman, and as he scrutinized the marks upon her, a frown creased his brow. The monstrous entity rumored to have been so fearsome that it required sealing now appeared as a victim. The woman gazed at him with an unsettling intensity, remaining at a distance since her emergence into his line of sight. Yin Xiu regarded her thoughtfully, pondering, "You have already chosen me as your sacrifice. There is no need for such haste, is there?" Her icy gaze met his, her voice a raspy whisper. "Do you think I have chosen you as a sacrifice to harm you? I am offering you assistance." Yin Xiu inclined his chin slightly. "How so?" "The man has set his sights on you. Those he chooses never meet a favorable fate." The woman's gaze shifted to a portrait hanging on the wall. the figures within serving as undeniable evidence, those regarded by the man as mere art, eternally imprisoned within the frames, unable even to fade from existence. Following her gaze, Yin Xiu turned to the wall, observing the portraits. The once closed eyes of the figures now stared wide open, their expressions mirroring the terror and helplessness of the man from the corridor's portrait as they looked upon him. Adhering to the unspoken rule against prolonged eye contact, Yin Xiu returned his gaze to the woman. So, how does your choice of me as a sacrifice equate to assistance? I shall perish by tomorrow night. Regardless, you will all eventually meet your demise. Dying at his hands is far worse than perishing by mine. The woman's eyes remained frigid as she continued, become my sacrifice. In death, you will belong to me, and there lies a chance for vengeance. If he kills you, you will never have the opportunity to rise again. Yin Xiu took a measured breath. It seemed neither party was benevolent. Both sought his demise. Furthermore, to retain her, the man would undoubtedly resort to deception, ensnaring her in a web of lies that would prevent her escape. The woman's crimson eyes bore into him, her expression darkening. I suspect he has spoken ill of me to you. Yin Xiu nodded calmly. Indeed, he is untrustworthy. Yet your intentions for my death hardly place you on a higher moral ground. Are you not also disparaging him? Yin Xiu's words elicited a flicker of indignation upon the woman's visage. I have witnessed far too many souls deceived by him, none meeting a favorable end. If you doubt my warning, you too shall perish. Yin Xiu silently raised his hand, pointing at the little girl nestled in his embrace. The curse upon her belongs to you, does it not? The woman fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. The curse afflicting the townsfolk is also yours, is it not? At the mention of the townspeople, her gaze transformed into something ferocious. They deserve it. They are all accomplices of that man. He took my life. Everyone was aware, yet they chose to turn a blind eye. I merely sought vengeance upon them, rendering them as vile as their hearts. And what of her? Yin Xiu again gestured towards the slumbering child in his arms. A mere child should not be entangled in the matters of your demise. She arrived only later. Upon hearing the mention of the girl, the woman fell silent once more. She is essential to my revenge. With that, she slowly stepped back, seemingly wishing to conclude the discussion. Once you descend into the basement of this house, you will uncover the truth of what transpired with that man. He deceives you. He is a villain. I have come solely to impart this knowledge. Only my offering can unveil the truth. She fixed her gaze upon Yin Xiu, her figure gradually dissipating into the mist. Moments later, outlines of objects materialized before Yin Xiu. He took 2 steps forward and found himself facing the long elusive staircase, beside which hung a sign indicating the restrooms for men and women. Yin Xiu let out a soft sigh, glancing down at the little girl in his arms. He could now ascertain that the woman was at odds with the town mayor, representing 2 opposing forces locked in a stalemate, each constraining the other. While the girl who had followed her mother into this predicament was the true innocent caught in the crossfire. The truth lay in the basement, a place governed by rules that he could not breach, rendering his situation rather challenging. Yaya, wake up, it's time for the restroom. Yin Xiu gently patted the girl's face. She blinked sleepily, still resembling a creature of the night. Upon spotting the restroom, she promptly leaped from his embrace and darted inside. Yin Xiu found a spot against the wall, stationed at the entrance, watching the fog in the corridor while he closed his eyes to rest, pondering their earlier conversation. Barely 2 seconds had passed since the girl entered when an eerie, low wail erupted from within the restroom, sending a wave of panic through him. Yin Xiu's eyes flew open as he gripped his knife and hurried inside. Upon entering, he beheld the girl sprawled over the sink, desperately tugging at a shadowy figure within the mirror, which writhed in terror, attempting to retreat, yet was simultaneously being gnawed upon by the girl, emitting cries of fear. Clearly, the entity in the restroom mirror was intended for the players, but fate had mistakenly directed the child inside first, resulting in a calamitous misjudgment of the intended target. Hurry and finish up, Yin Xiu called out, ensuring the girl was unharmed before turning to exit. As he stepped out of the restroom, he collided with a figure. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, where a figure stood silently at the doorway. The sudden encounter startled Yin Xiu, who, upon turning around, unwittingly plunged into the collar of his suit, only to realize that the wall before him was, in fact, a person. "What brings you out here?" Yin Xiu inquired, meeting Li Mo's smiling gaze. He stood motionless, calmly responding, "I needed to use the restroom." Yin Xiu scrutinized him, pondering the anatomical capabilities of the individual before him, refraining from passing judgment. "The men's restroom is next door. You should go there," he suggested, gesturing towards the adjacent entrance. "I am aware. I merely wanted to see what you were doing," Li Mo replied with a smile, casting a glance at the little girl inside the restroom, grappling with something strange, before turning towards the entrance of the neighboring restroom. As he stepped aside, Yin Xiu noticed that the mist in the corridor had dissipated, returning to its profound darkness, and the earlier chill that had permeated the hallway vanished. He stood at the doorway, momentarily lost in thought, when suddenly a similar low, haunting cry erupted from the adjacent restroom, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a tumult of struggle and fear, with the cries growing increasingly distinct, only to abruptly cease. In contrast to the ongoing struggle within the women's restroom, the situation next door was decidedly more efficient. Yin Xiu leaned against the wall, remaining composed as he closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the emergence of the two. However, a painting near the stairwell quietly opened its eyes, betraying its stillness. Chapter 37. Do not consume everything. The man in the painting bore a visage unfamiliar to him. He gazed at Yin Xiu, who stood quietly against the wall with closed eyes, and murmured, "Do not place your complete trust in the words of that woman." Yin Xiu opened his eyes and raised his gaze to meet the painting, only to silently close them once more. Indeed, one could not believe everything. Yet I find the mayor's assertions largely credible. The man leaned against the frame, fixating intently on Yin Xiu. The mayor oversees the entire town, ensuring the welfare of its residents. That woman is merely slandering him. Are you not the one who was killed by the mayor and imprisoned within this painting? Why then do you speak on his behalf? The figure in the painting promptly retorted, "That is certainly not the case. Those within the painting are protected by the mayor. She has chosen us as sacrifices, devouring our physical forms, and the mayor preserves our souls in this manner." Yin Xiu lowered his gaze, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Your reasoning is indeed somewhat peculiar. You must believe me, being slain by that woman is entirely unavoidable. Seek the mayor. Only he can truly spare your life. He is a kind-hearted man," the figure in the painting implored earnestly. Once more, Yin Xiu scrutinized the image before diverting his gaze, casually remarking, "I previously encountered another man in the corridor who spoke to me. He was quite handsome, much like those exquisite portraits adorning the hallway. And so, yet you lack such charm, clearly failing to meet the mayor's aesthetic standards. I have already stated that the mayor is a benevolent individual. He aids others without regard for appearances." The man in the painting bristled at the sudden attack on his looks. Perhaps he aids those in need without concern for their appearances, yet when it comes to transforming someone into a work of art, he would undoubtedly take looks into account. A smile played upon Yin Xiu's lips. "It seems you must be among those he has graciously aided." "You." The man grew increasingly irate. "Why do you persist in discussing appearances? I merely wish to remind you." Yin Xiu lifted his gaze, coldly fixing the man with a stare. "You, who have become a sacrificial pawn in a woman's revenge and are sheltered by the mayor within this painting, ought not to speak for the genuine victims. If he were truly benevolent, the portraits would not consist solely of individuals of beauty. There should at least be a few like you included." The man's expression darkened upon being unmasked. He then ceased his pretense. "You have already been chosen by that woman. I advise you not to be so foolish. If you wish to survive, you must align yourself with the mayor. Has the mayor sent you to persuade me?" Yin Xiu cast a cold, sidelong glance at him. "Return and inform him not to waste his efforts. Even if I perish within this narrative, I shall not enter the painting." The man's eyes flashed with menace. "That will not be up to you." He made a motion as if to leap from the painting, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he recoiled sharply. Yin Xiu, puzzled by this reaction, was abruptly aware of a chilling presence beside him. Turning, he found Li Mo silently emerging without a sound. "You are far more terrifying than the bazaar." Yin Xiu, ever vigilant, found it perilous that he could occasionally miss the subtle movements of Li Mo with even the slightest lapse in concentration. Li Mo wore a calm smile, showing no remorse for startling Yin Xiu. His gaze lifted to the painting, then casually shifted back to Yin Xiu as he inquired about the little girl, asking if she had yet emerged. Not yet. Yin Xiu turned towards the women's restroom, his brow slightly furrowed with worry, deciding to step back inside to check. Wondering why there was no sound, Li Mo watched him depart with a smile, and as soon as he was gone, he swiftly turned his attention back to the painting where the earlier conversation had transpired. The man in the painting, with eyes closed, felt a pang of guilt and attempted to retreat into the canvas silently. Before he could escape, a hand shot forth, shattering the glass frame, grasping tightly around his neck. The man opened his eyes in terror to see Li Mo standing before the painting, smiling at him. "Did that old man summon you?" he asked, tightening his grip as he pulled the man out. The man's face was a mask of fear. Impossible. Only the mayor can extract them from the paintings. How can this man do the same? "Let go of me," he exclaimed, desperately wishing to remain within the confines of the frame. But Li Mo effortlessly yanked him out. Then, the man witnessed Li Mo slowly parting his lips, revealing a horrifying array of teeth waiting for him, his mind flooded with terror. Help me! Mayor! Save me!" His panicked cries echoed down the corridor, causing all the paintings to tremble in dread. They watched helplessly as Li Mo pulled the man from the canvas, coiling his spirit into a ball before devouring him whole without a single chew, swallowing with a resounding gulp. The remaining paintings in the corridor quivered, afraid to make any sudden movements, fearing they would be next if Li Mo's attention shifted. After finishing his meal, Li Mo licked his lips, still yearning for more, and his gaze slowly fell upon the other paintings in the corridor. The artworks trembled even more violently, their collective fear transmitting instantly to the mayor in the basement. This chilling sensation was one he had not felt in a long time, and the looming threat sent a shiver down his spine. "Did you wish to convey that even if I confine him to a frame, you can retrieve him?" The mayor suppressed his rising displeasure, coldly chuckling as he caressed the exquisite frame customized for Yin Xiu, his eyes growing icy in the dim light as he murmured, "Rest assured, I will hide him away, concealed in a place you could never find. No one shall remove him from this realm." Having finished his meal, Li Mo prepared to move towards the next frame when footsteps suddenly echoed from the restroom behind him. Yin Xiu emerged, carrying the little girl, and upon his appearance, Li Mo turned and retreated, allowing the paintings to breathe a sigh of relief. It was unexpected that he would fall asleep on the pedestal after finishing his meal. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, cradling the little girl in his arms as he stepped outside. Upon exiting, his gaze was immediately drawn to the shards of glass strewn across the floor before the once intriguing portrait, now devoid of the man's presence. He had not been oblivious to the commotion outside. The events that had transpired were all too evident. He glanced between the portrait and Li Mo, who remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. The barrage of comments surged forth with eager anticipation, finally allowing Yin to witness the scene of the incident. Given his keen intellect, he surely comprehended the recent happenings. How would he perceive the fact that his roommate was an enigmatic entity? I wager that Yin would expel him, considering the inherent dangers of such an anomaly. Yet, one must observe the little girl in Yin's embrace before making any assertions. After all, she was a manifestation of the narrative's mystery, her identity clear to Yin, while his roommate's was shrouded in ambiguity. I still place my bet on him dismissing his roommate. I wager he will not. As the comments erupted in a fervor, weighing left against right, Yin Xiu finally spoke. Chapter 38. Why are you still eating someone else's leftovers? He gazed at Li Mo, his voice chillingly calm. Don't consume every bizarre thing you come across. At least be selective. He then glanced down, tapping the little girl's head nestled in his arms. You too. Bullet comments. Fellow brothers, I am utterly shocked. Has Yin Xiu known his roommate's identity all along? Why does he speak of devouring eerie creatures as if it were merely a snack? Is there no one to voice out for the bizarre beings? What a heartwarming scene of domestic education. Haha. Is this a game instance? I'm losing it. Can we show some respect for the other players trembling in their rooms? So, he has known all along that two eerie creatures have been following him every day? and he has been traversing the instance without a care? There's a trail to follow, brothers. Yin Xiu must have been aware, as he never inquires about his roommate's strange behaviors. When Wang Guang died previously, his roommate returned covered in blood, yet he didn't ask a single question. Who is Wang Guang? Was there ever such a person? Compared to the astonishment in the comments, the scene within the instance was rather subdued. Li Montauk smiled silently, while the little girl nestled against Yin Xiu, muttering about how she would be hungry at night. I'm still not full. Yin Xiu carried her back down the corridor. You've already had two, but I haven't finished the first one yet. I'll go back and finish it later. Mom taught me not to leave leftovers. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she snuggled closer to Yin Xiu. Li Mo quietly trailed behind them, occasionally glancing at the surrounding portraits. These images occasionally emitted a chill, exerting pressure on those passing through the corridor. Yin Xiu had experienced this before. A wave of nausea had accompanied his arrival, though it had been less pronounced with a woman present. However, following Li Mo, the disquieting sensation was entirely absent. The portraits were silent, appearing as ordinary paintings hanging on the wall. Oh, where's my midnight snack? Upon reaching the door at the end of the corridor, the little girl suddenly exclaimed, leaping from Yin Xiu's arms to the spot where the waiter had been gruesomely devoured. With teary eyes, she turned back. Someone stole my midnight snack. Indeed, the remnants of the waiter were no longer visible, leaving only a pool of blood. In this corridor, who else could have shared the same meal with the little girl? Two gazes slowly settled on Li Mo behind them. Li Mo paused, his smile faltering slightly, transforming into a semblance of grin. I didn't. The little girl pouted and mumbled, hesitating to complain about Li Mo, instead clinging to Yin Xiu's leg with a look of grievance. Yin Xiu's gaze fell upon Li Mo. Why would you even eat someone else's leftovers? I didn't. Open your mouth and let me see. After a moment of hesitation, Li Mo parted his lips, revealing not the previously dense array of teeth, but rather a mouth resembling that of a normal human. Yin Xiu observed for 2 seconds, nodding slightly. Your mouth is indeed becoming more human-like, but your tongue isn't blue, it's red. Be mindful next time. Li Mo smiled and closed his mouth, feeling quite content. The barrage of comments swirled chaotically. Yin Xiu turned to gently pat the little girl's head, suggesting that perhaps the body had been cleared by the instance, urging her not to eat and to return to sleep instead. All right, the little girl nodded, clutching Yin Xiu's leg. The trio parted ways, with the little girl accompanying Yin Xiu back to his room, while Li Mo returned to his own quarters. Zhong Mu, who had been anxiously awaiting Li Mo's return, finally exhaled in relief as he nestled under the covers. The sound of Li Mo rising and opening the door in the dead of night nearly sent his spirit fleeing. It was unsettling enough that Li Mo remained seated on the bed, refusing to sleep, but the suddenness with which he would rise and wander outside left Zhong Mu bewildered and hesitant to inquire. Only when he heard Yin Xiu's voice outside did he feel somewhat reassured. Yet, now that Li Mo had returned, he seemed disinclined to rest. Zhong Mu cautiously peered out, observing Li Mo seated at the edge of the bed with his eyes shut. As soon as Li Mo sensed Zhong Mu's gaze, he abruptly opened his eyes and turned towards him, causing Zhong Mu to retreat hastily under the covers. It was truly frightening to have a roommate who sat awake at the edge of the bed in the dead of night. Why had Yin Xiu assigned him such a roommate? Upon returning to his room, the little girl soon reverted to her original form. After Yin Xiu tucked her into bed and extinguished the light, the room fell into complete silence. Just before sleep, he glanced at the little girl nestled beneath the covers, preparing to shift into a comfortable sleeping position. I have a question for you before you sleep, he said. The little girl peeked her head out from under the covers. When you approached the altar, it wasn't your own volition, was it? Suddenly reminded of the incident, the little girl quickly retreated beneath the covers, cautiously revealing half her head. How did you know I didn't go willingly? You don't appear to be the kind of child who would wander to the square in the middle of the night. You are very well behaved. Flattered by the compliment, the little girl beamed, hesitating momentarily before confessing, I didn't go on my own. I heard a sister crying at my door, beckoning me to come. A woman in a white dress? Yes, she wanted me to help her, and so I touched. A look of confusion crossed her innocent face. My mother told me that helping others is a good deed, but after I touched her, everyone began to dislike me, and my mother often looks sad. She cautiously glanced at Yin Xiu, her eyes dimmed. Brother, did I do something wrong? It is not your fault, Yin Xiu murmured softly. He had nearly confirmed that the little girl had indeed violated the rules, having been deliberately lured by that woman, who, like the mayor, had ulterior motives and was certainly no benevolent figure. But everyone dislikes me now, and I don't know where my mother has gone. The little girl's face clouded with sorrow as she blinked rapidly, murmuring, I miss my mother. I want to sleep with you, brother. Yin Xiu paused, then acquiesced. All right. The little girl instantly sprang up from her bed, clutching her small rabbit, ready to join him. However, as she stood, she unexpectedly caught sight of a shadow looming ominously behind Yin Xiu, its threatening presence palpable. The little girl pouted, resigned, and buried herself under the covers, declaring, Forget it. I shall sleep. Aren't you coming over? No, I prefer to sleep alone, she murmured, turning to face the wall. Yin Xiu lay down quietly, puzzled, only to swiftly feel that familiar chill creeping over him, enveloping him tightly. Indeed, it had come again tonight. No wonder the little girl had suddenly opted not to join him. How long would this eerie entity cling to him? It was perplexing why a ghostly presence from the narrative would not eliminate him immediately after he transgressed the rules, but instead chose to come to his bed each night. Fidgeting. It was truly bothersome. Yin Xiu had become adept at ignoring the sensations entwining him, closing his eyes to sleep. The latter half of the night passed peacefully, with no further incidents until dawn. Other players slept soundly, and as soon as the sun rose, they all scrambled to have breakfast. Yin Xiu, rising a bit later, washed up and styled the little girl's hair into a small braid before leading her outside. Waiting beyond the door were Zhong Mu and Liemo, ready to finish the second task outlined on the little girl's note after breakfast. As the four descended the stairs, the entire lobby of players turned their gazes toward them. These players were also awaiting Yin Xiu, but their displeased expressions suggested ill intentions. As soon as Yin Xiu reached the ground floor, he was surrounded by the other players who, under Zhang Xi's leadership, menacingly blocked his path, threateningly demanding, Hand over the little girl. Yin Xiu was taken aback. He glanced down at the little girl by his side, who was gleefully playing with the braid he had fashioned for her. It was as if he were portrayed as a human trafficker, even if he wished to relinquish her. It would have to be of her own volition. Chapter 39. To say it looks good, Yin Xiu lazily lifted his gaze toward Zhang Xi, who stood at the forefront of the players. Why? This question momentarily rendered Zhang Xi speechless. What do you mean, why? The little girl is a crucial character for completing the mission. You can't just take her with you alone. What about the rest of us players? Are we to abandon the quest altogether? Yin Xiu lowered his eyelids and slightly lifted his chin. If you want to take her, then do it yourself. Zhang Xi hesitated, cautiously glancing at the little girl who was intently fiddling with her braided hair. He stepped forward hesitantly. Little sister, would you like to come with us? We'll help you find your mother. Upon hearing this, the little girl glared at Zhang Xi, her small face scrunching up in displeasure as she bared her teeth. Go away. Startled, Zhang Xi took a step back. The little girl had left quite a psychological mark on the other players over the past 3 days, instilling fear in them. In contrast, Yin Xiu reached out to gently pat the girl's head, softly saying, You mustn't be rude. Oh, the little girl obediently nodded. But what if a bad uncle tries to take me away? Yin Xiu continued in a gentle tone. If a bad person attempts to take you, remember to resist. Just bite off their head. Okay. The little girl immediately broke into a radiant smile. The other players were drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was Yin Xiu teaching her? Was he trying to get them killed? Yin Xiu glanced at Zhang Xi before nonchalantly turning to head to the dining hall for a meal. Seeing that forcing the little girl away was futile, Zhang Xi shifted his strategy. He began to speak to Yin Xiu. You can take her along, but we must complete the task together. She is the only condition for passing. If you completely isolate her from us, we won't progress, and we'll all fail the mission. Are you really going to let all of us die here? Then just wait. I'll go after I finish eating. Yin Xiu replied, settling down to eat. Zhang Xi wanted to say more, but was brusquely shooed away by Zhong Mu. Move aside. Don't disturb our meal. If you want to do the task, do it yourself. Zhang Xi's expression changed drastically. The audacity of the newcomer to embrace Yin Xiu and flaunt their authority was utterly disrespectful to the veterans. Had it not been for Wang Guang's demise, these individuals would not have been in a position to assert control. He glanced at Yin Xiu, who was eating, and then at the quiet Liamo and the little girl, realizing they were not to be trifled with. He reluctantly conceded, "Fine, let us all sit down and wait. We'll set off once you four finish your meal." Despite their displeasure, they had no choice but to wait. The thought that Yin Xiu would meet his end that night, coupled with the time wasted, somewhat alleviated their frustrations. "Uncle, look, the brother made me these braids. Do they look nice?" The little girl, having enjoyed a late-night snack, was not hungry and refused to eat the cafeteria food. Instead, she twirled among the players, happily showcasing her lovely braids. When she was in her normal state, she was undeniably adorable, with long black hair, big eyes, and a bright red dress, resembling a doll. However, during the past 3 days, the mother had been absent, and the little girl had not taken much care of herself. This morning, she was joyfully embraced by Yin Xiu, who skillfully braided her hair into a twist, and now she seemed to float with delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Zhang Si cast a glance at the 2 small braids tugged by her tiny hands and disdainfully curled his lip, questioning the appeal of a grown man braiding hair. As soon as he spoke, the girl's expression darkened, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her stare on Zhang Si. Was it not beautiful? Zhang Si, sweating profusely, quickly amended his words, insisting it was indeed lovely. "Humph." The little girl huffed in indignation and turned her attention to others for validation. She roamed about, quietly intimidating any player who appeared the slightest bit dissatisfied, ultimately receiving unanimous admiration. Bursting with compliments, she gleefully returned to Yin Xiu's side, resting her chin on the table and watching him eat. Yin Xiu, still weary and half asleep from just waking up, was truly the epitome of a wonderful brother. "What is the matter?" he asked, puzzled by her unwavering gaze. The girl shook her head. "It's nothing. Wait until you finish eating. Then we'll go to Grandma's to find Mommy." "All right," Yin Xiu replied gently, resuming his meal. The other players exchanged complex glances, perplexed by the girl's unusual docility towards Yin Xiu. Why was she so submissive to him? After breakfast, Yin Xiu retrieved the second note from his mother that he had recorded, briefly reviewing the rules before heading out. Rule 1. Do not approach any monster houses on the way to Grandma's. This he had already experienced and firmly remembered. Rule 2. Clean up Grandma's house and find her diary. After pondering, Yin Xiu turned to the little girl. "Do you remember where your Grandma's house is?" "Of course," she exclaimed, nodding excitedly. It became clear to Yin Xiu why the other players were so intent on waiting for her. They needed her, as she alone knew the location of Grandma's house. Rule 3. Go to the basement to retrieve your favorite blue pills. Yin Xiu contemplated, glancing at the little girl. "Do you take any medicine?" She nodded. "I didn't used to, but after visiting the altar, Mommy gave them to me. I haven't taken any for 3 days." Yin Xiu recalled a snippet of advice from his mother's note, which ended with a reminder for the little girl to remember that her favorite medicine was of her beloved color. "Is blue your favorite color?" he inquired. "Of course not." She quickly dismissed, "I hate blue." Yin Xiu looked meaningfully at Rule 3, which instructed the girl to take the blue pills, contrasting with his mother's advice. Yet since the rule explicitly stated she needed to retrieve the blue pills, he felt compelled to pursue them. Rule 4. Departure from the town must occur at night. The rules were few, and if they moved quickly, the little girl could complete them all by tonight, though whether they would successfully clear the game remained uncertain. "All right, let's be on our way." Yin Xiu tucked the note away and extended his hand to lead the little girl as they prepared to embark on their journey. The other players promptly rose, and despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to allow Yin Xiu to assume the role of leader for the entire team, especially since he was entrusted with the care of a child. As the group ready to set off, Yin Xiu instructed Liamo to remove his coat and drape it over the little girl, faithfully adhering to the rule of keeping her hidden from the townspeople. The daytime tranquility of the small town was palpable, with the inhabitants largely remaining behind closed doors, resulting in an eerie emptiness outside. As they passed by the statue in the square once more, the players proceeded with caution, anxious to avoid another encounter with the woman who had previously fixated on them. However, Today unfolded without incident, and the square remained shrouded in a chilling gloom. Following the little girl's guidance, the group successfully reached the edge of the town and arrived at a modest house, her grandmother's abode. Though somewhat dilapidated, the residence was impeccably clean, with the garden's flowers and plants well tended, and the front area free of excessive dust and clutter, suggesting that the grandmother had indeed once lived there. Grandma. Upon reaching the doorstep, the little girl leaped from Yin Xiu's arms and joyfully approached the door, exclaiming, "Grandma, I'm here." As her hand met the door, it creaked open slowly, revealing a scene within that left the players at the threshold momentarily speechless. Chapter 40. Grandmother's Diary. In the living room of the house, large splashes of blood marred the walls and floor, while the interior lay in disarray, shattered vases, crumpled carpets, and overturned sofas. The walls and floors bore the marks of desperate struggles. A bloodied axe and ropes lay scattered on the ground, clearly indicating that the inhabitants of this house had endured a harrowing ordeal. The little girl stared blankly at the scene before her, utterly frozen. Yin Xiu approached and gently patted her head, then pushed open the door. As he surveyed the chaos within, he began to comprehend the implications of the first half of Rule 2, to cleanse grandmother's home and locate her diary. This meant that by the time the note had appeared, grandmother's household had already suffered tragedy. Judging by the coagulated blood on the floor, the incident had likely occurred at least 3 days prior. "What are you standing there for? Come in and start cleaning," Yin Xiu urged, glancing back at the players outside. Paralyzed by fear, Zhang Si was displeased by Yin Xiu's authoritative tone, yet he too wore a grim expression as he turned to the others, encouraging them to enter the house and begin tidying up in accordance with the rules, all the while searching for grandmother's diary. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu sat beside the tearful little girl, offering her comfort as he pondered the situation. Given the state of grandmother's home, it was evident that her mother had also met with misfortune. According to the rules of the cemetery town, as a family that had violated the regulations, the outcome was most likely the result of the townspeople's actions. Yin Xiu's gaze fixated on the ropes and axe, and as he recalled the signs of struggle within the house and the splattered blood, he slowly closed his eyes. They were offerings, perhaps transformed into sacrifices by the townsfolk. This small town had seemingly descended into madness, establishing harsh and bizarre rules in a desperate attempt to evade the wrath of a woman. Yet, this was merely a slow march towards oblivion. The woman, who had allegedly been slain by the mayor, had become a vengeful specter, retaliating against the townspeople. In an effort to subdue her, the mayor had sealed her away. But the price was that the townsfolk could not venture outdoors by day and had to select a sacrifice each night. This facade of order was, in truth, a gradual descent into doom. The inhabitants of this place were destined to perish. Yet, Yin Xiu remained perplexed by the woman's temptation of the little girl to touch the altar. Brother, the little girl trembled in Yin Xiu's embrace, her gaze lost in the chilling expanse of bloodstains within the room. Her voice quivered as she wondered if her touch on that altar had incited others to loathe her grandmother and mother. Yin Xiu brushed his fingers through her hair. "It is not your fault, but ever since that day, the townspeople have wanted to kill me. Grandmother had no choice but to hide me and my mother away." The little girl buried her face in Yin Xiu's chest, her voice muffled. "They must have harmed grandmother because they despised me. It's all my fault." The helplessness in the little girl's voice momentarily left Yin Xiu at a loss for words, prompting him to gently pat her back. "Brother," her subdued voice broke through, seeking affirmation from Yin Xiu. "Grandmother is already gone. Isn't she?" The brightness that once characterized her tone had vanished, leaving only profound sorrow. Yin Xiu had yet to respond, when another player immediately interjected, clearly convinced that the townspeople had sacrificed someone, as evidenced by the gruesome traces within the room. The little girl swiftly turned her gaze, her pupils quivering in distress. Yin Xiu raised his eyes, fixating coldly on the player, before gently pinching the girl's cheek. "Your grandmother is still uncertain," he reassured her. "Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the town. I shall ensure your safe passage out of this place tonight." "But the little girl furrowed her brow, reluctant to remain silent under Yin Xiu's unwavering gaze. "Heavens, there is blood everywhere, and remnants of flesh carelessly left behind. I can hardly bear to clean this up. A player, in a fit of despair, shook his bloody hands and bolted from the room. Others echoed his sentiments, dismayed by the neglect that had left the space rancid with the stench of decay, unbearable for any sensible person. Upon lifting the sofa, someone discovered matted hair, and their complexion soured. I cannot endure this. I must swiftly conclude this quest and escape. This cursed place is torture, even for a single day. Endure a little longer. Tonight it shall come to an end. Completing this quest in 4 days is remarkably swift. Another reassured. Yet, amidst the cacophony of complaints, someone finally unearthed a deep brown notebook from beneath a cabinet, exclaiming in exhilaration, "I've found it." The diary mentioned in the rules. At his announcement, the other players eagerly abandoned their tasks, their curiosity piqued, unwilling to touch anything further in the room. They gathered around, eager to glimpse the diary and glean any information it might hold, only for it to be snatched away swiftly from an unexpected angle. The crowd glared at Zhongmu, ready to express their outrage, only to witness him hand the diary to the little girl. "Here, this is your grandmother's diary. You may read it first." With this gesture, the group's fury dissipated, and the presence of Li Mo, the little girl, and Yin Xiu rendered them speechless. Damn, the information was just within our grasp, and those 4 wicked individuals. The little girl gently touched the diary, contemplating for a few seconds before returning it to Yin Xiu. "I cannot read many of the words. Let my brother look at it first, and he can tell me afterwards." Yin Xiu accepted the diary, nodding in acknowledgement. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he opened it. The contents of the diary omitted most superfluous details, retaining only the crucial time points that the players needed to focus on. A brief glance at the final pages revealed recent events. 14th. Yaya unexpectedly wandered to the square at night and touched the altar. This child is usually well-behaved and never ventures out at night. It must have been that woman who deceived her, seeking a child to manipulate. My poor Yaya. If the townspeople discover this, they will surely kill her. I must hide her away quickly. 15th. The mayor has learned of Yaya's actions at the altar and is furious. He is indeed intent on killing her. However, it matters not, for I have concealed Yaya, rendering her undetectable. As long as we expedite her departure from this town, all shall be well. Yaya, cursed, has begun to undergo a transformation, requiring her to consume tranquilizers to maintain her sanity. Fortunately, the medication proves effective. On the 16th, the townsfolk continued their relentless search for Yaya, their scrutiny unwavering. Making it impossible to escort her away for the time being, we must bide our time. It appears they have turned their attention towards me, compelling me to find a place to hide swiftly. The shelves occasionally reveal unfamiliar medications intermingled with Yaya's prescriptions, a troubling development. Thankfully, I still recall the colors of her medicine. On the 17th, I overheard them discussing a means to summon my daughter, asserting that only through her could they locate Yaya. The method remains unclear, causing me some concern. The number of those watching me grows increasingly daunting. I must prepare to depart post-haste. May Providence bless my dear granddaughter with a safe exit from this town, and I hope my daughter remains unharmed. Yet, I fear I may be unable to escape. A throng gathers outside my dwelling, and I suspect I have discerned their method for calling my daughter. The diary ceases on this page, stained by several splotches of blood. The 17th marks the day the players entered the realm, coinciding with the moment the mother left behind the note of rules. According to the diary, the mayor seeks to lure the mother out through the grandmother, thereby uncovering Yaya's whereabouts. It is highly probable that the grandmother's life was used as leverage, compelling the mother to leave a note for her daughter's survival before returning to the town. However, given the evidence at the scene, it is likely that neither of them ultimately. Yin Xiu lifted his gaze from the diary, meeting the cautious eyes of the little girl beside him. She tentatively inquired, "Brother, what has become of grandmother and mother?" Her delicate, wary gaze appeared exceedingly fragile, as if the answer held profound significance for her. Chapter 41. A knife for my brother. Yin Xiu paused momentarily, his gaze descending upon the diary for several seconds before he finally stated, "They have been imprisoned, confined outside the town. You need only to leave the village to find them." The little girl's expression softened slightly. "Really?" Yin Xiu nodded affirmatively. A smile broke upon her face as she declared, "I believe my brother." The other players nearby shook their heads in disbelief. Merely observing the state of the room made it evident that both individuals were gone, leaving only the naive girl to trust in Yin Xiu. However, a mere glance from Yin Xiu quelled their inclination to speak out. Yin Xiu then lowered his gaze, flipping through the diary. Amidst a plethora of vague entries, he uncovered hints regarding the statue in the square. 22nd. Recently, numerous women have disappeared from the town, particularly young and attractive maidens. The townsfolk are increasingly anxious about their daughters and dare not let them roam outside during the day. Some speculate that this situation began with the new mayor's tenure. Could it be connected to him? Yet, no one has the courage to voice such thoughts, nor has anyone witnessed him in the company of these women. The missing individuals seem to have evaporated from the town, leaving no trace, not even bodies. How eerie. 27th. The Wang family's daughter is pregnant, yet she is not married. This intelligent and self-reliant girl rarely finds herself in such a muddled state. Her family does not even know who the father is, and inquiries lead nowhere. Recently, someone spotted her walking alongside the mayor, and suspicions arose that she had become his mistress, but no one dared to mention it. Everyone kept this secret close to their hearts, or perhaps it became mere gossip over meals. The poor girl's demeanor deteriorated after her pregnancy, frequently claiming to see numerous deceased individuals. The townsfolk dismissed her as merely experiencing prenatal anxiety, while the mayor remained unresponsive. 24th. Several months have passed, and suddenly, the Wang family's daughter has vanished. Speculation abounds regarding her connection to the mayor, yet the town's powerful factions have banded together in support of him. The Wang family finds themselves bereft of avenues for justice, left only to weep in despair. Alas, how I miss my daughter. 8th. The Wang family's daughter has been found, alongside the corpses of the missing individuals, in an abandoned house outside the town. When discovered, she had succumbed to madness, weeping amidst the pile of bodies as she searched for her child. Upon seeing the mayor, her emotions surged, and she lunged at him, intent on murder, only to be restrained by others. How terrifying! All the missing have been turned into specimens. 11th. The mayor claims that the missing individuals were slain by the Wang family's daughter. This woman has gone mad, seeking vengeance for the deceased, and thus must be executed in the square. Alas, I dare not witness it. Everyone knows the truth, yet remains silent. The atmosphere in the town has grown increasingly tense. Poor girl, her cries are truly heartbreaking. May such tragedies never occur again in this town. 14th. Recently, individuals continue to vanish, and it is no longer confined to women alone. Even some handsome young men have disappeared without a trace. No one has come forth to speak. On the 18th, an inexplicable fog enveloped the town, and some claim to have seen the deceased daughter of the Wang family, wandering in search of her lost child. All who encountered her met untimely ends, prompting the mayor to impose a ban on venturing outdoors during daylight hours. The town grew increasingly peculiar, with residents falling ill, their bodies sprouting black hair. The mayor proclaimed that they were cursed by the daughter of the Wang family, leading the townsfolk to congregate at her home in uproar. By the 23rd, the death toll continued to rise, compelling the mayor to exhume the daughter's remains for a ritual on the town square, intending to seal her within. The price would be a daily offering, and initially, no one consented until it was determined that the first sacrifice would be from the Wang family. Thereafter, they acquiesced. Such a travesty. To avoid being slain by the daughter of the Wang, the town began a grim tradition of sacrifice, and doom loomed ever closer. On the 3rd, the mayor erected a new structure in the square, claiming it was to ward off evil. Yet inexplicably, the number of missing persons increased post-construction. The vanished were predominantly the town's most attractive residents, and occasionally, unfamiliar faces appeared within the house. As I passed by, it felt as though I could hear a cacophony of voices crying out. It was all too uncanny, and I yearned to depart swiftly. On the 10th, I feared I could not leave the town just yet, as my daughter was bringing my granddaughter to stay for a while. I would postpone my departure for the time being, hoping for all to be well. The following pages of the diary chronicled Yeya's daily life in the town, devoid of the eerie elements, still filled with happiness and harmony. That was until the 14th, when Yaya's encounter with the altar marked a shift from bliss to disquiet. After perusing the diary, Yin Xiu was nearly certain that the town's strangeness had originated with the mayor. He flipped through the pages repeatedly, recalling the conversation he had had with the woman the previous night, muttering to himself, "It appears that what she said is true. The mayor is indeed of ill character." Liemo nodded quietly in agreement. "Have you finished reading? Let us see it as well," urged the others. Their curiosity piqued upon noticing that Yin Xiu and Zhongmu had completed the diary. With calm composure, Yin Xiu handed it over and then turned to take the little girl's hand. "Do you know where your grandmother's basement is?" The little girl shook her head, uncertain. Does Grandma's house even have a basement? Not knowing, she realized they would have to search for it themselves. Yin Xiu led the little girl through the house, inspecting every corner. They first ventured into the mother's room, then the grandmother's, before finally arriving at Yaya's. Yaya's room remained adorably decorated, filled with charming plush toys and vibrant ornaments. Upon opening the wardrobe, one could see an array of lovely dresses, predominantly in red, neatly folded and stacked in the corner. "Red is actually your favorite color, isn't it?" Yin Xiu inquired, tilting his head. The little girl's eyes sparkled. "How did you know, brother?" Yin Xiu smiled, gently ruffling her hair as he continued, leading her in search of the basement. The house was modest in size, and the basement was not difficult to locate. In an old residence, the traces of frequent comings and goings could never truly be concealed. Yin Xiu ultimately discovered an entrance to a hidden passage beneath his grandmother's table. By moving the table and lifting a section of the floor, a ladder came into view. To avoid any unpleasant sights below, he instructed the little girl to wait above while he descended to investigate. His grandmother appeared to be a vigilant individual. The basement harbored essential supplies, canned goods, a water source, and various medications alongside everyday items for living. The area designated for medications was meticulously organized, with prescriptions for adults and children, and categorized by ailments. Notably, the medicine intended for Yaya was carefully placed in a separate compartment, affixed with her name. As mentioned in his grandmother's diary, Yaya's medication had recently been mixed with other substances. Among them were not only blue pills, but also red, brown, and white ones. Yin Xiu pondered for a few moments. Adhering to protocol, he took a blue pill and casually pocketed a red one before climbing back up. Upon his return, he found no sign of the little girl at the basement entrance. She was standing before the table, gazing vacantly at a photograph. What was she looking at? It was a picture of her mother and grandmother. The little girl tilted her head, pointing to the three figures in the photograph: herself, her mother, and her grandmother, captured within this home. The serene and harmonious scene depicted therein, alongside the seemingly blissful individuals, starkly contrasted with the current chaos enveloping the house. Yin Xiu hesitated, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the little girl tugged at his sleeve, looked up earnestly, and said, "Brother, I want a knife." Her tender voice carried an unsettling calmness, devoid of any tumult. Yet her request was anything but ordinary. Yin Xiu was taken aback, never expecting such a sudden demand. Survival Rule 4 dictated, do not give the little girl any weapons. Yet, Survival Rule 2 stated, one cannot refuse a request made by the little girl. He found himself enveloped in silence. Chapter 42. What if I am not sacrificed tonight? Seeing that Yin Xiu remained silent, the little girl tugged at his sleeve once more and spoke, "Brother, could you please give me a knife?" Her unexpected request truly caught both Yin Xiu and the audience off guard, leaving the players watching the live stream utterly dumbfounded. What is this? A lethal blow when one is least prepared? This sister certainly knows how to ask for what she wants. Yin Xiu found himself in a predicament once again. The girl wanted a knife, and I doubt even he could navigate this situation effectively. Any player would struggle. Yet I believe Yin Xiu is capable. After all, he is no ordinary player. Just say whether you will give her the knife or not. Granting her request would violate the rules, but refusing would also breach them. The audience was in a state of anxiety, nearly erupting into chaos, while Yin Xiu on screen appeared remarkably composed. He quietly inquired again, "You want a knife?" The little girl nodded affirmatively. "All right, wait for me while I go to the kitchen to find one." With that, he took the girl back to the living room, entrusted her to Li Mo's care, and then headed straight into the kitchen. As the viewers watched Yin Xiu begin to select a knife, astonishment swept through the comments. He truly intended to fetch a knife. This was not permissible. Had he forgotten? Was it possible for Yin Xiu to forget the rules? I recall he had crammed the rulebook into his roommate's mouth after reading it, clearly not having retained much. How could he possibly remember the rules after such a short span of time? I hope someone reminds him soon. Everyone was watching him in the kitchen, unaware that he was actually going to get a knife for the little girl. Even attempts to intervene might not succeed. This is absurd. One unexpected turn of events. I had such high hopes for Yin Xiu, only to see him stumble here. Silence. Don't say anything. Yin Xiu hasn't given her the knife yet, and you're all jumping to conclusions. Let us keep it down. The crowd, feeling uneasy, could only continue to observe as Yin Xiu selected a knife. After choosing a small fruit knife, he did not hand it directly to the girl. Instead, he wandered around the kitchen, picked a bowl, and began to sharpen the knife against its bottom. I know this technique. My family used to sharpen knives on the bottom of bowls when I was a child. What is this? Is Yin Xiu planning to make the knife sharper before handing it over? The players were left bewildered as they watched him begin to hone the blade. Normally, one would sharpen a knife by holding it horizontally against the bowl's bottom to enhance its sharpness, but Yin Xiu did the opposite. He held the blade vertically, effectively dulling it. After his chaotic sharpening, the once small fruit knife was rendered nearly blunt. Once he finished with it, he tucked the other knives away atop a cabinet and exited the kitchen with the knife in hand. Here you go, the knife you asked for. Upon stepping out of the kitchen, Yin Xiu presented the knife to the little girl. At that moment, Zhongmu, witnessing this, was struck with alarm, rushing to snatch the knife away before the girl could grasp it, only to be stopped by Liemo Yin Xiu. You cannot give her a weapon, Zhongmu exclaimed, his face paling as he helplessly observed the little girl accept the knife. The other players in the room were visibly startled, their faces pale. Anyone familiar with the survival rules knew that they must not give her a weapon. How could this person be aware of the rules, yet choose to disregard them? Thank you, brother, the little girl exclaimed, delighted as she accepted the knife. However, as soon as it was in her hands, her brows furrowed. The knife was indeed a knife, albeit a diminutive one, its blade dulled and incapable of cutting even a piece of fruit, let alone inflicting harm. Was it truly a weapon? It could not even slice a fingertip, much less pierce someone with any force. The rules clearly stated that no weapons should be given to the little girl, and this knife scarcely qualified as such. It resembled more of a toy. Brother, I don't like this knife. I want to exchange it, she mumbled, clearly dissatisfied with her small blade. Yin Xiu calmly pointed towards the kitchen, stating that it was the only knife he could find. The little girl, skeptical, peeked into the kitchen and rummaged through the drawers, discovering that he spoke the truth. With a pout, she reluctantly accepted the knife and tucked it into her pocket. The barrage of comments that had previously declared Yin Xiu doomed now fell silent. Who could predict this turn of events? What do you need the knife for? Yin Xiu inquired softly, fixing his gaze upon her. The little girl hesitated, concealing the knife. For self-defense. Her flustered demeanor indicated she was lying, yet Yin Xiu chose not to expose her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Now that they had located the diary, understood the town's background, and acquired the medicine for the little girl, they had completed the first 3 tasks from the note left by her mother. Only one task remained, to help the little girl leave the town. Coupled with the timing of Yin Xiu becoming the sacrificial offering, this would likely prove to be the most challenging phase of the entire narrative. Shall we head back? Zhang Si asked, aware that Yin Xiu had acquired the crucial medicine as he kept his gaze fixed on him. With the essential medicine and the little girl in his possession, the group had no choice but to follow him. Yes, let us return, Yin Xiu replied, recalling the basement in that house, which he felt compelled to investigate. All right, then let us head back, Zhang Si called out, and the group, albeit reluctantly, trailed behind Yin Xiu. The 4 players on Yin Xiu's side typically remained together, while the others clustered in pairs and threes, murmuring amongst themselves. As the conclusion of the narrative approached, they still had not discerned who the body referenced in the passage was, and with Yin Xiu holding the reins, their discontent grew. Upon returning to the grand hall of the house, the players settled down, initiating the final deduction phase of the narrative. At this juncture, the one with the most information held the greatest influence, yet Yin Xiu, despite possessing the most insights, found himself relegated to a corner. He glanced at the time on the wall and then at the basement door, sensing it was not yet the right moment to enter. Thus, he sat in the corner, dozing off while listening to the players analyze the situation. After reading the previous diary, I believe that the monster's body mentioned in the completion conditions must be the woman sealed in the square. The corpse of the monster must first have been a creature, and that woman is the origin of the town's monstrosity. Another immediately countered, but the little girl is also a monster, a unique one unlike the townsfolk. Do you recall the final line from the prompt as we enter the instance? You must follow the note left by your mother to aid her survival. Always wary of the monsters around you. At that moment, I distinctly noted that this monster clearly referred to the little girl. The players had separated from the townspeople, and the most perilous creature nearby was indeed the little girl. This was evidently a hint. Others pondered this, realizing they had overlooked such a detail, which was entirely plausible. Nonetheless, I still believed that the woman from the town was more likely the source, as the diary contained abundant information pointing towards her. Zhang Si slowly spoke up, asserting that it was either the little girl or the woman. It had to be one of these two. However, I maintained my belief that it was the woman, especially since the diary stated that she was already dead, her corpse sealed beneath the statue. If we were to excavate the corpse beneath the statue, would that not be the very body mentioned in the rules? Indeed, that holds some merit. A group of individuals began to nod in agreement. In the corner, Yin Xiu suddenly murmured, "Could it be the mayor? This seems rather implausible, does it not? The mayor clearly exhibits traits of a strange creature. Within the instance, the strange entity and the monster referenced in the rules are evidently two distinct beings. The monster is the identity presented by the instance, while the strange entity belongs to a category within it. The rules state that it is the strange entity that commits murder. The townsfolk, in essence, are all strange entities. Yet the instance bestows upon them the identity of monsters and instructs players to seek out these monsters, which must refer to the strange entities endowed with monstrous identities. So far, the player's logic has followed this pattern, and indeed, most instances adhere to this reasoning. If one were to categorize the mayor among the monsters, one must first establish proof that the mayor is also a monster. Yin Xiu pondered this, aware that this was the information he had been seeking. Moreover, regardless of how one considers it, this proof lies in the basement, yet the rules expressly forbid players from entering the basement of the current house. He continued to wait for an opportune moment. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly venture into the basement, disregarding any concerns about sacrifice or time constraints. Speaking of which, Yin Xiu suddenly conceived an entirely new question. What would happen if the townsfolk failed to make me their sacrificial offering tonight? To this day, no information had addressed this point. Upon his inquiry, the players fell into a profound silence. This was indeed difficult to fathom. Chapter 43. The Sleep of the Coffin. Together on this basis, Yin Xiu ventured into various possibilities. If I fail to become the sacrificial offering, will the woman, in her fury, break the seal and annihilate everyone in the town? Or will the mayor personally come to eliminate me first? During this period, could it be that you would inadvertently be killed as well? His nonchalant tone, however, instilled a sense of panic in the others. Regardless of the outcome, each was dire. A scenario the players dared not contemplate. For if Yin Xiu were to breach the rules, it could potentially disrupt the progress of other players' quests or lead to their outright failure. Moreover, should a significant crisis arise in the town, it might spiral out of control, placing the players in grave danger. The outcomes could only worsen, never improve. Observing Yin Xiu's carefree demeanor, the others felt an innate unease. It was Yin Xiu who was troubled by the prospect of becoming the sacrificial offering, not anyone else. Others might be unable to resist, dutifully accepting their fate to endure the first day as offerings, but Yin Xiu was not so resigned. I believe the quest must have its own rules. It cannot be so easily influenced, one player murmured, attempting to dissuade Yin Xiu from his reckless thoughts. Yet, Yin Xiu merely smiled. "I shall take a brief rest," he declared, turning to ascend the stairs. Rest? The players were taken aback. Tonight marked the moment he would become the offering to be torn asunder. How could he calmly seek slumber mere hours before his impending demise? The players felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, he must be planning something monumental. If my brother is sleeping, I shall play for a while, the little girl exclaimed cheerfully, clutching her plush rabbit as she bounded up the stairs, followed by the other two without hesitation. Liemo naturally accompanied Yin Xiu, while Zhongmu, unwelcome among the other players, had no choice but to follow suit. Left in the hall, the remaining players exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin Xiu noticed the shattered painting of the stairwell, a commotion stirred by Liemo after he had entered the restroom the previous night. The painting depicted a man, the mayor, insidiously persuading him to choose the mayor, and when he emerged from the restroom, the man had vanished from the canvas, leaving the glass in shards. The cries heard in the corridor suggested that Liemo had devoured him. In other words, Yin Xiu turned to the following Liemo, raising his hand to point at the painting. What a person in there. Die Montags mietet fiendly. I consumed him. Zhongmu, walking behind Liemo, was taken aback, his complexion pale as he covered his ears, muttering incoherently as he hastily passed by them. Yin Xiu continued to inquire, "Can you extract him from the painting?" Liemo nodded. "So you possess such an ability. Intriguing." Yin Xiu mused, rapidly calculating its potential in his mind. The moment the word intriguing escaped his lips, Liemo's perpetual smile tightened, subtly revealing a hint of delight. "Can you also pull the others from the painting?" Yin Xiu remained oblivious to his expression and continued to probe. Liemo nodded once more. Yin Xiu was taken aback. He had merely inquired, never anticipating that it would indeed be possible. The extent of this individual's capabilities was astonishing. Even if he were eccentric, he was far from ordinary. The mere ability to extract someone from a painting was sufficient to warrant a thorough reprimand of the mayor. Rapidly, Yin Xiu contemplated the potential applications of this extraordinary being. With such a formidable ally, his desire to access the basement of the house became effortlessly attainable. Let's strike a bargain. Yin Xiu swiftly formulated a plan in his mind, then raised his gaze to Liemo, speaking earnestly. "I will first disclose what I require of you. You may consider whether it is within your capacity to fulfill it. If you are willing, then you can share your desired conditions." Liemo nodded in agreement. Yin Xiu leaned closer, whispering his intentions into Liemo's ear before stepping back to gauge his response. "Do you think you can manage it?" Liemo smiled, "Yes." "And your conditions?" "Speak them, and I shall contemplate." Liemo began to deliberate, his gaze lowered in deep thought, akin to a machine that had come to a halt. Utterly motionless, Yin Xiu patiently awaited him from across the room. The players outside the screen observed the two standing silently face to face, seemingly frozen in time for several minutes, nearly convinced that the scene had glitched when Liemo finally lifted his head. His dark eyes sparkled with mirth as he slowly articulated, "Sleep." Yin Xiu tilted his head in confusion. "How do we sleep?" "In a coffin. Together." Yin Xiu pondered. "For one night?" "Indeed." "Very well." Yin Xiu nodded. Having steeled himself for any request from such an extraordinary individual, he was not overly astonished. However, the players outside the screen were utterly bewildered. "What on earth?" "When I heard him mention sleep, I thought this miraculous roommate was finally making a move, but a coffin? Did I hear incorrectly?" "No, you heard correctly. He indeed spoke of sleeping in a coffin with Yin Xiu." "Goodness, I can hardly keep pace with his train of thought. What is going on in his mind? Could you not aspire for greater things? Could you not behave like a human? Be bold and sleep with my brother Xiu." After both parties reached an accord, Yin Xiu immediately enlisted Liemo to commence their task. "Come, let us first remove all the paintings from the house." Liemo nodded, quietly following Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu took one painting, and Liemo took another, trailing behind and observing the artwork closely. As he gazed, he broke into a grin, causing all the surrounding paintings to tremble in fright. "Do not eat." Yin Xiu turned back, unable to suppress a frown as he cautioned. "Not a single painting from the day should be consumed. If you must, then only the ones from the night." Liemo slowly closed his mouth, maintaining his smile. The paintings were terrified, the players outside the screen were startled, and Zhongmu, who fortuitously witnessed this scene, was also taken aback. Only Yin Xiu continued to remove the paintings as if nothing were amiss. In a certain sense, it was indeed a perfect match. Upon his inaugural venture into the dungeon, Zhongmu encountered such an extraordinary pairing that, had it not been for the presence of other ordinary players, he might have been led to believe that all participants in the dungeon were equally peculiar. "Shall I lend a hand?" he offered, swiftly moving to assist. Just then, Liemo, struggling to manage a painting, directed Yin Xiu to help him carry it to his room. "Very well," Zhongmu replied obediently as he accepted the artwork from Liemo. His fingers inadvertently brushed against Liemo's cool ones, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. When he met Liemo's cheerful gaze, he resolutely feigned ignorance of the moment, turning to inquire of Yin Xiu, "What purpose do you have for collecting these paintings?" "It is too early to disclose that," came the response. "Ah, song mo aknobleket." Having learned to avert his gaze from matters best left unseen, and to refrain from prying into that which ought to remain undisclosed since aligning himself with Yin Xiu, he dutifully cradled the painting and proceeded onward. "Keep a close watch on Yi." Yin Xiu reminded him as he prepared to descend the stairs with the painting. "Understood," Zhongmu replied, turning to open Yin Xiu's door. As fate would have it, upon opening it, he found Yi crouched beside the painting, staring at it with longing. "I see nothing. I see nothing. I see nothing." Zhongmu inhaled deeply, mumbling to himself as he entered the room with the painting in hand. Once he exited this dungeon, he was certain he would evolve into a seasoned expert, unfazed by any sight that crossed his path. Upon descending the stairs, he found other players engaged in discussions within the lobby. The majority had already ventured into the town, leaving only a handful behind. Their vigilance heightened the moment they spotted Yin Xiu and Liemo emerging, and their confusion returned upon witnessing the retrieval of the painting. What could be the purpose of collecting the mayor's portrait? The players within the dungeon were not the only ones puzzled. Those outside were equally bewildered, completely unaware of Yin Xiu's intentions. As they continued their conversation, the door creaked open abruptly, signaling the return of someone. All eyes turned to see the mayor. Chapter 44. The Robber. Yet double standards. The mayor entered the room, breathless and hurried, as if he had rushed over in a great hurry. Upon stepping inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to the vast expanse of wall that had become desolate, and in his peripheral vision, he locked eyes with Yin Xiu, who held a painting in his hands. Their gazes met, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat tense. After a moment of silence, the mayor slowly spoke. "Those are my collectibles, I am aware," Yin Xiu replied, unfazed. The mayor pondered for a moment and added, "My collectibles are generally quite precious, and I do not allow anyone to touch them." "Oh, is that so?" Yin Xiu responded nonchalantly, still showing no intention of relinquishing the painting. The expression on the mayor's face grew increasingly complicated. How could the owner return only to confront someone who was taking their belongings? This was bolder than a robber. He stared at Yin Xiu, then glanced at Liemo, finding himself at a loss for how to proceed. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the mayor, the players still in the hall shrank into the corners, trembling with fear. The scene suggested impending violence. When deities clash, it is the common folk who suffer. It was wiser for them to keep a low profile. "I hope you can put it down, may I ask?" The mayor addressed Yin Xiu with a veneer of politeness, a courtesy he would not extend to anyone else. "May I not take it back to my room for appreciation?" Yin Xiu countered. "No, you may not. What if I insist on taking it?" Yin Xiu seemed to dance on the mayor's last nerve, casually elevating the mayor's fury. The players quivered anew, observing the mayor's dark countenance and Yin Xiu's serene demeanor, neither side showing signs of retreat. Just when everyone thought the mayor might take action, he spoke. "You do not need to take them all to appreciate them. I can allow you to take one or two back to your room. How does that sound?" He had compromised. He had yielded. The players outside the screen were momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether this was an act of leniency towards Yin Xiu or a display of submission due to fear of Liemo. Yet the reality remained that even as Yin Xiu pressed his advantage, the mayor refrained from action. Then Yin Xiu shook his head. "No, I want them all." The players still in the hall gasped in shock, wishing they could slap themselves for not leaving sooner and for remaining in this precarious situation. The mayor's complexion darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Xiu, his brow furrowed as if he were contemplating something profound. As he continued to stare, his attention shifted to Liemo behind him, his frown deepening. He was not merely confronting a bandit. but two, and both were armed intruders. After a minute of suffocating silence, the atmosphere in the hall grew frigid, each breath feeling like a gulp of icy water, causing the players huddled in the corner to nearly weep. After a prolonged pause, the mayor took a deep breath and gradually relaxed. He wiped the gloom from his face, a slight smile emerging as he regarded Yin Xiu with warmth. "Very well. If it is you, I am willing to place these precious collectibles in your care. After all, you are exceptional. No number of paintings could compare to your singular value." His words carried a profound significance, eliciting complex expressions from the audience beyond the screen. The mayor of this town is rather enigmatic. He remains unperturbed and even manages to tease Yin Xiu. Such profound affection. Let us applaud the mayor for his lost treasures. But why does he refrain from retaliating against Yin Xiu as provocations? Am I truly witnessing a tale of deep, intricate emotions? How troublesome. I had initially favored my roommate's side, yet now I find myself swaying towards the mayor. I suggest you remain loyal to your roommate. While the mayor may not interfere with you, your roommate would undoubtedly confront you directly. All right, I see clearly now. I am grateful to you. You're most welcome. Under the mayor's gentle concession, Yin Xiu appeared unappreciative, merely nodding coolly as he stated, "I shall take these." The mayor smiled amiably as he observed Yin Xiu collect an entire wall of paintings, which were then handed over to Liemo. His gaze towards Liemo was fierce, antagonistic, and indifferent, while his demeanor towards Yin Xiu was warm, polite, and indulgent. Such a stark contrast left everyone bewildered. Yin Xiu, showing little regard, simply took all the paintings from the grand hall, including those at the basement entrance, stacking them high in Liemo's arms, completely obscuring him. "I'm leaving now," he said, waving nonchalantly to the mayor before ascending to the second floor. "See you tonight," the mayor replied with a smile, watching as Yin Xiu and his pile of paintings departed. Once Yin Xiu was gone, the mayor's smile evaporated, replaced by a somber expression as he stared intensely at the empty walls, the sorrow evident in his eyes. The cold aura emanating from him sent shivers through the remaining players in the hall. The mayor has indeed been plundered by Yin Xiu. All his collectibles must reside within this building, and the pain is excruciatingly humorous. It is quite surprising. Who would have thought he values Yin Xiu more than those paintings? It's not merely about valuing Yin Xiu. The presence of his roommate surely influences this. Were it not for the threat, he would undoubtedly seize Yin Xiu and transform him into art. Earlier, you understood the notion of seizing and plundering. Yet, what does Yin Xiu intend to do with so many of the mayor's paintings? What sort of arrangement has he made with his roommate? Observing closely, it is clear he plans something significant. The onlookers watched with great interest as Yin Xiu directed Liemo to carry all the paintings back to his room, stacking them in a corner to form a small mountain. Goodness, how did this shabby building house so many portraits? Zhongmu was left in awe. Players who had read the journal could now grasp that each of these portraits represented a life claimed by the mayor. The sheer number was overwhelming. How many souls have been lost? The more, the better. Yin Xiu cast a fleeting glance at the sky outside, drew the curtains, and then pushed Zhongmu out the door. "You may leave now." Zhongmu, bewildered, found himself at the threshold. Next, the girl who had been drooling over the paintings was also escorted out. "Remember to keep an eye on Yi." Both Zhongmu and the little girl were confused, and before they could utter a word, Yin Xiu closed his door, leaving only Liemo inside. The individuals outside appeared utterly bewildered, while the players beyond the screen were filled with anticipation, for they could glimpse the intentions of Yin Xiu. Throughout the entire afternoon, both Yin Xiu and Liemo remained sequestered within the confines of that room. The little girl had ventured out for a stroll with Zhongmu, only to return. And yet the door remained steadfastly shut. Why hasn't my brother emerged yet? Could he have been devoured by that wicked creature? The girl expressed her concern, pressing her ear against the door, straining to catch any sounds from within, but all was silent. Is it true that he is capable of consuming human beings? Zhongmu was drenched in perspiration. Regardless of whether the creature had indeed feasted upon her brother, nightfall was fast approaching, and if her brother did not appear soon, he would inevitably fall prey to others. The little girl turned her gaze towards the window, noticing the sky gradually succumbing to dusk, while the townsfolk began to emerge slowly from their homes. As the sacrifice destined for that woman tonight, they were determined to capture Yin Xiu, even before darkness descended. They had already commenced their preparations. Those armed clutched their weapons, while the watchful ones loitered nearby, and some townspeople were already sharpening their blades in the square. Once night fell, they would spring into action without delay. Chapter 45. The gaze of the townsfolk, sharp and predatory, gradually converged near the house, their figures densely packed outside, effectively blocking any escape routes. Players lingering outside in search of information were soon frightened into retreat, hastily returning to seek refuge, hastily shutting the door against the townspeople. As darkness deepened, the likelihood of being affected by the unfolding chaos increased. Even if no other players were involved that night, they still feared the flames of disaster would reach them. They had already begun their actions. Zhongmu stood on the second floor, peering out with growing concern. It was the first time in their days here that he had witnessed such a large congregation of NPCs, and the sight was somewhat shocking. The thought that this was a mobilization to hunt a player sent a shiver down his spine. The more he observed, the greater his unease grew, prompting a sigh of hope that Yin Xiu could escape. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed impossible for anyone to clear the dungeon tonight. Would he be able to evade his fate as a sacrifice? For a typical player, finding themselves in such dire straits would be akin to waiting for death. But there was an inexplicable sense of possibility surrounding Yin Xiu. The little girl beside him silently absorbed his turmoil. She stared vacantly at her plush rabbit while anxiously tightening her grip on its neck, her brow furrowed as she watched the townsfolk gathering below. As the darkness thickened, the crowd of townspeople increased, yet they refrained from storming inside. This house belonged to the mayor, and aside from the staff working within, no one else had the privilege to enter or exit. This was the first instance where a player residing in the house faced the prospect of becoming a sacrifice. Thus, the townsfolk could only gaze from the outside, hesitant to intrude. However, as time dragged on, their impatience grew, and whispers began to rise among them. Why had the mayor not yet appeared? Had he not found the others? Surely the mayor wouldn't deliberately withhold himself to protect that man. Would he? It was a possibility, for the mayor held a fondness for him. What should we do then? Does the mayor care nothing for our lives? What if she emerges from her seal? If a sacrifice is not presented promptly, she will surely awaken to kill us. Forget it. If the mayor continues to be absent, to avoid being slain, we will have no choice but to enter. Tonight, we must present this sacrifice at all costs. A multitude of vengeful, crimson eyes filled with malice fixated intently on the second floor, countless figures lurking in the shadows, still waiting. At this moment, the other players inside the house could no longer remain still. They anxiously stared out at the figures beyond the window, beginning to converse among themselves. What if they charge in? Would they mistakenly slay us? Or might they fail to find Yin Xiu and instead choose one of us as a sacrifice? We must hide. We can only hide. Otherwise, we must first capture Yin Xiu and deliver him. But capturing Yin Xiu is one thing. He has the little girl with him as well. Indeed, hiding seems to be the only option. Regardless, he is doomed tonight. Once this night passes, we can smoothly clear the dungeon. Indeed, I fervently hope the night passes swiftly, and he best refrain from any resistance. The other players are huddled within their rooms, fervently praying. They listen intently to the sounds outside, anxiously awaiting the townsfolk to burst in and seize Yin Xiu. However, as they strain their ears, they hear no raucous entrance. Instead, eerie footsteps echo within the confines of the house. The sound is soft yet incessant, as if a multitude is gathering in the corridor, moving in orderly procession down the staircase, their sheer numbers sending shivers down their spines. Now, nearly all players have concealed themselves in their chambers, and the townsfolk have yet to intrude. Who then do these footsteps belong to? A chill swiftly rises within the hearts of the players. They hold their breath, cautiously rising to peek through the peephole. In the pitch-black corridor, groups of ethereal, azure-hued apparitions shuffle past the doors, heads bowed, eyes tightly closed, moving silently and slowly along the corridor. Their pallid faces bear a ghastly hue, devoid of life, resembling a congregation of the deceased. Some figures descend to the first floor, while others linger on the second, pressing tightly against the walls, forming a dense line that nearly fills the entire dwelling. The air is thick with their presence, and scarcely anyone dares to venture outside at that moment. What in the world? The hairs on their necks stand on end. Are those phantoms? Does this quest truly include such horrors? Is there no hope for a conventional completion? The players, stricken with fear, turn ashen and shrink back into their rooms. As time ticks away, the moment of sacrifice approaches, and the townsfolk can no longer suppress their eagerness to burst in. At this juncture, the mayor appears, as always, with a gentle smile, gliding gracefully through the darkness to stand before them. Observing the townspeople, whose eyes gleam with crimson fury, he speaks with remarkable composure. Dear friends, the time for sacrifice is nigh. I had almost forgotten that today's offering appears to be within my abode, arriving late and causing you all to wait anxiously. The townsfolk dismiss his casual excuse, tightening their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Mayor, may we enter? Surely you would not shield that offering, would you? You were the one to propose the rules of sacrifice. Now, you wouldn't dare contravene them, would you? In the face of their unwavering scrutiny, the mayor nods nonchalantly. Yes, you may enter. For the sake of the sacrifice, you are indeed permitted to seize that individual from my home. His words flow effortlessly, lacking the reluctance the townsfolk had anticipated, although they remain suspicious. Time is of the essence. With permission granted, they rush toward the entrance of the house. The mayor watches them with a silent smile, his eyes darkening ominously. These unruly folk, having lived under such oppressive conditions for so long, have indeed lost their minds, daring to overlook who truly rules this small town. Do they wish to slay Yin Xiu? This evening, the small town, despite the countless casualties, must ensure the preservation of Yin Xiu. The lives of the townsfolk pale in comparison to the significance of the treasure he has uncovered. However, to prevent the town from collapsing too swiftly, he will engage in some superficial efforts. Thus, he busied himself throughout the afternoon, preparing a custom-made frame for Yin Xiu. Once Yin Xiu is captured, he plans to discreetly place him within the frame, ensuring that no one can wrest this rare and unique existence from his grasp. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile crept upon his face as he awaited the arrival of those who would rush in to seize his precious treasure. Yet amidst the chaos, a fleeting glance caught his attention. There, by the window on the second floor, was the coveted treasure, languidly resting its chin upon the sill, gazing down below. The faint light outlined its ethereal white figure, while the evening breeze gently tousled its hair. As it looked down at the mayor, its eyes, dark as jade, held a semblance of languor and indifference, chilling to the core. In an instant, its gaze pierced directly into the mayor's heart. Chapter 46. The sandwich effect. He truly adored this individual, who appeared utterly tranquil yet exuded an icy demeanor devoid of any anger. For a fleeting moment, the gaze he shared with Yin Xiu seemed to materialize like a hazy dream, shimmering like bubbles, leaving him lightheaded. However, the piercing screams from the townsfolk nearby jolted him back to reality. The mayor abruptly realized that at this juncture, Yin Xiu should have sought refuge. Why then did he remain so composed? Turning his head, the cacophony at the entrance provided the answer. Just as the townspeople, fueled by fervor, flung open the doors to rush inside, something emerged with a chilling wail, seizing the foremost townsman. The ethereal blue entity, cloaked in billowing black smoke of resentment, lunged toward the townspeople at the threshold, swiftly extinguishing the life of the advancing individual, and in a fit of rage, hurled the contorted body into the crowd. Blood splattered across those present as the lifeless form crashed heavily to the ground, amplifying the horror. What is that? The townsfolk, gripped by panic, instinctively recoiled, scattering in fright. They beheld the twisted corpse on the ground, and then the pallid, vengeful faces floating at the doorway, momentarily frozen in shock. What on earth is this? Why are there spirits in the mayor's house? Moreover, these are vengeful spirits, imbued with immense hostility and aggression. Don't leave. The offering is inside, someone shouted, rallying the crowd to return. unwilling to abandon the entrance. Confronted with the bizarre entity at the door, they faced certain death. Yet, being killed by the woman for failing to deliver the offering was equally fatal. They were trapped between a rock and a hard place, compelled to grip their weapons, grit their teeth, and charge into the house in a desperate attempt to fight back. However, against the torrent of resentment and the incorporeal nature of the spirit, their courage faltered. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, and nearly none succeeded in breaching the threshold. In mere minutes, the townsfolk suffered grievous casualties, their wails echoing in despair. The entire house was overrun with spirits, even if they reached the grand hall and ascended to the second floor. How could they ever retrieve Yin Xiu? The mayor stood dazed, staring at the faces contorted by hatred crowding the doorway. And it took a moment for a realization to dawn upon him. Those were paintings, each a depiction of individuals ensnared within his artwork. How could this be? Was it that man? That man had unleashed all his cherished collections. Those were treasures he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The mayor glared at Yin Xiu on the second floor, his emotions a tumult of excitement and sorrow. He now comprehended why, earlier that afternoon, Yin Xiu had taken those paintings. It was all preparation for this very moment. He had never envisioned such a turn of events. He felt exhilarated by Yin Xiu's defiance, daring to unleash the vengeful spirits from his paintings for his own defense, yet mournful that his years of collecting had been obliterated in an instant. The desire to confine Yin Xiu within the confines of his frame surged within him. "Mayor, we cannot enter. So many have perished. Why are there so many vengeful spirits in your home? It's over. We are doomed. The offering is lost. We shall all be slaughtered by that woman." The townsfolk found themselves surrounded by a harrowing scene of death and carnage, their surroundings littered with lifeless bodies and pools of blood. The spectral entities stood vigil at the entrance, their twisted faces pressed against the threshold, glaring menacingly at those who dared to approach. To step inside was to invite certain doom, as death would swiftly follow. Their defense against the townspeople was passive. Yet upon the presence of the mayor, the grotesque visages twisted into expressions of frenzied rage, each yearning to surge forth and extinguish the life of this man. At that moment, a dense, ethereal mist began to envelop the square. A chilling, feminine laughter echoed through the frigid air, sending shivers down the spines of the townspeople. She had arrived. The time for sacrifice had come. It was over. Our town is doomed. In despair, the townsfolk turned to gaze upon the square, where the silhouette of the woman emerged through the hazy mist, dragging her crippled leg with each agonizing step, a trail of blood following her like a sinister omen. The townspeople and the mayor found themselves trapped between two malevolent forces, the woman intent on slaughtering them and the vengeful spirits eager to obliterate the mayor. Neither side offered any respite, plunging the townsfolk and their leader into an inescapable predicament, leaving no one to attend to Yin Xiu, the intended sacrifice. At long last, an opportunity had presented itself. The woman, upon her arrival, ignored the townsfolk, fixating intently on the mayor, her eyes aflame with a crimson fury. I shall kill you. I will end your life." The spirits within the dwelling began to wail, swirling restlessly at the entrance, desperate to escape and fulfill their murderous intent upon the mayor. Yet none could break free. What a formidable predicament this had become. Facing the dual threats, the mayor cautiously retreated a step. Fortunately, Yin Xiu had offloaded the dilemma onto him. Tonight, he would not perish. Regrettably, the burden placed upon him was indeed a monumental one, a perilous challenge. As the woman advanced with a deliberate pace, the mayor could only step back, turning to flee into the enveloping darkness. "Do not run," the woman shrieked, her twisted form darting across the ground in pursuit of the mayor, their figures vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, below, the spirits remained trapped, unable to escape, blocking the entrance. The townspeople yearned for their sacrifice, but could not enter, and the spirits, resentful yet silent in their tolerance of the mayor's actions, would not permit them entry. Having witnessed the chaos unfold, Yin Xiu stifled a languid yawn. With the mayor absent from the house, and the townsfolk unable to breach the threshold, the space was now rendered utterly secure. No one had the inclination to concern themselves with him as a sacrifice. "Follow me to the basement," Yin Xiu beckoned, turning to gesture toward Li Mo before exiting through the door. Li Mo entered Yin Xiu's chamber, while Zhongmu was compelled to accompany the young girl to the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, they found the corridor devoid of anything but spirits, granting them unobstructed passage wherever they chose to go. The players, having heard the door open and Yin Xiu's descent down the stairs, peered through the peephole to see the spirits standing silently along either side of the corridor, none daring to provoke them, particularly after hearing the anguished cries of countless townsfolk meeting their demise below. Yin Xiu remained indifferent, for these spiritual entities were, after all, unleashed by him. Even if they indiscriminately took lives, they would still harbor a fear of the looming presence of Li Mo behind them. He meandered down to the grand hall on the first floor, pausing momentarily as he passed a column inscribed with rules. Rule 6 of the inn: do not venture into the basement. Upon meticulous examination of the regulations, Yin Xiu discerned that the survival rules of the scenario were constraints imposed upon the players. Transgressing these rules would lead to their demise. The note from the mother served to bind the little girl. Should she violate the rules, it would be the girl who perished. The reason players met their end was simply because the rules encompassed the fate of the girl. Moreover, the regulations of the grave town included constraints imposed by the ghostly woman upon the townsfolk. Failure to adhere to the rules would result in the ghostly woman exacting vengeance upon them. Presently, the inn he occupied belonged to the town mayor, and naturally, the rules were established by him to govern the guests. The prohibition against entering the basement was a measure enacted by the mayor to conceal the secrets hidden below. Should anyone dare to infringe upon this rule, it would be the mayor himself who would deliver the punishment. It was neither the scenario nor the ghostly woman, nor any other entity responsible for the punishment. It had to be the mayor, for these were his rules. As long as the rules did not interconnect, they remained independent. However, what if someone were to enter the basement at a time when the mayor was unable to administer punishment? Chapter 47. Yin Xiu. The one-of-a-kind collectible, for instance. The mayor, currently being pursued by a female ghost, certainly cannot return immediately to confront the players who have entered the basement. It is likely that the dungeon never anticipated that the mayor could be alive, yet unable to act freely. This is undoubtedly a bug. The realization dawned on some viewers in the comments when they saw Yin Xiu enter the basement unscathed. Can a dungeon truly experience bugs? This is an old dungeon. Did Yin Xiu exploit some flaw? Regardless of the circumstances, he has entered the basement, yet the rules have not claimed his life. He has defied the rules, and yet remains alive. How is this reasonable? This is outrageous. I too find it absurd. This must be a bug, right? Regardless of the nature of the bug, Yin Xiu has ingeniously used the animosity of the portrait to barricade the entrance, preventing the townsfolk from completing their sacrifice, thereby provoking the female ghost to suppress the mayor. This intricate combination of tactics has left me astounded. The most effective strategy for subduing an adversary is to unleash their foe, for the female ghost and the mayor represent opposing forces that mutually constrain one another. The optimal method to deal with one side is to release the other. By the way, his unharmed entrance into the basement should not be a bug, should it? I recall that during my prior passage through this dungeon, someone who entered the basement was instantly slain by the appearing mayor, and now, the mayor is being pursued by the female ghost. Thus, he cannot kill Yin Xiu, who has entered the basement. So that is how it is. Was this part of your plan, Yin Xiu? This is a perilous gamble based on mere conjecture, and he truly dares to take such a risk. How bold. If it were anyone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. He merely guessed correctly. The comments are filled with discomfort over Yin Xiu's audacious maneuvers, not for any other reason than that such a feat cannot be replicated. The average person would not dare to attempt such a thing. At this moment, a comment floated by, suggesting that Yin Xiu only dared to act because he was confident he could kill the mayor. Do you think he is merely gambling? Presently, the entire dungeon, including the mayor himself, is unaware that Yin Xiu is capable of slaying him. If he fails, he could simply turn the tables and kill the mayor instead. Seriously? Is that true? He has indeed killed a townsman who transformed into a specter before, but to think he could kill the mayor is a stretch. The mayor is one of the primary bosses of the dungeon. Spare me your boasting. Ha! Your ignorance is showing, my friend. I assert that he can kill, and he most certainly can. Huh, who do you think you are to boast so boldly? Even our town's boss Yi would not dare to make such claims. What a coincidence, my surname is also Yi. I am Yi Tianxian. Who is this boss Yi you speak of? Call him out to compare skills. Boss Yi, you've emerged from the dungeon. Where are you now? I shall come to fetch you. No ruse. I just came out and saw Yin Xiu in the dungeon. I want to observe how he managed to enter. It appears he was compelled in by Lady Night. Is that so? Lady Night has really made progress. After 6 years, she finally achieved something substantial. Boss Yi, Lady Night can see this, you know. The comments were suddenly silenced. The crowd silently ceased the topic, redirecting their focus to Yin Xiu, who had entered the basement. Upon descending into the subterranean chamber, he found himself enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a faintly descending staircase. Yin Xiu lingered at the entrance for a while, allowing his eyes to acclimate to the gloom. Once he could discern the steps, he cautiously proceeded downward. After just a few paces, a potent stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Wrinkling his nose, he raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose, pressing onward. At the staircase's end, a deeper darkness loomed, the chilling atmosphere wrapping itself around him, sending shivers down his spine. Despite the frigid air, a heavy odor of rot lingered, causing his scalp to prickle. Can you see any lights? Yin Xiu queried, unable to make out his surroundings, directing his question toward Li Mo behind him. Yes, Li Mo replied, instinctively activating the lights in the basement. As the harsh illumination flickered to life, Yin Xiu instinctively squinted. Once his vision adjusted and he surveyed the surroundings, a profound silence enveloped him. The basement was modest in size, its walls adorned with portraits interspersed with gruesome dismemberment tools. Dark brown stains marred the floor, walls, tables, and at the center, an enormous black coffin loomed ominously. The purpose of this place was immediately apparent. As he gazed at the myriad of portraits, Yin Xiu's alertness heightened. With the lights now on, the figures within the portraits began to slowly open their eyes. In a swift motion, he turned to grasp Li Mo's arm, gesturing upward toward the awakening images on the wall. Consume them all. The audience was left bewildered. Li Montauk. Although confused, Li Mo complied. The barrage of comments observed as the man in the black suit shattered the portraits one by one, extending his hands to pull the shadowy figures from within, devouring them whole. In that moment, the basement echoed with a cacophony of anguished cries, the portraits trembling helplessly, unable to flee as Li Mo consumed them with alarming efficiency. Meanwhile, at the square of Rule Town, Yi Tianxian, who stumbled upon this scene on his way home, was momentarily stunned. What on earth is this creature accompanying Yin Xiu? Boss Yi, that's his roommate. Roommate? You dare to label this bizarre figure as a roommate? He isn't from our town. He seems to have appeared during the rain earlier, unnoticed by anyone until he approached Yin Xiu. It appears that Yin Xiu's entry into the instance is also related to him. Yi Tianxian pondered this, quietly passing through the square, filled with the eerie figures watching the live broadcast, and waved goodbye to Night Lady before departing. Once Li Mo had devoured all the portraits from the basement walls, Yin Xiu glanced back at the entrance. Not hearing any sounds, he finally relaxed. At that moment, a comment appeared. Oh, I understand now why Yin Xiu instructed his roommate to consume those portraits. Why? Please, esteemed analysts, enlighten us. Those portraits are unlike the victim images displayed outside. The ones in the basement belonged to those who had come at night to persuade Yin Xiu to align with the mayor, serving as the mayor's spies. The mayor's ability to detect players entering the basement and swiftly eliminate those who violate the rules is attributed to the presence of portraits within. Once an intrusion occurs, the portraits promptly relay the information to the mayor. Thus, Yin Xiu hastily instructed his roommate to consume the figure depicted in the painting. The analysis is quite reasonable. However, it seems the mayor was already aware of the situation at that moment. While he was indeed informed, he was being pursued by a female ghost and unable to return. Even if he rushed back, all witnesses present would have been devoured, leaving him unaware of who had trespassed. So that is how it is. This method of evading the rules can only be executed by Yin Xiu, who has a roommate, Such a feat is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. This is indeed the case, which is why the secrets of this basement have remained unknown to anyone until now. Presently, Yin Xiu stands as the first player to publicly disclose information about the basement. One must observe closely. The crowd's gaze eagerly settled on Yin Xiu as he traversed the basement, eventually discovering a ledger and a manual belonging to the mayor on the table. The ledger meticulously detailed the mayor's criminal history, with each file clearly outlining how he selected his desired victims, approached them, lured them into this house, and ultimately murdered them. It elaborated on how he used his eerie powers to seal their essence within the portraits, preserving their most beautiful forms. Each previous victim was accompanied by a lengthy narrative of their experiences, adorned with intricate praise, while the final page contained nothing but a single name, accompanied by a brief note: Yin Xiu, a unique collectible, irreplaceable. Chapter 48. The little mouse Yin Xiu remained silent, fixated on the words before him, even conjuring an image of the perverse expression that the mayor must have worn while inscribing them. Suddenly, he heard a sound of swallowing from beside him. Turning his head, he found the MO glaring intensely at the paper in his hand, his gaze fierce, as though he were poised to tear it to shreds. This cannot be consumed. Yin Xiu hastily closed the record book and tucked it into his pocket, then proceeded to open the mayor's handbook. Mayor's handbook, as the highest authority in the grave town. You are free to do as you wish within its confines, yet to prevent the town's destruction, you must adhere to the following points. 1. You may kill the townsfolk at your discretion, but you must conceal all evidence of your wrongdoing, ensuring that the townspeople remain oblivious to your malevolence. 2. New faces will periodically appear in the town. You must warmly welcome them, provide them with lodging, and eliminate anyone who violates the rules. 3. In the face of any threats to the town's safety, you must either drive them away or seal them off. The safety of the town is intertwined with your own. 4. You are forbidden from killing children at night, for their innocent eyes will bear witness to your every sin. Be wary of the children during the night. As the mayor of Gravetown, within the confines of your authority, you may explore endless possibilities, but as long as your deeds remain undisclosed, you shall forever reign over this domain. However, be vigilant against unexpected guests. Yin Xiu's eyes swept across the 4 rules. The mayor's role is to maintain order in the town. The first rule pertains to his authority, the second to his duties, the third to methods of handling exceptional circumstances, and the fourth to the most pressing caution he must observe. The rules are succinct and clear. After perusing the first 3, his gaze lingered on the 4th. One must not kill children at night. He recalled the first rule of Gravetown, which stated that children must not touch the altar in the square at night. There were already 2 pieces of information related to children within the current scenario, plus the eerie presence of the young creature, that had been beside them since entering the realm. It was challenging not to connect these conditions. However, his thoughts were still somewhat constrained, preventing him from making direct associations. Closing the mayor's handbook, Yin Xiu scanned his surroundings once more, feeling a persistent dissonance between the size of the basement and that of the entire house. There must be a secret chamber. He circled the perimeter of the walls. The chill in the air was discomforting for those who lingered too long, and Yin Xiu was no exception. Before he could locate the entrance to the secret chamber, he was already shivering uncontrollably. Observing the orientation of the potential secret entrance, he surmised that the remaining space in that direction was more likely to conceal a hidden room. Bracing against the cold, he began to probe one of the walls. After several turns, he pushed against a table at the wall's edge, discovering that it was firmly affixed to the ground. The direction of movement was not lateral, but rather forward and backward. It appeared to be a rotating door disguised as a table. Tentatively, Yin Xiu nudged the rotating door, revealing a dark entrance to the secret chamber behind it. He crouched down to inspect it, then slowly crawled inside. Upon rising in the secret chamber, Yin Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, as the barrage of comments erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Previously, Yin Xiu had pondered the town mayor's record, which elaborated solely on preserving souls in the most exquisite manner within frames after death, neglecting any mention of the bodies themselves. Furthermore, The mayor's manual explicitly stated that his misdeeds must remain hidden from the townsfolk, implying that the act of disposing of corpses could not be sustained indefinitely. How then would the mayor manage the bodies? Now, he comprehended the answer. As Yin Xiu surveyed the vast secret chamber, he was confronted by numerous jars containing human specimens, with vibrant corpses suspended in preservative liquid, meticulously arranged throughout the room. A glance revealed each jar illuminated by exhibition lights, accentuating the features of each individual. All of these were the very souls depicted in the portraits, with souls ensnared within the images and bodies confined within containers. It was no wonder that those released would instantly transform into vengeful spirits, brimming with animosity. Indeed, the mayor was an extraordinary kind of deviant. What a peculiar obsession, collecting souls and storing bodies, treating them as treasures. It was a sign of profound psychological disturbance. The mere thought that Yin Xiu had also caught the mayor's eye, potentially destined to end up in a jar himself, stirred a complex tangle of emotions within him. During previous quests, he had never ventured below. He had merely found the mayor somewhat suspicious, never anticipating such horror. Yes, in conventional narratives, the fright would typically arise from a female ghost, while the mayor appeared amiable. After all, he provided lodgings for players. Yet, in this particular quest, Yin Xiu had unveiled his true nature. Terrifying. Amidst the panic that erupted in the comments, Yin Xiu cautiously explored his surroundings, attempting to locate a light source within the chamber. However, while searching, he failed to find a lamp. Instead, his fingers brushed against the outline of a frame on the wall. Surprised, he realized there was indeed a painting here. Just as he turned to call out to Liemo, an intense force suddenly bore down upon him from behind, pinning him firmly against the wall. A metallic scent of blood materialized in the air behind him, as a figure seized Yin Xiu, pressing their body against his back. The raspy breath of the assailant was laden with exhaustion, yet tinged with a hint of exhilaration. I didn't expect anyone to wander in here and be caught by me. Yin Xiu, the mayor's voice, deep and laced with amusement, resonated in his ear, though his tone conveyed fatigue. It did not deter his grip from firmly holding Yin Xiu against the wall. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the frigid atmosphere, Yin Xiu's senses had dulled, and he had failed to notice when the mayor had appeared, allowing the other to gain the upper hand. Judging by the voice and the pervasive scent of blood in the air, it seemed the mayor bore injuries, likely inflicted by that female ghost. Why so silent? Little mouse who sneaked in? The mayor murmured as he leaned closer, his voice intimate as it pressed against Yin Xiu's spine, reveling in the delicate sensations concealed beneath thin fabrics. Indeed, your body would be even more perfect devoid of warmth. I find it utterly delightful. Yin Xiu languidly leaned against the frigid wall, softly uttering, I appreciate your compliments, but I would advise you to cast a glance behind you. The mayor, bewildered, pressed down on Yin Xiu to ensure he could not resist, while simultaneously turning to look over his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, a mouth lined with sharp teeth lunged fiercely toward him. The mayor's heart raced as he narrowly evaded the attack, scrambling hastily away from the two individuals. Pale-faced, he observed Liemo, who had reverted to his normal demeanor, still feeling an unsettling thrum of fear. This man exuded a silent, lethal intent. His sudden appearance behind him could have easily spelled his doom. It was quite terrifying. Should this individual remain by Yin Xiu's side, the mayor would find it utterly impossible to transform Yin Xiu into his prized possession. He swallowed hard, remaining ever vigilant of Liemo. Although he had failed to deliver a fatal bite to the mayor, Liemo expressed a hint of disappointment, curling his lips into a smile while fixating his unwavering gaze upon the mayor, akin to a predator poised to pounce. In that moment, the entire chilly atmosphere was charged with tension as the two faced off against one another. Chapter 49 Closer. And I shall act. Yin Xiu was pressed against the wall for quite some time, thoroughly chilled by the frigid atmosphere below. Once freed, he quickly rubbed his arms and turned to regard the two figures beside him. They maintained a considerable distance from one another, each fixated on the other with unwavering intensity. Liemo, with an aura of confidence, smiled amiably at his adversary, appearing entirely at ease. The mayor, recently beset by a female specter, bore a significant bite on his shoulder, his clothes drenched in blood, and his face, marked with crimson stains, reflected his labored breathing and evident fatigue. Yin Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was a confrontation imminent? Witnessing the distinct combat styles of both peculiar entities was quite an intriguing experience, allowing him to study his opponents in advance. Should either party launch an attack, he would be prepared to counter. With an observational mindset, Yin Xiu remained silent against the wall, awaiting the clash. However, neither Liemo nor the mayor initiated an assault. After a tense standoff lasting a full minute, the mayor finally broke the silence. Yin Xiu, individuals as unique as you inevitably attract the attention of other anomalies. Even if I remain unaware, he remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of fear directed at Liemo. He turned his cold smile towards Yin Xiu, insinuating, your survival now will not prevent you from being slain by that anomaly by your side one day. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze, brushing off the dust clinging to him, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The mayor's eyes glimmered with unexpected hope at Yin Xiu's acquiescence, prompting him to continue sowing discord. I see you have been wary of him. He must have instigated the trouble. Yin Xiu contemplated this. Recognizing the truth in the mayor's words, trouble had indeed descended upon him from nowhere. After residing in the small town for 6 years, an anomaly had suddenly appeared at his doorstep, dragging him into a narrative fraught with peril. The mayor continued languidly, if this individual is a narrative anomaly, he would certainly take measures to ensure you remain within the confines of this story. He will act to prevent your departure. And each moment you must remain vigilant against his potential strike in your moments of weakness, rather than face an inexplicable demise one day. It would be wiser to collaborate with me. I assure you, you can safely exit this narrative. Yin Xiu pondered the mayor's words. The most significant disturbance since Li Mo's arrival in the town had indeed been his entrapment in this narrative, indicating a strong possibility of him being a narrative anomaly. His contemplative demeanor sparked a glimmer of hope in the mayor, who believed Yin Xiu was wavering in their current standoff. However, after his reflection, Yin Xiu simply met the mayor's gaze peacefully. Thank you for the warning, but I am not inclined to collaborate with you. Whoever seeks to kill me shall meet their end, including him. Should he dare to strike, I will assuredly retaliate, so you need not worry. His words were delivered with nonchalance, devoid of any pretense, clearly exuding confidence. As for Liemo, upon being mentioned by Yin Xiu, he exhibited no signs of anger. Rather, the corners of his mouth curved upward, revealing a sense of delight. The mayor's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Are you truly at ease with such an enigmatic and unidentified presence by your side? Not all. Then why not simply collaborate with me to rid ourselves of him? There is no need. It is not bothersome in any case. Yin Xiu calmly shrugged, speaking genuinely. Liemo was indeed peculiar, yet he posed no trouble whatsoever. In fact, he could be of assistance. Compared to the mayor's focused intentions, dealing with Liemo was 100 times more effortless. Seeing that he could not sway Yin Xiu and was unable to confront Liemo, the mayor found himself in a quandary. Someone had disrupted the rules he had established within his domain, yet he felt powerless against this adversary. What are your plans now? Noticing the mayor's silence, Yin Xiu proactively produced a ledger and the mayor's manual from his pocket, waving them before him. Now, I possess the evidence of your transgressions. Will you come here to eliminate me, the one who has violated your rules and taken your important belongings, or shall you first recuperate and return to settle the score? Yin Xiu's maneuver was both audacious and a means of providing the mayor an exit. The mayor's gaze fixated on Yin Xiu, desiring to reclaim the ledger and the manual, as well as to lay claim to Yin Xiu himself. However, standing before him was Liemo, exuding an intangible aura of menace that seemed to intimidate him. While Yin Xiu may not have perceived it, the mayor distinctly observed the terrifying, distorted tendrils that emanated from the man clad in black, extending and permeating the air, clinging to the walls of the chamber. Each tendril bore grotesque eyes that fixated upon him, gazing intently. Those stares resembled a terrifying abyss, rendering him incapable of advancing even a single step. It felt as though any misstep would result in something surging into his being, tearing apart his very nerves. and the dread within him was rapidly unraveling his composure. Wait for me. To heal. After a prolonged silence, the mayor finally uttered a few words, his pallor evident, as he remained wary of Li Mo and gradually retreated, vanishing into the depths of the chamber. Yin Xiu was taken aback by his sudden departure. He had merely intended to provoke the mayor, curious to see if a confrontation would arise between him and Li Mo. In his mind, the mayor should have been evenly matched against Li Mo. Yet he fled. He chose to abandon a player who had violated the rules and taken his evidence. Yin Xiu cast a meaningful glance at Li Mo, realizing that this unsettling entity was more formidable than he had anticipated. At least, in that moment, Li Mo appeared to surpass the mayor in stature. It seemed prudent to heed the mayor's warning. Should Li Mo genuinely harbor intentions to harm him, he would need to be vigilant. Lost in thought, Li Mo abruptly turned to face Yin Xiu. His perpetual smile often conveyed a chilling aura, and, at that moment, his sudden fixation on Yin Xiu within the shadowy confines of the chamber was particularly unsettling. Yin Xiu instinctively grasped the hilt of his knife, warily observing him. "What is it?" Li Mo did not respond. Instead, he smiled and began to approach Yin Xiu step by step, the atmosphere of the chamber growing increasingly tense with each movement. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Was this roommate finally shedding his facade? Was he finally ready to strike at Yin Xiu? It is undoubtedly the mayor's earlier reminder that has prompted Yin Xiu to remain vigilant. Thus, he has no intention of feigning any longer. I must say, it seems he has never been insincere. This roommate possesses the capability to intimidate the mayor, undoubtedly surpassing him in prowess. If the roommate were truly intent on harming him, would Yin Xiu even survive? Frustration mounts, having lost the mayor's favor. Will he also lose the support of his roommate? He might not even reach the conclusion of this scenario. How infuriating. The mayor intends to turn Yin Xiu into a mere painting, and I am left wondering what ulterior motives he harbors towards him. The onlookers fixate intently on the screen, observing as Li Mo draws ever closer, while Yin Xiu retreats step by step, ultimately cornered against the wall. The chill behind him amplifies the hostility coursing through Yin Xiu, who glares at Li Mo, refusing to loosen his grip on the hilt of his knife, holding it tightly until Li Mo stands before him. As the distance between them narrows, Li Mo's imposing figure obscures the dim light within the chamber, casting a shadow over him. The figure before him smiles, eyes lowered, the smirk on his lips laden with inscrutable intent. Yin Xiu's face remains taut as he glares back, his eyes narrowing, a hint of hostility surfacing. Should you come any closer, I shall take action. Chapter 50. The art of consuming the strange. Li Mo remained silent for a moment before abruptly raising his hand. Just as Yin Xiu was about to draw his blade, Li Mo's palm soared over Yin Xiu's head, reaching above. A flicker of confusion crossed Yin Xiu's brow when he heard the sound of shattering glass from above. Li Mo plunged his hand into the painting above Yin Xiu's head, seizing the spirit that had just betrayed him to the mayor, and forcefully yanked it out from the canvas. The spirit emitted a wretched scream, its cries resonating in a haunting chorus as Li Mo tore it apart in his grasp, subsequently molding it into a small ball before consuming it. The familiar sound of crunching echoed in the air, yet the shrieks persisted. The spirit continued its lament, while Li Mo maintained a calm demeanor, smiling serenely as he feasted. Being in such close proximity, Yin Xiu could distinctly hear the sound of the spirit being shredded, descending into his throat, followed by a gentle swallow that silenced the screams abruptly. The chamber fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound of gnashing or chewing, leaving only Yin Xiu's stillness. Gradually, he relaxed his tense body, lifting his gaze to fixate on Li Mo with an expression of indifference. Why are you so close? Must you perform your peculiar talent of consuming the strange for me? Li Mo narrowed his eyes, seemingly in a better mood, and despite Yin Xiu's struggle to suppress his impulse to draw his weapon, he embraced him, pressing his entire weight against him and cornering him against the wall. The icy touch seeped through their clothing, a constant reminder to Yin Xiu that what clung to him was merely a human form. What lay beneath was difficult to ascertain. Though Li Mo feigned affection, Yin Xiu could not lower his guard. "What are you doing?" Yin Xiu pushed against Li Mo's chin, attempting to create some distance. The cold wall pressed against his back, and Li Mo's frigid presence was almost unbearable given the low temperature. "Sleep," Li Mo replied with a smile. "Sleep in a coffin, is it?" Yin Xiu recalled the strange condition Li Mo had mentioned. However, there was no coffin in the dungeon that could accommodate two. "I have no desire to sleep in the mayor's coffin, which has likely housed countless souls." Li Mo's smile broadened. "I have one." At this point, Yin Xiu found it nearly impossible to refuse. He calculated the time. The sacrificial ritual had concluded, and it was nearly time for rest. Having procured evidence of the mayor's crimes in the basement, he could indeed afford to sleep through the night. "Very well." Yin Xiu nodded, and Li Mo released him. Together, they exited the basement, becoming the first players to successfully enter and emerge alive, untouched by the mayor's wrath. While I was delighted to witness such a side quest, I lamented that I could not replicate his success. No matter how I pondered, there was no way for me to emerge alive as he did. Resigning myself to the futility of the thought, I reminded myself that this was merely a beginner's dungeon. I could still complete it without venturing into the basement. I chose to abstain. I also gave up on emulating Yin Xiu's strategy. This guide was beyond my grasp. For now, I would simply enjoy the spectacle, observing whether Yin Xiu could survive the dungeon. I had already become a spectator, curious to see the dynamic between Yin Xiu and his roommate. Just now, I truly believed the roommate was about to take action. The atmosphere was thick with apprehension, as the group was startled, only to realize that he was merely indulging in a peculiar delicacy. Although the intentions of his roommate towards Yin Xiu remained obscure, there was an inexplicable sense of security emanating from him, surpassing even that of the town mayor. How vexing it was to find myself developing an affinity for a strange entity. When he stood resolutely before you, confronting the mayor, it was only natural to feel a sense of camaraderie. Yet, alas, I do not possess such a roommate. The barrage of comments erupted as the two figures emerged from the basement, departing the dwelling and making their way towards the outskirts of the town. Where could they possibly be heading? It was said they were off to sleep in a coffin. Ah, sleep in a coffin. Well, I have relinquished any attempt at rational thought. Guided by Li Mo, Yin Xiu traversed beyond the town, arriving at a secluded cemetery nestled within a small thicket, where 7 or 8 graves lay amidst the desolate and eerie surroundings. Yin Xiu observed in silence, as Li Mo selected a prime location for their endeavor, and under the cloak of a moonless night, began to excavate a pit with his bare hands. His fingers, sharp as weapons, deftly turned the earth, and in a remarkably short time, a substantial hole was unearthed. Afterward, he dusted off the soil from his arms and resumed an elegant posture. Turning to Yin Xiu with a gentle command, "Close your eyes." Yin Xiu replied with a puzzled expression. Li Mo reiterated, "Close your eyes just for a moment." Reluctantly, Yin Xiu complied, uncertain of what he wished to conceal from him. Though Yin Xiu could not see, the viewers could. They watched in horror as, upon Yin Xiu's eyes shutting, Li Mo's human form grotesquely morphed into an indescribable, writhing entity, its countless tendrils extending into the air, its black body adorned with a multitude of eyes. Any being that dared to meet its gaze found their sanity unraveling in an instant. As players' eyes locked onto those on screen, a piercing shriek seemed to tear through their minds, leaving them in a daze. Some hastily covered their eyes, while others fell into a stupor. Not only the players, but the strange entities trembled in fear as well. After a brief flicker of the screen, the entire live stream abruptly ceased. Within the twisted form, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth extricated a colossal double coffin, which was then slowly placed into the pit Li Mo had prepared. Throughout this process, other mouths incessantly echoed the admonition, "Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes." The words lingered in the stillness of the night, accompanied by a chilling presence that enveloped the air. Yin Xiu felt an unshakable tightness in his chest, his body quaking uncontrollably with an innate terror that defied rationality. He sensed something creeping closer, circling around him without making contact. A multitude of piercing gazes encircling him, many eyes fixated upon him. Fortunately, this acute dread did not linger for long before it gradually dissipated. Then, the voice of Li Mo resonated before him. Open your eyes. Instantly, Yin Xiu complied, his senses heightened and alert to his surroundings. Yet, there was no change in the surroundings. The desolate forest, the 7 or 8 grave mounds, and across from him stood Liemo, impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing a composed smile. Aside from the addition of a black double coffin in the pit beside them, everything remained unchanged. Yin Xiu let out a long breath, realizing that his hands had grown stiff, unconsciously gripping the hilt of his knife, his fingertips pale from tension. He truly felt a sense of dread towards the unknown entity from earlier, and in this state of closed eyes, deprived of external stimuli, he managed to resist the urge to open them. Merely holding the knife and maintaining vigilance was already pushing his limits. "Are you ready?" he asked, his face pale, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that made him yearn for sleep. "Ready," Liemo replied, lifting the coffin lid to reveal a space large enough for 2. Yin Xiu, disinterested in asking questions, simply rolled over to lie on one side, leaving room for Liemo. However, Liemo did not immediately join him. Instead, he stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at him with an inquisitive stare that made Yin Xiu quite uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" "I believe that person was right," Liemo nodded, his gaze fixed on the pallid Yin Xiu lying in the coffin, resembling a lifeless body, devoid of vitality, appearing even more so as he lay within the coffin. "If you're not going to sleep, then cover it up." "I'm going to sleep," Yin Xiu urged, uninterested in Liemo's resonance with the mayor's sentiments. Liemo then turned to lie down as well, and an invisible force gently closed the coffin lid over them. In the pitch-black space, Yin Xiu stared unblinkingly into the darkness before him, the tension that had gripped him moments ago still refusing to dissipate, especially with an unknown entity lying next to him. Lying here like this must signify a shared burial for humanity, he mused, as if they were collectively embracing the end of life. "It seems we are welcoming the conclusion of existence together," Liemo remarked suddenly. Yin Xiu slowly closed his eyes, disregarding the comment, yet feeling an inexplicable familiarity with those words, as if they had been spoken by someone he once knew. However, his increasingly vague memories over the past 2 years provided no answers. Liemo turned to gaze at the silent, unresponsive Yin Xiu, his expression slightly heavy and tinged with disappointment. "Good night," he softly uttered. In an instant, Yin Xiu's previously taut consciousness sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 51. I am mother regardless of time or place. The words "good night" that escaped Liemo's lips always seemed to possess an inexplicable spiritual influence, causing Yin Xiu to instantly lower his defenses and succumb to slumber. This was both a blessing and a curse for him. On the one hand, it allowed him to sleep soundly. On the other, it rendered him vulnerable to peril within the confines of the scenario. Despite his intentions to remain vigilant towards Liemo, he often found himself unexpectedly drifting off into a state of unguarded repose. Inside the pitch-black coffin, the two lay side by side in silent slumber. The desolate grove, adorned with a few scattered graves, swayed gently in the evening breeze, exuding an eerie yet serene atmosphere. In stark contrast, the distant town was anything but tranquil. After the townsfolk failed to present offerings in a timely manner, the female ghost wreaked havoc upon the settlement, resulting in countless casualties among the residents. The square was littered with lifeless bodies, the air thick with the scent of blood. It was only after the sacrificial time had passed, ushering in the players' nocturnal slumber hours, that the town gradually fell silent. The whereabouts of the mayor remained a mystery, while the ghost roamed the town, causing players to huddle nervously in their rooms, too fearful to step outside. That night, the voice of the attendant once again echoed along the second-floor corridor. As on the previous night, she knocked on each player's door one by one, posing the same questions. Progressing from the staircase to the end of the hallway, she received no responses, and a white mist began to envelop the corridor, revealing the silhouette of the woman. The players silently prayed for the swift conclusion of this event, hoping that no further calamities would unfold that night. However, when the voice reached the door at the end of the corridor, it abruptly ceased. A chill swept through the hearts of the players in the other rooms. This was a room shared by Zhong Mu and the little girl. With Liemo and Yin Xiu absent, and the rules dictating that two players must occupy a single room. Zhongmu had no choice but to endure the night with the girl. He was aware that the little girl transformed into a monstrous form at night, and that her demeanor could become unruly. However, he had not anticipated such torment. Once night fell, the girl morphed into her beastly guise, wreaking havoc throughout the room. Not only did she topple everything in sight, but she also crouched beside Zhongmu's bed, staring at him with drool dripping from her mouth. How was he supposed to sleep, huddled under the covers? He trembled as he struggled to pass the time, believing that dawn would bring relief. Yet, in the dead of night, the attendant's voice echoed once more, instantly capturing the little girl's attention. She dashed from the head of Zhongmu's bed to the door, fixating intently on it, listening as the attendant's footsteps drew nearer. The girl crouched low, subtly shifting her position in preparation for an attack. In the very moment the attendant inquired at their door, the little girl abruptly flung it open and lunged out, her speed and ferocity so overwhelming that the attendant barely had time to scream before being fatally bitten. As the sounds of gnawing filled the air outside, Zhongmu cowered in bed, trembling and weeping profusely. Oh, how he wished for Yin Xiu to return swiftly. He was but an ordinary person, utterly incapable of enduring such a terrifying scene. The gnawing continued for an extended period, and after a hearty feast, the little girl finally issued a satisfied belch at the doorway, contentedly patting her belly as she prepared to return to the room for sleep. However, in the next moment, a chilling mist swept in, accompanied by a cold wind that rushed through the corridor. The little girl shivered, her body tensing as she abruptly turned to face the end of the corridor, baring her teeth at some unseen entity within the fog. Zhongmu also sensed the emergence of something ominous. Without a second thought, he hastily leapt from his bed and dashed to the door, swiftly scooping up the little girl and retreating into the room to lock the door behind him. The girl was a crucial figure in this unsettling narrative, and Yin Xiu had particularly emphasized the need to keep a vigilant watch over her. Once back in the room, Zhongmu's heart raced in a frantic rhythm. He tilted his head back, making a concerted effort to avoid gazing at the terrifying visage of the creature in his arms, trembling as he pressed against the door to check the lock. Outside, an unknown presence lingered, and a slow, deliberate footstep echoed down the corridor, drawing closer to Zhongmu's room. The sound resonated in the night, each step echoing with an overwhelming chill and fear as it approached the door, clearly intent on reaching them. Not only was Zhongmu gripped by a suffocating dread, but even the little girl in his arms exhibited signs of anxiety, evidently alert to the presence beyond the door. The footsteps came to a halt right before them, and the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Holding his breath, Zhongmu cautiously stepped back, clearly catching a glimpse of a shadow beneath the door. The other party made no sound, nor did they move, which only heightened the sense of terror. After a prolonged silence, a woman's voice drifted from outside the door. "Yaya, it's Mama. Are you in there?" Zhongmu was taken aback, immediately glancing at the little girl, whose face, now twisted and covered in dark fur, was etched with disbelief. In this narrative, it was common knowledge, even the little girl herself was likely aware, that her mother was no longer alive. Yet, tonight, a voice outside claimed to be her mother. "Yaya, Mama has come to see you. Will you come out and meet me?" The woman outside continued to inquire gently, her soft voice echoing hauntingly through the empty corridor, evoking a sense of dread. The little girl stared blankly at the door, and after a moment of dazed silence, she began to struggle in Zhongmu's embrace. "It's Mama. Mama has come to find me." Zhongmu tightened his hold on her, trembling with urgency. "Don't go. That's definitely not your mother. It is Mama. That's Mama's voice." The little girl struggled fervently, her emotions escalating. She flailed wildly in Zhongmu's arms before swiftly leaping from him, racing towards the door. "Don't open the door," Zhongmu urged, panic surging through him. The woman outside clearly knew that Yin Xiu was absent tonight, using this knowledge to deceive them. Had Yin Xiu been inside, she would not dare approach. She and T come last night. As the door opened again beneath the little girl's eager expression, it creaked ominously, allowing the corridor's light to spill into the darkened room, illuminating the girl's sparkling eyes. However, in the next moment, the anticipation on her face froze. Standing outside was the woman from the sealed confines. She was backlit, enveloped in shadows, exuding a frigid aura. Her white dress, stained crimson from the evening's carnage, dripped with dark, sanguine drops, pooling ominously at the threshold. At that moment, she smiled down at the little girl, her face drenched in blood, and gently mimicked her mother's voice, softly saying, "Yaya, you are truly a good child." The chilling tone caused the girl's pupils to tremble in an instant, and a wave of immense fear washed over her innocent face. In a panic, she screamed and attempted to turn away, only to be seized by the woman. The woman's cold visage swiftly loomed before her, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "Yaya, why are you running? Do you not wish to save your brother?" The little girl's scream faltered as she turned to look at the woman. "Brother, what has happened?" The woman smiled, her eyes narrowing. "Your brother has been captured by the mayor and is about to be killed. If you do not help him, dear Yaya, you may never see your kind brother again." The woman's nonchalant words fell upon the girl's face like a shroud of terror. Trembling, she grasped the woman's white dress, pleading, Save my brother. I want to rescue my brother." Chapter 52, No one will trust a monster behave. "If you kill the mayor, your brother will be saved," the woman said, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "As long as that wicked man lives, your brother is at risk of becoming one of those portraits. Do you wish for him to end up like those pitiful souls depicted?" The little girl recalled the pale, twisted spirits, all consumed by hatred, and shook her head nervously. "Then heed my words. Take the blue pill and seek out the mayor," the woman said slowly, extending her hand to offer a blue pill identical to those found in the basement. "Eliminate the mayor, and you shall save your brother." The room erupted in cries of alarm as the little girl hesitated before the pill offered by the woman. This woman is deceiving her. Yin Xiu was not captured by the mayor at all. Why is she lying to you? To send her after the mayor is truly wicked. The mayor is in a foul mood. Even if injured, there's no way a girl transformed into a monster can defeat him. This malicious woman must be unable to handle Yin Xiu, and seeks to harm the little girl in his absence. She aims to inflict a psychological blow on him. I am gravely suspicious that the woman intends to manipulate the little girl into killing the mayor. I recall the mayor's rules warning to beware of children at night. Yet, the rules do not state that a child can kill the mayor. The power imbalance is evident. This will only lead to the little girl's demise. Why must she stir trouble while Yin Xiu is away? Hurry back. Don't sleep. Your adorable little monster sister is in danger. The little girl hesitated, but under the woman's coaxing, she slowly reached out for the pill. Just as she was about to raise it to her lips, a figure burst forth from behind, Zhongmu, grabbing her hand. Don't eat it. Yin Xiu is formidable. He would never be captured by the mayor, and he has a monstrous roommate, does he not? Do you truly believe the mayor can handle both of them? Although Zhongmu was terrified of the woman, he urged her with a pale face. The little girl paused, recalling Li Mo's existence. It was indeed unlikely that he would allow her brother to be captured by the mayor. Seeing the little girl's uncertainty, the woman's expression turned to fury. She seized Zhongmu by the throat, slamming him against the door with a thud, choking him until his face turned pale. With a menacing glare at the little girl, she threatened, "If you do not take the pill, I shall devour this person. When your brother returns to find a corpse, he will think it was you. In this town, no one will believe a monster. No one will trust a monster. You too will be despised like me." The little girl's face drained of color. She wished to save this person and did not want her brother to hate her. The only option was to consume the pill. With tears brimming in her eyes, she cast a sorrowful glance at Zhongmu, who was struggling to speak, his face a shade of blue. Frowning, she raised her hand and swallowed the blue pill in one swift motion. Her breath caught for 2 seconds, and in an instant, her clear eyes turned crimson. The small, monstrous body twisted and expanded amidst her anguished wails, all its fangs and claws growing rapidly. Within half a minute, the frail form of the little girl transformed into a colossal and terrifying beast. Her body was covered in black fur, resembling some wild creature. As she crawled on the ground, panting heavily and painfully, her scarlet pupils emanating an eerie glow in the darkness. Splendid. The woman flicked her wrist, casting Zhong Mu into the room, her smile fixed on the distorted little girl. Go, seek the mayor, and slay him before dawn. The little girl glanced back at Zhong Mu in the room, closed her eyes, and her massive figure swiftly dashed out, disappearing into the mist of the corridor. Subsequently, the woman's silhouette gradually faded at the doorway, leaving Zhong Mu alone, clutching his sore neck and coughing incessantly, finally managing to draw a breath amid the suffocation. Was her intention to use Yi to eliminate the mayor? How could that possibly succeed? Coughing, Zhong Mu rose from the floor, his throat aching, standing at the doorway, gazing outside. The mist in the corridor had dispersed, and both the little girl and the woman had vanished, while the town remained eerily silent, unaware of what was to unfold next. I must quickly find Yin Xiu. If the little girl falls to the mayor, the entire scenario will be doomed. In his anxiety, Zhong Mu was just about to step outside when, suddenly, the corpse of the waitress, gnawed by the little girl, stirred slightly, struggling to rise in the darkness. Zhong Mu shuddered, the first rule of this house flashing through his mind. The room must be occupied by 2 people. No additional occupants are permitted. Now, with Yin Xiu and Li Mo absent and the little girl gone, he was left entirely alone in the room. Alone. He feared he would not survive the night. Zhong Mu swallowed hard as the waitress slowly crawled upright, locking her gaze onto him. They exchanged a glance, and Zhong Mu abruptly turned to flee, with the waitress pursuing him at an alarming speed, maintaining a distance that would allow her to seize him with the slightest hesitation. The audience, realizing the dual occupancy rule, grew tense, watching Zhong Mu flee in desperation. After barely surviving the woman's grasp, would he now perish at the hands of the waitress? I thought he might endure this scenario. Alas, it seems fate is not on his side. I had initially deemed him perceptive, recognizing the true powerhouse at first glance. Yet, what a pity. There was no way out, with Yin Xiu and his roommate absent, and the little girl having departed. The room was left with only him. Regardless, being alone constituted a breach of the rules, sealing his doom. Unless he could somehow exploit a loophole, much like how Yin Xiu had previously dismissed the little girl. But he was a novice, and now the waitress had caught up to him. Once his stamina waned, death would inevitably follow. It's difficult to say. Just observe the direction of his escape. The barrage of comments fixated intently on Zhong Mu, who was seen sprinting down the corridor, glancing out the window as if yearning to escape outside. Was he attempting to evade the approaching staff and hide outdoors? While the outside world seemed an option, it was fraught with peril. There was the rampaging little girl, the menacing mayor, and that woman. One could easily become a target for the townsfolk's ire. It appeared that no place offered solace. However, venturing outside did harbor a slim chance of survival, for no one could predict whether the staff would pursue him beyond the confines of the building. The outside might be tolerable, provided he remained undetected by the mayor, the townspeople, and that woman. Yet tonight, the eerie atmosphere loomed ominously. Indeed, the source of their discontent lay peacefully slumbering in the grove beyond town, while they struggled to find their adversary. Let's hope he remains safe. At least this newcomer had the sense to consider fleeing outside, which was commendable. Just then, as the comments erupted in praise, they witnessed Zhong Mu come to an abrupt halt at the stairway of the corridor, suddenly veering into the men's restroom. What? Is he not going outside? He went to the restroom? Goodness, to the restroom? Chapter 53. A promising seedling. What on earth is he doing in the restroom? Is he courting death? It is a dead end in there. Alas, just when I praised his cleverness, he bewildered me with this move. Surely, he is doomed. What a pity. The barrage of comments expressed regret as the scene froze. The waiter, who had been sprinting furiously in pursuit of Zhong Mu, halted at the entrance of the men's restroom, refraining from entering. Why does she not pursue him inside? I refuse to believe that a supernatural being would adhere to the rules of gender-segregated restrooms. If she were truly abiding by the rules, she would not be a supernatural entity at all. It must be that there is another reason at play. Wait a moment. Could it be the 4th rule of the inn? The restroom is located at the end of the corridor, and if possible, one should be accompanied. Single visits are allowed, but one must not heed any sounds. I was previously pondering the scenario in which someone ventures to the restroom alone at night and meets their demise on the way back. Would the individual left in the room trigger the first rule? But then I considered, since the rule states that single visits are permissible when one enters the restroom alone, the first rule regarding dual occupancy would presumably be disregarded. This line of reasoning seems sound. So is this newcomer planning to utilize the fourth rule to remain in the restroom for the night? It is not entirely out of the question. Bold and meticulous, he is indeed someone who can discern that Yin Xiu is a formidable character, a promising seedling indeed. What a shame he is not from our town. Otherwise, he would surely be nurtured. It would not be difficult. When the mission concludes, players can witness the barrage of comments, and at that time, they could even change towns to pilfer and deceive. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. I recall someone previously declaring that he was doomed. Certainly not me. Zhongmu successfully navigated the ambiguous portions of the rules and concealed himself within the restroom. Yet the waiter remained steadfast at the entrance, showing no sign of departing. This signifies that until dawn, he cannot exit, nor can he alert Yin Xiu. I hope the little girl is unharmed. Zhongmu anxiously peered out from the stall, attempting to glimpse the outside, only to find himself locking eyes with the waiter at the door. Under her seething glare, he quietly retreated back into the stall. With no way to exit and notify Yin Xiu, he could only leave his fate to chance. While it is indeed perilous for the little girl to seek out the mayor, considering her own supernatural nature, I do not believe she would perish. What troubles Zhongmu more at this moment is Yin Xiu. After spending the last couple of days together, he sensed that Yin Xiu harbored a certain fondness for the supernatural girl. The cold demeanor he typically exuded could not conceal a flicker of hidden softness, an emotion that clearly revealed the significance of her presence in his life. Therefore, what would happen if the little girl encountered misfortune? The thought of the last time she was taken by Wang Guang and the murderous intent radiating from Yin Xiu sent chills down one's spine. From the very moment of their encounter, he exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by the neglect and derision of the players. Yet, unexpectedly, he took the initiative to plunge into the horde of monsters, instilling fear within them, to the extent that the town mayor had to intervene, drenched in blood and exuding a chilling presence that even Zhongmu found alarming. In that instant, Yin Xiu's aura diverged drastically from his usual aloof demeanor, radiating a palpable malevolence and lethal intent, as if his hands were stained with the blood of countless victims. Zhongmu furrowed his brow, exhaling a sigh, feeling a tinge of panic. While the players seemed to fare well, the monstrous entities posed a far graver threat. As midnight approached, the square outside the town erupted with raucous voices, presumably from the townsfolk. Flickering lights danced in the pitch-black square, casting a mosaic of illumination upon the gathered crowd. Their faces contorted in fear and anger. Armed with weapons, they launched an assault on the colossal creature that emerged at the center of the square. The woman sealed within the confines of the curse could only wreak havoc during the day and when provoked by the sacrificial rites. At night, she was rendered powerless, allowing the townspeople to roam freely. In this moment, an enormous monster surged forth from the shadows, roaring as it charged into the throng, its massive hands scattering the crowd. Its grotesque mouth tore into the bodies of the townsfolk, violently slamming them to the ground, crushing them underfoot in a fit of wrath. The townspeople, their eyes ablaze with fury, brandished their blades and wildly lunged at the beast, seizing every opportunity to inflict wounds, carving deep gashes into its shaggy, darkened hide. The creature howled in agony, retaliating with fervor. Both sides seemed driven by madness, one side weak yet fiercely aggressive, while the other, in overwhelming numbers, sought to gradually wear down the monster's stamina. Observing the fierce confrontation in the square, players who had overheard the earlier conversation between the little girl and the woman found themselves momentarily bewildered. Why were the monsters attacking one another? The little girl had completely transformed into a monster. It was indeed the very creature referenced in the completion rules. Moreover, the note from a mother indicated that aside from leaving the town at night, all other conditions had been fulfilled, correct? Yes, and it did not specify life or death. Leaving the town could also mean the departure of a corpse. This implied that the little girl's death was inconsequential now, as the requirements had been satisfied. Precisely, she no longer held any value for us, only posing a threat. Once the townsfolk succeeded in slaying her, we could seize the opportunity. If she indeed was the monster's corpse mentioned in the completion rules, clearing this quest would be a breeze. Even if the rules did not pertain specifically to the girl, we could still attempt it. Her demise would eliminate a threat, ultimately benefiting us. Laughter erupted among those eager for entertainment, as they found themselves unable to sleep, fixated by the window, watching the carnage unfold and awaiting the final outcome. The monstrous little girl continued to wail, fiercely retaliating against her assailants. As her body sustained more injuries and bled profusely, her strength waned, and her movements grew increasingly sluggish. The townsfolk began to gain the upper hand. This brutal exchange persisted for several hours. Throughout, the girl tore through countless townspeople. Yet her own body was now a tapestry of wounds, with flesh rent asunder, exposing even the bones beneath. Amidst her agonizing cries, she continued to fight back. Players leaned eagerly over the windowsills, cheering for the townsfolk. Ya. Zhongmu peered anxiously from the partition. From his vantage point, he could not see the direction of the square, but could only hear the incessant screams and the girl's sorrowful lament. To him, the low, hoarse roars of the creature sounded almost like weeping. Chapter 54. Rebellion. One day, rebellion became a daily affair. Zhongmu gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed open the stall door. The attendant at the entrance swiftly raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Zhongmu. Was this individual finally unable to restrain herself any longer? Could she still make use of the fleeting moments to achieve her performance targets? Zhongmu had completion asen, cast a quick glance at the attendant before resolutely turning towards the window of the restroom. Peering down, she noted that the second floor's exterior walls were exceedingly smooth, devoid of any pipes or footholds, leaving no place to land. The height of the second floor was neither excessively tall nor particularly low. A jump could lead to serious injury. Calculating the distance, Zhongmu hesitated, inching half of her leg out the window, just as she steeled herself to leap. The cacophony of shouts from the square abruptly ceased. Stunned, she turned back towards the restroom door, only to find the attendant had vanished. If she had disappeared, could it mean dawn had arrived? Zhongmu quickly leaned out to survey the scene. The horizon over the quaint town was already lightening, gradually revealing the glow of the rising sun. In the next moment, jubilant cheers erupted from within the building, players exclaiming in unison, "Finally, daybreak! The little girl has fallen. The townsfolk have triumphed. Let us go. Let us see if she is still alive." After all this time battling with the townsfolk, even a monster must be on the verge of death. She must die. We need a corpse to fulfill the quest conditions. The players, filled with fervor, rushed eagerly towards the building's exit. Their frenzied exclamations sent a shiver down Zhongmu's spine. Could it be? The players who had been so timid as to not even step outside were suddenly emboldened, racing to the scene of carnage. Hastily retracting her leg, Zhongmu hurried to blend in with the throng of players descending the stairs, but their inexplicable excitement propelled them forward, forcing her into a corner. Hurry. We must kill her quickly. To complete the quest, she cannot be allowed to survive. No more delays. I am finally leaving this instance. I have waited far too long. Amidst their incessant chatter, Zhongmu noticed that not all players exhibited such fervor. A portion remained paralyzed by fear, trembling at the door, even frightened by the rush of those racing down. The players clamoring to see the little girl dead appeared transformed, exuding both frenzy and madness, their eyes alight with a thirst for blood. Zhongmu silently took a step back, seeking to avoid these individuals. It was better not to look, yet upon closer inspection, she suddenly discerned that a faint wisp of black smoke enveloped the players, as if they had been tainted, swirling around each of them. This group appeared to be the timid newcomers who seldom ventured out to explore what had polluted or controlled them. Uncertain about the situation, Zhongmu prudently chose not to engage. The frenzied players rushed down the stairs, heading straight for the square. As daylight wanes, the townsfolk gradually retreat to their abodes, leaving behind a square stained with blood and a creature, riddled with wounds, sprawled upon the ground, her breath shallow and feeble. After a fierce struggle with the villagers, she is utterly exhausted, rendered immobile by her injuries, and can only lie there, gasping in agony. Upon noticing the players approaching, an instinctual urge to rise and evade them stirs within her. However, her severely injured limbs betray her, forcing her to watch helplessly as the players audaciously encircle her, scrutinizing her grotesque form. Goodness, how hideous! Even in her human guise, she was terrifying, but transformed into a monster, she is shockingly repulsive. One player steps closer to the little girl, scrutinizing her monstrous visage with disdain. In a sudden burst of defiance, she bares her teeth, attempting to lunge at them. But her limbs merely scrape weakly against the ground, failing to intimidate. She glares fiercely at the players, a picture of wrath as if she yearns to rend them apart. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have fled in fright. Yet today, emboldened by a strange bravado, they advance, delivering a vicious kick to her head. What are you staring at? Yes, you. You think you're so adorable, donning the guise of a little girl and prancing about. A monster is a monster. In her true form, she's terrifying. The girl lets out a low groan, curling her head inward with the force of the kick, her wounds oozing profusely, staining the ground crimson. The players tread through the pooling blood, hurling insults at her while mercilessly raining down blows upon her injuries, even cruelly digging their hands in her torn flesh. Look, she's quite injured. She must be nearing death. The excruciating pain elicits a piercing shriek from the little girl, her contorted body curling into a tight ball. The less she resists, the thicker the black smoke enveloping the players becomes, their eyes gleaming with a wild excitement. She is still alive, and the completion rule of the game requires a corpse. Another player slowly approaches her, his eyes dark and calculating. Indeed, one wonders if the first to present a corpse will earn a high score. If someone gains a reward for being the first, the rest will miss out. Silently, the players encircle the little girl, their eyes betraying a madness. Perhaps we should tear her into pieces. That way, each player can claim a share. The logic is sound. Let us proceed, for she is on the brink of death. It will only hurt a little. Surely, a monster wouldn't mind? Were she to revert to her innocent form, I might hesitate. But as a monster, it holds no consequence. Kill her and be done with it. With smiles upon their faces, the players gather the weapons discarded by the villagers, machetes, axes, saws, and step closer to the little girl. Brother, save me. The little girl widened her eyes in terror, struggling with her injured body while emitting helpless sounds. Yet to the players, her cries resonated merely as low, guttural roars. One bold player charged forth, swinging an axe that sliced into the monster's flesh, causing blood to splatter in all directions. The girl's pupils contracted sharply as she screamed and recoiled, crying out, "Mom! Mom! Save me!" However, the dark smoke enveloping the players thickened, their eyes glowing even more crimson. In the instant the axe was raised once more, a figure surged forward, tackling the axe wielder to the ground. Have you all lost your minds? You cannot harm her. The corpse, according to the rules, is not her. Zhongmu, pale-faced, stood protectively in front of the little girl, genuinely frightened by the actions of these individuals who seemed so willing to strike without hesitation, starkly contrasting the players from the previous day. Step aside. What difference does it make to you if we slay a monster? She is not one of us. Do you really believe a mere 2 days of nurturing would forge a bond? A monster is a monster. If you shield her now, she will turn and kill you. They shouted menacingly. Do not obstruct our path to victory, or you shall meet the same fate. Zhongmu furrowed her brow, standing firm before the girl and glaring at them. If you insist on killing her, wait for Yin Xiu to return. Let us see if you dare to act in his presence. The opposing players grew frantic, threatening if you do not yield. Do not blame me for striking you down as well. I will not yield, Zhongmu declared, gritting her teeth as she picked up a machete from the ground, glaring fiercely at them. If you dare to strike me, I will retaliate. We are not here to be threatened by our own. We could very well perish here today, and I will ensure you go down with me. The players advanced, undeterred, but Zhongmu struck first with decisive ferocity, her fierce gaze startling them. They swiftly retreated, their expressions shifting to a mixture of complexity and uncertainty, some wavering in their resolve. He truly dared to strike, not merely posturing. He was indeed formidable. Even in such irrational circumstances, those intent on completing the quest were unwilling to face death. Zhong Mu glared at them, recognizing that this was merely a stalling tactic. The dawn had broken, and she was determined to buy time until Yin Xiu returned, ensuring the girl's safety. From the very first day among the players, she had never blended in and had no illusions that these self-righteous individuals would accept her. Since she had defied them for a day, she would see it through to the end, rebelling daily. Chapter 55. Just kill them all. The scene was at a standstill, and the barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy of excitement. What a promising talent. I desperately wish to recruit him to nurture in our little town. Anyone who can associate with Yin Xiu is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yin Xiu is invincible, and he is the embodiment of growth. His future is indeed bright. We must devise a way to lure this individual over. At this moment, half of the comments were fervently praising Zhong Mu, while the other half were frantically cautioning. Listen to me. Pay attention to the little girl. She cannot die. Yes, absolutely not, under no circumstances. For heaven's sake, protect the little girl. If she were to perish, Yin Xiu would surely go mad. These foolish players had me drenched in cold sweat. It took Yin Xiu 6 years of self-cultivation to become gentle, and these reckless individuals were perilously close to triggering his wrath. Once he loses his composure, he becomes a force of terror. Don't ask me how I know. Though it is not my life at stake, it stirs some psychological shadows within me. The mere sight of it is somewhat frightening. I feel the same. The barrage was filled with panicked and bizarre exclamations, leaving other onlookers bewildered. What? They were merely a step away from witnessing the great Yin Xiu lose his sanity? Is the situation truly this perilous? Zhong Mu, wielding an axe, faced off against the group of players, appearing to maintain some semblance of control. Yet he was still at a disadvantage. A player, eager for action, stepped forward again. No matter how fierce Zhong Mu appeared, he was but one man against several. If even one of them managed to take him down, the remaining would pose no challenge. You really are fearless, aren't you? The one at the forefront was Zhang Si, who had long harbored disdain for this newcomer. From day one, he had utterly disregarded orders, and now he dared to obstruct Zhang Si's actions, igniting his anger. I see you are also unafraid of death. Come, try it if you dare. Zhong Mu glared at him, unwilling to yield an inch. Infuriated, Zhang Si exchanged glances with the others, then fixed his gaze on Zhong Mu, poised for an attack. This unspoken tension heightened Zhong Mu's vigilance and awareness, while the other players stealthily maneuvered behind him, preparing for a surprise assault. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, Zhong Mu's grip on the axe unconsciously tightened. This was his first venture into a dungeon and his inaugural confrontation with hostile players. He truly possessed no experience in killing. To claim that he felt no anxiety would be a falsehood. He was not afraid of taking the life of an adversary. Rather, he feared that his strikes might not be decisive enough, allowing for a fleeting moment of hesitation that could grant his opponent the opportunity to counterattack, causing his heart to race with unease. In the silence, Zhang Si detected Zhong Mu's tension and suddenly lunged forward to intimidate him. Startled, Zhong Mu instinctively swung the axe. But in the next moment, a player beside him lunged to pin him to the ground, firmly stepping on his hand that clutched the axe. Quickly, take his axe away. If you can't, then sever it. Don't let him rise. Hold it down. This is for your earlier attempt to strike me. The remaining players approached menacingly, striving to subdue the wildly struggling Zhong Mu and wrest the axe from his grasp. The desperate struggle of the dying reveals the depths of madness. They fear that Zhong Mu may rise and ruthlessly cast them aside. Each one resorts to lethal force, trampling upon his hands and even resorting to stones for assault. In the ensuing chaos, they find it impossible to pry Zhong Mu's vice-like grip from the axe. Fortunately, someone brings forth a new axe, intending to sever his hand to prevent any unforeseen consequences. Amidst the clamor, a portion of the remaining players stand in stunned disbelief. This is nothing short of a lunatic's brawl. They have never witnessed such feral, frenzied expressions on these players, who now resemble the monstrous townsfolk. A little girl, sobbing pitifully, struggles to rise and assist, but with the slightest movement, her wounds bleed anew. Gritting her teeth, she kicks Zhang Si away, only to be struck back by his club. What's the rush? I'll come and kill you in a moment. Zhang Si glares fiercely at her, only to be met with a bite on the shoulder from the girl. "Ah, you monster," he yells, baring his teeth while ferociously striking the girl's head with the club, his gaze turning increasingly crimson. Heavy breaths, intense struggles, screams, curses, and the splatter of blood intermingle, transforming the square into a scene of madness and fervor. At the moment when the victorious players raise their axes to strike Zhong Mu, a chilling voice suddenly cuts through the tumult, like snowflakes descending into the fervent uproar, instantly chilling everyone. "What are you doing?" In an instant, silence envelopes the square as the players turn their heads. Outside the crowd, Yin Xiu's slender figure had appeared there unbeknownst to them. He stood quietly, observing them, his gaze falling upon Zhong Mu on the ground, then shifting to the little girl beside him. He gazed at her wounds, the glaring crimson staining her, and his eyes silently cooled. "What's it to you?" Zhang Si, upon seeing Yin Xiu, grew even more irate, remembering the grudge he held against him for Wang Guang's demise. He glared fiercely, "Dare to meddle, and I'll kill you too," amidst his shouted threats. Other players echoed his belligerence. "Exactly. You always steal our boss's thunder, making yourself seem like the true boss. I advise you not to provoke us now. The boss says she is the key to clearing the game, and so she certainly is. Dare to obstruct us, and you shall not escape our wrath." Amidst the cacophony of insults, Yin Xiu remained unfazed. "Is that so?" he said, coldly regarding Zhang Si, then silently raising his hand. In the ensuing silence, he drew the machete slung at his waist, the sharp gleam of cold steel emerging from its sheath, radiating an aura of icy menace directed at the opposing players. "Did you strike first?" The other players fell silent, yet Zhang Si retorted instantly. "So what if I did? What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are?" In an instant, a cold glint sliced through the air, and the sharp edge of a blade cleanly severed Zhang Si's throat. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, spilling out before he could even finish his words, leaving only a broken sound in his throat. Zhang Si, in shock, raised his hand to clutch his throat, incredulously staring at Yin Xiu, his pupils instantly filled with terror. It was too late. The blood flowed freely, staining his garments, and he stumbled, unable to utter another word before collapsing to the ground. The spreading pool of blood startled those around him, causing the other players to retreat in panic. As if pricked by a needle, their frenzy instantly shifting to fear as they sought to escape from Yin Xiu's vicinity. "Enough," Yin Xiu said calmly, gazing at the fleeing players. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the blood from his blade, his lips parting as he muttered, "Let them all die." This statement left the onlookers in shock. However, in the next moment, Yin Xiu demonstrated his seriousness. In a flash, a white figure surged forth, wielding a sharp long knife that swept through the air, brutally piercing the back of a fleeing player. Withdrawing the blade, he swiftly turned it towards others. As the knife sliced through, blood erupted like blossoms in the air, staining both Yin Xiu's white attire and his weapon. His face remained cold, his gaze frigid, more reminiscent of death than death itself, as he pursued the panicked players through the town. His lithe form resembled a chilling blade, akin to the fierce snowflakes in the biting wind, delivering a fatal strike to each individual he encountered, leaving only crimson and wails in his wake. "Ah, help! Spare me! I was wrong. I didn't mean it." The cries of the players echoed throughout the town, their anguish far surpassing the eerie atmosphere of the place. In desperation, players rushed into the homes of the town's residents, only to be forcibly followed by Yin Xiu, their screams mingling in a cacophony. Now, it was not just the players who were terrified. The townsfolk were equally alarmed. They tightly shut their doors, refusing entry to any player, hiding away in fear of being caught in the crossfire. What did Yin Xiu's slaughter of players have to do with them? They were merely innocent citizens. Yet, Yin Xiu appeared far more monstrous than they ever could be. Chapter 56, Brother Xiu. Hurry and give him a taste of societal retribution. The players involved in the heinous act against the little girl are being hunted down, while those who remained uninvolved hastily retreat to their rooms. The townsfolk dare not show their faces, and the female ghost has yet to appear, resulting in the town being filled solely with the anguished cries of players. Wherever Yin Xiu treads, death follows. His oppressive presence is even more chilling than the day the female ghost emerged. The barrage of comments reflects a collective shiver of fear. Thankfully, I am not one of the malevolent entities within this instance. As long as I intimidate other players into avoiding Yin Xiu, I can still survive in this town. After all, they chose to provoke him, that female ghost, that mayor, sigh. This instance is doomed. At least the little girl remains alive. Had she perished, no one would have escaped this instance unscathed. It can only be said that both the malevolent entities and the players are novices, unfamiliar with Yin Xiu, and have mistakenly provoked the wrong target. Unfortunate for them. Let us see how many of these malevolent entities survive this instance, and whether Yin Xiu might show a hint of mercy. I doubt it. Those who triggered his ire in this instance are in dire straits. The discussions in the barrage reveal that the malevolent entities are now cowed. Yin Xiu has resided in their town for a considerable time. They never provoked him and were utterly unaware of his terrifying wrath. In a town where harmony is valued, where old residents guide the newcomers, and where a certain order is upheld, it is astonishing that a ruthless killer has lived among them for so long. In an instant, everyone comprehended the whispered warnings to avoid approaching Yin Xiu. Who would dare? Within the instance, after a prolonged pursuit, the cacophony of the town gradually faded, until not a single cry remained. Yin Xiu forcefully kicked open the door of a townsman's dwelling, emerging drenched in blood. He took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his emotions, then lowered his gaze to wipe the blade with his bloodied garment. However, as his attire was soaked in blood, the blade remained uncleaned. He chose not to sheathe the knife, but instead turned to walk towards the square. Has he finally finished? A few townsfolk were caught in the crossfire and perished alongside the others, but at last, it seems to be over. No, he still has not sheathed his knife. It seems the end is not yet in sight. Please, do not frighten me. Indeed, the slaughter is not complete. Had he just wiped the blade clean, perhaps it would have concluded, but now that he has not sheathed it, it signifies that there is more to come. How do you know so much? Even such minute details. If you were the one being hunted, you would understand all too well. My apologies for the interruption. The crowd anxiously watches as Yin Xiu, now completely stained in crimson, appears disturbingly fearsome. Stepping methodically towards the square, a sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. The square is now silent, save for the numerous corpses littering the ground, and the feeble form of the monster girl alongside the injured Zhongmu. Even Zhongmu is taken aback by Yin Xiu's return, hesitating to recognize him. Is that you, Master Yin Xiu? Yin Xiu merely nods calmly before approaching the little girl. Her injuries were grievous, and blood flowed incessantly. With her current monstrous form, the more her wounds tore apart, the more blood she lost. There was nothing to mend her wounds, nor anything to save her. Brother. The little girl collapsed weakly to the ground, her voice barely a whisper. It hurts so much. Yin Xiu gazed at her, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the medicine he had brought from the basement, placing the red pill into her mouth. As she swallowed the pill, the little girl's body underwent a rapid transformation, gradually shifting from a beast covered in dark fur back into a girl. Once returned to her human form, her wounds appeared even more horrific, with gaping lacerations marring her frail body, and her arms and legs nearly severed. It was a struggle for her to cling to life, let alone to be saved. Her face was smeared with blood, and the braids in her hair had come undone, leaving it in utter disarray. Her pupils were unfocused as she stared blankly at Yin Xiu, slowly articulating, "Brother." I heard Mother's voice. "Where is she?" "At the edge of the town. Outside. Mother is waiting for me." The edge of the town meant she had to leave the village. One of Mother's rules was to leave the town at night, regardless of which night it was. But it was evident that the little girl could not endure until another night. Yin Xiu lifted his gaze to the sky. He had awakened rather late, and with the pursuit of players, much time had passed, yet nightfall was still some way off. He gently stroked the little girl's hair and spoke softly. "When night falls, I will take you to see Mother. Can you wait a little longer?" "All right," she replied with great difficulty, striving to maintain her breath and not succumb to slumber. Then you must wait here for me, as I have matters to attend to, Yin Xiu inquired gently. The little girl, weary, opened her eyes to gaze at him. Brother, you must come back for me. Yin Xiu's heart tightened at her words for an inexplicable moment, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, though it remained vague in his mind. I will certainly return, he assured her. After speaking, he turned to Zhongmu. Take good care of her. Do not let anyone take her away. Understood? Zhongmu nodded vigorously, determination in her eyes. Yin Xiu then stood, blade in hand. As he prepared to leave, he abruptly remembered something and glanced toward the town's edge, lowering his head to ask Zhongmu, have you seen Liamo, your roommate? Zhongmu shook her head. Wasn't he with you? Yin Xiu pondered. He had not seen Liamo when he awoke. Instead, he vaguely recalled hearing him in a dream, mentioning something about this being nearly over. But he had to prepare a surprise for their next meeting, thus needing to leave first. It was quite unexpected for him to have vanished after sleeping. Forget him, he decided, turning away with indifference, surveying the inn's direction as he wandered about the town. Subsequently, the audience witnessed him leaving the square and forcefully kicking open a villager's door, demanding to know where the mayor resided. The inn serves merely as the mayor's personal collection and a site of criminal activities. All the rooms within are designated for players' accommodation. The mayor does not reside there, and to locate him, one must inquire among the townsfolk. It is in the black house adjacent to the square. It is indeed the first time the townsman has encountered a player entering with a knife to threaten him, leaving him quite startled. Thank you. Yin Xiu nodded slightly, swiftly wielding his knife in a decisive stroke before turning to exit the building. What a ruthless figure. After expressing his gratitude, he proceeded to execute the townsman. Given this fierce demeanor, it seems Yin Xiu is intent on conquering the dungeon. Is he truly preparing to clear it? Surely, he does not intend to slay the mayor. Does he? Yin Xiu has long believed that the mayor is the corpse mentioned in the dungeon's completion criteria. If it is indeed a corpse, he must first ensure the mayor becomes one. Incredible. Yin Xiu is targeting the mayor. Who would have thought that after traversing so many dungeons, one would witness someone wielding a knife to single-handedly confront the dungeon boss? The completion star rating of this dungeon has consistently hovered around 2 stars, primarily because most participants are novices unaware of how to achieve a perfect score, and secondly, due to the formidable nature of the dungeon boss. This particular boss, having never been defeated, underestimated Yin Xiu's capabilities, which emboldened him to provoke him. How reckless! It seems his roommate is not afraid of Yin Xiu at all. Hurry, Brother Xiu, teach him a lesson. Chapter 57. I hope you can maintain your audacity indeed. Brother Xiu, impart some lessons upon him, allowing him to experience the torment we once endured at your hands. Ha ha! I too have braved the rain, and now I wish to witness the mayor's umbrella being torn asunder. Strike him, strike him. A throng of bizarre creatures erupted into madness, rendering the players voiceless. With twilight approaching, there was still a moment to spare, ample time for Yin Xiu to leisurely stroll to the mayor's doorstep. His house, an embodiment of darkness, stood adjacent to the square, its entrance directly aligned with the statue that graced the plaza, exuding a chill unmatched by the abodes of other townsfolk. Despite the recent uproar in the square, the mayor's residence remained shrouded in silence. On the very first day of his arrival in the town, the peculiar townspeople had warmly welcomed him, only to be met with Yin Xiu's blade. The mayor had promptly intervened, yet today he remained conspicuously absent, indifferent to the entanglements between the townsfolk and the little girl, as well as the uproar instigated by Yin Xiu and the players within the confines of the townspeople as homes. The Mayor's Manual, Part 3. In the face of any troubles that may pose a threat to the town's safety, either drive the intruder away or seal them away. The safety of the town is intertwined with your own. Logically, should the townsfolk suffer, he ought to emerge. Perhaps he was still recuperating from the grievances inflicted by the female specter and wished to avoid direct confrontation with Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu lifted his gaze with an air of indifference and forcefully kicked open the door to the mayor's house. A wave of chill washed over him as he stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with black fabric obscuring the windows, allowing not a single ray of daylight to penetrate. The walls of the house, unsurprisingly, were adorned with numerous portraits. Yet, with a peculiar twist, the glass of these frames lay shattered, leaving the images within desolate and vacant. The shards on the floor suggesting they had been broken not long ago. Yin Xiu ambled past the remnants of the portraits, attuning his ears to the sounds emanating from within the house, gradually making his way to the second floor. The entire residence was enveloped in silence, save for a faint rustling from above, indicating that someone had sensed Yin Xiu's intrusion but had yet to act. If he chose to remain still, Yin Xiu would ascend unimpeded. The second floor housed numerous rooms, each window obscured, devoid of furnishings, save for walls adorned with portraits. The lodging served as both a crime scene and an exhibition space, and these items must constitute the entirety of his possessions. However, at this moment, all the glass of the portraits lay in shards, each frame bereft of any figure. Reaching the end of the second floor, the only closed door stood before Yin Xiu, behind which he could distinctly hear the sounds of ravenous consumption. The urgency of the noise compelled him to approach without hesitation. Covered in blood, Yin Xiu still maintained his courtesy and rapped gently on the door, inquiring whether it was convenient for him to enter. The sounds within paused momentarily, with no response forthcoming. After a brief silence, the frantic sounds resumed with even greater urgency. "If you do not open the door, I shall enter uninvited," Yin Xiu stated coolly. Stepping back a pace, he brandished his blade with force, and in a flash of cold steel, the door split asunder, collapsing in a cloud of dust to reveal the scene within. Within the confines of the room stood the mayor, surrounded by scattered portraits and shards of glass. His body was smeared with blood, bearing numerous gaping wounds, each more grievous than the last. Among them, the bite mark from the female ghost on his shoulder had caused the blood to congeal, yet 2 other wounds had appeared, slightly smaller than the gaping hole left by the specter, with crimson rivulets soaking through his garments. In a desperate attempt to staunch his injuries, the mayor was shattering his treasured artifacts, hastily consuming the sealed spirits contained within, oblivious to Yin Xiu's presence. "Has Yaya harmed you?" Yin Xiu inquired from the doorway, his gaze languid and expression unperturbed. The only entities capable of injuring the mayor were the female ghost and, as mentioned in passing by the rules, the child. Given the inexplicable transformation of the child into a monster, he could only speculate. The mayor's expression contorted in an instant. "That woman truly desires my death. After all this time, she can no longer restrain herself and has resorted to utilizing her pawn for a lethal strike." Yin Xiu's gaze remained cold and detached as he nodded. "You have faced her for an extended period. She could neither kill you nor find an opportunity. However, last night, I granted her that chance. The moment she injured you, she immediately arranged for Yaya to deliver a final blow. Yet unexpectedly, you had the townsfolk obstruct her." The mayor turned to regard Yin Xiu with a smile, his face painted in vivid crimson. "Indeed, based on that alone, she cannot slay me. In my domain, no one can bring about my demise." Yin Xiu's expression darkened slightly. "But perhaps you did not foresee that this woman has also deemed me as one of her pawns." He gently swayed the blade in his hand, droplets of blood cascading from its edge to the floor, the air thick with murderous intent, starkly contrasting his frigid tone. "She utilized the monstrous Yaya not merely to exacerbate your wounds or to extinguish your life, but to incite me into killing you. Or rather, to provoke a conflict between us, attempting to draw Li Mo, who was at my side yesterday, into the fray." Given the mayor's evident trepidation towards Li Mo, it is likely that the woman is aware of his terror. To incite my murder of the mayor, she may not possess absolute certainty. But should she escalate the animosity between you and me through Yaya, leading to Li Mo's intervention to assist me in eliminating you, that would guarantee her victory. The mayor chuckled coldly. "It seems you are quite aware of the situation. That woman presumed you to be a mere pawn to manipulate. Yet she has entangled herself in a predicament." His gaze flickered momentarily over Yin Xiu's shoulder, not spotting Li Mo's figure, and expressed surprise. "Did you come alone?" Yin Xiu nodded. The mayor, previously somewhat flustered, now regained his composure. Gradually lowering the unshattered portrait in his grasp, he stood with a smile, appearing significantly more at ease. "Since he did not accompany you, I have little to worry about. How unexpected. He would abandon you at such a critical moment. This indeed presents me with a considerable advantage. The mayor's eyes, fixed on Yin Xiu, brimmed with desire and excitement, while Yin Xiu's gaze remained perpetually impassive, his expression akin to that of one observing a lifeless corpse. The mayor always found delight in Yin Xiu's indifference, feeling a considerable sense of relaxation. I am aware of your capabilities. Indeed, you are quite remarkable in the novice dungeon. However, this is my domain, and should I choose to retain my hold, no one shall exit the dungeon alive. Yin Xiu lifted his gaze deep in thought. Could the mayor truly rank among the bosses he had previously vanquished? His memory recalled the last time he defeated a dungeon boss, which was 6 years ago during the final dungeon, when he was merely 16, a time of youthful naivety. Exhausting all his resources, he barely managed to slay it alone over 2 days. Since then, he had seldom been troubled by the supernatural. In the small town, apart from the Night Lady, no entity dared to linger at his doorstep. Now, witnessing the mayor's keen interest in him, along with his provocative claims of wanting to turn him into a collectible, he nodded slightly and smiled. In truth, I find you rather likable. He then raised his blade, expressing, I admire your audacious and frenzied demeanor. I hope you can maintain that spirit in our encounter ahead. Chapter 58. Your kindness mirrors mine. The moment he uttered those words, a chilling aura emanated from him, causing the mayor to furrow his brow instantaneously. In the next heartbeat, Yin Xiu surged forward, his silhouette slicing through the dimly lit room. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the mayor. A flash of light, and blood erupted forth. The mayor's head fell with a sickening thud, his expression frozen in shock. Yin Xiu turned slowly, regarding the decapitated mayor with a cold gaze. A smirk graced his lips as he mused, if you wish to contain me, you might need a larger frame. What? Instant kill? The man who single-handedly defeated the boss of this dungeon. How could it be anything less? Ha! This novice dungeon's boss was merely a joke. Its quick demise was entirely expected. Over the years, aside from adopting a more tempered demeanor, Yin Xiu's prowess had hardly diminished. The creatures of the dungeon were in grave peril. As a mere creature of this quaint town, witnessing Yin Xiu's swift execution stirred an exhilarating thrill. You've lost your sanity. I suggest you venture beneath Yin Xiu's blade for enlightenment. You truly wish for my ascension, do you? Hold on. Yin Xiu has yet to sheath his blade. The onlookers, observing the dim chamber, noted that after severing the mayor's neck, Yin Xiu did not depart or sheath his weapon. Instead, he leisurely stepped back to a position slightly removed from the mayor. In the next instant, the mayor's head began to roll across the floor, his headless body slowly crouching to retrieve it, reattaching it to his neck. The smile upon the mayor's face morphed into one of wild excitement as he fixated on the nonchalant Yin Xiu. His voice, dripping with exhilaration, proclaimed, indeed, you are the one I have chosen. You surpass all those newcomers. In my time in this dungeon, I have never encountered anyone capable of severing my head. His gaze lingered on Yin Xiu, scrutinizing him closely. Thus far, no one has discovered the means to slay me, yet your blade can inflict harm upon me. Quite unique. Isn't it? Yin Xiu raised his hand slowly, the palm gliding across the blade's spine, leaving a pale mark in its wake. He smiled. It is indeed unique. Care for test? The light and airy words escaping from the lips of someone he found intriguing rendered the mayor's expression dazed, as if Yin Xiu were not there to kill him, but rather inviting him to partake in something delightfully ambiguous. He smiled, licking his lips with fervor, his tone resonant and assertive. I shall transform you into my prized possession, an unparalleled treasure. As he spoke, his blood-soaked form began to twist and swell grotesquely, the flesh of his limbs hardening rapidly. The surrounding frames trembled in trepidation. Yin Xiu observed indifferently as the mayor's body grew larger, transforming into something more beastly. Within mere moments, the semblance of a human face had vanished, replaced by a grotesque visage, panting heavily and drooling as his chest heaved with excitement. Yin Xiu, my treasure. Yin Xiu exhibited little reaction to the aberration before him. With a swift motion, he redirected his knife towards the corner of the room. With a transformed, mayor lunged at him with ferocity. The walls reverberated with a series of resounding crashes, yielding to the force of the onslaught, debris scattering in all directions. Yin Xiu refrained from retaliating, instead purposefully evading and maneuvering, compelling the mayor to attack towards his position. Even within the confines of the cramped space, his movements remained remarkably agile. This one-sided pressure exacerbated the mayor's frenzy and excitement. His gaze fixated on Yin Xiu, whose white attire was stained crimson, gliding elegantly as if he were a snowflake, elusive amidst the biting cold. "I will make you mine," he bellowed, fervently attempting to seize Yin Xiu, the entire second floor trembling under his relentless assaults. Was Yin Xiu merely toying with him? The mayor was led to believe he had a chance to overpower him, as if it were a game. Had he intended to eliminate the mayor effortlessly, there seemed to be an ulterior motive at play. But never mind that. Simply evading was undeniably stylish. Any ordinary player would have been flattened by now, yet only Yin Xiu could evade with such ease. "Go, Brother Xiu." As dawn approached, it seemed few players remained online, yet the barrage of comments persisted, casting doubt on their authenticity. The mayor, after a series of furious lunges that failed to ensnare Yin Xiu, began to sense something amiss. Even a moderately skilled player would appear disheveled after such prolonged evasion. He was growing weary, panting heavily, while Yin Xiu stood there, unperturbed and indifferent, resembling a mobile corpse. "Are you truly a normal person?" The mayor pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Tired?" Yin Xiu inquired coolly upon noticing the mayor's sudden halt. He had no intention of fleeing any longer. Instead, he positioned himself at the doorway, knife in hand, gazing at the mayor. "If you are tired, let us conclude this." The mayor, momentarily bewildered by Yin Xiu's words, questioned what he meant by conclude. Was it this futile chase that he referred to? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yin Xiu's blade sliced effortlessly through the air, severing the mayor's arm with ease, before delivering a kick that sent the mayor staggering. Off balance due to the loss of his limb, the mayor swung wildly with his remaining arm, but Yin Xiu deftly evaded the strike. "Futile. Even if your blade can sever my body, I shall heal before your very eyes." The mayor scoffed, abruptly turning to reclaim his severed arm, only to be rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, in the room he had ravaged with his assaults, the portraits that imprisoned the spirits had been shattered, glass fragments strewn about, and the spirits had long since escaped their confines. The portraits served as a space, the glass as a seal, and only the mayor possessed the means to unlock this seal. He was excessively eager and excited about Yin Xiu, blindly chasing after his silhouette, completely oblivious to the fact that he often struck the frame lying on the ground, shattering the glass and releasing the spirits within. At this moment, the long resentful specters all gazed menacingly at the mayor. The severed arm that Yin Xiu had discarded was swiftly devoured upon being kicked towards them. Now, the mayor could not even hope to retrieve a remnant. "You," deliberately set them free. The mayor's pupils began to tremble uncontrollably. "Indeed," Yin Xiu replied languidly. "Aside from the female ghost capable of restraining you, there is also the calamity you have wrought upon yourself. I thought it a pity for such a large creature to perish here. Why not offer you to them instead?" With a slight smile, Yin Xiu raised the knife in his hand under the mayor's fearful gaze. "How many pieces would you like to be cut into? 10? 20? What? 50? Such benevolence. Are you worried they might not be satiated?" He muttered to himself as he brandished the knife, charging forward with an overwhelming intent to kill. "Then, as you wish, I shall carve you into 100 pieces, for I too am a person of good heart." Chapter 59. Dining with elegance, the glint of the blade danced through the air, followed by the anguished cries of the mayor. He attempted to evade the strike, yet was utterly unable to escape its grasp. Yin Xiu wielded his knife with a swiftness and ferocity that mirrored his own ruthless nature, severing a portion of the mayor's flesh with a clean stroke before pivoting to deliver a kick towards the spirits. The spirits, filled with unbridled fury and resentment, seized any opportunity to assault him, seeking to gnaw on the mayor without delay. He found himself incapable of regaining his composure, let alone retaliate against the ethereal foes. Helplessly, he watched as Yin Xiu's blade descended upon him, eroding his will to resist. In that fleeting moment, it dawned upon him that he had provoked an entity beyond his reckoning. Pondering deeply, he realized that if a being like Liemo, who instilled such palpable terror, had chosen to align with Yin Xiu, then what manner of individual was Yin Xiu? Such a rarefied existence could hardly be within his reach. Lost in thought, another slice from Yin Xiu's knife removed a piece of flesh, which was then tossed to the spirits. Those grotesque entities surged forth, voraciously devouring the offering, their eyes now fixated on the defenseless mayor, brimming with malice. Patience, Yin Xiu cautioned, positioning his blade horizontally before the advancing spirits, his gaze icy and instructive. One must eat with grace and respect the deceased. Even in the absence of culinary finesse, one should cut into portions and savor each bite. Gluttony is the gravest of dining sins. The spirits, glaring at the now mangled mayor, begrudgingly took a step back, awaiting Yin Xiu's next move. Yin Xiu, if you have the audacity, in my life directly. The mayor bellowed, his teeth clenched in fury. He was, after all, a boss of a certain realm, and the audacity of Yin Xiu allowing those he had once slain to consume his very being was a profound humiliation, more agonizing than death itself. Patience, your demise will come in due time. Before that, you shall witness your own impotence. Yin Xiu ambled back to the mayor's side, observing the battered form before him. Leaning down, he whispered into the mayor's ear, "Fear not, I possess a profound understanding of dismemberment. My artistry surpasses yours." In an instant, the mayor was engulfed by rage. Yet before he could unleash his torment, Yin Xiu's blade struck again, silencing his screams. The audience watched, trembling at the gruesome display, feeling that Yin Xiu was far more ruthless than the monsters of the realm. At least those creatures delivered a swift end. Yin Xiu's method was a slow torment, a dual assault on both body and psyche. Ultimately, he fulfilled his grim promise, methodically slicing away while gazing out at the sky, transforming the once whole mayor into small pieces, all under the mayor's conscious awareness, until only his head remained. The spirits, now satiated, observed the mayor's agony, their hatred gradually dissipating. As the mayor's form diminished, many spirits began to vanish from the room. The sky darkened, signaling the onset of night in the small town. Yin Xiu withdrew his gaze, pressing the tip of his blade against the mayor's head. "Are you still alive?" The mayor remained silent, consumed by regret for not feigning death when Yin Xiu had severed his head for the first time. Now he found himself reduced to nothing but a head. The time had come to navigate through the dungeon. Yin Xiu's tone was cold as he lifted the mayor's head and turned to exit. As dusk began to descend, the townsfolk gradually ventured outside. The players were aware that tonight, they were to help the little girl fulfill the final rule inscribed on the note. Even if they dared not confront the townspeople face to face, they had no choice but to emerge from their lodgings. In the square, a few flickering lights illuminated the silhouettes of both groups. The townspeople glared menacingly at the players, their eyes narrowing as they fixated on the frail little girl behind them, exuding hostility. The players could not hand the girl over to the townspeople. Even if she were dead, the task could still be completed, but without her body, they would surely be trapped in this dungeon forever. Tension hung in the air as both sides remained at an impasse. Zhong Mu cautiously grasped an axe, preparing himself for the inevitable confrontation. He could neither allow the players to take the girl nor let the townsfolk seize her. He glanced back at the little girl, who lay weakly atop his coat, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Were it not for following Yin Xiu, he would not have empathized with the grotesque situation. In the dungeon, indifference was the best form of self-preservation. Yet since he had chosen to accompany Yin Xiu, he felt compelled to remain true to his own consciousness. The scene was fraught with tension. Neither side dared to strike first, yet the animosity simmered beneath the surface. Eventually, as the last sliver of light vanished from the horizon, Yin Xiu emerged from the mayor's residence. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention, bloodied and cold. Cradling the mayor's head in one hand while brandishing a dagger in the other, he advanced step by step into the dim light. With each step he took, both players and townsfolk recoiled in fear, none daring to close the distance. The two factions surrounding the square were forcibly pushed aside by Yin Xiu's presence. Then, to the astonishment of all, he placed the mayor's head upon the altar and raised his blood-stained blade, his expression chilling, yet his words surprisingly gentle. "Is there anything you wish to say before you meet your end? I may be inclined to listen." The mayor, having completely lost his body and now reduced to a dying head, gazed at Yin Xiu through vacant eyes, a flicker of light rekindling within his gaze. The exquisitely crafted figure before him, expressionless, clad in bloodied white, was strikingly beautiful yet icy. No matter when he looked upon him, he felt a peculiar joy. This was the most perfect and graceful work of art he had encountered in many years. "I still wish to possess you," he murmured, his words barely escaping his lips when Yin Xiu's blade descended, cleaving the head in two, dark liquid flowing forth and spilling onto the altar. "The mayor? The mayor has been slain? You dare to kill our mayor?" The townspeople's voices erupted, a cacophony of anger and fear, enraged by the murder of their leader, terrified by the presence of someone capable of such an act. Although they were filled with fury, they dared not approach Yin Xiu, choosing instead to vent their anger from a distance of several meters. With an impassive expression, Yin Xiu fumbled at his waist, searching for an extended period until he finally retrieved the ledger he had previously secured there, tossing it down before them with the instruction to examine it. The townsfolk exchanged bewildered glances before cautiously stepping forward to collect the ledger, hastily retreating to the crowd to peruse its contents. After studying the ledger, a profound silence enveloped them. After a brief exchange of looks, one of them finally managed to utter, "Well, that was a commendable act." Typically, the route to victory through the mayor's demise would necessitate the discovery of the ledger from the basement to avert a potential backlash from the townsfolk. However, those capable of slaying the mayor would certainly possess the means to escape as well. The ledger served merely as a precautionary measure. Even individuals who had never ventured into the basement could still pursue the path of eliminating the mayor. Regarding the anticipated backlash from the multitude of townspeople, Yin Xiu assessed their numbers. It was likely that having previously taken a life while carrying a young girl into the town, and subsequently during the pursuit of players, the current count of townsfolk hardly constituted a significant threat. He could breach their defenses even in the absence of a ledger. The only reason for relinquishing the ledger was to ensure the safe departure of Iya. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Yin Xiu remarked, casting a glance at the townsfolk as he navigated through the crowd towards the direction of the little girl. The viewers finally exhaled in relief. They were about to witness Yin Xiu's triumph. It was indeed a first for them to see someone complete the quest by eliminating the mayor. They wondered how many stars he would earn. Excitement surged through them. They prepared themselves, ready to welcome this promising player once the instance concluded. It would be a travesty to let him remain in the other towns. "Understood. My hands are already poised over the keyboard. No one will type faster than I will." One exclaimed, "We're counting on you, my friend. By the way, have you noticed something peculiar?" Another inquired, "What peculiar thing?" Yin Xiu has already slain the mayor, yet his blade remains unsheathed. The realization struck the viewers, who suddenly recognized that despite having finished the task, he still held the knife in hand, showing no intent to sheath it or clean it. A shiver ran through the crowd. Wait, what does he intend to do next? Chapter 60, 5-star dungeon clearance. As previously mentioned, a rather peculiar notion suggests that if he does not relinquish his weapon, there remains a possibility of inflicting harm. The dungeon is on the verge of completion. Yin Xiu, are you not yet satisfied? Any player who engages in the cruel slaughter of malevolent entities shall ultimately face justice. Everyone, let's not rush. He may relinquish his weapon shortly. I have a foreboding feeling that tonight will add another layer to my psychological scars. Amidst the scrutiny of the barrage, Yin Xiu merely navigated through the crowd, his weapon in hand. The townsfolk observed his blade with hearts racing, while the players, equally apprehensive, felt their pulses quicken, and the barrage itself seemed to struggle for breath in anticipation. Yet, Yin Xiu simply traversed the throng and, upon reaching Zhongmu, gently set down his weapon. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the townspeople, players, and barrage alike. Brother, a small girl, her consciousness faint, curled up within Zhongmu's coat, her blood having thoroughly soaked the once immaculate fabric. her frail body shivering amidst the crimson. "I have returned," Yin Xiu murmured, brushing his fingers through her long hair. "I shall take you to meet your mother now." With great effort, the little girl attempted to rise. But as she lifted her head slightly, the gash on her neck became visible. A mere tug would have rendered her pallid, for had she been an ordinary human, she would have perished long ago. "Do not move," Yin Xiu cautioned gently, carefully lifting her into his arms while simultaneously retrieving his weapon. The townsfolk, having perused the records, refrained from attacking him again, and the players, cowed into silence, allowed Yin Xiu to depart with the child unimpeded. Zhou Mu, wary of any unscrupulous players who might target the little girl, brandished his axe fiercely, casting vigilant glances over his shoulder at those who lingered. He too was stained with blood, wounds adorning his hands, and his fierce demeanor dissuaded any would-be attackers. Thus, the trio made their way down the path of the small town, gradually moving toward the outskirts. The night was shrouded in a hazy mist, and outside the town, a blanket of white fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any sight of the little girl's mother. "Is your mother outside?" Yin Xiu inquired softly. The girl nodded in response. Yin Xiu instructed Zhou Mu to remain behind as he stepped into the fog, cradling the little girl. The mist was dense, visibility nearly non-existent. Once Yin Xiu stepped forward, he could scarcely discern the ground beneath him, engulfed in a sea of white. Suddenly, a soft, melodious meow echoed through the fog, seemingly beckoning Yin Xiu forward. The little girl perked up in excitement. It was her mother, guided by the sound. Yin Xiu advanced cautiously until he finally discerned a familiar small figure amidst the fog, the black cat that had leapt from a tree on the day they gathered and led them to the bundle containing her mother. The feline sat there, unwavering, fixated on Yin Xiu's approach. "So the beast cloaked in black fur is in truth a cat," Yin Xiu mused, gently placing the little girl before the black cat. In a similar curse, the townsfolk transformed into monstrous beings, while the little girl's mother remained an ordinary black cat, rational and serene. It gazed at Yin Xiu with a nod, then lowered its head to gently lick the girl's cheek. "Mom!" Tears streamed down the girl's face, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Mom, it hurts so much." The black cat comforted her, nuzzling against her cheek and meowing softly, though Yin Xiu could not comprehend its words. The little girl slowly turned to face Yin Xiu, a sweet smile emerging on her dirt-smudged face. "Brother, I'm going home with Mom now." "Thank you." Yin Xiu nodded, offering no further words, simply urging her to take care of herself. "Brother, you will surely find your sister," the little girl said, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Until you find your sister, I can stay by your side and protect you." A faint smile graced Yin Xiu's lips as he nodded again. The black cat meowed at Yin Xiu, then resumed licking the girl's cheek. Gradually, the girl's spirit emerged from her frail body, which shrank little by little until it transformed into a golden, round coin. The black cat picked up the coin and approached Yin Xiu, placing it before him. "Goodbye, brother," the little girl said with a beaming smile, waving as she turned with the black cat, step by step fading into the white mist. At the moment the girl departed, a familiar announcement resonated in the minds of all players. "Congratulations, player, you have completed the dungeon, the monsters of the town." Dungeon completion star rating, 5 stars. Rating breakdown. Help the little girl complete all her mother's notes, 1 star. Place the little girl's body on the altar, 1 star. Place the woman's body sealed beneath the statue, 2 stars. Place the mayor's body on the altar, 3 stars. Understood the entire background of the town, 1 star. Completion conditions. Help the little girl complete all her mother's notes. Place the mayor's body on the altar, 4 stars. Hidden condition. Understand the entire background of the town, 1 star. Overall star rating, 5 stars. First time 5-star completion player, Yin Xiu. Once the announcement concluded, all players were left in stunned silence, having barely managed a 1-star completion, while Yin Xiu achieved an astonishing 5 stars. However, they acknowledged their own lackluster performance, feeling fortunate to have completed the dungeon at all, and held no grievances regarding the star ratings, knowing their rewards would be modest, just grateful to have survived. After hearing the completion announcement, Yin Xiu waited a moment longer for his settlement notification. Player Yin Xiu, 5-star completion of the novice dungeon. The monsters of the town. Base reward 1,000 by 5. Dungeon assets 5,000. Current total assets 5038. 5. Upon seeing the settlement, Yin Xiu let out a sigh of relief, quite pleased with the outcome. As the base rewards for novice dungeons are typically low, he stepped forward and bent down to pick up the coin left by the black cat. The moment the coin rested in his palm, the dungeon announcement sounded once more. Congratulations, player Yin Xiu has obtained SS-level dungeon item, Yaya as Guardian. Item description: only those who can open her heart will earn her willing companionship. When a tender soul is entrusted to you, please, above all, strive to survive. Item usage: within the instance, any fatal injury can summon Yaya for healing if this item is used within 1 minute. Item limitations: this item may be used only twice per instance and is restricted to the player Yin Xiu. Special note on Yaya: in extremely perilous situations, Yaya permits the player Zhongmu to utilize it once in a special manner. Yin Xiu gazed intently at the final line. Is this the peculiar social intricacies of the bizarre realm? He pocketed the coin and, gripping his knife, beheld a door emerging from the white mist, strikingly similar to the one at his home. However, instead of entering, he tightened his grasp on the knife and turned back towards the town. Unlike Yin Xiu, the other players remaining in the town erupted with joy upon receiving the instance clearance notification, racing towards the town's exit, eager to plunge into the white mist and escape this haunted place. Thus, many fled, while only Yin Xiu emerged from the fog. Zhongmu had yet to depart. He initially believed Yin Xiu had already left and hesitated about whether to leave directly, fearing he might never see Yin Xiu again in future instances. After a moment's wait, he was surprised to see Yin Xiu indeed re-emerging from a mist. Boss Yin Xiu, the instance is cleared. I truly appreciate your guidance this time. Zhongmu joyfully approached Yin Xiu to celebrate together. Yin Xiu nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Zhongmu. Why haven't you left yet? Do you still have matters to attend to? Zhongmu, bashfully scratching his head, replied before I entered. Someone told me that upon clearing an instance, I could change to another town. I wish to know which town you are in. I want to go there. Yin Xiu pondered for a few moments. His town was well established, with elders present, indeed preferable to the chaotic surroundings of others. He replied in a calm voice. The 35th dimensional town. When you arrive, seek out someone named Yi Tianxian. He will arrange a suitable room for you. Excellent, Zhongmu exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, preparing to dash into the white mist. Suddenly, he pivoted back to the stationary Yin Xiu. Boss, why haven't you left? All the other players have gone. Yin Xiu casually shook his head, waving the knife in his hand, squinting at the townsfolk still lingering in the square. I have a few matters to attend to. You should go ahead. Zhongmu followed his gaze and, realizing the implication, nodded in understanding. Then I shall take my leave. Do remember to return to the town early. With that, he swiftly plunged into the white mist, daring not to linger even a moment longer. He was quite perceptive, keenly aware that if the boss were to become reckless, he might inadvertently become a casualty. Chapter 61. They cannot live, and neither can you once Zhongmu departed. Only Yin Xiu remained as the sole player within this instance. The townsfolk exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing as they beheld Yin Xiu, who had just emerged from the white mist. The instance had ostensibly concluded, so why did this individual continue to gaze at them? It was utterly terrifying. With an air of calm, Yin Xiu advanced, wielding his blade, prompting the townspeople to retreat hastily, their vigilance heightened. They were acutely aware that Yin Xiu's return heralded misfortune, yet there was no avenue for escape. Even if they sought refuge within their homes, he would inevitably pursue them. It was said that instances served as the player's prison, a realm where they could only cling to life, devoid of escape routes. Yet now, it was they who found themselves ensnared. Typically, upon the conclusion of an instance, players would swiftly depart, allowing the instance to reset and the monsters to re-emerge, awaiting the next group of players. Never did they anticipate that someone like Yin Xiu would deliberately linger, placing the monsters in a precarious position. As Yin Xiu reached the center of the square, the townsfolk had retreated to the corners, trembling in fear, their eyes fixated on him. What do you intend to do? Why do you not leave? Yin Xiu remained silent, disregarding the swarm of feeble monsters, his gaze fixed upon the statue of a woman that stood in the center of the square. Even in the absence of the mayor, the statue retained its original form, its head sealed by a massive nail, surrounded by talismans and red threads, emanating an aura of dread. Yin Xiu ascended to the top of the colossal statue, peering down at the location of the nail. In full view of the onlookers, he plunged his blade into the nail's opening and began to pry it loose, intent on dismantling the entire statue. The townsfolk's faces drained of color, panic setting in as they rushed forward, exclaiming, "You mustn't touch that. If you release her, we are doomed. She cannot be freed. If she escapes, the entire town will perish. The seal must remain intact. If you release her, you too shall meet your end. You can leave right now. Stop. Please do not proceed." Despite the townspeople's desperate pleas, Yin Xiu remained impervious, continuing his efforts to dismantle the seal surrounding the statue. "Why do you not heed our warnings? If you wish to die, then so be it. But I do not wish to perish." Seeing that Yin Xiu was unyielding, one of the townsfolk could no longer restrain himself and rushed forth, attempting to thwart his actions. Just as he reached the statue, he had yet to grasp Yin Xiu when the latter swiftly drew his blade, severing the man's head with a clean stroke. The bloodied weapon was then returned to the crevice, and Yin Xiu resumed his task, indifferent to the horror unfolding around him. The remaining townsfolk stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with despair. Whether they intervened or not, death awaited them. All they could do was watch. What misfortune had befallen them to encounter a harbinger of death like Yin Xiu? At this juncture, no one could harbor hopes of survival. As Yin Xiu persisted in dismantling the seal, the skies above the small town grew increasingly dark, and a thick white mist began to envelop the surroundings. The footsteps of the woman echoed through the fog, her gaze fixed upon Yin Xiu's destructive endeavors, her expression one of confusion. "Are you assisting me? Do you seek to liberate me from my confinement?" Yin Xiu remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at the woman. With determination, he forcefully drove the knife into the crevice and began to kick at the enormous nail beside it. The fissure widened, threatening to shatter the entire statue. The woman's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. Whether Yin Xiu intended to assist her or not, she felt her freedom was finally at hand. "I shall reclaim my body. That man is dead. My seal is broken. Nothing shall bind me any longer." The smile on her face twisted. Her crimson gaze fixated malevolently on Yin Xiu, her animosity swelling. Although this man had aided her in killing the mayor and was now helping to lift her seal, she never believed that he was genuinely on her side. That sense of hostility was more palpable than ever. However, it mattered not. She could not yet deal with Yin Xiu, but once she regained her body, her power would surpass that of the mayor. Whether or not to kill Yin Xiu would then depend solely on her whims. With a thunderous crack, the seal shattered, revealing a black coffin suppressed beneath the statue. A radiant expression of ecstasy spread across the woman's face as she dashed towards her coffin, her form becoming translucent as she slipped inside. It was over. All was lost. The townsfolk gazed in despair as the woman entered the coffin. The sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering overhead. In stark contrast to the townspeople's hopelessness, Yin Xiu remained unperturbed. After breaking the seal, he turned away, finding a relatively smooth shard of the statue to sit upon and rest. The black coffin trembled twice before slowly creaking open in the chilly atmosphere. Black smoke swirled as a gaunt, emaciated corpse began to emerge from within. Its hollow eyes stared blankly, its body rotting, having morphed into a monstrous form during its long imprisonment. Upon contact with the air, the corpse, much like the mayor, began to swell, its prostrate form towering over Yin Xiu. Beneath the overcast sky, she let out a frenzied roar, her eyes crimson and brimming with murderous intent. "I shall slay you all, kill you, my accomplices." The woman harbored a profound hatred for the townspeople. Her first act of freedom was to charge towards them in the square, viciously tearing at their bodies, crushing them with overwhelming malice. The townsfolk screamed and scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions, but the town served as a prison, a mere replica where players could not escape, nor could the monsters. They could only run within its confines, awaiting the woman's hunt. Ah, how dull. In contrast to the madness and screams erupting from that side, Yin Xiu appeared serene, at peace with time itself. Squinting in contentment, he lazily perched on the stone as he watched the woman wreak havoc, stifling yawn. Contemplating, he found himself seeking an activity and rose to gather the bodies of the deceased townsfolk, stacking them together in a playful manner. There was no doubt Yin Xiu was a peculiar individual. Was this how a great figure passed the time? I failed to comprehend. What do you know? The esteemed Yin Xiu is merely collecting the bodies for them. Such a kind-hearted soul. Why do I find it so hard to believe? Releasing the seal of the female ghost, allowing her to exact vengeance upon the townsfolk without lifting a finger, is indeed a testament to the notion that malevolent individuals will inevitably meet their match. Yin Xiu possesses an astute understanding of this town's dynamics, avenging the little girl in a most fitting manner. Witnessing their prior bullying of her, who could have anticipated that the tables would turn, leaving them subjected to such brutal retaliation? It is truly amusing. As expected, in the presence of Yin Xiu, the monstrous entities within this realm suffer grievously. The fear instilled in these creatures is not without merit. This individual embodies a chilling blend of indifference and ferocity. Once Yin Xiu has completed his grim task, a palpable silence envelopes the surroundings. The woman appears to have exhausted her wrath, returning with a sense of fulfillment after slaughtering the entire populace. She now regards Yin Xiu with keen interest. Do you wish to depart this realm? She inquires with an eerie smile, circling him with a predatory grace, as if probing the waters of a hunt. Should you choose to remain, shall we engage in idle chatter? Yin Xiu responds languidly, his gaze fixed upon her silhouette, fingers tightening around his weapon in silence. Considering that you have slain the mayor and lifted my seal, I shall reluctantly permit your departure, the woman declares with a smile, halting her advance, yet her gaze upon Yin Xiu brims with menace. Yin Xiu studies her stillness, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as his frigid eyes narrow at the massive figure concealed within the mist. I harbor no desire to assist you. I merely find the slaughter of a 3-star difficulty mayor insufficiently satisfying. Without your seal, you hold no allure. The woman smirks, so you have lifted the seal, yet still wish to kill me? With a slight curl of his lips, Yin Xiu's gaze remains unyieldingly frosty. In this realm, every creature must meet their demise the moment I step outside. They cannot survive, and you are no exception. Chapter 62. The player, devoid of humanity and exceedingly vicious, had blocked her. The woman narrowed her eyes, revealing a fierce demeanor. How audacious of you to think you can annihilate the entire dungeon. Initially, I had no such intentions, merely planning to pass through casually before departing. Yin Xiu lifted the knife he held, gazing intently at the woman's silhouette. Thanks to you, I have rekindled the rare impulse to eradicate a dungeon. Yin Xiu's chilling smile not only made the woman tremble, but also sent shivers down the spines of the eerie inhabitants of the town. What he says is true. Why did you provoke him? Heaven and earth can testify that he has become far more temperate since arriving in the town. He no longer emerges at midnight to attack us. How gentle he has become. Oh, it has been a long time since he pointed a knife at me, she mused, a hint of nostalgia creeping in. Do not reminisce. Are you all wishing for death? Shoo, cease your words. The night goddess is enraged. The woman, shrouded in white mist, fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly asked, is it because of that eerie little girl? Yin Xiu remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes. The woman scoffed. Why? She is merely another anomaly. I merely used her to eliminate the mayor. If she perished, so be it. What is so infuriating about that? Flames of anger ignited in Yin Xiu's eyes. You deceived Yaya into touching the altar, compelling her to violate the town's rules. Indeed, because of that infraction, her family became the town's scapegoats. Her grandmother and mother sacrificed to quell the townsfolk's wrath. Correct. You manipulated me into luring Yaya to confront the mayor, leading to her demise. And what of it? Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the perpetually indifferent woman, exhaling a heavy sigh. Enough. I no longer wish to converse with you. He raised the knife towards her, stating, remember this, you detest the townspeople, yet you are no different from them. For your own selfish aims, You led Yaya's family to their deaths. The former townsfolk treated you and your family in precisely the same manner. You're no different from them. In that instant, rage flared within the woman's pupils. How could I possibly be like them? They are a heartless, unfeeling lot. Had they not ignored my death, I would not have become what I am today. When I was pregnant, I wept for help in the inn. Yet the staff turned a blind eye. When I was wrongfully accused of killing those people in the square, the townspeople were well aware, yet none chose to assist me. That damn man, he is just as heartless as the others in this town. They all deserve to die. They all should perish. The woman screamed in a frenzy, her eyes growing ever more ferocious as she fixed her gaze upon Yin Xiu, exhaling a cloud of dark malice. You too. You are cold and unfeeling. You deserve to die. In a fit of rage, she charged at Yin Xiu, her massive form bursting forth from the white mist. Her eyes brimmed with resentment. Unwilling to acknowledge the truth in Yin Xiu's words, she harbored a profound hatred for those individuals, and even in their disfigured state, they bore a lingering resentment akin to the restless spirits that roamed the small town. Day after day, she slaughtered them to quell her fury, her obsession persisting despite her body having long since decayed. Yet, those who gaze long into the abyss ultimately become the abyss. Rest in peace. Yin Xiu uttered softly, closing his eyes. He took 2 steps back, gripping the knife firmly. As the enormous shadow loomed over him, he swiftly turned the blade and struck upward with ferocity. The intent to kill and the resolve manifested in an instant. The moment Yin Xiu closed his eyes, the knife transformed abruptly from a sharp blade into a twisted, black tentacle, forcefully tearing apart the woman before him. She had yet to emit a scream when she was cleaved in two, her face frozen in a look of terror as she fell to the ground. The contorted tentacle swiftly reverted to its ordinary form, and then Yin Xiu opened his eyes. What the hell just happened? Why did everything go black at the moment I attacked? I don't know. All I know is that when I regained my senses, the woman was already dead. Another one down. What boss in this instance could possibly stand against Yin Xiu? Truly a man who has conquered all challenges in the scene. Yin Xiu stood alone in the square, surrounded by desolate silence and desolation. Beneath the oppressive, darkened sky, the town lay strewn with corpses, the houses silent as the grave. His blood-stained figure stood out starkly amidst the carnage, with the bodies of townsfolk, the mayor, and the woman piled together. At this moment, the entire instance was devoid of any living presence, a stark contrast to the first day it began. Time to head back, Yin Xiu muttered lazily, slowly turning to wipe the blade with his garment, stepping over the numerous corpses as he made his way toward the town's entrance. The instance had been thoroughly cleansed. Aside from him, no players remained, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. It was the first time anyone had completed an instance by eliminating all the eerie entities before departing, truly a unique feat others never stood a chance. He rarely struck, but when he did, it was with lethal precision. One could only advise the eerie entities to seek their own fortune when encountering Yin Xiu. The thought of him residing in our small town was even more terrifying. What is there to fear? Just avoid his doorstep. If you see him, simply take a detour. How undignified to say, do you value dignity or your life? Well, life takes precedence, fortunately. The town has rules against killing the eerie, at worst. He would only leave us half dead, unlike the brutalities witnessed in the instance. Is this something to be thankful for? The players who had watched the entire instance were now filled with adrenaline, exhilarated by the sight of the eerie entities lamenting in the chat. Witnessing the instance's eerie beings being ruthlessly dispatched. Typically threatened by these entities, they had never seen anyone carve a path through the instance like this. It was immensely satisfying. Even now that the instance had concluded, they were reluctant to switch to other players' instances. As the scene unfolded, Yin Xiu stepped out of the instance. Yet the screen did not immediately fade to black. The door, once enveloped in white mist, inexplicably vanished. Despite walking for a considerable time, Yin Xiu found no sign of it. Instead, as he continued on, a man clad in prison guard attire obstructed his path. Who is this individual? This is the first time I've encountered such a figure. Indeed, one would expect to exit immediately upon completing a standard instance. What an unexpected turn of events. The players from the town hurriedly took out their notebooks. The guard, with an air of disdain, scrutinized the bloodied Yin Xiu from head to toe, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. He then coldly commanded, "Extend your hand." Yin Xiu, albeit puzzled, complied with a stoic demeanor. The guard then stamped a mark onto the back of Yin Xiu's hand and solemnly admonished him. "Player Yin Xiu, due to violations of special instance regulations and excessive slaying, you are to be subjected to restrictions as a high-risk player and will be transferred to a special prison instance, which will commence in 3 days." With a sigh, he retrieved a display screen from his pocket, rifling through it. The current players are truly remarkable. They acquire a few items and immediately begin exterminating strange creatures, triggering special instances. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Allow me to examine your criminal record. Upon locating Yin Xiu's name, he began to read aloud, "Player, Yin Xiu, a highly dangerous player with multiple complaints from strange creatures." Pausing momentarily, the guard's expression tightened as he continued, "During the instance, you have ruthlessly slaughtered countless strange creatures. Current records indicate SSS level instance, Deep Sea Academy, completed after exterminating all strange creatures. SS level instance, Abyss Swamp, exterminated all strange creatures. Completed. S level instance, exterminated all strange creatures. A level instance, slaughtered. B level instance as well. Slaughtered. C level instance, all. Killed." By the time he reached the latter part of the record, his throat was dry, and cold sweat trickled down his back, feeling increasingly uneasy under Yin Xiu's chilling and terrifying gaze. The final record detailed a particularly heinous act from 6 years prior, where he single-handedly ended an instance before vanishing, leaving behind a trail of complete annihilation in every instance he traversed. This player is exceedingly brutal, devoid of humanity, and deemed extremely dangerous. He has been blacklisted by all instance domain bosses and will be refused entry henceforth. Should this player be discovered entering an instance again, immediate expulsion will be enforced. Upon concluding the reading, the guard, with tears welling in his eyes, cast a glance at the stamp on Yin Xiu's hand and slapped himself hard. Damn it. Once this stamp is affixed, there's no turning back. Chapter 63. The Chosen One. Hence the name Tianxian. Why did he not examine the criminal record before stamping it? Why? The warden's expression was inscrutable. Compared to his previous arrogance, he now appeared exceedingly respectful. He leaned slightly forward, tentatively inquiring of Yin Xiu. "I have already reviewed your criminal history. You have now reformed, correct? Engaging in violence daily is detrimental to one's health. Occasionally, a bit of self-cultivation and a foray into a dungeon can serve as a refreshing diversion. Wouldn't you agree?" Yin Xiu, drenched in blood, offered a slight smile. "You are right. Once this prison dungeon is stamped, it will automatically draw the player in 3 days, and cannot be altered. You see." The warden rubbed his hands nervously, his face pale. "After you enter, could you perhaps take a bit easy?" "What do you mean?" "Well, just—" The warden stammered hesitantly, "perhaps spare a few lives, or something of that nature." Yin Xiu nonchalantly nodded, "I will do my best." His overly casual response only heightened the warden's anxiety. Yet, whether to kill or not was a matter for Yin Xiu to decide once he entered the dungeon. The warden, feeling helpless, respectfully stepped aside, saying, "You should return to rest. Having just slain some monsters must be exhausting. It's essential to restore your energy. I shall not disturb you further." Yin Xiu nodded, and, appreciating the warden's sincerity, he passed by him and departed. After all, he was a gentle person and would not indiscriminately wreak havoc. Watching Yin Xiu fade into the distance, the warden glanced once more at the prison dungeon record, now inscribed with Yin Xiu's name, and was seized by a cold sweat. "This is bad, very bad. What have I done?" he lamented, slapping himself in frustration. "How could I have brought this harbinger of death into the dungeon? All the monsters in this instance are surely doomed." The warden fixed his gaze on the crimson completion record, which indicated that, thus far, including this newly accessed beginner dungeon, Yin Xiu had left a path of destruction in his wake. The next dungeon would undoubtedly not break this record of annihilation. Perhaps I should return now to report this news. Maybe it's not too late to convene an emergency meeting. The warden, weeping, clutched the record as he vanished into the mist. The comments from spectators were equally stunned. Firstly, They had never heard of a prison dungeon specifically targeting high-risk players. Secondly, the fact that Yin Xiu's past record was entirely a massacre. If he had spared even one life, it would not be a complete red record. What manner of living demon is this? Finally, there was the exclamation of delight. Ha! Yin Xiu has finally been caught. Truly, any player who delights in slaughtering monsters will face justice. Is it possible that he might conquer this prison as well? This was laughable. This prison dungeon was a gathering place for high-risk players from all dungeons, filled with nefarious characters. To confront such villains, the dungeon must surely be more treacherous. I have heard whispers of its horror. Even Yin Xiu would surely face some hardship within. A complete conquest seemed unlikely. Ah, these minor monsters, narrow-minded as they are, await the day when I, the illustrious Yin Xiu, shall triumph over them. Dare you to provoke me? Best not to close your eyes at night. With me, Brother Xiu, around, what have you to fear? Should it come to it, I shall bow at his doorstep. Are you bold enough to come? Wait and see. For 365 days, I shall bide my time until Yin Xiu is absent. In 3 days, I will confront you. I was wrong, Brother Gui. Your words are as audacious as your reckless kneeling. As the mist dissipated, Yin Xiu exited the familiar door, returning for the instance to his room. At that moment, the rule-bound town was basking in daylight, and the night lady was no longer at the entrance. Light streamed through the window, illuminating the disarray within. Remnants of battle left Yin Xiu feeling utterly drained. Outside, the clamor of the day contrasted sharply with the somber stillness of his room. Surveying the chaos, he began to calculate the expenses required for repairs. The marks on the walls were one thing, but his bed had also been flattened by the night lady, rendering immediate rest impossible. He resolved to procure some supplies first. Fortunately, having just completed an instance, he had accrued some assets to indulge himself. In the rule-bound town, the expenses of daily life must be covered by the assets obtained upon clearing instances. Each town has a shop that offers a plethora of items, but only accepts these instance assets for payment. Since leaving the instance 6 years ago, his assets had only dwindled, and his previous approach of disregarding star ratings had led to minimal gains. After 6 years of frugality, he had exhausted his resources. Living on mere tea and water had not pleased the night lady, who found his existence particularly unsatisfactory. He needed to prepare something special for her, hoping she would refrain from visiting again that night. Hastily changing into a fresh set of clothes, he disregarded the lingering scent of blood and set out to gather supplies, intent on completing the repairs and offerings before nightfall. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned to survey the room once more. It seemed that Li Mo had not followed him out. He had vanished at the end of the instance and had not returned to the room. Perhaps he had departed. Yin Xiu was uncertain, but without the peculiar presence of that individual beside him, he felt a sense of relief and turned to exit, heading toward the shop at the end of the alley. Upon stepping outside, however, Yin Xiu immediately sensed something was amiss. He halted in the quiet alley, glancing back over his shoulder, squinting into the shadowy recesses. Upon re-entering his room, he had felt a chill, as if an icy presence lingered, which was understandable given the earlier company of Li Mo and the night lady. Yet now, outside, he still felt that same coldness, as if that chill had followed him. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he resumed his path, but after a few steps, he paused once more. Now, not only was the distinct chill palpable, but a sense of being watched enveloped him without restraint. It felt akin to an echo of Remo. Yet this sensation was significantly less oppressive than when Remo himself was by his side, as if it were a fragment of Remo. Yin Xiu was momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts. He could discern a part of Remo from an unknown presence, and he felt somewhat influenced by it. He relinquished the pursuit of the origin of this presence and continued on his errand. After procuring tools to repair the doors and windows, as well as acquiring a new bed, he found that more than half of his assets had dwindled. Following this, after purchasing offerings for Lady Night, very little remained of his resources. With a heavy expression, Yin Xiu trudged back, burdened by numerous packages. He assured himself that with these offerings, Lady Night would indeed visit him again tonight, and he vowed that moving forward, he would only consume plain water, no more excess. The larger items, such as the bed, would automatically be placed in his abode, yet he would have to repair the doors and windows himself. He could not afford brand new fixtures, and thus, he had grown accustomed to the task. No one in the entire town was more self-sufficient and versatile than he. Good afternoon. Upon returning to his doorstep, Yin Xiu encountered a familiar figure standing before his door, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Clad in a casual white sweatshirt, the individual had gentle facial features, with a hint of mixed heritage. Their clear blue eyes and delicate brows were the type that would send the mayor into a frenzy of joy. Yet their pallor suggested a lack of vitality, exuding a fragile essence that made them appear as though they could be easily broken in the perilous environment of the small town. This was the current overseer of the rules in the town, Yin Xiu. Chapter 64. Is it really a problem to raise a monster as a pet? Yin Xiu coldly nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards his doorstep. Upon his return, he found an array of boxes, large and small, piled up at his entrance. Yin Xiu glanced at the boxes. Did you bring these? Yin Xiu shook his head, a teasing smile adorning his face. They are offerings from other players in the town for you. What offerings? I'm not some goddess of the night, Yin Xiu replied, exasperated. Yet he opened the door and began to clear the clutter into his home. Yin Xiu followed suit, effortlessly settling into a chair by the window, brewing himself a cup of tea, savoring it while observing Yin Xiu repair the door. After your dungeon run, the players in the town have significantly altered their perception of you, Yin Xiu remarked, resting his chin on his hand, rambling on. I've spent 3 years educating them to keep their distance from you, and then you go and collapse their assumptions the moment you enter a dungeon. Indeed, you have no idea how exhausting it is to prevent players from self-sabotaging. The veterans tend to be overly confident and rebellious, while the newcomers are so naive that they easily find themselves in trouble. They already struggle to survive living together, yet they desire to share a room with you, the most perilous among us. It's akin to seeking shortcuts in life. The bizarre creatures in the town cannot harm you, yet they fixate on those around you. A moment's carelessness can lead to death, but they simply do not comprehend this. Indeed, managing the town is exceedingly challenging, aside from gathering strategies within dungeons. I spend my time teaching players outside of them. Even now, with the town's environment relatively stable, some individuals still manage to bring about their own demise. Yin Xiu's frustration mounted as he continued to speak, his furrowed brow contrasting sharply with his usually gentle demeanor. Do you think I have them distribute rule sheets in town every day for no reason? Just moments ago, I reprimanded someone for bringing in new players, and he promised to take care of them, only to return and get them killed. Now, I've lost another promising recruit. Yin Xiu, maintaining his indifferent expression, tapped rhythmically on the door, feigning agreement. You're absolutely right. When Yin Xiu refrained from complaining, he was indeed warm and amiable. However, the mention of the town ignited his ire. As the town's administrator, he had perfected the art of its operation. Every newcomer was nurtured within a safe environment, equipped with rule sheets, supported by fellow players, and guided by veterans through dungeons, with comprehensive strategies meticulously recorded. In contrast to other towns, Yin Xiu's cultivated community had developed an entirely new survival atmosphere, marked by an impressively low mortality rate. In other towns, newcomers often perished on their first night due to a lack of guidance, surviving solely through luck and wits, with only a few managing to live on, thus fostering a sense of pride among the veteran players, who possessed ample reason to be arrogant, yet were also susceptible to the perils of such hubris. Yin Xiu's management of the town, however, was an entirely different narrative. Under his leadership, the first generation of players diligently established rules, crafted strategies for dungeons, and imparted this knowledge to newcomers. Once these novices matured into seasoned experts, they would guide the next wave, ensuring that the experienced players educated the new arrivals, thus facilitating their swift adaptation to the environment, understanding the perils of the dungeons, and minimizing mortality rates. The dungeons are ruthless, yet this small town serves as a sanctuary amidst the storm for newcomers. Yin Xiu's contributions are invaluable, and Yin Xiu's influence subtly enhances the town's achievements. He embodies the light of the town, while Yin Xiu represents its shadows. One leads the players, while the other suppresses the lurking horrors, creating a harmony within the town that surpasses others. Yi Tianxian is uniquely capable of engaging with Yin Xiu without fear of attracting the monster's attention. He holds a special significance for both the town and the dungeons. Cough. How infuriating. In his haste to speak, Yi Tianxian began to cough. His already pallid face turned even more ashen, and he hurriedly took a sip of water to steady his breath. Yin Xiu paused from his task of hammering and glanced back at him, inquiring about his health. Still the same, Yi Tianxian replied with a faint smile, aware that his days were numbered, yet he was not ready to succumb just yet. Yin Xiu nodded and returned to his work. His approach to dungeons was one of ferocity, relying on sheer strength to navigate through them effortlessly. However, not everyone possessed such prowess. Others had to pay a price to traverse the dungeons smoothly. Yi Tianxian, in his quest to provide strategies for the town, ventured into the dungeons frequently, risking his life but emerging unscathed. He was unconcerned, and no one could deter him. Yin Xiu had grown accustomed to Yi Tianxuan's increasingly frail condition, even tolerating his intrusion to partake of his precious tea. I've finished reading the last part of your dungeon strategy. Your next dungeon, the prison dungeon, is in 3 days, right? After venting about trivial matters, Yi Tianxian finally broached the main topic. Yin Xiu glanced at the stamp on the back of his hand, a black prohibition symbol, and nodded. I haven't been to that dungeon either. Previously, I encountered a jailer after finishing another dungeon, but that jailer was different from this one. He walked away upon seeing me. I had no idea such a dungeon existed. I have never faced the monsters in the dungeons, so I wouldn't trigger this one. Yi Tianxian regarded Yin Xiu thoughtfully. I wish to gather information about this unique dungeon. Would you take me with you when you enter in 3 days? After pondering for a moment, Yin Xiu saw no issue with this arrangement, as he currently had no roommate. When the dungeon reset, he could simply place Yi Tianxian in a room, and they would be drawn in together. Once inside the dungeon, their differing approaches would lead them to part ways, allowing them to operate independently. Yet, given their friendship, sharing a ticket would not be out of the question. It's feasible, but are you certain you want to go? Yin Xiu scrutinized Yi Tianxuan's condition. That is a perilous instance, fraught with dangers far exceeding those of ordinary scenarios. Given Yi Tianxuan's precarious condition, he possesses merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of emerging unscathed, which would constitute a grave loss for the town. I believe I am capable. Yi Tianxian smiled serenely as he caressed the ring on his ring finger. My ambition is to conquer the entire instance. It is imperative that I do not miss this one. However, I am not particularly inclined to hunt a multitude of ghastly creatures solely for this instance. Indeed, Yin Xiu nodded, tacitly agreeing. He understood, for like Yi Tianxian, he too harbored a kind heart. The door was nearly repaired, and it was time to attend to the windows. He then picked up his toolbox and moved to the window, ushering Yi Tianxian aside. Upon drawing closer, Yi Tianxian suddenly fixed his gaze intently on the air beside Yin Xiu, unblinking. What is that beside you? Did it come back from the instance? Yin Xiu responded with a puzzled expression as he turned to look at the space adjacent to him, finding nothing there. Yet, he could distinctly sense the presence of something. It appeared to be a vague, distorted black mass. Yi Tianxian gestured, attempting to describe it, but struggling to articulate his thoughts. It was as if it were surrounded by numerous tendrils, encircling you in a manner that suggested a desire to touch without actually doing so. The tendrils even bore eyes, all fixated on you. This, he pondered, rigorously analyzing the image in his mind. Is this your newly acquired pet? Chapter 65. The night lady's midnight snack. Yin Xiu remained silent, gesturing beside him as his hand passed through the air, grasping nothing. Do you really think I would keep a pet I cannot touch? Yi Tianxian gazed at his hand, deep in thought. As he reached out, the tendrils that had been swirling around him instantly coiled around his fingers, their tips adhering to his skin, the eyes upon them quivering, seemingly exuberant. The dark, writhing appendages wrapped around Yin Xiu's clean arm, the stark contrast of black and white creating an unexpectedly ghastly yet captivating sight. Is it truly not a pet? Yi Tianxian mused, observing the entity that appeared to respond to him, as if it had ensnared itself willingly. Indeed, Yin Xiu nodded, dismissing the invisible mass that Yi Tianxian described. continuing to reinforce the window with his hammer. After all, it was invisible and he could not shake it off, so he chose to ignore it entirely. You certainly have a knack for attracting peculiar entities, Yi Tianxian remarked, nodding in acceptance. Given its apparent lack of malice towards you, it may not pose a significant threat. It will eventually reveal itself. He then turned his attention inward, recalling that he had seen a roommate in the instance before. Where is he? He must have left, Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly. Must have? Or is it this thing beside me? Yin Xiu gestured towards his shoulder. Yi Tianxuan's expression froze slightly. What kind of creature could be a grotesque companion, smiling eerily with an unknown origin and transforming into invisible tendrils beside you? He pondered, doubting it was anything benign. Muttering to himself, he twisted the ring on his ring finger again. As he spoke, the eyes on the tendrils swiftly turned towards him. He could feel the chill enveloping him, exacerbating his already discomfort state. Although there was no overt hostility or warning directed at him, it was undoubtedly scrutinizing him. Well, as long as you don't let the strange entity torment you to death, I'll inform you about the instance, and then take my leave. Yi Tianxian stood, downing the remaining tea in one gulp, and waved as he exited. Yin Xiu nodded, glancing at the darkening sky. It would soon be night. After he finished dinner and took a shower, he could finally rest. He hoped the night lady would refrain from disturbing him tonight, as he was already quite fatigued from the instance. With that thought, Yin Xiu hurried to the refrigerator and retrieved the meat he had purchased, generously piling it into the iron bowl at the door. The small bowl brimmed with raw meat, more than that offered by other residents, sufficiently demonstrating his sincerity. After completing the final repairs, Yin Xiu locked the door and window before preparing his dinner. After eating and showering, the darkness outside deepened, accompanied by the sounds of cats mewing. As he washed his face in the bathroom, Yin Xiu glanced at the mirror. Previously, he had struggled with sleep, sporting dark circles under his eyes. However, the night before departing the instance, he had been led to a coffin by Liemo, experiencing a peaceful slumber that had significantly eased his spirit. Uncertain of his intentions, it was evident that he posed no hindrance to Yin Xiu's traversal of the dungeon, nor did he exhibit any signs of danger. In fact, he seemed to make Yin Xiu's experience somewhat more comfortable, leading to a diminished aversion towards his presence. A fleeting glance directed towards his shoulder prompted contemplation. Was there genuinely a shadowy mass clinging to his side? Typically, when Yi Tianxian claimed to see something, it was indeed present. Yet whether this entity was Li Mo remained ambiguous, as Yin Xiu had never witnessed Li Mo displaying a similar demeanor. He reached out once more, his fingers grazing his shoulder. He felt a chilling sensation, as if something truly existed there, yet he could not grasp anything tangible. Yin Xiu furrowed his brow as he gazed at his hand. It seemed that the mere act of touching summoned an icy presence that enveloped his fingers and coiled around his wrist. The response he received was quite pronounced, revealing no attempt at subterfuge, mirroring Li Mo's characteristics perfectly. Shaking his hand in an effort to dispel the chill proved futile, prompting him to disregard it entirely. He dimmed the lights and reclined on his bed, drawing the covers around him, listening to the sounds outside as he awaited the arrival of the night lady. This evening, her arrival was somewhat delayed. The cold wind swept through the narrow alley, rendering the dimly lit path eerily silent. Within moments, delicate footsteps echoed, steadily approaching the alley. True to form, she indulged in her nightly feast, savoring morsels from each doorstep until she reached Yin Xiu's home, at which point the crunching abruptly ceased. There were no departing footsteps, nor any furious raps upon the window. The profound silence left Yin Xiu perplexed. Had he perhaps misjudged the quantity of meat he had procured at great expense? Outside, the night lady gazed in bewilderment at the small iron bowl, nearly overflowing with meat, lost in a prolonged reverie. After 6 years of receiving only a bowl of clear water or tea, the sudden abundance of meat was disconcerting. The daily nuisance of tapping on Yin Xiu's window had vanished. Ultimately, with a hint of dissatisfaction, the night lady hastily devoured her bowl of meat and prepared to leave. Yet, feeling somewhat unsettled, she turned back to knock twice on Yin Xiu's window, dislodging 2 nails before departing. Once assured of her absence, Yin Xiu finally exhaled, having initially feared another restless night upon hearing the tapping. Now, tranquility had finally returned. He succumbed to slumber, securely closing his eyes in anticipation of a restful night. However, as silence enveloped the room, the chill beside him grew restless, slithering and entwining around his waist, quieting only once it fully enveloped him. Yin Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, brow furrowed in concentration as he stared into the abyss. Wait a moment, this familiar sensation. How does it resemble the eerie entity that ensnared him nightly in the dungeon? Wasn't that creature supposed to be confined to the realm of the dungeon's rules? Having completed the dungeon, it should not have followed him into reality. Yet this inexplicable familiarity. The room remained silent for a few seconds before Yin Xiu's voice emerged, laced with an ominous tone. Could it be that the entity from the dungeon is actually you? The chill enveloping him swiftly retreated, coiling into a small, motionless mass beside him. In the shroud of darkness, Yin Xiu's cold gaze drifted towards the edge of his pillow. Though sight eluded him, he silently locked eyes with the myriad of appendages surrounding him. His voice, laced with barely contained ire, muttered a warning, "You'd best not cross my path within this realm." The chill remained unmoving. Yin Xiu could neither grasp nor touch it. Yet he managed to suppress his anger and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The room fell into a profound silence. The chill dared not encroach upon him again, and he quickly succumbed to sleep, though his dreams were plagued by furrowed brows and murmurs of threats. "Should you dare approach my bed again, I shall cleave you into 18 pieces." The appendages coiled tighter into a diminutive ball, shrinking further still, refraining from encroaching upon Yin Xiu once more. Chapter 66. The New Instance. The extreme city. Upon returning to the small town, Yin Xiu's days unfolded much like before. He would wake up, tidy his belongings, and take his fishing rod to the lakeside to pass the time, patiently awaiting the prison instance 3 days hence. The transformations within the town were rather significant. Previously, players would evade him at lightning speed, fearful of any interaction. Now, as he traversed the square, their gazes had turned fervently eager and attentive. Even the announcements over the loudspeaker had shifted in tone. The townsfolk understood that as long as they adhered to the rules, calamity would not befall them. They learned from the seasoned veterans around them, earnestly heeding their counsel, and by steering clear of peril, they too could aspire to become formidable figures in due time. Here, I sincerely encourage everyone to set Yin Xiu as their aspiration, striving to attain a stature akin to his. In the future, no instance will pose a challenge. Once one individual attains greatness, the entire town can follow suit, passing down this legacy through generations. One day, our town shall witness no more deaths at the hands of malevolent creatures. In a shadowy corner, a creature cursed its misfortune. As Yin Xiu departed, the loudspeaker continued its relentless exhortation to the newcomers. With an expression of indifference, Yin Xiu arrived at the lakeside, preparing his fishing gear for the elusive fish he could not catch. Suddenly, he recalled that on the first day, Li Mo had seemingly plunged into the lake to catch fish for sustenance. He gazed intently at the waters for a considerable time, causing the creatures lurking beneath to tremble in fear. It was only when Yin Xiu relinquished his attempt to wade into the water and resumed ordinary fishing that the creatures finally felt at ease. When the situation became dire, they would also strive to masquerade as mere fish. Yin Xiu's days passed in a tranquil monotony, each day mirroring the last. Time swiftly flowed until 3 days later. Yi Tianxian visited his room, and the two were simultaneously drawn into the instance. As the moment arrived, a new room appeared on the square screen, displaying the information of the two players simultaneously. Congratulations to the players for entering the instance. Extreme City, player names: Yin Xiu, Yi Tianxian. Gender: male, male residence, Alley 401. Dimension 35, Town A. 103 instance assets, 331, 155, 111 instance progress. Complete, 98. Observing the information displayed on the screen, the entire town erupted in exhilaration. There was no doubt that they would watch Yin Xiu's second venture into the instance, and the same went for Yi Tianxian. They were compelled to witness it, ensuring someone would document the strategies. However, when the two entered the instance together, who among the townsfolk dared not to watch? They surged forward in unison. As Yin Xiu's information was once again transmitted within the instance, the once dominant and ferocious creatures that had mercilessly crushed players wept inconsolably. He has arrived. He has arrived. And he has brought Yi Tianxian along with him. He felt his thirst for battle was insatiable and has come with an ally. We are doomed. Oh dear. Is it too late for me to request a change of instance? No one is permitted to leave. We are all part of the same instance. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. Everyone must meet their end today. No one is allowed to escape. By the way, what does the warden think? His stance can be summed up in 4 words. Just get through it. It appears that the other copies of the eerie creatures are reluctant to approach, and the new specters have been frightened off by Yin Xiu's prowess. No boss from any copy dares to enter upon hearing his name. Even the warden may not escape this time. Has the request for non-damaging specters been approved? It was rejected. Fear not, for the mode of this dungeon is quite challenging. To suppress Yin Xiu, we have also applied for special player restrictions. I feel there is still a glimmer of hope for our survival. Let's persevere, everyone. United we strive. Amidst the wailing cries of despair, the dungeon officially commenced. The pitch-black screen flickered and gradually revealed the scene. Within a dismal solitary cell, a dim light illuminated Yin Xiu's pale face. The wind whispered through the narrow, iron-barred window, tousling his hair. The figure in the frame lay in serene slumber, tranquil and utterly pleasing to behold. In the next moment, Yin Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold, dark orbs that harmonized perfectly with the chilling atmosphere. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Realizing he was reclining on a rudimentary single bed, enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any presence. This time, there was no announcement for the dungeon. Am I inside? Yin Xiu murmured as he rose to his feet, only to be jolted by an unsettling realization regarding his state. His hands were shackled with a pair of obsidian handcuffs, securely fastening his wrists. The chain connecting them was of moderate length, restricting his movement considerably. His attire had transformed into a black and white striped prison uniform, devoid of any superfluous items, including the knife that once rested at his waist. Furrowing his brow, he acknowledged that it was indeed the first time he encountered a dungeon that confiscated his weaponry. Not only was his mobility restricted, but even his possessions were seized, displaying an evident intent to prevent him from retaliating. He swiftly searched the room. It truly resembled a solitary confinement cell, with everything designed for one, lacking any implement capable of inflicting harm. Plastic cups, wooden toothbrushes, square towels, and even the corners were more rounded than usual. Yin Xiu conducted a cold and methodical search, eventually uncovering a familiar rule sheet beneath the pillow, but contained only 2 sentences. Extreme City is a realm of freedom. Upon entering, no one shall impose limitations upon you. Hence there are no rules. Dungeon clearance condition. Leave Extreme City unrestrained and conscious. Upon reading this, the comments erupted in confusion. Where are the rules for survival? Why is there only a clearance condition? It states that there are no rules in this dungeon. Can it be true? I find it hard to believe. However, the absence of rules is indeed peculiar. Interestingly, this time the rule sheet specifies clearance conditions rather than rules. It is astute in its avoidance of the term rules. Not only were the comments bewildered, but Yin Xiu also fell into contemplation, fixating on the words for an extended period. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Someone paused at his threshold before peering through the small window in the door. A stranger's face appeared, marred with blood, suggesting some recent, horrific endeavor. The sight was truly chilling. He caught sight of Yin Xiu and immediately barked. Inmate 401, step forward at once and assemble in the lobby below. Yin Xiu raised his gaze, coolly nodded, and opened the door. His overly indifferent compliance momentarily startled the guard at the entrance. The cell door creaked open, revealing a figure standing outside, a prison warden clad in a meticulously tailored yet retro black uniform, an amalgamation of modernity and classicism, evoking a peculiar blend of a jailer and a prison officer, made all the more eerie by the blood that stained his attire. Most players entering this place were notorious villains who would typically dismiss the presence of a warden, either questioning them defiantly or resorting to violence. However, Yin Xiu remained quiet, standing at the threshold and scrutinizing him, an unsettling gaze that inexplicably instilled unease in the warden. His eyes lingered on Yin Xiu's prison garb, pondering for a long moment. A red-clad inmate. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, glancing down at his attire, which was not red but black and white. The warden hesitated briefly, opting to retrieve his record book, intending to inquire about the inmate's name before determining his subsequent demeanor and tone. Inmate 401, state your name. Chapter 67. The city of extreme pleasure is free. Yin Xiu gazed at him with a faint smile, politely introducing himself. My name is Yi Tianxian. Upon hearing this, the prison guard instantly relaxed, swiftly rifling through his record book until he located Yi Tianxuan's name. Indeed, there was a record of this player entering the current instance, and he was noted for an impressive completion rate of 98%. The guard had heard of this individual, although his reputation was not particularly stellar. He had always adhered to the rules within the instance. Rather than engaging in combat with the enigmatic creatures, he preferred to meticulously uncover the clues and information before making his exit. It was perplexing to think that such a meticulous player would find himself in this predicament. With a completion rate of 98%, he could certainly be deemed a high-risk player when it came to confronting the enigmatic creatures. After murmuring to himself for a moment, the guard nodded, tucking away his record book with a meaningful pat on Yin Xiu's shoulder, conveying an understanding of occasional errors, while reminding him to conduct himself properly upon his release. Regardless of who it was, as long as it wasn't Yin Xiu, all would be well. Yin Xiu nodded expressionlessly, acknowledging the sentiment. The guard felt a sense of relief at Yin Xiu's compliance. Such calm and composed reactions were understandable, as he was indeed a commendable player, unlike those inept players he had dealt with earlier. All right, follow me. As long as you don't err and remain obedient until we gather in the main hall, you should be fine, the guard kindly advised, leading Yin Xiu to the next solitary cell. Yin Xiu quietly trailed behind him, unfolding the rules sheet he had found in the cell. The paper bore no written rules, leaving him to navigate the situation on his own. Since this was a prison instance, it was reasonable for him, as a prisoner, to tell a few lies to deceive the enigmatic creatures. However, the guard surprisingly failed to notice this, which aligned perfectly with the phrase on the rule sheet. The city of extreme pleasure is free. Yet, Yin Xiu remained skeptical. A rule-bound instance would not truly lack regulations, and the less information available only heightened the danger. He followed the guard forward until they reached the entrance of the second cell. The guard, as usual, peered disdainfully through the small window before loudly barking. Player 103. Step forward. Assemble in the main hall immediately. Upon hearing the assigned number, Yin Xiu froze. 103. Wasn't that Yi Tianxian? Just moments ago, the guard had called him 401, his designation in the small town. Now, having just assumed another's identity, the original owner had appeared. What a stroke of ill fortune. Yin Xiu cautiously leaned forward, and indeed, standing at the open door was the pale, fragile-looking Yi Tianxian, resembling a delicate flower. He emerged, coughing into a folded rule sheet while looking ashen, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment. The guard's expression was equally complex upon seeing Yi Tianxian. He surveyed the frail player, who seemed on the brink of collapse, and wondered how the current instances had become so lackluster as to allow someone so fragile to rise to the status of a dangerous player by vanquishing enigmatic creatures. The guard shook his head in disdain, sighed softly, and pulled out his record book, addressing Yi Tianxian coldly. State your name. Yi Tianxian cast a glance at Yin Xiu, who was gesticulating fervently behind the prison guard. For a brief moment, confusion clouded his mind as he observed Yin Xiu's hands circling in the air. What was this all about? Was this some sort of game? After all, he considered himself a serious individual, one who had always approached matters with utmost sincerity. Clearing his throat, Yi Tianxian adopted a solemn demeanor and proclaimed, I am Yin Xiu. The instant those words escaped his lips, the prison guard felt an inexplicable weakness in his legs, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the frail Yi Tianxian before him. How could this be the infamous god of death? Why did he appear so frail, as if on the brink of death? Was this truly a case of not judging a book by its cover? Is it truly Yin Xiu? He stammered, confirming once more, as he had anticipated Yin Xiu's arrival, but had not expected it to happen so swiftly. How was he to maintain his composure in the face of the other players now? Noticing the guard's skepticism, Yi Tianxian narrowed his eyes and retorted coldly, "Do you have a problem with my name?" The guard immediately fell silent, hastily shaking his head. "No, no. So you are indeed Yin Xiu. Please follow me to the back. We are gathering in the hall shortly." "What is the gathering for?" Yi Tianxian inquired, attempting to extract some information from him. However, the guard merely replied awkwardly, "You will find out once you go down. I am just here to escort someone." Yi Tianxian regarded the guard thoughtfully, his silence inducing a wave of fear in the guard. Did the esteemed figure find his explanation unsatisfactory, and was he preparing to retaliate? After a few moments of silence, seeing that he could not elicit a single word from the guard, Yi Tianxian feigned reluctance and said, "Fine, my mood is decent today. I shall accompany you." The guard let out a long sigh of relief. "Please, please." Behind him, Yin Xiu silently applauded, nodding in approval, for he had never witnessed Yi Tianxian displaying such a fierce demeanor towards anyone. "But you better not be hiding anything from me," Yi Tianxian scoffed before departing, ensuring that Yin Xiu maintained his persona in front of the guard. Yes, yes. Yi Tianxian had intended to utter some more menacing words, yet he spoke too much and found himself coughing, clutching his mouth, and hastily trailing behind Yin Xiu, his pallor evident. Any further pretense might raise suspicion. Upon realizing who Yi Tianxian was, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of deference. He dare not be too harsh with someone who appeared so fragile, deliberately ignoring the two behind him as he continued forward. Meeting two red wrist players upon entry had certainly diminished his authority. He resolved to assert the appropriate demeanor of a prison guard with the next encounter. He resumed knocking, opening small windows, and vociferously reprimanding the players. However, the next player exhibited a particularly vile attitude. As soon as the guard opened the door, the individual charged out, wielding a table leg, and swung it at the guard's head. The man was robust, clearly possessing considerable strength. It was no surprise that he could easily detach a table leg, making this strike potentially injurious. However, the prison guard remained steadfastly rooted in place, showing no sign of movement. When struck, he did not even flinch, instead glaring fiercely at the player before him. Yin Xiu observed that this guard bore no weapons or riot control tools, which was indeed perilous within the confines of a prison. Yet, it soon became evident through the guard's actions that he himself was a formidable threat. Compared to the player's imposing physique and robust muscles, the guard appeared even more terrifying. After absorbing the player's blow, he swiftly grasped the player's head and, with gritted teeth, twisted it violently, decapitating him with ease. The barrage of comments erupted in shock. Good heavens, how terrifying! Is the combat prowess of the monsters in this dungeon truly so high? They mused that to confront such a monster, one would also need to be a terror themselves. It was worth noting that only those players capable of slaying such formidable foes could enter this dungeon. Clearly, the level of challenge required to access this prison instance was extraordinary. It seemed evident that the monsters in this dungeon would not be easily dealt with. Yin Xiu, however, remained unfazed, primarily concerned for their leader, Yi Xiu, who in their right mind would willingly enter such a dungeon. He had ventured in to gather strategies for their sake. It was his first encounter with such a dungeon, and he must have felt some trepidation. After all, Yi was not in the best of health and despised direct confrontations. One could only hope he was not too frightened. Just as the comments subsided, Yin Xiu leaned in closer to Yi Tianxian and whispered, "The monsters in this dungeon are somewhat lacking." Yi Tianxian nodded in agreement, then diplomatically replied, "Somewhat lacking indeed. However, for a prison guard, this level of strength is sufficient. Effortlessly decapitating a player is quite impressive." After dispatching the player, the guard wore a look of satisfaction, eager to turn and gauge the reactions of those behind him. Yin Xiu expected at least one of them to display a semblance of fear, but upon turning, the guard found them murmuring quietly amongst themselves. Rather than expressing terror, they barely regarded him at all. Furious, the guard's ire was tempered by the sight of Yin Xiu. He refrained from unleashing his wrath and instead muttered, "No whispering. Yes, yes, yes. They replied in unison, feigning nonchalance as they turned their gazes elsewhere, still exhibiting no hint of fear, their dismissive demeanor piercing his heart. Monsters ought to evoke fear. If they failed to instill dread in players, what purpose did they serve? The guard had endured much within this dungeon, yet he had never faced such indignity. Chapter 68. The sinister gathering of freedom the prison guard contemplated in silence, rationalizing that his inexperience with such peculiar creatures was to blame for his predicament. Encountering a formidable figure like Yin Xiu for the first time, he resolved to endure the situation. He proceeded to call out each player from their solitary cells. During this time, numerous players resisted the guard. For those accustomed to slaying strange beings, a mere guard posed no threat. Consequently, they were swiftly subdued, some facing immediate execution, leaving the corridor stained with the guard's crimson blood. Most of the players who followed him became compliant after their punishment, although a few retained a glint of defiance in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu and Yi Tianxian appear to be on a leisurely holiday, casually surveying their surroundings. Despite its pleasant name, the Grand Pleasure City was indeed a prison, a sprawling oval structure with layers of stacked cells, each corridor densely populated with small rooms. The so-called main hall was merely a tiny circular area at the center. Yin Xiu observed that the stairway leading from the cells to the hall was accompanied by 7 staircases branching off in different directions, clearly leading to deeper, unexplored territories, suggesting that beyond the cells lay an even larger expanse. It resembled a large bowl covering a smaller one, with the cells situated at the very center. To escape, one would have to navigate through multiple layers, only to potentially confront yet another barrier beyond. Yin Xiu muttered to himself while assessing the environment, his words about bowls and pots incomprehensible to Yi Tianxian, who listened attentively. As they examined their surroundings, the guard had summoned all players from this level, each accompanied by their respective guards, who gradually escorted their charges to the hall below. Yin Xiu discreetly noted the number of individuals present, far exceeding his expectations. There were at least 200 to 300 players, excluding those who had been killed on the spot for their insubordination. The dungeon was evidently rife with rebellious spirits, as many were addicted to slaying strange beings. However, it was improbable that so many had arrived within just 3 days. Likely, they'd been gathered over a longer period and subsequently deposited here en masse. Yin Xiu just happened to be among the last group, having only 3 days before the dungeon's arrival. The assembly of players comprised both men and women, with Yin Xiu and Yi Tianxian being among the younger and seemingly more naive. While Yin Xiu exuded an air of indifference and undeniable presence, Yi Tianxian, with his delicate demeanor, stood out starkly amidst the hardened players who had long indulged in violence. Merely standing there, he resembled a morsel tossed into a den of wolves. Curiously oblivious to the danger, he greeted anyone who glanced his way with a bright smile, radiating warmth. Yin Xiu silently redirected his gaze from the innocent-looking Yi Tianxian, mentally marking those who had taken an interest in him with a cross. "Do not provoke that lad," he thought. Amen. As the last of the attendees gathered, the sound of a broadcast echoed through the instance, diverging from the customary announcements to instead adopt the tone of a prison intercom, addressing all present. "Esteemed inmates of Extremity City, your release is imminent. Regardless of the transgressions you have committed, you must obtain the warden's approval prior to your liberation. The warden resides on the first level of Extremity City. To reclaim your belongings, you must ascend to this level. To prevent escapes, the path is fraught with perilous traps, yet treasures lie concealed within. It is imperative that you arrive before the warden alive, to face his judgment. I shall now recite the rules for passage. Please commit them to memory." As the broadcast concluded, players erupted in discussion, bewildered by the sudden emergence of regulations. Weren't there no rules before? Whatever, just jot them down for now. Whether to adhere to them can be decided later. I have nothing on me. How can I take notes? Use your mind. I have no mind. After a brief uproar, the announcement resumed. Inmates, please listen carefully. Rules for passage in Extremity City. 1. Extremity City is a realm of freedom. Here, you may kill anyone, with the exception of the Sin Gates. 2. Extremity City is exceedingly complex. Each level represents a distinct area, but every half hour, all levels will be scrambled, so remember your destination. 3. If you desire a sin gate, the most prudent course is to eliminate the inmate who possesses it. The warden will not concern himself with how many you possess, for only those of value will attract the warden's attention when you stand before him. Strive to enhance your worth. 5. Humanity breeds sin, and individuals can become vessels of transgression. Do not succumb to the allure of Extremity City. 6. Adhere to the rules of each level. Upon the conclusion of the broadcast, many players were in distress, having failed to remember the rules. Yin Xiu mentally reiterated each rule repeatedly. Extremity City is free, so players can kill other players? What, pray tell, is a sin gate? It seems players can possess them and have them taken away. Furthermore, only those of value will gain the warden's favor. How is this value determined? Is it based on the number of sin gates one possesses, or the number of kills one has? As if to gradually unravel the player's mysteries, the broadcast resonated once more. Extremity City comprises 7 major regions, each housing a sin gate, each representing a different sin. The sin gates possess formidable power, capable of aiding inmates in their survival within Extremity City. However, they also harbor their preferences and will not easily entrust themselves to inmates. If you are fond of a particular sin gate and it does not reciprocate, aside from seizing it, no other options remain. In this extraordinary realm, an unprecedented liberation of prisoners is about to unfold. At this moment, the gates of sin shall be flung open, allowing the prisoners to personally select those they deem worthy. However, one should not harbor excessive expectations. Their standards are exceedingly high. If one remains unchosen, there is no need for despondency, for being selected may not necessarily be a boon. During the subsequent period of free activity, you may still venture to the area of a desired gate to seek it out. As the haunting voice of the broadcast fades away, Yin Xiu finds himself lost in contemplation. Indeed, this is a unique instance, a gameplay experience he has yet to encounter. The gates of sin can be understood as enigmatic entities endowed with attributes, bound to players in a manner akin to that of items, offering them for use. Yet, the descriptions suggest both advantages and disadvantages. In an environment where players can turn upon each other, the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. Who would not relish the prospect of stepping out equipped with divine artifacts from the very outset, especially in their current situation, where players can engage in mutual slaughter, and all personal weapons and items have been confiscated? Those chosen by the gates of sin are, in comparison to other players emerging as blank slates, truly favored by fate. Yin Xiu turns to gaze at Yi Tianxian, who shakes his head, indicating disinterest. Yin Xiu also shakes his head, deeming it a hassle. The nature of the disadvantages remains unknown. No gate of sin can rival the efficacy of his blade. Retrieving his knife is paramount. The gates of sin can be considered later, as one can always resort to thievery, embracing the role of a brigand. As he ponders, a sudden commotion erupts among the surrounding players, as if they have been disturbed by some unseen force. Yin Xiu raises his gaze, seeing nothing amiss. Yet the players appear unsettled, scurrying to evade or seize something invisible. Moments later, he comprehends that something has passed by him, likely the so-called gates of sin. Eager players, bewildered, chase after these unseen entities, creating a scene of chaos. Yin Xiu finds himself silently wedged into a corner, since he holds no particular desire for this. He chooses a spot to observe the spectacle, waiting for the selection to conclude and for the free activity period to commence. However, as he watches, a chilling sensation envelopes him, and upon turning, he sees 3 indistinct figures standing beside him. It is faintly discernible that they seem to be reaching out toward Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu. Chapter 69. The Sin Gate of Jealousy. Yin Xiu cast a fleeting glance at the 3 indistinct hands, feigning ignorance, and turned his gaze elsewhere. After a brief interval, he surreptitiously glanced again, only to discover that those shadows remained. What were they doing? He had no desire for them. Steeling himself, Yin Xiu pretended not to see and directed his attention to the distance once more. In pursuit of the Sin Gate, players relentlessly chased after the elusive specters, the crowd swelling and distorting with their collective movement. Despite the passage of time, no player had yet bound themselves to a sin gate. It seemed these entities held rather lofty standards. Yin Xiu diligently attempted to discern the invisible sin gates weaving through the throng. There were 7 in total, 3 beside him, with at least 4 more lurking beyond. As he scanned the area, his attention was drawn to Yi Tianxian, who was in a corner, disdainfully waving his hands at the air, stopping intermittently to curse under his breath. It appeared he too was being targeted. Dazed and distracted, Yin Xiu glanced to his side again. Astonishingly, not only had none departed, but another had materialized. Now there were 4. Observing Yi Tianxuan's actions, it seemed only one was fixated on him, while another sin gate lingered near a girl. Remarkably, there was still one unaccounted for. A true sign of discerning taste among the sin gates, as they appeared disinterested in mingling with the players. Suddenly, the girl guarded by a sin gate let out a piercing scream, her face alight with joy. "I bound one. How wonderful!" Overcome with happiness, she embraced the man beside her, affectionately nuzzling against his shoulder. "With this sin gate, we need not fear being killed by others. We can survive, my dear." Her elation elicited complex expressions from those around her. Some harbored thoughts of seizing her bound sin gate, yet upon noticing her boyfriend, they hesitated. Formed in pairs, her boyfriend appeared formidable, bolstered by the sin gate, making him a daunting target, compelling them to assess the circumstances of others instead. Just as the players began to entertain thoughts of relinquishing hope, a horrifying cloud of black smoke coalesced above the head of the man the girl clung to. With a resounding bang, his head erupted, blood gushing forth. The abruptness of the event left the girl pale and speechless as she collapsed to the ground. The players, equally shocked, stood frozen, and in the ensuing silence, they distinctly heard a chilling whisper emanating from beside the girl. "You belong only to me. You belong only to me. You belong only to me." The chilling utterance sent shivers down their spines, prompting anxious glances all around as they struggled to discern the source of the voice, confirming it originated from the vicinity of the girl. "Why did you kill him?" The girl's tearful, dazed gaze drifted to the empty space beside her, where it became evident that the sin gate she had bound had slain her boyfriend. Yin Xiu pondered for several moments, piecing together the fragments of that whisper. It was jealousy, 7 sin gates, the jealousy of the 7 deadly sins. If her sin is jealousy, it becomes apparent that the gates of sin would not permit her to value any other existence, hence her boyfriend's sudden demise. The gates of sin possess both advantages and disadvantages, the latter being quite evident. Yin Xiu cast a glance at the 4 indistinct figures reaching out beside him, feeling a sense of disdain for their persistence. Witnessing such extreme jealousy, it is almost certain that being bound to the gates of sin is indeed a double-edged sword. Moreover, the presence of these figures, standing stubbornly by his side, only intensified his aversion. He would rather choose the one who had not arrived, if only because that individual bore a hint of pride. Could it be that the absent one represents arrogance? Yin Xiu felt he had grasped a profound truth. The gates of sin indeed possess distinct personalities according to their respective vices, and it is likely that among the 7 sins, only sloth offers a measure of safety. The death of a girl's boyfriend jolted the players into awareness of the peril posed by the gates of sin. However, to them, this danger seemed trivial. Binding oneself to the gates bore a certain probability of leading to one's own demise or that of those nearby, while remaining unbound would present an even greater likelihood of death within the dungeon. The fervent pursuit of the gates of sin by the player community showed no signs of abating. Upon understanding the drawbacks, their desire to possess the gates intensified. Yet, nearly all remaining gates were concentrated in this vicinity. Yin Xiu glanced at the 4 indistinct figures beside him, feigning indifference, to the extent that no one noticed the multitude of gates lingering in his presence. After half an hour of binding to the gates, an announcement echoed through the air, informing all players that the selection period for the gates had concluded and that all gates would soon return to their respective domains. Should the prisoners wish to bind to any remaining gates, they were advised to seek them out in their designated areas, with a certain possibility of success. However, the endeavor to conquer them would entail inherent risks, and caution was advised. Following the announcement, The chilling figures that had lingered beside Yin Xiu finally departed, their lingering gazes imbued with a sense of resentment. It seemed he was the first player to treat them as mere air. As the gates departed, the broadcast did not immediately signal the commencement of free activity. Instead, each layer's jailer was tasked with delivering a note to the players within their respective layers. Once the notes had been distributed, one eventually reached Yin Xiu. The jailer observed the tranquil demeanor of Yin Xiu with satisfaction and rifled through his record book. Yi Tianxian. Is it? This is the location of your belongings. Only by going to this place can you reclaim your items and obtain the key to your handcuffs. He then handed Yin Xiu a slip of paper. The white sheet bore a layer number and a room number with a notation indicating Yi Tianxian. Yin Xiu stared at the note in silence, nodding slightly. He had not anticipated that the key to the handcuffs would only be available alongside the items, meaning that everyone would have to navigate the early stages while encumbered by these inconvenient restraints. Do your best to escape this dungeon. The jailer patted Yin Xiu's shoulder once more. Unlike the other players, whose eyes were filled with hostility, he found Yin Xiu's expressionless and aloof demeanor quite appealing. It was evident that he was unlike the rest. Yin Xiu languidly responded, rolling up the note in his hand, intending to exchange it with Yi Tianxian later during the free activity period. Once all the guards had distributed the notes to the players on their respective levels, the prison broadcast crackled to life once more, announcing that in 1 minute, the inmates would enter their free activity time. They were instructed to orderly proceed to the first level of Extreme City to locate the warden and secure their release. Following the announcement, the guards gradually vacated the area, ascending the stairs to return to their designated solitary confinement levels, leaving only the players behind, eagerly gazing at the passages they had chosen. As the time elapsed, the doors to the 7 distinct passages swung open with a flourish. The players, who had been anxiously waiting, surged forth with fervor, a cacophony of noise echoing as they rushed toward the corridors. They were all keenly aware that the Sin Gates had returned to their respective territories, and they needed to hasten to reclaim their tools before others could seize them and snatch the Sin Gates. Yin Xiu remained motionless, observing the throng as they surged forward, dispersing through the 7 passages. Currently, only 200 or 300 individuals were making their way out, but once everyone had secured their items, the situation would undoubtedly become chaotic. Each second was precious as they fought for their very lives. Placing a group of bloodthirsty players together and establishing rules for them to turn against one another in a struggle for resources was akin to orchestrating their self-destruction. The prison dungeon truly knew how to play the game. Lost in thought, he noticed Yi Tianxian in the distance, casually tossing a rolled-up note while strolling toward him with a beaming smile. Oh, is that not Yi Tianxian? Why is he standing there in a daze? Chapter 70. The warden Yin Xiu glanced back at him, extending the note in his hand, searching for Yin Xiu. Yi Tianxian swiftly accepted the note, casually placing Yin Xiu's paper into his palm, then gestured towards a less crowded passageway. I shall venture forth alone for now. We shall meet later? Yin Xiu nodded. Their styles of operation were distinct. Even upon entering the dungeon, they would not remain together, as parting ways to explore individually was the most efficient approach. Are you capable of handling this alone? Before the other departed, he recalled the mechanics of the dungeon and casually inquired. After all, given that a character like Yi Tianxian emerged from a den of evildoers, he would be an easy target for other players. In the early stages, devoid of any items, Yi Tianxian appeared no different from a tender lamb ready for slaughter in their eyes. Fear not, for your reputation shields me. Yi Tianxian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, then revealing the dark insignia upon his tongue with a broad grin. And I possess this as well. Yin Xiu pondered for a moment, nodding as he watched Yi Tianxian saunter away leisurely. He felt little concern. With Yi Tianxuan's disposition, donning his notorious title might only amplify his already nefarious reputation. Rather, he needed to devise a means to swiftly retrieve his items and remove the handcuffs. Yin Xiu raised his hand, glancing at the ebony cuffs clamped around his wrist, feeling quite displeased. Such restraints were unbearable, and he could scarcely endure another day with them. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Yin Xiu unfolded the note to check the location of his item storage. Level 5, Storage Room 303. An inconvenient location, it would require some time to locate. Uncertain which passage led closer to the 5th level, he chose one nearby and proceeded into it. Most players had already entered the next area, leaving the dim passage devoid of any presence. The moment Yin Xiu stepped into the shadowy corridor, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, and the entire passage began to whirl violently, catching him off guard. He quickly pressed against the wall, cautiously moving in the direction of the swirling passage, waiting for the tumultuous motion to cease. Rule 2 of the Extreme City Dungeon. The structure is quite intricate, each level representing a distinct area. However, every half hour, all levels will be shuffled. Always remember your destination. He had lingered in the lobby for quite some time, estimating that he had entered just as the levels were being rearranged, uncertain of which floor he might randomly be assigned next. Generally speaking, players would rotate randomly between levels 6 and 7. Failing to reach the first level within half an hour might result in being unceremoniously hurled back to the 7th level, repeatedly oscillating back and forth. Reaching the first level, where the warden resided, required a stroke of fortune. After all, it was the ultimate destination of the dungeon, not easily randomized. The rumbling ceased after a few seconds, and Yin Xiu too found his footing once more. He groped along the wall, advancing through the pitch-black corridor, and soon encountered a heavy, classical door. With a creak, he pushed open the door, and the light from the corridor outside fell upon Yin Xiu's fair hands, adorned with handcuffs. Cautiously, he peered through the crack of the door, and his gaze immediately caught sight of another door in the narrow corridor outside, prominently marked with a sign that read, Wardeness Office. Yin Xiu, what on earth is this scenario? With empty hands, am I suddenly expected to confront a boss? This seems rather hasty. Tentatively, Yin Xiu extended his head into the corridor, surveying the passageway that led to a narrow hall resembling an entryway, with a sign indicating the first floor affixed to one wall. Had he truly been randomly deposited at the wardeness door upon arrival? Standing at the threshold, he found himself questioning his existence. Having traversed numerous scenarios, this was indeed his first encounter with such an unusual predicament. He glanced down at the handcuffs on his wrists. Without any tools or weapons, and with his hands bound, he was cast at the doorstep of the ultimate boss. This scenario appeared to harbor no intention of allowing him to survive. Should he wait half an hour and return later? Yin Xiu hesitated deep in thought. The comments from onlookers expressed astonishment. Was this scenario not excessively terrifying? Which villain would lie in wait at the entrance of a novice village, eager to slay? Such treachery, particularly since he observed other players being sent to different floors. Why was it only Yin Xiu who found himself thrust at the boss's doorstep? It had to be deliberate. Stripped of his items and weapons, and with the added constraint of handcuffs, they dared to provoke him. This boss was cowardly. Yet, there was solace in knowing that the floors changed every half hour. If Yin Xiu remained in the corridor, he could await a shift to another floor, retrieve his belongings, and return to confront the foe. The logic was sound, but before the comments could disperse, the ornate door of the warden's office opposite Yin Xiu suddenly swung open. Both the comments and Yin Xiu were momentarily stunned. Standing at the threshold was a man clad in a black robe, wielding a prisoner's ledger, his waist adorned with a multitude of keys. Upon seeing Yin Xiu, the man's expression was complex, but he quickly suppressed it, endeavoring to smile. Yin Xiu, it's been a long time. Does he know me? Yin Xiu scrutinized him without a response, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation as he earnestly attempted to recall the visage of this somewhat familiar individual. Was he a boss from a scenario he had vanquished? He examined the man's face intently. An awkward silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thickening as they both lingered in silence for several seconds. Yin Xiu fixed his gaze upon him, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Aren't you that former jailer? The warden regarded Yin Xiu with a complex expression, taken aback that it had taken him so long to remember, uncertain whether to feel pleased that Yin Xiu still recalled him. Indeed, I am the jailer you frequently encountered emerging from scenarios, but that was 6 years ago. I am now the warden of this scenario. Oh, Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes with a knowing look, realizing he was indeed familiar with this person. Faced with Yin Xiu's calm demeanor, the figure opposite appeared somewhat displeased. letting out a soft huff. I know you are extraordinary, but the instance we are in now is not the same as it was 6 years ago, and I am no longer the warden I once was. Since you have entered this instance, I will not allow you to leave unscathed. To encounter me at this juncture can only be deemed unfortunate for you. The malevolent entities within the instance had begun to deliberate upon learning of Yin Xiu's arrival. Their scheme simple yet sinister, to constrain Yin Xiu relentlessly and, when he was rendered incapable of retaliation, to eliminate him preemptively. This conclusion had emerged as their optimal strategy after 3 days of discussion. Oh, are you truly intent on killing me? Yin Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile, more chilling than the creatures themselves. Indeed, the warden felt an unaccountable chill seep into his heart, yet he steeled himself and nodded in acquiescence. The frost in Yin Xiu's gaze deepened as he ominously remarked, "You have only encountered me after I clear the instance. I presume you have never witnessed how I achieved that." The warden recalled the memories of Yin Xiu emerging, drenched in blood, and a sense of dread resurfaced within him. In truth, he had never seen how Yin Xiu navigated the instance, though he had heard tales from other entities that had morphed into something quite terrifying, leaving him uncertain of their veracity. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from a man before him inexplicably made him believe that those dreadful methods were indeed true. I have always harbored a desire to dismantle malevolent entities with my bare hands, but I lack the opportunity to do so. Now that I see you, it seems fortuitous. Yin Xiu smiled and stepped forward slowly, gently inquiring, "Shall we give it a try?" Perhaps driven by instinct, the warden, confronted with Yin Xiu's unarmed presence, instinctively retreated a step, hastily retreating to his chamber. He stared at Yin Xiu with bated breath, his brow furrowed, stammering for a moment, perhaps. "Perhaps now is not the right time for your visit. You should leave. Having come this far, won't you allow me a try? After all, we will inevitably clash. Will we not?" Yin Xiu pressed forward, seeking to advance yet another step. "Don't come any closer." At the slightest movement, the warden flinched, abruptly drawing out a pair of silver handcuffs from his cloak and flinging them toward Yin Xiu. As the handcuffs flew forth, they latched onto Yin Xiu's wrists with a resounding click, leaving him with cumbersome restraints. Yin Xiu silently regarded his now encumbered hands, a sense of dissatisfaction washing over him. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found that the warden had hastily shut the door to his room. In the next moment, the world around him spun chaotically. With his hands rendered awkward, he stumbled as the environment settled. After regaining his composure, he gazed vacantly at the corridor extending beside him, realizing that he had been unceremoniously cast into another floor by the panicked warden. Chapter 71. A fragile heart, Yin Xiu rose from the ground, silently fixating on the 2 pairs of handcuffs that clasped his wrists, one black, one white, binding him firmly. Although the length of the chain allowed for limited movement, he felt utterly constrained. Had he foreseen that the warden would be so alarmed as to add another pair of handcuffs, he would have simply closed the door and returned to the corridor to sit. Now, even if he managed to unlock the black ones, he had no idea how to remove the additional silver handcuffs. With a faint sigh, Yin Xiu lowered his hands and began to survey his surroundings. It was unclear which floor the warden had hurriedly thrown him onto. The walls were a dull gray, steeped in an air of decay and neglect. The doors and windows along the corridor were shattered, appearing as if they had been gnawed at, leaving behind jagged, curved gaps. He proceeded down the corridor, casting a glance outside one of the windows. The structure outside was indiscernible amidst the void of darkness, yet he could see other corridors on different floors, each segment floating in midair and connected sporadically by doors. In the distance, he noticed other players exploring the corridors, but they were too far away to engage with. As he kept an eye on the players in the adjoining corridors, he reached the end of his own and pushed open the door before him. He found himself in the next segment of the corridor, where a player stood in the center. The unexpected arrival startled the individual who, upon recognizing Yin Xiu, promptly raised his hands and exclaimed, "Don't be alarmed. I'm still in handcuffs. I pose no threat." Yin Xiu regarded him coolly, turned to close the door behind him, and then replied, "Rest assured, I am not anxious." The other player fell silent, his gaze shifting to the handcuffs on Yin Xiu's wrists. The presence of handcuffs indicated that neither had retrieved their items or weapons, thus lacking any offensive capability. However, why did this individual have two pairs of handcuffs? After a moment of hesitation, the player understood the need to respect personal boundaries and awkwardly redirected the conversation, softly inquiring, "Since we have yet to reclaim our gear, why don't we coexist peacefully for now?" "What's your name, brother?" Yin Xiu replied tersely, "I am Yi Tianxian." Upon hearing this name, the other's expression shifted to one of complexity. "So you are Yi Tianxian. I have heard of you, but the rumors say you often coerce information out of strange creatures, treating players rather well. Surely, you wouldn't find yourself in this scenario, would you?" Yin Xiu covered his face with his hands, attempting to feign a look of regret. "In the last instance, I inadvertently killed a strange creature while trying to gather information." As he spoke, he discreetly peered through his fingers, murmuring, "Alas, I am indeed burdened by my sins. Oh, it was merely an accident." The other party appeared contemplative, observing Yin Xiu's theatrical performance, uncertain whether to believe or disbelieve him. However, he soon expressed eagerness, suggesting that since Yin Xiu claimed to be Tianxian, he would temporarily trust that he would not act against him. Thus, he proposed a collaboration. The individual gestured towards a door beside him, stating, "I just inquired about the method to conquer the sin gate on my way here. Conveniently, this is a bathroom containing a sin gate, albeit somewhat ferocious. I have yet to retrieve my tools, rendering me unable to handle it alone. So we might as well join forces and give it a try." Sin gate? Yin Xiu's peripheral vision flickered towards the door, which bore a sign indicating it was a bathroom, resembling a public shower area. This corridor featured only this room whose walls remained unscathed, appearing indeed rather peculiar. What is the method to conquer the sin gate? Yin Xiu redirected his gaze to the person opposite him. The player hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to exchange this information for Yin Xiu's trust, explaining, "It is a challenge. Upon facing the sin gate, one will automatically enter a 1-minute challenge. If you can withstand the sin gate's attacks for that duration, you will acquire it. This method is only applicable to those who have not yet attracted the sin gate's attention at the beginning. You saw that girl in the lobby. She was chosen by the sin gate and can be directly bound. We, on the other hand, must resort to challenges." Yin Xiu nodded, contemplating his own situation at that time. He had been noticed but had rejected the offer. If he encountered the sin gate a second time, would he enter a challenge, or could he be directly bound? Or would the sin gates, feeling humiliated, extend the challenge to 2 minutes upon recognizing him? "Would you consider collaborating with me then? The sin gate will grant you its favor." The player eagerly attempted to persuade Yin Xiu to agree. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow. "The sin gate will grant me?" "Indeed." The other nodded amiably. "My tools are conveniently located within this room. I wish to retrieve them, but with the sin gate present, I surely cannot endure even a minute. Thus, you could enter and divert the sin gate's attention while I recover my tools to assist you. Once you acquire the sin gate, we can seek your tools together." Yin Xiu's lips curled slightly. "Your tools are inside. After you retrieve them, it is likely that the sin gate will no longer be available to me." The player's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. "How could that be? You will possess the sin gate. Would you still fear my tools? You witnessed the sin gate's power in the lobby. It can effortlessly eliminate a player. What if you possessed a formidable tool capable of countering the sin gate?" Yin Xiu raised his chin slightly, narrowing his eyes. "I will enter to attract attention, and if I fail to last a minute, you will naturally challenge the sin gate with your tools. If I endure, you will use your tools to eliminate me. Who possesses the sin gate and sees it? Regardless, there is no loss." Seeing his ulterior motives laid bare, the player's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. However," he continued, "yet it matters not if you are reluctant. As you have observed, the sin gate on this floor relishes devouring things. Should I toss your corpse inside, it would surely take an interest, and I could still retrieve my tools by merely diverting its attention." After the player completely abandoned their act, their expression turned sinister, regarding Yin Xiu with the predatory gaze of a hunter. "I quite appreciate your current demeanor," Yin Xiu remarked with a satisfied nod. It was rather unusual for this dungeon to present a player pretending to be cooperative right from the onset. This was far more comfortable. However, What confidence do you possess to think you can kill me? Both of us are restrained by handcuffs, making it quite a challenge to eliminate one another. The opposing player scoffed, Yin, if it were anyone else, I might not entertain such thoughts. But for you, it's an entirely different matter. I am well aware of your unfriendliness toward anomalies, and I also know that your health is rather poor. You are quite the frail one. I noticed your physique earlier, and having dispatched countless players, taking down someone like you would be a trivial task. The player laughed, twisting their wrists, the muscles in their arms clearly defined, indicating they were a strength-based player. Yin Xiu stared coldly at the disdain and mockery emanating from the other, casting a glance at himself. In the eyes of such muscular players, he appeared almost comparable to Yi Tianxian, which was disheartening. With a slow sigh, Yin Xiu ambled over to a dilapidated window, grasping a sharp shard of glass, snapping it off with a crisp sound. The opposing player immediately grew alert, fists clenched, fixated on every movement of Yin Xiu. Calmly, Yin Xiu tightened his grip on the glass shard, blood trickling from his palm, yet his expression remained impassive as he cast a cold glare at the individual, saying softly, "Though my body may be lacking, my pride is quite robust. I despise being referred to as frail. You have pierced my fragile glass heart, and I shall ensure that you experience the same." He coldly smiled, raising the glass shard, the bright red blood dripping down, his eyes suffused with murderous intent, albeit in a purely physical sense. Chapter 72. Wish to depart without binding? The opposing player shivered inexplicably, his hands clenched tightly as he faced the foreboding and eerie presence of Yin Xiu, whose demeanor exuded an unsettling intimidation. As a strength-based contender, he had diligently trained every day to prepare for the possibility of confronting others without the aid of weapons. This particular scenario presented itself as an unparalleled opportunity, allowing him to eliminate other players with relative ease. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an instinctive surge of anxiety in the presence of Yin Xiu. With each step Yin Xiu took, brandishing a shard of glass, the player's unease deepened. Unable to withstand the palpable pressure, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. However, the expression on Yin Xiu's face transformed into one of greater delight. He deftly sidestepped the player's incoming fist, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind the adversary. Startled, the player instinctively swung several punches backward, yet none found their mark. Veins bulged on the player's arms as his fingers cracked with tension. He believed that if he could just land a single blow on Yin Xiu, he would be able to daze him instantly. Yet, each of Yin Xiu's evasions was executed with such finesse, making it seem as though he were toying with him. Fuming, the player glared at Yin Xiu and charged again, only to engage in a relentless struggle within the corridor. Each punch he threw met nothing but air, heightening his frustration as he found everything about Yin Xiu irksome. Wasn't it said that Yi Tianxian was a frail individual? How could he possess such stamina, evading his strikes without so much as breaking a sweat? It was evident that while Yin Xiu's strength might not surpass that of the town mayor, he was still formidable by human standards. As Yin Xiu assessed the player's movements, he contemplated the latter's capacity and combat style. Engaging in a prolonged battle with a player possessing such endurance and strength would not serve him well. Murdering monsters and players alike was a matter of efficiency. A swift, decisive action was all that was required. Yet, the player perceived Yin Xiu's evasiveness and commentary as blatant provocation. He was not well versed in the nuances of town politics, but the fact that Yin Xiu could casually utter nonsensical remarks while remaining composed was evidently infuriating. With a playful smile gracing his lips, Yin Xiu had grown accustomed to the player's attack patterns. Seizing the opportunity as another punch was thrown, he swiftly darted behind the man, ensnaring his neck with the chain of handcuffs while simultaneously stepping on his back and applying pressure. The player's face abruptly paled as Yin Xiu tightened the cuffs around his throat, the opposing forces suffocating him. He clawed at his throat in desperation, unable to grasp the chains, and attempted to shake off Yin Xiu's grip, but to no avail. In a final act of defiance, he threw his weight downward, causing both himself and Yin Xiu to tumble to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, seething with rage as he lunged to subdue Yin Xiu, finally seizing an opportunity. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a glimmering blade hurtling toward him with alarming speed. It was too sudden. He had no time to evade. In accordance with his own momentum, he was brutally impaled by a shard of glass thrust into his chest by Yin Xiu. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining Yin Xiu's pristine prison garb, and gradually became weak and feeble. Yin Xiu frowned, disdainfully kicking him away, hastily rising to tug at his collar, shaking the bright crimson liquid from his clothes. However, the blood seeped rapidly, and within mere seconds, his attire was thoroughly soaked. They had only just entered the instance. Yin Xiu muttered, casting a glance at the culprit sprawled on the ground. A piece of glass was lodged in his chest. The force of the assailant's charge, coupled with Yin Xiu's own strength, had driven it deep. The man was now on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Killing him was a trivial task, primarily a means to gauge the proficiency of the players in this instance. It seemed evident that there was some skill involved, albeit limited, likely bolstered by the use of items. "Do you have any last words?" Yin Xiu inquired, bending to grasp the assailant's leg and dragging him toward the bathroom door. "If not, I shall discard you to feed the sin gate." The nearly lifeless player glared at Yin Xiu, his throat choked with blood, unable to utter even a coherent word. "No. Very well then." Yin Xiu nodded nonchalantly, twisting open the bathroom door adjacent to him. As the door swung open, a shadowy figure swiftly emerged, ensnaring the player on the floor before dragging him inside, leaving a trail of blood, and with a thud, the door slammed shut. "Am I not even allowed a glance?" Yin Xiu stood outside, listening to the sounds of gnawing within, feeling somewhat exasperated. Food delivered to the doorstep, yet refused entry. How utterly cold the sin gate was. Fortunately, he had no desire for binding. "Never mind. Let us explore elsewhere." Yin Xiu tugged at his collar, still stained with blood, and turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, the bathroom door creaked open once more, and a dark entity swiftly lunged from within, wrapping around his ankle. Yin Xiu glanced down, momentarily stunned by the thing coiling around his foot. It suddenly yanked him, pulling him back into the room. He was spun around, and before he knew it, he was tossed into a square tub. After a few disoriented moments, he shook his head to regain focus, raising his gaze to survey his surroundings. He found himself thrown into a solitary bathroom's bathtub, where large patches of black liquid clung to the walls, moving as if they were living entities. Outside the open door, the black liquid surged across the floor, blocking his escape, accompanied by the sounds of chewing. "Am I to be dragged in here as reserve food?" Yin Xiu sighed, observing the dual handcuffs on his wrists, lamenting how trouble always sought him out at the most inconvenient times. He cautiously attempted to rise from the tub, but as soon as he moved, a deluge of black liquid cascaded from the ceiling, instantly forcing him back down into the bathtub. In the cramped confines of the tub, the cold, black liquid engulfed half of his body, swirling and writhing around him, ensnaring him within its depths. Yin Xiu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the entities as the viscous liquid gradually coiled in the air, forming a slender tendril that revealed an eye, fixated upon him. The eye scrutinized him from head to toe before a small plume of the substance suddenly emerged, enveloping his hand. Just as Yin Xiu attempted to struggle, he felt a chilling sensation in his palm. It was not merely an eye that emerged from the inky liquid, but also a diminutive mouth. Cautiously licking the bloodstains on his palm, which had been drawn from the shards of glass, soothing the wound, Yin Xiu silently lifted his gaze, surveying the confines of the modest single-person bathroom, where the walls, door, floor, and ceiling were all coated in a viscous black liquid, from which numerous eyes of varying sizes peered at him. Even the doorway was obstructed by this dark substance, clearly intent on preventing his escape, while it had not inflicted harm upon him, still tending to his wounds. The thorough blockage of the exit led him to ponder whether he would be unable to leave unless he formed a bond. Chapter 73. The inky liquid clung to him in delicate tendrils as Yin Xiu fixated on the eyes that were equally fixed upon him. The solitary bathroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, the confined space thick with an unsettling atmosphere. As Yin Xiu attempted to rise once more, the monstrous black liquid surged forth from the depths of the bathtub, forcefully pushing him back down. It had even taken the care to cushion the edge of the tub with a soft layer of liquid to prevent him from injuring himself. Thus, upon his attempt to rise, the only outcome was that he tumbled back into the water, the clanking of chains around his wrists shattering the stillness of the room. The eyes of the black creature blinked innocently, an expression of disarming naivety. Yin Xiu let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness as he found himself ensnared by such an entity, entirely composed of liquid and lacking any tangible form. Were it a corporeal foe, he would have surely torn it asunder. However, now he was surrounded by a viscous mass that enveloped his body in the tub. Even the small pool of liquid that licked at his wounds would slip through his fingers if he attempted to grasp it, rendering any form of retaliation futile. The most effective means to restrain a being of his lethal prowess was to eliminate its capacity for attack, a method devised by the peculiar entities of this realm that, to some extent, proved effective. What is it that you desire? Yin Xiu glared into the depths of those eyes. They neither released him nor attacked, merely confining him within this small bathtub, simultaneously suppressing his escape while tenderly attending to his wounds, an audacious yet endearing manifestation of a malevolent entity. In response to Yin Xiu's inquiry, the black viscous substance once again coiled upward, twisting the air to form a hand-like shape that gestured invitingly toward him. From the liquid nearby emerged a mouth, softly murmuring, "Rest, rest." "Bind, bind." Yin Xiu fixed a cold stare upon the toothy maw, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet he chose not to dwell on it, simply uttering a calm refusal. "I have no interest in binding with a malevolent entity." The hand hesitated, lingering momentarily before a small surge of black liquid ascended, gradually revealing a vibrant red flower that swayed gently as it was presented to Yin Xiu. The sight of a delicate flower emerging from the swirling black liquid was indeed a curious spectacle, particularly in this dim, damp bathroom suffused with a sinister goo. It was perplexing from where the malevolent entity had procured such a charming gift, so eagerly offered before him. Yin Xiu regarded the flower and then the hand beside it, pausing in silence for several moments before shaking his head. "Even with the flower, I shall not bind. It is a nuisance." The flower hesitated, slowly retreating back into the liquid, while the hand, with a sense of disappointment, fell back into the bathtub. The eyes on the walls blinked in disappointment, yet they showed no intention of allowing Yin Xiu to depart, the swirling black liquid at the entrance remaining undiminished. With a long, resigned sigh, Yin Xiu settled back into the bathtub, deciding to heed the murmurs of rest from the mouth, and began to close his eyes, allowing himself a moment of respite. During this period, the sounds of players occasionally echoed from outside, seemingly drawn by the presence of the Sin Gate, eager to bind themselves to it. Yin Xiu patiently awaited the arrival of other players who might succeed in binding to the Sin Gate, thus granting him his freedom. However, as time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, each individual who approached was devoured, none managing to successfully bind to the gate. Even while resting his eyes, Yin Xiu offered seconds to those who dared challenge him. Several players, estimating they could hold on for nearly a minute, were swiftly engulfed by the inky liquid, which provided no opportunity for escape. It was evident that the Sin Gate was indeed selective, allowing no chance for others. It deemed only Yin Xiu worthy. Several times, as he remained in his reverie, he opened his eyes to witness the liquid surrounding him probing cautiously, tentatively brushing against him before retreating. Occasionally, a small tendril of slime would emerge, revealing an eye that quietly observed him. This sensation of being watched felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of someone he knew. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze, leaning against the edge of the bathtub while fiddling with the handcuffs encircling his wrists, attempting to pry them open or smash them. All to no avail. The locks showed no signs of yielding, clearly designed as a primary tool, utterly impervious without a key. He could only manipulate the chain's length, wrapping it around his fingers while keeping a watchful eye on the observing entity. The eye seemed to take pleasure in gazing at him. Whenever he returned its stare, it would squint in delight, causing a small tendril of slime to sway unconsciously, followed by the emergence of a tiny flower. Listening to the sounds of players meeting their demise outside, Yin Xiu had rested sufficiently in the bathtub, boredom creeping in from lying too long. Contemplating, he finally inquired, "Surely, You possess more than just this singular appearance? Is there a form that is slightly more presentable? If it pleases me, I may consider binding with you. He genuinely wished to avoid emerging only to be followed by a mass of roiling black liquid. The eye on the wall blinked, and after a few moments of silence in the bathroom, the liquid that adorned the walls began to flow downward gradually, coalescing around the edge of the bathtub where Yin Xiu lay, enveloping a portion of him. Once all the liquid had gathered, it gradually took on a humanoid shape. As the outline of a dark suit became discernible, Yin Xiu frowned. When the figure fully materialized, his frown deepened. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Mo, so strikingly similar that it seemed he had not altered his appearance in the slightest. Yet, there was a slight disguise. The figure wore a mask. Yin Xiu coldly scrutinized the figure in the black suit beside the bathtub, resting his chin on his hand as he examined the white mask, which was pristine save for a blue scratch on the left cheek. Assessing the figure, he suggested, "Li Mo, perhaps next time you should don a black cloak and cover yourself more thoroughly before making an appearance." A familiar voice emanated from beneath the muffled mask, responding with a soft chuckle. "I shall take that into consideration." Yin Xiu fell into a moment of contemplation, pondering the merits of wearing a mask, as it spared him the burden of constantly confronting that enigmatic, half-smiling visage. He heaved himself from the bathtub, stretching his form and twisting his somewhat stiff joints. With even the slightest of movements, the dual chains adorning his wrists clinked softly. Beside him, Li Mo gazed intently, gradually extending a hand in a gesture of invitation, while the other offered a delicate flower. "I procured this from Creature in another instance. Such blooms are a rare sight within the realms, and it is quite a lovely specimen. I present it to you." Yin Xiu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the flower, and it indeed struck him that flora was a rarity in the instances, including the rural town, which boasted only grasslands. The instances he had traversed had seldom yielded any blossoms, making Li Mo's acquisition of such a treasure undeniably impressive. As for the cryptic entities he mentioned from the other instances, Yin Xiu found no inclination to delve into that information. His mind was occupied with thoughts of his own. He had no intention of binding himself to the Sin Gate, given its unknown dangers. However, if the Sin Gate were to be represented by Li Mo, it might warrant a reconsideration of that notion. This peril was familiar to him, a known entity, and thus he would not mind the prospect of binding himself. Moreover, even if he were to refuse, he was certain that Li Mo would persistently pursue him. Chapter 74. The Manual for Raising the Sin Gate. Yin Xiu extended his hand to accept the delicate flower that was offered, gently rolling the stem between his fingertips as he murmured, "In this alternate realm, must you adhere to the conventions of the Sin Gate? Is it necessary for me to respond in order to bind with you?" Li Mo shook his head. "No, adherence is not required. I simply need to obtain your consent first. According to human standards, your agreement precedes all else." Yin Xiu lifted his gaze, an icy glint in his eyes. "So, if I do not consent, you would confine me here, would you?" Li Mo smiled. "I possess alternative means to persuade you, though I suspect you would not find them agreeable." He exhibited a modicum of reason, albeit sparingly. Yin Xiu did not expect him to display further courtesy. Given the peculiar circumstances, he had already exhibited a fair degree of logic by human standards. "Very well, I shall acquiesce," Yin Xiu conceded, clasping the hand that Li Mo had extended in invitation. Although he was unaware of how Li Mo had infiltrated the Sin Gate, it seemed to him that there was little distinction between the Sin Gate and a roommate. Li Mo smiled faintly. "Do you appreciate the surprise I have prepared for you? Are you referring to your presence beside me as a Sin Gate, or to this flower?" "Both," Li Mo replied. "The flower is acceptable, but the Sin Gate is a different matter." Yin Xiu pushed open the bathroom door and stepped outside. "Had I possessed a knife when you dragged me into this room, I would have certainly used it against you. Alas, I did not. But I did not cause you any harm." Yin Xiu scoffed lightly, dismissing Li Mo's defense. Once outside the bathroom, he found himself in a pristine changing room. He distinctly remembered that during his earlier encounter, many players had attempted to bind with him, yet here, there was not a single trace of blood. A creature that cleans up after feeding is indeed a commendable one. "By the way, here, take this." Li Mo suddenly produced a thin manual from his suit and handed it to Yin Xiu, as if it were a requisite for binding. Yin Xiu accepted it, unfolding the pages for a brief glance. Nestled within the thin sheets was a golden coin, identical to the prop coins. And the paper itself was the manual for raising the sin gate. Rules of the sin gate. 1. They are a greedy existence. Please regularly provide them with the necessities, or you will face repercussions. 2. Once bound, the sin gate becomes an entity intertwined with your being, yet they may occasionally waver in their loyalty. Thus, remain vigilant of their states to ensure their continued assistance. 3. You may possess multiple sin gates, but be wary of the cost they demand. 4. Attend to the emotional well-being of the sin gates, as they are prone to jealousy and may turn against one another. 5. Others may slay you and seize your sin gates, and you possess the capability to do the same. 6. When the sin gate departs from its designated area, a vessel is required to accommodate them. The host must offer a part of their body to facilitate the movement of the sin gates beyond their territory. Yin Xiu hastily skimmed through the material, gleaning the notion that the sin gate possesses its own peculiar emotions. Should one neglect these sentiments, they might flee or even turn upon one another, potentially posing a threat to oneself. Ultimately, this relationship offers no benefits. Caring for the sin gate entails feeding it, as well as preparing specialized tools for excursions, akin to the responsibilities of pet ownership. Quite bothersome, indeed. Sigh, he truly wished to avoid binding. After finishing his reading, Yin Xiu felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders, convinced that this power was indeed intricate and troublesome, far less practical than his trusty blade. Having only cared for his younger sister, he was entirely inexperienced in the realm of pet care. Amidst Yin Xiu's coolly voiced complaints, Li Mo smiled silently, relieved that he had successfully bound. It was too late for Yin Xiu to reconsider. Well, I have come to understand. Binding it is then. Fortunately, there is only you. Yin Xiu tossed the care manual aside, pocketed the coin, and surveyed his surroundings. This was the bathroom. Since he was already there, he might as well take a shower to cleanse the bloodstains that had recently marred his clothing before embarking on his journey. The dungeon appeared to be one from which escape would not be possible in the near future, and he certainly did not wish to wander about drenched in blood. It would be quite frightening. You stay by the door. I'll wash up first and be out shortly. Yin Xiu instructed, gesturing towards the inner area before stepping inside. Li Mo nodded and positioned himself at the entrance, blocking the way. The viewers in the stream observed the dark figure standing quietly and rigidly by the door. After a while, they grew bored, akin to gazing at a still painting, and shifted their focus to Yin Xiu within. After a moment of silence, Li Mo suddenly recalled something. He lifted his gaze, and the live stream abruptly went dark. I thought I would get to see my Xiu Ji taking a shower. Why has it suddenly gone black? TSK. So there are indeed no such perks. The viewers lamented. It's one thing for a player to enter a private bathroom and have the screen go black, but why does the public bathroom go dark too? We are all brothers. What is there to hide? Indeed, other players entering public bathrooms don't face this blackout. So why does Yin Xiu? By the way, this Singate was Yin Xiu's roommate in the previous dungeon. Doesn't that pique your interest? I have far too much to say, yet I find myself saying nothing at all. It's clear from the last dungeon that he is not human. His presence here is hardly surprising. Let us just consider him a peculiar entity working a side gig throughout the entire dungeon. Quite normal, really. Yes. Just think of how many minor roles exist in real-life dramas, appearing in every set. He must be one of those. Once one finds a justifiable reason, nothing seen will incite shock. Or are all the big shots discomposed? The novices are left astounded. The viewers, primarily, dare not offer suggestions, fearing that speaking too much might provoke a response that could emerge from the screen to deliver a few blows. Just observe. Before long, Yin Xiu emerged with the damp collar of his shirt in hand. Lacking a change of clothes, he could only rinse the collar before stepping out. After tidying himself and binding Li Mo, Yin Xiu was nearly ready to leave the bathroom. Just before exiting, he turned to Li Mo and remarked, according to the rules, once you leave your level, you must choose a part of your body to serve as your vessel, correct? Yin Xiu glanced at himself, contemplating the necessity of facilitating both their movements and his own, ultimately deciding on the seldom used portion of his being. He extended his left hand, for his right hand was occupied with wielding a knife. Surely, his left hand would ease your maneuvering, would it not? Liamo smiled and nodded, instantly transforming into a pool of inky substance that slithered up Yin Xiu's left hand, gradually vanishing beneath the surface of his skin. In that fleeting moment, Yin Xiu felt as though his left hand had ceased to exist, devoid of any sensation. Yet, it moved freely, waving in the air twice before turning its palm towards him, suddenly splitting open at the skin's surface to reveal an eye gazing intently at him. After a brief moment, the eye burrowed into the back of his hand, and the palm morphed into a mouth that cheerfully declared, "I perceive your current mood. It is quite dismal." Yin Xiu stared at it, feeling a sense of discontent. If you were human and witnessed your own left hand moving uncontrollably, your mood would undoubtedly be poor as well. With a flick of its small hand, it affectionately rubbed against Yin Xiu's face, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I can relinquish control of your left hand back to you." Yin Xiu tilted his head, expressing disdain as he pressed down on his left hand, suggesting they could discuss it later. For now, it was best if it remained still. All right, the left hand acquiesced, immediately drooping down, swaying slightly as it was tethered by handcuffs. Swinging here, Yin Xiu muttered, releasing his restrained hands and rising to exit. As he opened the door and returned to the corridor, the entire prison layer suddenly quaked and rolled, plunging once more into a chaotic disruption of time and space. Grasping the doorknob, he sighed in resignation while waiting for the tumult to cease. Amidst the upheaval, he spotted a familiar figure floating outside the window. Emerging from the fractured corridor, through the void of darkness, on the opposite corridor, Yi Tianxian precariously balanced along the edge of a window, cheerfully tugging at a player who was visibly terrified, pleading for mercy. "I'll give you what you want. The items you seek, I'll procure them immediately. Please, Yin Xiu, spare me." Yin Xiu merely watched in silence. Chapter 75. Hunger letting you go is certainly an option. Yi Tianxian languidly tugged at the man's clothing, forcefully pressing him towards the window, while simultaneously ensuring he did not plummet to his demise. The precariousness of the situation, a state of suspended agony, was utterly tormenting for the player. First, you will hand over the items I requested, and, subsequently, assist me in dispatching a wretched creature. Once that is accomplished, I shall consider sparing you. Yi Tianxian articulated his terms with a nonchalant demeanor. At this moment, he grew increasingly audacious, emboldened by the absence of any restraint. "Dispatch? A wretched creature? I've already given you my items. Why should I also aid you in vanquishing a creature?" The player was utterly despondent. "Just say whether you will assist or not. If you refuse, I shall rectify that situation immediately." Yi Tianxian's voice turned cold as he threatened to release his grip. Startled, the man trembled and pleaded, "Don't let go. I'll provide the items. I'll help you with the creature. Just spare me. I will comply with anything you say." Only then did Yi Tianxian reluctantly retract the man from the perilous ledge. The player, visibly drained of color, shakily retrieved a coin from his pocket and handed it over to Yi Tianxian, appearing exceedingly submissive, devoid of any semblance of ferocity. Yin Xiu, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed a vague silhouette beside Yi Tianxian, resembling a specter of doom. The figure donned a crimson outfit and a white mask akin to the one worn by Liamo, the sole distinction being a streak of red upon a mask. Standing beside Yi Tianxian, it whispered incessantly with a voice laced with vehement wrath, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" It was likely that the player heard this as well. His gaze vacant, his complexion ashen, with his most valuable item seized, and the impending task of confronting the creature looming. The notion of Yi Tianxian's threat to kill him felt all too feasible. The sensation of his fate resting in another's hands was utterly despairing, especially with the specter beside him impatiently urging Yi Tianxian to end his life, rendering him indistinguishable from a lifeless body. The incessant murmuring echoed around the bound player, reminiscent of the envious whispers from earlier in the hall, subtly insinuating and influencing his mindset. Yi Tianxian frowned, displaying signs of irritation, which only worsened the player's dismay. Then, Yi Tianxian turned sharply, delivering a resounding slap to the specter's mask, rebuking, Are you instructing me on how to act? Whether or not I kill him is none of your concern. Be silent. If you do not wish to be bound, then depart." In an instant, the specter fell silent, standing obediently beside Yi Tianxian without uttering another word. The nearby player paused, taken aback. Wasn't he the specter something every player coveted in this dungeon? How was it that this individual could reprimand the specter so freely, exhibiting such impatience? Remarkably, it had proven effective. Is this what it means to be a formidable presence? Truly, the infamous Yin Xiu, a figure capable of instilling fear throughout the dungeon, was undeniably powerful. Admiration sparked within the player's eyes. "Yin Xiu, which creature shall I assist you in vanquishing? I shall commence at once." After completing his reprimand of the Sin Gate, Yi Tianxian coughed softly, covering his mouth. His pale and delicate visage bore little resemblance to the rumored killing deity, yet for reasons unknown, the players held no doubts. Such ferocity, who could dare dismiss him as anything less than a formidable figure? Weak in body, that only accentuated his prowess. Even in frailty, he could penetrate the dungeon with ease. Coughing again, Yi Tianxian furrowed his brow and then earnestly patted the player before him, assuring him, "Rest assured. If I say I want to kill you, I most certainly shall not. Even under the pressure of the Sin Gate, I will ensure your survival." "Really?" The player's eyes flickered with hope. They were accustomed to the cycle of life and death within the dungeon. Either they vanquished their foes or fell to them. From a moment Yi Tianxian had apprehended him, the player had resigned himself to his demise. Yet here was a glimmer of hope for survival. A faint smile graced Yi Tianxuan's pallid features, for in traversing the dungeons, who did not fight desperately for survival? The very fact that they could enter this dungeon indicated their tenacity and will to live. The extreme measures taken to slay numerous monsters were all in pursuit of a successful clearance. They surely did not wish to perish here, did they? He fixed his gaze upon the individual, his eyes resolute. "If you trust me and are willing to collaborate, I can guarantee your passage through this dungeon. Even should I fall, I will not permit your demise." The calmness with which he spoke of life and death struck the players as profoundly unsettling, particularly for those who held existence in such high regard. Yet, despite the absence of tangible proof, Yi Tianxian's words were imbued with a compelling sincerity that was hard to resist. As the players gazed in admiration at the seemingly fragile Yi Tianxian, Yin Xiu shook his head, acknowledging the weight of his reputation. It had indeed elevated his status. Outside the dungeon, he could impose sanctions upon players, and within, he could subdue this group of rogues. However, what had provoked his earlier outburst? Yin Xiu pondered, recalling that he had never witnessed Yi Tianxian lash out at monsters with such ferocity. His usual threats were delivered with an air of civility, unlike the previous instance where he had struck the Sin Gate into silence. Such madness, so unlike him, he mused. A voice floated from his left hand, presumably that of wrath. Yin Xiu contemplated, realizing it was indeed wrath's influence. "I see now. Had it been anyone else, would they not have succumbed to the Sin Gate's influence and slain that player?" Indeed, Yin Xiu recalled the fifth rule of the extreme city. Humans breed sin, becoming vessels for it. By deliberately presenting players with the Sin Gate, a metaphorical dagger was handed to them, tethered to a noose. Those bound by the Sin Gate would emerge as the most formidable threats among the players within the dungeon. Yet the Sin Gate's influence would also propel them toward chaos. The worst outcome of this scenario would involve players bound by 7 Sin Gates facing assault from others, as the Sin Gate circulated among players, leading to a myriad of life and death struggles, leaving only a scant few alive. In a typical dungeon, such a model might not stir significant turmoil, but cast into a prison dungeon amidst this group of nefarious players, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Who does not yearn for the allure of the Sin Gate, to possess a strength that surpasses others? Yet, such ambition often leads to desperation. Individuals resort to theft, whether alone or in groups, resulting in fierce internal conflicts and mutual slaughter among players. This wrathful Sin Gate, if not bound to Yi Tianxian, could easily claim lives at the hands of others. The dungeon exhibits a certain cruelty. Yin Xiu mused, beginning to comprehend the existence of specialized prison dungeons. Set apart from the ordinary ones, they gather nefarious individuals in one place, inciting them to self-destruct. Without effort, the dungeon eliminates these potentially dangerous players. In a sense, the environment within the dungeon remains relatively stable. How many years would it take to produce a tenacious pest like Yin Xiu? He cast a sidelong glance at his left hand. You are also a Singate. What influence do you impart upon me? From his palm emerged a mouth which, through its sharp teeth, extended a long tongue and earnestly declared, I am hungry. Chapter 76. Would you like me to share a bit of the grotesque with you? Yin Xiu fell into silence, his gaze shifting to the corridor where the rooms had been gnawed upon, leaving scarcely any remnants of the wall intact. It was evident that this floor was the realm of gluttony. Yet, when Liemo casually remarked about being hungry, it seemed rather trivial. Just hunger? Was it not something extraordinary to consume? Yin Xiu could hardly believe that sheer rage would incite players to commit murder, nor that gluttony merely entailed an empty stomach. An eye emerged on the back of his hand, gazing at him, as if to inquire what else he desired to consume. Yin Xiu pondered deeply. According to the logic of the dungeon, wouldn't the side effects of gluttony compel me to uncontrollably feast upon others? A silence enveloped his hand, only to be interrupted by Li Mo's earnest voice. Humans must not consume one another. You are human. How can you entertain such thoughts? I have not urged you to partake in cannibalism, yet you consider it. Yin Xiu mused that the typical dungeon setting should function this way. Though Li Mo was rather unique, unaffected by the constraints of the dungeon, and his side effects on Yin Xiu were nearly non-existent. Well, very well, he replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Li Mo observed him in silence. Yin Xiu continued, if not humans, then what are the grotesques? What are your thoughts on that? Li Mo replied with propriety, stating that two would not suffice. If he were to eat, so would Yin Xiu, and given the limited number of grotesques in the dungeon, wouldn't they inevitably clash? Oh, Yin Xiu's voice resonated with profound despondency. He withdrew his gaze from the window, no longer concerned about Yi Tianxian, who seemed capable of faring well on his own, and turned to continue his quest to reclaim his blade. Li Mo floated upon the back of Yin Xiu's hand, observing him intently. After a brief moment, he lightly uttered, though I am not human. I am well versed in human conduct, and shall not allow you to indulge in excessive inhuman behavior. Perhaps Li Mo intended to convey that he would not impose additional side effects upon Yin Xiu. Yet the latter could not shake the feeling that Li Mo was insinuating he was somehow less than human. Understood, Yin Xiu muttered dismissively, taken aback that there would come a day when a non-human entity would instruct him in the ways of humanity. As the layers of the dungeon shifted unpredictably, he advanced a bit further, and upon opening the next door in the corridor, he would leave the realm of gluttony, randomly entering another level. This time, fortune favored him. As he opened the door, a staircase appeared, enabling him to ascend or descend, revealing the floor level, a boon for Yin Xiu. He first ascended the staircase, arriving at the level marked with a 4. In a small section of the corridor at the bottom of the stairs lay several individuals sprawled on the floor, utterly devoid of energy. Among them were players and NPCs disguised as grotesques, yawning and leaning against the walls, showing no interest in Yin Xiu's presence. They could hardly muster the energy to glance his way. In contrast, a cheerful stall owner at the foot of the stairs was eagerly regarding him. Little brother, would you care for a fortune-telling? Yin Xiu cast a cold glance, surprised that this dungeon even offered such services. The vendor, wrapped tightly from head to toe, locked eyes with Yin Xiu and immediately chuckled softly, stating, foreknowledge of the future can certainly avert troublesome matters. Understanding one's unfortunate fate may lead one to relinquish it early, thus liberating one's existence. As Yin Xiu prepared to descend the stairs, stepping over the sprawled bodies on the ground, the vendor suddenly added, even without divination, information can be purchased. I can provide any details of the copies you wish to know. Yin Xiu paused, turning back to sit properly at the vendor's stall. I wish to know if the 5th floor leads up or down. With a smile, the vendor replied, since you appear quite amiable, I'll offer you a discount. For the first piece of information, It will only cost you 300. Yin Xiu remained silent, realizing his copy assets were precisely 303. Accepting this offer would leave him with merely 31. However, retrieving his weapon took precedence. Delaying would only complicate matters further. Gritting his teeth, he nodded, 300 it is. The vendor beamed as he drew a card from the stack before him, stating casually, what you seek lies on the 5th floor. In the greed zone, just a short walk down from your current level. Is it truly that close? Yin Xiu turned to glance at the stairwell, as he had just intended to descend. Indeed, sometimes fate can be remarkably close, the vendor replied with a knowing smile. Do you wish to inquire further? I can set a price based on your questions, and occasionally, you might find unexpected bargains. Considering his 31, Yin Xiu thought it harmless to ask. He raised his hands, showcasing the double handcuffs. How do I unlock this white one? The vendor leaned in, his gaze sharp as it swept over Yin Xiu's face. The mirth in his tone vanished, replaced by a weighty seriousness. How did this handcuff come to be on you? Don't ask, Yin Xiu replied coldly, fixing his gaze on the vendor. Can you answer? Yes, why not? The vendor scoffed lightly, extending his hand. 1 million for that answer. 1 million for a piece of information. This copy's anomalies were more predatory than bandits. Yin Xiu scrutinized the vendor, who matched his stare with an equally icy demeanor. It was evident that the vendor's attitude had soured upon seeing the white cuffs, likely a well-known item among the copy's anomalies. No longer willing to linger, Yin Xiu rose abruptly, politely pushing back his chair. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. The vendor retorted coldly. Your copy assets stand at only 31. Are you certain you'll have 1 million upon your return? With a slight smirk, Yin Xiu positioned himself at the stairway, casting a shadowy glance at the vendor. I may not possess 1 million later, but I will have something else that will compel you to speak. No need for 1 million. The vendor shuddered inexplicably, and Yin Xiu turned to ascend to the 5th floor. When others attempted to rob him, he would certainly reclaim what was his, reminding them who the true brigand was. Yet first, he needed to recover his weapon to assume that role. Perhaps you could wait a moment. I could offer you a discount? The vendor stood at the stairway, somewhat apprehensive, calling out in an attempt to salvage the situation with Yin Xiu, yet the latter descended the stairs without a backward glance. Provoking the one in white handcuffs, is everything all right with me? The vendor trembled, but those adorned with white handcuffs were invariably treated as serious offenders. No information could be sold, no items could be traded, and even a mere sighting warranted immediate assault, as dictated by the warden's regulations, which are non-negotiable. Alas, perhaps I should relocate my stall. Being so close on the 4th or 5th floor, he will inevitably return to seek me out. The vendor murmured to himself, hastily turning to tidy up his stall. Upon glancing back, he beheld a man in a black suit, exuding an aura of enigma, seated impeccably in his chair, smiling as he gazed at him. 1 million? Chapter 77. Precious flowers, precious fate. The stall owner choked slightly, inexplicably feeling a sense of trepidation towards the man before him. This fear stemmed from the overwhelming aura of the dungeon's level suppression. He stammered, Are you together? Li Mo rose, mimicking Yin Xiu's demeanor as he pushed the chair back, then fixed his gaze on the stall owner with a composed smile. Yes, together. The stall owner's sweat poured down. He was unaware of the man's identity, but sensed something extraordinary about him. It was best not to provoke this individual, so he murmured, Please feel free to ask whatever you wish. I'll provide it to you at no charge. Who placed the handcuffs upon him? The white handcuffs. Only the warden of the extreme city possessed such authority, and only he could unlock them. The warden? Li Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of danger. The stall owner shrank back, attempting to diminish his presence. Yes, the warden. Those white handcuffs are placed only on players deemed extremely dangerous by the warden to restrict their movements. Even after 50 dungeons, one may not encounter such a case. However, once someone is bound by those white handcuffs, escaping the extreme city becomes exceedingly difficult. I believe the warden wishes him to perish here. As he spoke, the stall owner cautiously raised his gaze to Li Mo, noting the subtle rise of discontent in his demeanor. He quickly lowered his head, hoping this individual would finish his inquiries and depart. I understand, Li Mo replied, yet he showed no inclination to leave. Instead, he fixated on the stall owner. And you? I. The stall owner felt a chill run down his spine, trembling as he stood there. What could I possibly have? I am merely an ordinary anomaly. Limo's lips curled into a smirk. You lie. Stepping forward, the stall owner was so startled that he turned to flee. However, in the next instant, a multitude of black tendrils ensnared him, crushing and squeezing him. The strange figure beneath the robe gradually shrank and vanished, ultimately transforming into a piece of paper. Limo stepped forward to retrieve the paper from the ground. Prior to entering this dungeon, he had conducted thorough research. The rule sheets for each level were peculiar and rarely discovered by ordinary players, who often wouldn't even consider such a notion. Even Yin Xiu had overlooked them. Yet, while Yin Xiu had missed this opportunity, Limo could still collect it. He held the paper in his hand and observed that it was indeed blank. The rules remained elusive. He opened his mouth, contemplating chewing on the rule sheet, but suddenly remembered that Yin Xiu had yet to see it. Thus, he set the rule sheet down, meticulously folded it, and placed it in his suit pocket before turning to descend the stairs. Standing at the 5th-floor staircase, Yin Xiu silently gazed at the scenery before him. As he descended the stairs, the corridor appeared entirely normal. However, upon opening the door at the end of the hallway, the scene revealed was entirely detached from the concept of the extreme city. Beyond the door lay a vast graveyard, with gravestones of various sizes and irregular shapes arranged haphazardly. The ground was covered in earth, dotted with trees, and a winding path extended outward. Despite the presence of walls as boundaries, it felt remarkably expansive, resembling neither a prison nor a part of the so-called city. Upon opening the door, he briefly questioned whether he had stepped into an alternate realm. Yet, glancing towards the void of darkness outside the window, along with the corridors that seemed to float in the air, he felt a sense of familiarity. He yearned to inquire with Limo whether every layer of this realm contained such an area, but just before he descended the stairs, Limo had mentioned he was going to grab a bite and would return shortly, slipping away from the back of his hand. Now, he found himself alone. The rules of the Sin Gate stipulated that players must utilize their physical forms as vessels to carry the Sin Gate away. This was a regulation that players were obliged to follow, and typically, one could only depart through the Sin Gate in this manner. However, Limo was no ordinary Sin Gate. He utilized Yin Xiu's corporeal form as a vessel, merely compelling Yin Xiu to adhere to the rules while he himself could wander freely without a physical form. Once bound to a player and a vessel was chosen, he could swiftly escape. Greed. It was unclear how such greed manifested. Yin Xiu muttered as he stepped into the graveyard. He now officially entered a specific layer. The layer of gluttony had already been significantly ravaged by Limo prior to his arrival. This layer bore no eerie creatures and had very few remaining structures. Having been thoroughly looted, any player entering would immediately discern his whereabouts. The previous layer was merely a staircase landing. Now, however, in this 5th layer, the area of greed, he truly found himself immersed within. The 7 deadly sins, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, indicated the extreme tendencies of the area one found themselves in through the Sin Gate, which would also exert an influence on the players. As he stepped onto the soil of the graveyard, he felt an unmistakable connection to the graveyards of the outside world, rather than merely being in the surreal city of extreme happiness. Navigating past the crooked, dilapidated tombstones, his first impression of the surroundings was one of chilling desolation. The earth was devoid of grass, the branches bare of leaves, and the graves stood empty, creating an atmosphere of profound silence, with even the walls appearing ashen. In this area of greed, one would expect abundance, yet it instead revealed an unsettling bareness, conveying a sense of having nothing. The silence here was particularly eerie, so profound that it heightened his unease. The only sounds he heard were his own, with not a hint of background noise. As he continued walking, passing by a tombstone, a withered skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the soil, seizing his ankle. A voice emanated from the depths below, demanding, give me something, and I shall let you go." Yin Xiu gazed down at the hand, gripping his ankle, and attempted to pull away, but with the slightest movement, another hand shot forth from the ground, grasping him as well. Give me something, and I shall let you go." Yin Xiu silently stared at the two hands clinging to him, suspecting that if he moved again, yet another hand would emerge. "All right, what is it that you desire?" he inquired nonchalantly. The surroundings fell silent for a few moments before a confused voice slowly emerged from the earth. "Why do you possess nothing?" Yin Xiu replied, "What do you mean? You have no family, no wealth, no cherished ones, and no emotions. You have a friend named Yi Tianxian." One hand, grasping his leg, shook and waved at him, demanding, "Bring me your friend." Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly, "He is not here. If you insist, release me, and I shall fetch him for you shortly." The voice from below sounded perplexed. "Aren't you reluctant to part with your friend?" "There is nothing to be reluctant about. If he comes, it is you who will perish," Yin Xiu responded coolly, the words slipping from his lips with casual indifference. The hand trembled slightly before retreating to grasp Yin Xiu's leg once more. "You have another friend. Hand him over." Yin Xiu's gaze remained indifferent. "I have no other friends." "You do. You have a new friend." The hand, clutching his ankle, pointed subtly towards Yin Xiu's pocket. "You possess the gift he bestowed upon you." Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, retrieving the small flower that Li Mo had given him from his pocket. The moment the flower was unveiled, the withered hand began to dance with fervor. "A precious gift. I desire it. I yearn for it. Give it to me." Yin Xiu's fingers caressed the flower stem as he observed the hand reaching out from his ankle. "What makes this flower so precious?" The hand's upward arc became more pronounced, the voice below brimming with excitement. "You are a poor man. Your life is impoverished compared to many we encounter. We desire nothing else, just the flower. The flower alone is sufficient." Yin Xiu's expression remained impassive as he glanced between the flower and the hand at his feet. "Is it truly so coveted? Is this flower not worthless to me? It is priceless, infinitely precious. Your other bond is soon to perish. This will be your last and most treasured possession. Hand it over." The hand stretched higher, almost ready to seize it. A faint smirk played at the corner of Yin Xiu's lips as he scoffed with mild irritation. "You in the dungeon truly have a penchant for divination." He tossed the flower back into his pocket and, with a decisive step, brought his foot down forcefully towards the outstretched hands, adding, "But I for one do not believe in such things." Chapter 78. The tomb of the greedy. As one foot descended, two desiccated skeletal hands were crushed beneath it, yet forthwith more skeletal hands surged upward, clutching at Yin Xiu's feet. From the earth emerged a bouquet of exquisite flowers. "I shall exchange this for you. Behold, a more splendid and beautiful offering." Yin Xiu tugged at his leg. "No. What of this? How splendid it is." Another bouquet was unearthed, its blossoms unlike any found in the realm of the living, vibrant and luminescent, captivating in their beauty. Yin Xiu's gaze lingered on the flowers, momentarily entranced, as if the very essence of the blooms ensnared his attention, rendering him unable to look away. The voice from beneath the ground grew enchanting and sonorous, slowly tempting him. "Look, the yellow flowers signify family. With them, you shall possess a joyful household, free from the orphanage's grasp, blessed with a lovely sister and caring parents. Your life will flourish, rich with abundance rather than void of all." The blue flowers represent friendship. No longer will you be shunned, nor will you lose the gaze of others. You will be surrounded by multitudes, without the need for sacrifice, and they shall remain by your side. The red flowers embody love. The uncharted territories of affection will unfold before you, filled with admiration and enduring companionship, facing the specter of death together rather than in solitude. The purple flowers symbolize wealth. Perhaps you do not hold it in high regard, yet its absence is a void you cannot ignore. Do you wish for them? Do you desire them? With this bouquet, you shall attain a complete life, mending the emotions you lack, the hazy memories, the past that feels as cold as a biting wind, and the pain that will be soothed by these blossoms. All it requires is that small, pitiful flower in your hand to exchange. The voice from below murmured repeatedly, as the vibrant bouquet twisted and transformed before his eyes into myriad forms. "Look at you, so pitiable, with naught to your name. Your remaining friend on the brink of demise. Surely, you yearn for more than mere poverty? Come, let us exchange." A skeletal hand stealthily reached toward Yin Xiu, gently brushing against the small, vivid red flower nestled between his fingers. As the withered hand was about to make contact, Yin Xiu instinctively recoiled, cradling the flower in his palm. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to his dazed eyes, only to be clouded again the next instant. Haltingly, he managed to utter a few indistinct words. Not for you. The first gift, given by a monster. I would be unhappy if it were gone. The more he muttered, the more his teeth clenched, his brows furrowing deeply. With a sudden turn of his head, he averted his gaze from the bouquet and exclaimed in anger, "What a wretched flower! Such garish colors! It is utterly hideous! I refuse it!" The skeletal hands trembled. It was the first instance of someone breaking free from temptation. Do you not desire it? Why do you not want it? These are all that which you lack. Why do you not wish for them? The hand slowly advanced, attempting once more to present the kaleidoscopic flowers to Yin Xiu, only to be dismissed as he swept it away with closed eyes, declaring, "I have no interest. Remove it." The voice from below shrieked in disbelief, "Impossible. It is inconceivable that anyone would not desire anything. Humanity is inherently greedy, perpetually yearning for more and more, an insatiable hunger. Why do you not want? Why do you not want? I see now. You are not human. You are a monster, a creature of humanity, cold-hearted and unfeeling, which is why you possess nothing." Yin Xiu furrowed his brow and stomped down where the voice emanated from. Silence. The moment he moved, more hands erupted from the earth, grasping at his feet. The voice echoing and overlapping, give me something, give me. Anything will suffice, give me. I want." Yin Xiu exhaled heavily, unwilling to engage further with these grasping hands. He raised his gaze to the end of the cemetery, where a door stood. Opening that door would lead him to the next segment of the corridor, a means of escaping these clutches. He disregarded the sounds rising from the ground and turned, taking deliberate steps toward the door. With the slightest movement, more hands would spring forth from the soil, and shaking off a few would only result in an abundance more. They sought to seize his ankles, and failing that, they swarmed up his legs, clinging to his waist and tugging at his arms, attempting to weigh him down. Yin Xiu wrestled against the swarm of skeletal hands, trudging forward with heavy steps until he reached the door at the end of the graveyard. He took a deep breath, resting his hand upon the doorknob, prepared to depart. Suddenly, a new voice resonated from behind, youthful and crystalline. "Brother, why are you leaving? Will you not stay and accompany Xiao Xiao? Were you not searching for Xiao Xiao?" Yin Xiu halted, his pupils quivering. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the skeletal hands surged up, covering his eyes, the weight pressing down upon him, attempting to drag him back. The world around him plunged into darkness. He could only fumble for the doorknob, striving to either open the door or grasp something tangible. In the pitch blackness, his hands flailed aimlessly, failing to touch the door. As if in an instant, it had receded far beyond reach. One hand sought the direction of the door, while the other attempted to pry away the skeletal hands obscuring his sight. Through the murky haze, a faint glimmer seemed to emerge before him. In the next moment, someone seized his outstretched hand, the touch icy and devoid of warmth, sending a shiver through him. That person yanked him forward, and he suddenly found himself enveloped in an embrace equally devoid of heat. A familiar voice resonated above him, always elusive, tinged with a hint of mirth. "Your brother is with me now. He will not stay to accompany you." Yin Xiu felt the weight pressing upon him disintegrate into dust, collapsing entirely, accompanied by piercing cries from the earth as all the skeletal hands attempted to retreat into the soil. Yet before they could burrow back, they dissipated into the air. After a cacophony of anguished wails, the graveyard returned to silence. No flowers, no skeletons, no sounds remained, only desolation. Yin Xiu opened his eyes to find a small inscription on the door panel beside him, "The Grave of the Greedy." He had not delved deeply into it yet, but embracing his Liemo, he tightened his arms around him, resting his head on Yin Xiu's shoulder, and softly inquired, "You did not acquire anything from them, did you?" Yin Xiu replied, "That is good." Liemo released him and retrieved the recently obtained rule sheet from his pocket, smiling as he said, "I returned after finishing my meal and brought you a gift." Yin Xiu silently gazed at the rule sheet in Liemo's hand. He then slowly closed his eyes and sighed. I feel as though I was wounded in that place. Liamo paused, asking where? Mentally. Yin Xiu gradually opened his eyes, took the rule sheet Liamo had offered, and remarked, but now I feel better. Chapter 79. Which eye do you desire? Liamo smiled as she gazed at him, pondering what had transpired. Yin Xiu, with a calm demeanor, raised the rule sheet in his hand, his expression cool and distant. This, he stated succinctly. The rule sheet? If you wish, I can procure 2 more for you. In an instant, Liamo had concocted a plan in her mind to stealthily venture to another level to capture the eerie creatures. However, Yin Xiu gestured dismissively. There is no need to rush. I must first retrieve my knife. He cast a glance back at the cemetery behind him, which now lay silent and still, devoid of the earlier clamor, as if the grotesque beings beneath the earth had ceased to exist. He pressed his lips together lightly, his voice somber. Had I possessed a blade, such trifles would not have deterred me. Liamo, sensing his subtle displeasure, replied with a smile, Very well. Let us go and fetch your knife. Yin Xiu's discontent was palpable, not only noticed by Liamo, but also observed by players watching the scenario unfold on their screens in the town. The greedy creatures spoke with words that pierced the heart, revealing little of his past. Yet each flower, symbolizing desire, seemed to lay bare Yin Xiu's history before him. From having nothing, he would cherish even the gifts bestowed by enigmatic beings, such as Liamo. The players reminisced about the little girl from the previous instance, their hearts heavy with understanding. They suddenly grasped why, despite her being a grotesque creature, he treated her with kindness. His gaze transcended mere identity, delving into the purer emotions hidden beneath the surface. The mention of Yin Xiu, whom all avoided, echoed in the creature's words, and the barrage of comments on the screen surged with fervor. Brother Xiu, when you return, I shall plant flowers at your doorstep. Brother Xiu, do you lack a sister? I can dress as your little sister. Are you even awake? Brother Xiu, I declare you the second deity of the town. If the great Yi is ever absent, I shall support you to ascend. Be cautious. Yi is known to engage with the comments during instances. It matters not. He does not know who I am. He does not know, but I do. Dare you show disrespect to Yi, and I shall report you to receive a couple of slaps to bring you to your senses. I was wrong. I choose to join the flower planting brigade. At least you kneel swiftly. Amidst the cacophony of comments, Yin Xiu could not discern a single word. To avoid losing his way back to the cemetery after retrieving his knife, he hurriedly proceeded along the corridor in search of where he had stored his items. Level 5. Storage Room 303. Upon exiting the cemetery, the corridor appeared somewhat normal, at least resembling what a corridor ought to be. Rooms lined both sides, their numbers meticulously arranged, extending to the isolation door at the corridor's end. Each door bore a sign, much like the rooms of an inn, but according to the note, these would be storage rooms. As he passed a half-open door, Yin Xiu paused, peering inside for a moment. The space resembled not a storage room, but rather an ordinary chamber. A man sat beside a table overflowing with money, enraptured as he counted his riches, murmuring incessantly about the impending company IPO that would yield him boundless wealth. I shall invest. I desire more and more money. Beside him, a small boy tugged at the man's shirt, asking, Daddy, when will you have enough to take me out to play? Yet the man remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the money in his hands, baring his teeth in greed. Not enough. I'm still too poor. I want more and more, accompanied by the man's voice. The pile of money on the table grew, eventually cascading down in a relentless tumble, as the man continued to greedily demand more. Yin Xiu silently turned and walked toward another door, cautiously twisting the handle to peer inside. There, a woman was surrounded by several exquisitely handsome young men. She sat among them, kissing one on the hand and another on the cheek, her voice intoxicated with fervor. I have plenty of money. I want many handsome men, so many. Though her face bore the marks of exhaustion and dark circles beneath her eyes, she clutched the hand of a nearby man, stuffing bills into his palm. I do not seek love. I desire companionship. You all must stay by my side. One is not enough. Bring me 10. One man gently inquired, You seem weary. Perhaps you should rest. I shall remain by your side. The woman retorted fiercely, Lies. As soon as I close my eyes, you will surely leave. I want you all to stay with me. I crave more eyes upon me. I cannot bear solitude. As the number of people in the room gradually increased, it became crowded, the handsome figures slowly enveloping the woman, including the man who had initially sat beside her. Her voice echoed, I want more people around me. I need more eyes on me. It is still not enough. Yin Xiu closed the door and leisurely strolled down the corridor, gaining insight into the scenes within several rooms. Gradually comprehending that these spaces were indeed storage rooms, hoarding varying forms of greed. Upon reaching storage room 303, Yin Xiu paused, gazing at the door before him. He cautiously twisted the knob and peered through the crack. As soon as he opened the door, a dark figure suddenly burst forth, lunging at him. It was a man, adorned with jewels not only on his attire but embedded in his very skin, exultantly gazing at Yin Xiu while raising a knife. I have no more jewels. Your eyes are so beautiful, like gems. Give them to me. Yin Xiu lay calmly on the ground, raising his hands in double handcuffs, gesturing to the side. I find his eyes rather appealing as well. Why not prize instead? The man paused, lifting his gaze to the nearby Liemo. The figure clad in darkness smiled. His eyes fixed on the man, projecting an eerie sense of fear despite the smile on his face. Liemo chuckled softly, swiftly kicking the man away from Yin Xiu, then lifting Yin Xiu from the ground and tossing him into the room with a fluid motion. After completing this act of rescue, he turned back to the man with a smile, speaking in a congenial whisper, Do you desire my eyes? The man, pale-faced, remained silent. Very well. I can extract one for you right now. Liemo nodded nonchalantly, and in an instant, the entire corridor was enveloped in an icy chill, as countless tentacles adorned with eyes slowly coiled around the man, each eye fixated upon him, exuding an eerie aura. Which of my eyes do you wish for?